provide hopefully some light for intelligent people of goodwill to discuss the historical facts and hopefully come to some sort of peaceful conclusion. To that end, I'd like to
recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the Montgomery Show.
I want to thank you for the know that that was let's say a lot of doing it on purpose because actually it's a period of time when we reach
as always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrestler, William Montgomery. Real dry. We get our mouths really dry before the episodes.
We usually like that.
Yes, we've started really backwards. Yeah, Grant, who's in here? Because mine is wonky. I'm playing it cool right now, but mine felt totally wonky. Who was in here last? Casey's screwed. Mine's screwed on backwards. Does mine sound weird? Yeah, who I bet was in here. Super the impressive jokers. I bet Casey, can you come and just that? I'm sorry.
Fix him, please.
Something terrible. Grant, Cooper's never been. He's visiting Austin the first time. This is the first thing in Austin. This is great. It's great. We're not arguing with that. Yeah. I gotta get more people on this room. More mics. There's Grant. Mine doesn't face it. Oh, this one's fine. I need your face up there.
What did you think about
Dr.
it?
Halidi
It felt weird.
very well
Feeling out of
with the citation of a correspondence that
Are you mad?
ancestors
I'm not as mad as you are. You're as mad as me. Yeah, I knocked over the fucking pink elephant earlier and it broke. Trying to attach a sound bar to the bottom of the television. Yeah,
very
they're weak.
individual, very
That's how you started your day, right? Yes, the pink elephant. Yes, antique.
They wrote this remarkable
Find
letter.
that shit. Find that kind of shit. You gotta connect it to your studio. Yeah, well, maybe I go there later. Well, here's the picture. Pretty sad.
Here's the key phrase.
Too many pieces to get into it.
He writes, the idea of Zionism, right? This is
Tell us when.
That shit was funny as hell. If Grant's gonna give us the timeout, we gotta get out of here right at 2:30 because Grant's booking people right afterwards. I think that's a sabotage. That feels like a sabotage. When you texted me last night, Grant, be honest with us. Is there really somebody coming in after me that be kind of late and you're fed up with it? Just be honest if you're fed up with us staying and
It's just
some mild course correction. That's all I'm doing here. Okay, so everything's fine. Parenting 101. It's trying to say your courses need to be correct. Yeah, right. What's your teacher, bitch ass? Shut up. I'll let you guys run. What the fuck? Run the light. Not today. They're not going to grab you physically, right? They can touch you here. Yes. They are allowed to touch you. It's not a haunted house rule, so they can touch you. You got to stop signing these contracts with the podcast.
Also very polite.
You don't like that? I'm fine. Yeah. What do you not like about it? I mean, that's why I do my podcast by myself. So
he writes back
to the podcast studio as you walk in. It's like fucking headings.
And he writes, you see
So
another
nobody's touching
difficulty
you at your house when you're by yourself. No, nobody's touching. Nobody's watching the podcast. Exactly what I want.
Think to remove that.
Well, cool.
It is their own
Exactly
well-being,
what he
their own
wants.
individual well-being.
To each their own. We got a little bit lonely. I'd like to be grabbed by
You
Grant.
think that terrible
Grandma's buddy out there is going to know which buddy. His name is Bryce. Ryland.
To see it increased 5 or 10
Brian
times the value
Brylor.
that will certainly happen.
You're totally on that. Yeah, the double
What I think is special about this little exchange is that
yeah, he's too aggressive. He's too revved up.
these
I
objections
knew the impractical jokers were here before us. I can feel when Murr's close.
and Theodore Herzl
I have a
thinks that
Murr radar.
material
Is that your favorite?
Murr's
prosperity
my favorite. Who's
will
your
solve all
favorite?
the problems.
I like the guy. What does Murr look like again?
He likes the one that left.
Murr's
10 decades, this would be
Murr, he's hilarious. Yes, I love Murr. There's two Joes, there's three Murrs. Yeah, right. It's up to three Stooges. Like one will leave and then a new Murr will come. It's they elect a new Murr with the vote. Well, they're like the
melting like practical
Yes.
jokers. They've always had a big thing going on. Yeah.
So
Hell
where's
yeah.
the term Palestine?
Yeah.
Let's just
Which
do
one
some
is
very
more?
quick history.
That's more.
Obviously, land
Okay.
Israel was the national homeland of the Jews, as described in
South
the Bible.
Volcano.
There
So,
are biblical references,
gosh,
of
there's
course,
the guy
that go
above
way
me.
back to
Joe
like
Gatto,
the
your
18th
favorite.
century,
Joe.
era,
There's the other guy.
Bronze Age, some extra biblical references.
Here
in
you.
the
Oh,
13th
Q.
century,
Q.
Others
Oh, okay, okay.
that speak
But this
about
is Gen
some
2.
entity called Israel.
Yeah. Gen 1. Because when it got picked up as a web series, it was totally different.
For the next
Really? Yeah,
No
no.
single one of them.
Get to the first
Not a
century,
single one
the
stayed.
common era,
But
that's
Q
when,
was
of course,
executive producer, and he did like a coup, like a Q coup. And he kind of took over. He said, if these boys can do it, I can do it. He wouldn't go to his little and it's worked out.
Wait, so that's how Sal and the rest of them got on? They're not original players.
No, God, no,
They're haters.
they're playing that. If anything, they're playing haters.
Wow.
Yeah, the original cast, I think, was
Contrary to popular
Daniel, James
this
Caan,
is not exile from all the Jews left, not at all.
else.
There
He was more of them, right?
Yeah, Mr.
definitely
Arithmetic. Yes, it was really crazy. His
There
superpower is
lots
he's
of
really good at
Jews
math
recently
stuff.
displayed
He's written out math.
And getting to see James Caan and Mr. Arithmetic finally work together, because people wanted to see it.
Without a doubt.
Their energies together.
Yeah, it was like Pacino.
And then who was the fourth? Was it Black Santa on the original one, or what did they end up doing with that?
Who actually
Black Santa.
over about
Was that
2 years.
He's still touring.
Black Santa.
Yeah. I did the Looney Bin in Tulsa recently. I saw that.
Portrayed
Santa
Yeah, he's gonna be there next year. He's gonna be there next year.
star at the top
That's
of the
hilarious.
and
Oh, he's so funny.
Texas White talks about
Yes,
I know. He says hello, and then he talks about ho ho ho. Yeah, women. It's but I mean, it's hilarious. Right? We have never even seen anything like it. He dresses up as Santa.
Actually, that got completely touring comic. I think all that's up Black Santa. Like in 2002, he would crush the Midwest. Yeah, Black Santa, Bob and Tom, people lose their shit.
This is a map that shows.
But yeah, they're doing good now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so that's kind of what the show should was, right?
Yeah, that was the original, like, kind of, my generation, that was our lineup. This was the original.
The web series.
The web series.
It's funny because when you put the pictures on it, you can see why it was so cool. Like you see it immediately.
Divided up.
Why did they refuse to go inside of malls, though? I always love it when the Impractical Jokers do the breaks in malls. Like the OG Gen 1, I think notoriously never went into malls, which is just so
Grocery store.
yeah. There's a lot of grocery stores that. Maybe that's why they have to evolve. I mean, you got to get out of the grave for doing breaks, get out of. There's more places to go other than grocery stores.
Yeah, Gen 2 goes to the mall and they pretend to be
About
assaulted.
500 years earlier by the great.
That's a classic when, yeah, you sit on the person and they're like, ooh. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a chair. How did they live? Yeah.
Most likely he got
Sorry
it
about
from
that.
the Akkadian name that was used to describe
So you like them?
Philistines. This term is entered into the English language as well. They occupied what was called a pentapolis.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of fucked up when you realize what Hollywood does, the way they mix up like honest groups. You know what I mean? Because this was the crew, and then they didn't like the look, and they switched it up. It reminds me of like how with the Lehman Brothers, they wouldn't let them play Manuel rock, so they put electric guitar and like those beautiful songs. And I've always compared the Impractical Jokers. And that's kind of what I'm seeing.
David, in
But no, I
particular,
think
fought
the
with them.
Impractical Jokers
David
is great.
also
One time I
sought
did with Tony
refuge
5 years ago. South Volcano.
So it's quite likely that Hadrian thinking was
Shout out to Sal.
He was just one of those guests that was just nice the entire time,
in this area.
which I like. It was just kind of nice on the show.
The Philistines, let's call it Palestina.
Well, it's like a funny thing when everybody
That's
throws
how
it.
we get back in. So this region,
For sure.
part
Is that what he said
of
about
the
you?
larger Syrian
Yeah, he was just saying generally
was
vaguely,
called
just vaguely
Palestine,
nice things. Congratulations,
about
by the way,
year
you're the new regular.
136,
Oh, thank you.
until
So,
about the year
also, thank you for having me on the podcast. I met Casey 20 seconds after you asked me to do the podcast, and I was like, well, he definitely hasn't heard about
But the
this.
region was known
Definitely hasn't
officially
gone
You
through
might
the
recognize
law
him.
books as
Pop-Tart commercial?
So that's
Oh,
where
yeah. It's a Pop-Tart commercial. Watched it so many times when it came out.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Every time one was like, that's Cooper.
There
I'd
they
watch
have
it over and over again.
I've done nothing else in 5 years to top that, so that's been, but yeah.
I want to see. Yeah, describe it to Casey. What is going on in the commercial again?
It's kind of a practical Joker style. It's me. It's just, yeah, so it's, you would get it. It's pretty much a practical Joker mixed with a little Godfather too. But it's just me sitting at a counter, and then like there's a lady doing a voiceover, and then that's me at the counter, and then she's doing the voiceover, and then she asks the Pop-Tart, and she's like, no, she's like, do you love frosting and filling? And I'm like, and they just needed a boring guy, so I'm just like, yeah. And then at the end, I say I love pasta. Because they're doing some good about it. Because there's like a meme online that Pop-Tarts are ravioli, I think. So we're playing on that. And then I riffed, I like pesto and kept it to write it out.
A riff is like double pay.
It should be double pay. But apparently, yeah, I got to get those. Yeah, I'm going to get paid so much.
Casey's about to be on a commercial about to. I got the audition. I don't think I got a part. I don't think I.
You get it out. No, but you look like the original Mountain Dew guy.
I know.
You're the guy. I know.
I've always been the guy. And to beat the man, you got to beat the man. Yeah, and that's what I said. I said if anybody else auditioning, they would call me personally, and they didn't like that because it's not my job.
I don't even think they're legally allowed to do that. Well, when you got that email, you were like, "There's a part for every actor waiting."
Yeah,
and I found it. Yeah.
What a part. It would be me. What do you, William?
I'll never do any of it. I can't.
You want to do a Cracker Barrel commercial?
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Maybe if they let me just freestyle a little, but
You gotta get your agent.
knocking over elephants, trying to connect a fucking sound bar. Let it go, man.
They would like the freestyle. The reason they want
Cracker Barrel doesn't have commercials.
Yes, they do.
I've never seen them. What did they say about them? Down home country.
I just tell you all the wild shit that's happening.
Well, maybe I should reach out.
The commercials are just like that. They're 10-minute blues songs. They do it, which I think is pretty cool.
But
So maybe I could be pretending like I'm playing the guitar and singing the song, or like it would show me eating the food during the music, or how does that commercial work?
I think it's the blues song, and then you in the restaurant, and you're on a tear, you know?
And logs in the fire.
Yeah, breaking pink elephants.
Because they don't have a fireplace.
Yeah.
Get him out of the
Is that your issue when you go there? You keep making the fire bigger?
He does.
Yep, I do it at home, and I do it at Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Don't worry, boys. Yeah.
It's terrifying. This is just gonna burn blue. Oh no. Yeah, we don't have blue flames in the Cracker Barrel fireplace. I know I do. I think the actual commercial is funny because if you haven't heard of Cracker Barrel, it's like an insane commercial. Just like, we're a restaurant, and then they're like, and our gift shop. So anyone that
The old country store.
yeah, the old country store.
The best. Well, oh my gosh, we all should go to Cracker Barrel. This is a good one. Not too far from here. I would love to go today, but we didn't have time.
They used to do Cracker Barrel one time.
Well, go to fucking Thanksgiving when you're still high off cocaine and fucking Vegas, and then come back to it. Because that's what I did one time, and
He
wasn't even hungry. I never remember.
He ate his blueberry pancakes.
Yeah, yes, I love those acts. I love them. How do you make pancake? I gotta figure out how to do it. It's not the easiest word to make. Pancake.
Yes, one step. It's mix and pour.
Mix batter. What's in batter? You can buy the batter.
You can even just buy that. This is the case.
Okay.
You should leave it open.
See, we get batter, you just put milk in it or something and stir it around.
Yes.
Then how do you keep from burning it? Watch it. Be careful.
It's so hard to burn it. It's pretty hard.
You'd have to be pretty negligent. You just keep a good eye on it, and then you go, all right, and you can flip. There's never too early to flip. You can always flip it back up. Okay, so
I like to imagine you're just flipping liquid pancakes and saying it's never too early. Just it's never too early.
I'm starting to feel like an omelet.
I mean, no, pancakes are a good life lesson. You know, you learn from the first, and they usually get better throughout time. And that teaches you something about, you know, putting the effort into something.
Islam spreads dramatically from the Arabian
Hold on, Casey, how'd you smell?
the entire
How did I smell? Yeah, you know my stinky little armpit? It's not that bad today. I forgot to take a shower on Sunday.
way out to
Very cleanly.
well,
And I smelled so bad.
and that's really
Like in your butt? I just smelled it.
That was a good Sunday. It smelled like shit.
It sounds so bad. Everybody liked it. Yeah, it smells so bad. My girlfriend goes, damn, it smells like garlic in here. And I go, think again, bitch. It's me on stage.
I learned a lot.
It smells so bad. When you smell good, like 99% of the time, if you get a good stinky day, you're like, this kind of fun. I kind of stink today. For sure. Yeah, you're like, oh, man.
It's nice to remember what you smell like.
For sure. Not all this artificial bullshit.
Yeah. You smell like Dove every day. One day you can smell like Casey.
But it's
One
worth
day,
it for
you
the
smell like a
positive.
garlic boy. I use Dr. Squatch. It always keeps me clean. I know Dr. Squatch is really good, and it did not give me skin cancer, by the way. I just want to keep on saying that.
The sun did.
The sun did, okay? Not Dr. Squatch. And I'm gonna, if you work for Dr. Squatch and you're watching this, I will do a Dr. Squatch post. Get off my ass. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I've already admitted that Dr. Squatch did give me skin cancer, so
They want you to
pass that.
publicly.
They want me to do a post. And you don't literally, and I said, okay, next post I do, but I don't do post that often. I was like, okay, I'm doing it. Yeah, and then the ladies contacted me and sending me Dr. Squatch, which was sweet. Because it does smell good. Well, that part is kind of, yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Isn't that just the complete arrangement? Is that you post and then they send you stuff? You're saying like this stupid bitch is asking me to post. Oh, and also she sent me some stuff.
Yeah, she sent me stuff.
That
That was
is the
the
payment. That is the payment.
Yes.
What was it? You did a comedy show for them? I saw clips of that and you were like, I know Mr. Sasquatch. You just kept
It's like Dr. Sasquatch. It's a real mistake. I did it, and I don't think it mattered.
I'm not only talking
the higher ups didn't come down on you.
Probably not. Just on my ass right this second. I was with people during Moon Tower, and they didn't know that we knew each other, and they said, "Do you know William Montgomery?" The guy was like, "I think so." Is he the guy who says Dr. Sasquatch? And then they like it has made its way through the grapevine of people who were like, "Yeah, he was yelling about Dr. Sasquatch. It's not even the name."
Oh, they were taking it serious.
Yeah,
That's insane.
they thought it was funny, but yeah, they were like, "It's not even the name." That's good. They thought it was funny because there was one time in LA where there was some show going on in a backyard. Who knows, Cooper? You might have been there. And for each person, I was fucked up. And for every person they called up, I would walk up as the person, which I thought was hilarious. And
It was very funny because he did it very funny with confidence. Grab the mic, the other person would be cracking up because it's supposed to be them.
And then these two dudes were talking shit. They didn't know Eric and I were together, and they were like, "Who's this dumbass?"
I was waiting for the
And they were probably
bathroom.
right.
They're
Probably
like,
was being
is
stupid.
that really the regular of Kill Tony? And he's like, if he goes up when it's my turn, I'm going to go up when it's his turn. And then they went up and nobody liked
Hello,
it.
fellow students of
Yeah,
Tucson.
no.
I'm
Suck
so
on
excited
that.
to be speaking
Yeah,
to
shit.
you again.
And I immediately told him, I was like, these dumbasses didn't know I'm standing right next to them, talking shit.
They have enough time.
I'm delighted once again.
All about time. If you're going up in place of somebody and they don't know about it, it has to be really good timing, or it can be.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a bit you can do spiteful. You can be like, oh, I hate this motherfucker. I'll do the exact same thing. And also not tell them. If they went up to you and were like, hey, William, since you've been doing this bit the entire show, which has pissed us off, could we do the bit to you? And then you'd say, fuck no. Yeah, good time.
What you were saying.
It's so funny to spitefully try to get you back, but then bomb.
Fighting someone in a funny way is always weird too, because I think people start thinking of themselves as a lot cooler than they are when they're comedians.
Yeah.
Like, the whole point is to be like yuck yuck.
Yeah. That's why you can't act like a rapper in comedy, because you're never cool. Like, even if you get to do arenas for a few years, you have to go back down eventually. So you can't be like, fuck everyone else, because then you're going to go to the club and everybody's be like, what was that about? Why'd you say that? We hang out all the time.
For sure, that's what happened to Don Rickles. He famously showed people in the arenas, and then when he went back to the clubs, it was not.
Don Rickles was doing the arena.
He fell off. Yeah.
comedy club. He's like in his 80s and all the new comics. So
these
get
are
out of here,
based on
dick.
population
I'm sure.
very rough with numbers
He makes the public
period of
apology.
time,
What are you,
but they're based on
Italian?
excellent historic events,
I'm sorry for asking all of you
and
if you were Irish.
the great kind of
It's nice to watch him on the old Letterman shows, even when he does the interview, he won't stop talking.
And that means that
He just keeps pointing at guys. He's like, "Are you Japanese?" And David Letterman is like, "Don, you have the movie out. I'd love to talk about it." He's like, "I need to know if this guy's Japanese or not." And then the guy's like, "Filipino," and he's like, "That's crazy."
Jewish
And then they got to move on
maybe
from that.
grew about
He's so funny. He's so quick in those interviews. Sometimes I'll watch his compilations of
but never
him.
very, very significant.
People don't do racial stuff like
But
that
for our
anymore.
purposes,
Not like
today,
that.
we're gonna look
It's really
specifically at
funny
the
how he
very
used to do
right
it.
now.
Because it was specific,
What is
which would like takes away a lot of some of just the stereotypes from it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's like sometimes his specificity was still fucked up, and he'd be like, "Korean, I shot at you guys 50 years ago," and it's like, that's a crazy thing to say. But he was in Korea. You know, it's like different than a guy who's just kind of talking out of his ass. It's always weird when you see a guy that's like I'll see a guy that's like my age, and he's like,
written by the great
racist.
Babylonian rabbis associated with
like
their
who taught
latest
you that? Good idea. What? It's not like a guy from the 50s who's like, I was a Jew who grew up in.
Yeah.
the
Filling
only
in for
place where you can get any
Mr.
skiing in
Hans,
Israel,
yeah.
but it is amazing that in a tiny country
What's he
does
going?
make it
Emo or
possible. So anyways, we just bounced Scaramouche.
God, that's
Amorites call
Yeah.
Senir
small
or
Yeah, well, that
Shenir.
sucks because I
So what
had
does
heard
that
about
term
that whole
Shenir
thing where
mean? Rashi
that guy
Humphrey
Diaz
says, who shall
all
it?
mad at him.
That word Senir
And the whole time I was like, this is
actually
terrible.
snow
Keep me
in
Exactly.
the
We're just lucky to
language
have the
of
guy.
And he wasn't telling people.
Yeah, he was being,
And in fact,
close
in
about it.
German,
That's why he blew up on him. I mean, a lot of people don't know that. And
Yeah.
he's pretty much terminal right now. So
Yeah.
is in fact the word for
it's
snow.
people need to
He
know
also
that's part
mentioned
of the story.
the language
I mean, it's like,
of the
how are you not going to be emotional when you're just trying to live
obviously
your truth
not
on the last days that you can?
Exactly.
of
That's
the
the guys coming
but
in,
the
taking
land
his
in
kid.
Europe
Yeah, I mean,
Coming out of nowhere, being like, I hope you get cancer one day, and it's like,
basically Bohemia,
Which
Moravia,
is my
and
career.
Prague
yeah,
region,
who's going to tell
or
the
the
guy?
Slavic language, they call the word for snow. So
Yeah.
in other words,
God,
Rashi
yeah.
is specifically
It is cool you guys are doing the GoFundMe for him. I think it's weird you only did it at $500, but
He can use whatever he can.
yeah, I mean, you are right.
To cover covers. He needs covers. And
He's told me
needs a new
Now, the term
duvet.
Ashkenaz,
Yeah,
however,
back in his
just
van.
before we get to
He needs
the
covers and stuff.
specific, the
I
term
never started
Ashkenaz
GoFundMe for a guy's
goes
cancer,
all the
but
way
it's not for the
back.
cancer.
Earliest
It's
For blind kids.
For example, in
For stuff
Genesis,
around that.
Noah has a
Gillette.
grandson named
Kind of get
Gomer.
that hair off.
That has
Yeah.
two sons.
We're going to get you one of those kind of pro-life things.
The other two are Rifas and
Barbasol.
Yeah.
But Ashkenaz here
You're
is
not even going to get him like a good
specifically
Dove
mentioned
gel,
as a
it's just
descendant
straight
of
barbasol.
Now, once again,
Yeah.
we don't know exactly where this
A lot of
Ashkenaz
Barbasol for
specifically
500.
lived,
So we
but
thought
the
it was
idea
over.
is
It was over
that
what he
the
needed.
way
Yeah, it seemed like overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah, too much. Yeah, it should have been $50.
they thought, well, okay,
50 could have
there's a people
Yeah.
who are
No, when I
descendants
learned
of
what it was for, it
Ashkenaz.
made sense.
They have to live somewhere,
I know.
and so they chose that.
You ever been real smelly? In case he was talking about a racial smell, you ever been real smelly before?
The Ashkenaz.
I
That's how we
I've
get
been
this name.
sweating a lot more.
So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an
I
individual
stopped drinking
named
4 months ago, and then my those calluses in your
He
ears.
has further descendants who have to live somewhere. But where
Well,
exactly
fake rock climbing
is
in the
this
gym,
land?
you know, like where little kids do it, and you
So
pretend it's an
one more
exercise.
hint
I'm doing that.
also
You ever pretend like you're
from
falling
the
so
Bible,
hard
this
you
time
lose
from the book of Jeremiah.
Yeah, well, actually, what I like,
Come get me.
what I like to do.
Harness is
Well,
Well, no, the best part, there's no harness or only 10 feet up, but I'm still yelling. And they're telling me, just fall. There's a mat. And I go, are you fucking kidding? And I stay up there. No, I like to do a real hard climb, get to the top, and then you fall down. And then I get up and I go, I got to the top. And I get in people's faces. You guys should go to a rock climbing gym, though. It's fucking sexy as hell. It's crazy. It's just like guys like me, and then like the hottest French, actually, that's not part of the sexiest. I'm saying there's guys like me, and then there's like insane French people who run in rock climbing packs, and you can just tell they're like the goth kids in high school. They're all banging each other.
Further north,
And you're in this gym, and you're like the tension.
exactly
You're
where.
also fading.
Yeah, because also they're doing sex moves because they're rock climbing, so they're like, ugh, you know, they're like thrusting.
However,
That's how I
what we can
y'all
say
grab the titties.
what
Yeah.
Jews later defined
It's on face level.
not necessarily Ashkenaz refers
And then you have to adjust your foot with a little climbing gymnast.
Yeah.
Get underneath that.
I wear climbing shoes every time I fuck them. Because if you get in that knee, if you get in that toe, you're locked. You're locked in. Yeah, you're locked in. So that's kind of the sweet spot.
That's cool. I saw some horrible video recently of some guy. I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know. He was 30 feet up. He got to the top. He climbs up the thing really fast. And then when he gets up to the very top, he just jumps off like he thinks he has one of the ropes around him. And he doesn't. And he nails the ground. I don't remember. It was in a climbing gym. And I don't know if it was inside or outside, but it was in a gym. And he had like, it was like a mat and he bounces just a little bit. It was like, I don't know, 30 feet up. It was horrible. I saw a very similar one. The guy did have ropes. And he was like 45 feet up. And he fell straight down. And it is so funny in a climbing gym. The echoes
very
are like,
much valued.
it's just a bunch of people because you know it's like calm, you know, like people trying to take their time and pace themselves, and
Later,
everybody's
when
like,
you get to the
okay,
modern period,
and then
they
one
will
guy's just
eventually make their
like,
way. not
45
only
feet is a
to
death.
no, it's just 45 just life
High up there.
Yeah, it's just life. No, he was okay.
That is really
If anything under 60 is life.
Yeah,
That's really living.
yeah, pretty much you're living more than anybody if you're dropping 45 feet. You guys ever drop 45 feet on the podcast?
In the Middle Ages, ultimately becoming the dominant
Yeah, it's tough with the audio.
But it would be a
It's all
mistake to
nearly
be
impossible.
Ashkenaz
Yeah,
as
help
a
the audio
specific
works.
place for the
Got really close to 40.
Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an
Yeah, it's a
imagined
visual
country
thing, so
which millions
it's hard for them to
of
hear how
belong
far
over the
we're falling.
centuries. And
Yeah, when you guys were doing the audio only episodes, we were doing some of the following
to a
stuff.
live audience in
This is
Budapest
great
later
stuff.
this
I
year,
just,
God willing.
it's not
This is the
Yeah.
birth of this
Yeah, let an ear.
fascinating community
Yeah,
to tell their story. Thank you very much.
clay and like a potter's wheel.
Yeah.
Just like a crazy nasty.
What are you doing? You work out now?
No, I haven't in a year. I gave it up after my sciatic nerve started acting up.
Okay.
So we'll see. I need to get back to
Let us
it. I'm
continue our
breaking elephants. Fucking when I wake up and I can't put the soundbar thing on, so I need to. I'm just getting stressed. I need to start doing it.
Yeah, you gotta start getting that energy out.
Have a look at this map here. This is basically what the basin looked like.
When I was in military school, part of it was we had to do a huge sheer
All
rock,
kinds of
and you would have to get to the top
sort
and
of
rappel down by yourself. You know what I mean? Like the type of rappelling, but you do it alone. And I got too scared, and everyone was going. You had to wait in line, and I looked around, I was looking, and I ran into the woods, and then I ran back to my room. And then the commandant of the school, Major Gerard, knocked on my bedroom door like an hour later. And he was like, "Cadet, I know you didn't climb my rock wall. What the hell are you thinking, baby? What the hell are you doing, daddy?" And I was like, "What?"
what? No, I climbed it, I swear. And he's like, I know you did. And you're gonna have to live with it. And then he left. And it's true. And I think about it all the time. No, I didn't do it. And he was right. I was like, I didn't climb it, and I should have just.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I thought military school would be like they drag you up and make you climb.
Yeah, it was mostly that. Yeah, there was a lot of violence, but that day it was like a break from that sort of thing. And I think he thought the worst punishment would be for me to have to live with what I had done.
And you really think about it?
Yeah, I think about it quite often.
I think about that every fucking day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he let me go. You were scared, and now you have to live with that because you're
very, very
Wow.
heavy stuff.
Was any of the rest of military school helpful?
Don't make me big. What the
but
hell?
there's no way to tell.
Maybe take one more time. Just one more time.
And your eyes better, right?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Settlements.
Casey's eyes was messed up.
What was the problem? Little pink?
I get iritis sometimes, once every year or two. It's like where your iris, when you see light, it twitches. It has like a muscle spasm, and it makes your eye fucking It's all.
Is it really
Damn.
important to know
That's fucked up. That's like the laziest name for a Wow, they took no time on that.
Yeah, pretty crucial.
I was having eye twitches for a while. It was weird because I had a friend that had eye twitches. My best friend. Had a lot.
So maybe when you are together.
And then I started getting them. And then I was like, I hate having eye twitches, and I feel like a bitch. Why did I just pick up another guy's eye twitch? What's that about? I can't have my own eye twitch.
Of course, there are a lot of
Was he the dominant friend or were you the dominant?
He was definitely the dominant. He had a richer dad, and he was. Did you ever have a friend that was jacked in middle school? You know those guys? You know when six packs are like the most currency you can have? And
Casey actually had a lot of currency.
Totally sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were a jacked middle school kid.
I was a jacked middle school kid, and all through high school I would go to parties and I would get wasted and I would take my shirt off and walk around so everyone would see me.
Yeah. That's, I mean, there's
I
nothing
used to
wrong
take
with
my shirt off sometimes and like all fucked up. Oh, yeah.
Where's the fucking bathroom? Yeah, shredded to the gills.
It is so funny to see a drunk guy shredded because it's like perfection, but ruining the. And so it's like this guy takes care of himself, but doesn't.
That was me totally.
So that's you.
That was me in middle school.
Yeah, you got like an 8-pack.
Look at that.
Yeah, I can do that because it's me. But yeah, it was shredded, man.
I know, for somebody else it might be
So
a little strange, but you would
you got your dick sucked in middle school.
right at the border in the 5th century.
That's what the Jacks guys do.
Hold on.
I had a sexual experience in the 8th grade, so yes.
That was my experience. I didn't get shit in middle school besides some lip service. But my friend Andrew was
that kissing?
Yeah, it was the Jacks.
Okay, is that what?
But I guess also, I guess also the joke about getting shit in. But you guys like quips? I'm trying to make quips for you. Fucking, yeah, Andrew was the jacked one, and he would just be like, I got my dick sucked, and I was like, I didn't think we were on that yet. I didn't know we were there. Yeah. But then he would just lie about it.
That's what happens. People die of twitches. The scariest thing happened to me on Friday. I think it's because I didn't eat enough again. There's one point where I ate a pack of crackers in Nashville because I'm so starving, but I've been smoking so much weed. I start choking, and it's hard. I'm about to go on stage. It was horrible. But then afterwards, I don't know what it was, but I went outside to do something, and I'm walking back in, and I had been smoking a ton of weed, so maybe that's it. But I started, when I blink, there's this weird, like, light in my left eye, like the vision, like this weird, like, string of lights or something. I swear, for like 5 seconds, I think, oh my God, somebody got my ass with some, like, acid or something. It was the strangest thing. Thank God it stopped. I don't know what the fuck it was. It really scared me. I'm, like, talking to some sweet guy outside. He's talking, and I'm just trying to fucking remain calm. But I'm like, okay, man, I got to get out of here. But
Was it like a tracer? Like a...
it's weird to say. It was just like a light, like when you look at a really bright light. You know, if you look at a really bright light or something, you look away and you're blinking some, you're seeing like the light still. It's like that. Really, I don't know. Probably dying or something. Where you at? Where were you? It was just outside, but I think in an alleyway. But I thought it was
I thought you were saying you were right outside the Comedy Mothership, which is very funny because it's like 1,000 tiny.
No, it was not. Well, who knows? Something's probably really wrong. It's probably right. I knocked down the elephant earlier. Glaucoma.
Yeah, you might have glaucoma. It's making you act out.
Yeah,
Glaucoma.
it's probably spread to your brain. I remember one time I was young.
Yeah. You know the thing where you stand up and you almost go blind? One time when I was like, the first time that happened to me, I was 10. And I stood up and I went fully blind, like fully clothed, and just as a 10-year-old, just in my living room, and just yelled, "Oh no!" And I thought, I was like, "This is how you go blind," and it just happened.
What? You stood up and your vision just goes black, even though your eyes are still.
If you lay down for too long, the blood's not flowing, so if you get up, like you didn't move at all for the whole podcast, and then you sprung up right after.
Yeah, you should try it. It makes your vision go away.
Yeah.
That very famously, in my mind, happened to me at Bonnaroo. I was doing a bunch of coke and Molly, and I hit someone's joint, and I went blind for 20 or 30 minutes. I went completely blind. It's called amphetamine blindness.
Really?
Yeah, I can't even. And I was at a rave, so I was just there, and I couldn't see completely. Yeah, it's something with your blood vessels when you're doing too much speed, and the weed had like a weird speedball effect. And yeah, I started seeing little dots, and I was like, oh, that's weird. And then completely. Oh no, it's good to see.
Were you with your friends?
Yeah, but I couldn't really tell them because it was really loud at the rave, and I was kind of like just like tapping and not really tapping them, like kind of slapping.
It's like that scene in Anchorman. You'd be like, "I'm blind." You'd have to scream to your friends that you're blind in a rave. That'd be so funny. Like they're all vibing, and then your friend's like in your ear, like, "Bro," and he's like, "What's up?" And you're like, "I'm blind." He's like, "I know, dude. I'm right with you." Damn, you had to stand too. That sucks. You were like in a tent.
Oh no, it was like the worst place to go blind because I could just feel the movement.
Yeah,
the masses of people. Yeah, I was saying I was blind. I'm blind.
Yeah, nobody's gonna fucking believe you.
Like,
yeah. It wouldn't be so hard to believe that a guy who wasn't blind 10 minutes ago is now blind. I'd be like, that guy's not blind. There's no way he's blind. I saw him come in. He's not blind. He's lying about being blind.
So what the vision just came back though? It came back really slowly. But yeah, I would say it was at least 20 minutes of complete blindness. Yeah, couldn't see anything. Not like blurry vision, but complete darkness. Yeah.
Damn. So, yeah, because I wonder, is that like close to like an overdose? Like, is blind the first step? I mean, that's kind of good. You got away with just blind.
I know, instead of like Big Dad or whatever.
Yeah, Big Dad is way worse than Little Blind.
Big Little Lies.
Yeah, you can't die at the rave, motherfuckers.
Yeah, the only time I ever went blind, I was at my cousin's house, and I'd thrown some big party in their pool house the night before, and I was eating a bunch of Rotel dip. They teased and vomiting it all up the next day when I woke up, and I was so horribly hungover, just deathly hungover. Like my mom was coming, she called me, and I was horrified, so I like ran back into the house to do something. They have these stairs, and when I was running up the stairs, my vision went black, and I just went down to like my hands and knees, and I was like, oh my God, am I dying right now? And I was like crawling, trying to get to the bedroom for some reason. Oh, so bad.
That's crazy how like fragile vision is. Like just a little dirty Molly, a little cheese. It'll go away.
It can happen to anybody, really.
It's honestly, I don't.
Freak accident. Brandon, have you ever gone blind?
No, not like what you guys are describing. Yeah, it sounds fun. I ain't trust a motherfucker that has
What you were able to identify is that
he's being serious, Grant.
All right, I'll try it.
Take note.
Yeah, we'll go blind after the podcast. We'll get some Molly with amphetamine. We'll get some cheese. We'll just sort of whichever one works first.
Cooper, I do want to just formally apologize for the time I got in your car when you were picking me up in Hollywood, and I had the pint of Evan Williams or whatever in my back pocket, and I sat in your back seat, and it all spilled down the little hole for the seatbelt. I just want to apologize for that.
Yeah,
that was horrible.
I William got in my car, and then I was like, hey, it smells like whiskey. Some in your bottle that you keep in your pocket at all times spill. And then he was like, no. But was like doing the thing where he's obviously lying, but being very funny while doing it. And so I was like laughing, because I could not laugh laugh. But I was also like, yeah, but really, you're fucking up Michael. And then after like literally 10 minutes of discussion, William finally admitted he was like, he was the whole plot. Like 5 minutes before, he was like, a little bit spilled, and then 5 minutes later, and then the next day I got pulled over at 10 a.m. And the cop was like, your car reeks of whiskey. And I said, I have a friend who's an alcoholic. Carries alcohol with him everywhere he goes. So he spilled it in here last night. And I think just since I'm white, I guess he was like, yeah, of course.
Sorry about your friend.
Yeah, I mean, I got pulled over for like texting. It wasn't for bad driving, I guess. So he was just like, yeah, I guess you just have a cool life. He was like, is it William Montgomery killed Tom Shop? Oh, yeah, it is.
Your mom's car. Was that your mom's car?
It might have been. Or was it your car? I don't know. I mean, I think it might have been a mom's old car. I had a old Mercedes.
That's right.
Sweet.
That's nice. Oh,
I had a 1982 Mercedes I bought for like $1,600, and it broke down a lot in other open mics. So dumb. You're rich. This car costs less than like a Honda Civic from 2005. All of your cars are actually more expensive than this car, but you can't really angrily explain it with Mercedes.
I don't know. Your parents' house looked pretty nice. Remember a party at your parents' house one night? Or with your dad's house or something in the valley. Remember that? What house was that? Yeah, I remember doing cocaine in your bathroom. You didn't know. Jack Rothschild. Happy Halloween.
And you're in my own home and not telling me?
Could have shared. My God, you took a big shit and there's a problem. And toilet paper or something.
Come to my father's home in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, your dad's home. Yeah. That's your dad's house.
Those are, yeah. Well, that's like half of the island, because there's an island within San Fernando Valley that we live on.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like Mexico City.
Peter's Island.
Peter's Island. Yeah, Balboa Lake. Yeah, my family is the Balboas. We own Balboa Lake.
Rocky?
Yeah.
Your dad's Rocky.
Yeah.
Oh, Rocky. I thought you were talking about the lake. Oh, Rocky.
No, Rocky. The bottom of the lake definitely has a lot.
Adrian.
Yeah.
Is she nice?
I mean, she's just getting yelled at all the time. She's running around the house trying to find her. You know, he does that. So. Yeah. He's like the thing about my dad is a lot of people know this. He always looks like he just got out of a boxing match. Like, so the eyes are always closed and he can barely talk. And he's just trying to find my mom. But God, does he have a hard time doing it? Because we have such a large house in Balboa Lake.
Was he there for you growing up?
I mean, when he was, you gotta understand the life of a fighter. It's a selfish life. It's hard to have a family. That's he was definitely on the road a lot. But
do you kind of regret that? Do you kind of regret the idea that he had you? Pursuing that lifestyle.
Well, there's nothing for me to regret, and I look up to my dad a lot and everything I did because, I mean, you understand it's like, he was kind of an underdog.
Well,
yeah. So, I definitely look up to him a lot. But, honestly, not having him in the house was bad, but now that he's back, it's mostly just trying to find my mom. So he doesn't play a huge role.
What about the DNA?
Yeah.
The status of
Yeah, a lot of people ask me, have you seen Mom? And I'm like, I don't think she lives here. Yeah, I think she's gone, but I don't know.
I wish I would fight the other day. Yeah, I think once you live that lifestyle, get out, man.
Going to lunch, I wish it was a fight. Wow, this guy really is a real boxer. What do you mean we can eat a sandwich? I want to eat a fist.
How would you fare in a fight? Do you think?
Oh, bad.
Are you working out?
No, I do my little walk thing. Yeah, but I lift weights and shit, so a little bit. But no, I get my ass beat. I know that. That's why I don't get in fights. The closest I've gone to a fight was Andrew, my middle school pickup friend. We had boxing gloves and we were going to go 100% body shots and 50% face. And middle schoolers aren't good at it.
It's hard ratio.
Yeah.
Figure out the moment.
It's just putting a huge amount of like punch awareness in it, as if we're like fucking Tyson Fury. Like, no, we got it. But
so wait, it was 50% body shot. What's up?
I think the thing was like you can go full on the body. No, it wasn't full on the body. It was just 50% the whole way. 50% body head. But the reason I say that is because immediately when the match started, he was going 100% on my body. And I started to have the worry, well, if he's going 100% on my body, he's probably going to hit me 100% in the face. And then before I could really think about that, he did. Just like a flush hook. Like a flush, and it like broke my tooth. And like, what did you do? It was the kind of thing where, like, in my mind, I was like, we're friends, we'll beat each other up. And he was just like once the bell rung, he treated it like a professional match, and I wasn't taking it seriously. So he just pieced my ass up. And no, I felt good because I didn't fall down, but he hit me and it stunned me. And then while I was stunned, I said, "That's not 50%." Like in my but it wasn't. It was a lesson of like, well, yeah. So if that was a real fight, he would have just kept hitting me. So that it's probably bad news for me. I mean,
He could have killed you.
Yeah, I've never been in a real fight. I punched that old man like 5 years ago, but that was it.
For what?
That was when I was 18. I was at an open mic and I was bombing, and then an old man who was. He was actually one of the first people on Comedy Central. He started yelling, "Not funny," and then I started.
And you're 18.
Yeah, just crushing my ass. Not funny. Yeah, and I was having like a bad comedy week where I was like not feeling great about things, and just at an open mic, just like more of a loser than I am now, which is tough. But like I was, just doing bad, and then bombing, and then he was like, "Not funny," and I was like, "You're a fucking old man heckling at an open mic. You're the loser," and trying to beat him with words like a loser, and just getting like he was Trump, I was Hillary, just dominating me the whole time. Like I just couldn't come back because I was trying to just say meaningful things, and he was just hitting me with the Trump cards. Because he only said not funny. He said no other words.
That's great.
Not fun. And then I got lit early. If you can fucking believe it.
Where was the open mic? Where was it?
This was at the now defunct Echoes on Pico. That got shut down because they were having a party, and then a fire marshal came in. So there's too many people in here, and the owner said, "You can go fuck yourself," and set out a fire. Shut down. So there's lessons. But yeah, and then I got lit early, and then I walked off stage. I walked up to him, and he was sitting down. He started to say, "You fucking suck." But I punched him during that. And then
Just right in the face?
yeah,
That's awesome.
and then I walked out, and for like 10 seconds, I felt good. And then I called my girlfriend, and I was like, "I don't know what the fuck I just did, but that was crazy." And then I like called my aunt and got a lawyer within an hour because I assumed I was going to jail for the rest of my life.
They give you life.
Yeah, they give me life. So the cops apparently came, but he drove himself to the hospital, which then meant the cops had to follow him to the hospital, and that pissed him off. And then it went through, all those crimes that they're reported have to go through an assessor's office or whatever, which just determines if the crime is even worth it to bring it to the court. And that office was like, no.
What, did you break his nose or something? What was wrong?
No, I hit him in the eye. That was very bruised. I thought he was like 45. He was 69, which is high school. And I mean, I have a joke about it now. I've been trying not to do the bit like an asshole. But
Who was the guy? What if I have to know the guy?
He's dead now. But the statute of limitations is up, I think.
He was a comic.
I'm not going to say his name, but yeah, he was a comic.
What's his name?
I want to say you after. I don't want to put the guy on blast. I already assaulted him. A guy, the thing is, it is very funny to talk about it, but if I do ever go out and be like, "Yeah, fuck," and then say his name, it's like, "Well, Cooper, you already punched him."
He's a rhyme.
But he finds balance. Yeah, he got very. He went to the Improv the next day. He went to the Improv the next day, and
Shiner.
Yeah, and Brandon Brick said he looked like his eye was dead, because that's what happens. Like old people get bruised on like a corner. So if you punch him, they have like half blackface for the day. Like they look crazy. Yeah. So he showed up and was like, "This guy's insane. You gotta take him off the show." And they were like, "All right, if it'll get this guy to leave." So
you got off the show.
I was kicked off the show. That was my first improv show. It was an independent show or something. But then I was like banned for. But now
From the improv.
yeah, but now I'm back. Me and Rita talk shocked. She was like, that was a misunderstanding.
Don't think of laws.
I think you should put the guy on blast. What's his name?
I wouldn't want anybody watching this to look it up and then DM him and be like, hey, you know the kid you punched is talking shit.
That's cool. You punched him. I think I'd be too big of a pussy. I don't think I would punch. You gotta stand up here. Sometimes people need to be hit. Very, very rarely. But in that situation, yeah, he's too old to be doing that. That's all for sure.
Shut up. Yeah, the only thing that's better is that I was 18 and like fully enraged every day. So it's sort of like those two worlds colliding are almost allowed to fight, where it's like, if I was like a real adult in any sense of the word, it'd be like, what are you doing, man? But then when it's 18, it's like, oh, you're a dumbass. And he's an asshole. So you guys are meeting for the first time. And that's what happens is a clash of the titans.
For sure.
But
When a movable object meets with a unstoppable
yeah, that's what I said before I punched him. I said, you're about to see what happens when a movable object meets an unstoppable force. And he said, wait, that's actually really... And then I punched him.
Shut up. You killed his fucking eye.
Yeah, but I mean...
He wears like an eye patch now, or has a glass eye. That's insane. You killed his eye. And Brandon Briggs famously, he has a wonky eye, so he would know.
He does. Yeah, he's having it. Yeah, having him. So he's a victim himself.
Generational trauma.
It's tough to see. But yeah, I mean, that guy got fucked up, and I mean, it was like, I guess it's really like the worst thing I've ever done. But that's why I can't fight now, because it's just like, listen, man, like, just, you don't know how to punch. You either get punched by your friend Andrew and lose a tooth, or you punch an old man. So,
Did it hurt your hand?
I think maybe a little bit, but I don't know.
So soft.
I have a habit of punching walls, so I've kind of been training for the man's face eventually.
Could you ever get your fist through a wall?
Yeah. I don't really punch walls anymore, but yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Like, it's just when it's just like the drywall. Yeah, anybody who can. It's not like a strength thing. I got the tiniest wrist in the league. I did punch a chair recently. My wrist hurt for 2 weeks.
Would you punch like the top of it and slam?
Yeah. I just had a very good talk with Eric Griffin, because he took me on the road and we just had a good talk about things. That was like very, very supportive, but he was also like checking me on things. And then one night he totally punched a chair, and then I wrote and made 2 clips because I was so angry. I like punched a chair and then was like, all right, now I have to make clips and write so I can justify them.
Wait, what did he say to you? Or maybe you don't want to say, but what did he say to you that made you punch a chair? Do you think that it was bad advice, or you didn't want to hear it?
No, it was good advice. Yeah, he was like,
something that stuck out that really bothered a happy punch.
The thing that stuck out was he was like,
yeah, what were you angry about? You were just frustrated at the situation because he was correct.
Well, yeah, he was telling me honest things because he cares about me enough to tell me honest things or whatever. So he was like, you know, you opening for me, you have to crush so hard, I'm afraid to follow you, and I don't feel that way. And I was like, like I wasn't surprised to hear that, because I was like, yeah, I'm having good sense on that, like murder, the funny bone at 7 p.m. You know, but yeah, he said that, and then I got back and punched a chair and wrote jokes.
Chairs are crazy this time of year. Chairs are too hard. Chair stuff.
You know when you're in a hotel room in Tulsa and you can't stop punching those goddamn chairs they have, and you're like, why is this chair harder than it's supposed to be? My damn wrist hurts.
Do you like uppercut it or punch it straight on? How do you do it?
I gave it a gut punch action. Yeah, like
so like one of those.
Yeah, because that's the level the chair was at. Yeah. I really didn't want to come on here and seem like an insane person, but then I talked about punching the old man and punching a chair 2 weeks ago.
Oh, no, stop.
Talked about bombing and punching chairs. That's really what I'm up to.
Yeah, when Dr. Marler said I couldn't be a fucking English professor, trust me, I wanted to freaking punch a chair, but I was too much of a pussy. So I kind of respect you on that. God, look at that light. I don't get no light, so what it didn't light. Grant, you have brought this to a standstill. Yeah, I mean,
that's why I did it on the screen.
Yeah.
That would be more. I mean, we didn't even get it. We have a lot more to cover.
It was sort of like a first open mic thing. Like, what is that? What's that line? What are you doing to me? bro. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, I've never done that before.
Never seen that before. Kicking us out early, we got really letting us know we have to get out. I mean, about to treat you like a chair, brother.
You better get out of that chair you're in. If I see a motherfucker in a chair, he's getting punched. I mean, historically, that's
Going after the chair is just collateral damage. It's sitting. So you're not going. So if somebody's watching, you're not going for the person sitting in the chair. You're going for the chair.
Well, that's why I put the old man, because you're sitting.
So you're really going for
And I
the
see
chair.
that motherfucker in that chair.
Yeah.
It's defensible, of course. Yeah, but it's just one of those things.
He's going for the chair, Judge.
Yeah,
Just really on the chair.
Yeah.
And it's really sad. Judge Million's new show, the new update on that one, it's fake. It's fake.
As far as
There was
we can
some
tell,
thing on the other day. It was blatantly.
legendary
What? It was some older lady, younger guy.
Young guy, he's supposed to be after 3 days,
in
he's
the
frozen
7th,
or
8th, 9th century
On the
were
cannoli.
basically
With
migrants.
the ring and
Lots
the
of them coming
cannoli.
from
And she was like
Italy,
twice his
primarily
age.
for the
They
purposes
don't
of
Yeah, it's fake. She tried
the
to sue
Jews
him.
had a unique
Sure,
set of skills.
She's old.
Although they
Puts the
were
ring in
still
the
quite
cannoli like a
involved
bono.
in agriculture, we'll speak about their agricultural
And then like he
activities.
had a
They're
corn
very
Bozo. I think I was going for Bozo there. Not Bono and then Bozo.
They have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world.
But yeah, it's
One of the
fake.
reasons why
It's
they
bullshit.
have a lot to do with
Yeah,
the
ring in the cannoli.
Trying to
trade.
ring in
They
somebody's
can
food
start
is so
trade
funny.
going. They have
Just
lots of
eating a
markup
meal and they're like,
so on. And with their literacy and democracy, also
in your mouth.
loophole
Are
in
most of those
Christian
judge shows fake?
doctrine,
Are any of them
which
like
will
First
also
one,
later,
people's
they're
first
able
was
to
not
finance
Israel's
and
false
credit.
claims.
So there's lots of
Better.
reasons
That would
why
be a life-changing thing for me if I found out it was all fake.
territory. But
I don't even
bearing
know
in
how I
mind
would react to
our
that, 'cause I
overall
believe
discussion
it's
right now, which is
Is
Jew
Judy
law
I
and the
think so.
idea
It's
of the law
actors.
I
as
think
a
it's
privilege rather than a right. What
Somebody
exactly
posted
do
an
you do with
Instagram
the Jews?
expose
Where do
about
they
how Judge
fit
Judy
in that
actually has
feudal
a whole
structure
ass.
that we discussed in the last video? So the answer is
She's behind the-
that
she's
Jews
behind
were
the podium
basically
the whole time.
given
So they're in
sets
it.
of
Yeah,
privileges,
Yeah, you can't see under the
which
road.
vary
From the eyes of the
from
court.
place to place. These are often called charters. So let's have a
That's
look
what she's doing
at
on
one
the
of those charters, for example, that of Rudiger of Speyer, which was dated since 84.
Yeah. She's like, I don't care about
This
your
is
damn tree that
probably,
fell in the yard. I'm trying to show my butthole.
you know,
That's the new
post-dated
show.
from the Jews' actual
That's how
presence
they
there.
do it now.
And there's some interesting questions
Oh,
about,
it's so
you know,
millennial.
was Rudiger
It's
actually
absolutely millennial.
issuing these privileges
Looking
for
at
the
Blood
very
Hustle,
first time, or
Cooper
was he
thinks so much
stating
for
a
being on the
reality
show.
Thank you for
in order
having
to
me. This is
attract
wonderful.
more Jewish settlement?
Very nice
Hard
to
to
see
say.
you.
Maybe we'll get into
So
greater
funny.
detail
And
later.
now
But for
we
now,
gotta give a shout out to
the
our
introductory
mercenaries. So
paragraph is
Cooper
quite
started
interesting.
a big trend, and yes,
who
it's slowly
is a
what is it
bishop,
going down?
but he is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer. He writes,
we have, I mean,
when I
part of
wanted
Sean
to make the
King,
village of
obviously,
Speyer
Jan
into a
Fox,
city,
Part of
I
there's
thought
that guy
it would
drawing
increase
Sean
the
King
honor
or
of
Sean
our
King
place
painting.
1,000-fold if I were to bring in
and
Jews.
Destiny A4,
Wow.
and what does the A stand for? J Dizzy,
Wow.
Jokai.
And then the charter goes through a whole
Justin
series
Threckle, my
of
old
things
doctor's
that
son.
Rudiger will do for the Jews if
Papa
only
John
they would
Schnatter,
Again, it's quite
Matt,
possible
Russell,
that we
come
lived
to
there
US
before.
please. I have
This was
skin
kind of
cancer
like
now.
designed to
When I go
firm
on
up the relationship and
Tickle sauce.
intentionally backdated. But let's see what it says.
There's some
First of all,
Dank
Rudiger says
Milk.
the Jews
Dank
have the
Milk's
right
new, too.
Think
to have
that's
a
new.
separate
Yeah, those two are new.
walled
There's a
neighborhood.
couple of
He
new ones,
explicitly refers to the right
Sure,
of the
mercenaries.
Jews to
So you
self-defense.
think every
And
single
that the
one, every
wall
single
around
time,
their
you don't
community,
just do the new
kind of like
ones?
those gated
No,
communities
it's,
that
yeah,
Boca
it's
Raton
part of the
is designed
yeah,
specifically
part of
to
the
protect
yes,
these
incentive
activities.
program.
Yeah.
He says
Every
the Jews
single
have the
one. You
right
think
to
that's a bad
engage
idea?
in
No,
commerce
it's funny.
in
Yeah, I
city
know.
limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river
Thank
trade,
you for having
which
me.
is extremely important.
Where can
And
people find you
note
online?
that you
It's
might be
just my
thinking
full
in the
name,
21st century
Cooper
manner, like,
stuff,
what do you
and then
think?
listen to the
You
Cooper
go
Lighted
move
as
it
well
to a town and then
podcast,
you
and
can
also
open up
Dag
business.
Points
No,
Machine.
not like that at all. This is a medieval society
Where
where
you're literally
businesses are
alone.
controlled by
Yeah, I'm
guilds,
alone. That's a
and
bad
not
podcast,
everybody can become a
it's,
shoemaker. You have to,
you know, it's
spend
mostly
time.
just me.
First, you have to be accepted as an
Punching
apprentice.
chairs.
You have to fulfill
Yeah, I was
a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a
I told my
place
friend, I was like,
where
some
you're
podcasts
allowed
that
to
are
set up
done
a
as
shingle on
just
your
guys
own.
by themselves.
People just can't start a
like
business on
podcasts
their own.
mine,
They
it
have
just
to
seems
have
like a guy
legal
being
rights.
filmed. So.
Or I shouldn't say the word
But
right.
I think,
They have to have
maybe
legal
there's something
privileges.
to watch.
They have to
I
be
talked for about
granted
the North
this privilege.
Sentinel Eye.
The Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery, very important right. Jews
before
need
that,
to
it was
have
Yemen, so we're
several
having a fun time.
institutions within a
Yeah,
reasonable
and then
amount of space, and cemeteries one of them. They will not be charged ahead on guests.
Thanks for
Meaning,
joining
if
us
a
for
Jew
this
is
week's
traveling
episode of
from
the
place
William
to place
McGovern Show.
and shows up in Speyer,
Send
they
your
won't be held
questions,
up at the gate
artwork,
saying,
and
hey, you're not
manifestos
one of
to the
our
William
Jews, you're not
McGovern
allowed
Show
in here,
at
or you
gmail.com.
must pay a heavy
Leave
tax and
William
so
a
on.
voicemail
Lots of
at
places, many centuries into the future actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their
And
places,
never miss
or
an
will
episode of the
set
William
like
Montgomery
really
Show by
artificial
subscribing
limits
to
in
the
Venice,
William
really
Montgomery
artificial
Show
limits on
channel
how
on
long a
YouTube
Jew
and
can be
anywhere
made on
podcasts are sold.
islands and so on.
Check out William online
He
at
says, Rudiger says that the Araki synagogus,
William.f.montgomery1
which is
on
a term meaning
Instagram.
the leader of the
William
synagogue,
Montgomery. Check out Kill
has
Tony
the
on
same
YouTube.
authority
Check him
among
out live at the
Jews
Comedy
as
Mothership
the
in Austin,
mayor of
Texas,
Speyer
every
has
Monday night.
among Christians.
Find more of
Very
me, Casey
essentially
Rocket,
saying,
at
you guys can run your own affairs with your
patreon.com/CaseyRocket.
own
Follow me on
leader.
Instagram
And
at Casey
specifically
Rocket. This
argued,
episode of the William
specifically
Montgomery
stipulates
Show was
that
recorded at Record
the
ATM
Araki
Studios
synagogus
right
can
here in
actually
the heart
judge
of
cases.
Austin, Texas.
Again,
The William
it's
Montgomery Show
public law
was
because
produced by
they're judging
William
it
Montgomery.
themselves.
The anthem is
We'll
sung
speak
by
a little
William
later about what
Montgomery. The
happens when you
drums are
have
sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William
what
Montgomery.
happens then.
The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us.
He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible that Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve.
Live in Austin, Texas, USA.
That's the one
It's the William Montgomery Show.
even not sure that's what it is.
Starring William
So
Montgomery.
removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient, and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it.
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica.
to make the rest of the meat.
I'm Casey
So he says,
Rocket.
no problem, we will buy
And
that.
now here he is.
He
The big
outlined
red
some
machine, the
responsibilities of
Memphis
Jews.
Wrangler,
They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money, coin in Speyer currency, to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular. And they are
There's
in
an Nashville
charge
guy, he
of
just threw a
guarding
big
their own
country music guy
walls,
just threw a
so
chair
the
off
birds
the
are
top of the
protecting
right?
them does
Yeah,
not
Morgan
fall
Wall.
into the cities of
He
Old.
threw a
But
chair.
when you look at the entirety
I
of
think
this
it was
chart,
close. I'm sure
it's
it
actually
killed
pretty
someone. It was
attractive,
4 stories
and
up
you
or
can see
something.
why Jews would say, hey, there's actually a place for us here.
Hanging out with
Nice
this guy
carpet
who
beach
created
for our privileges. We can live
Jimmy
and work here
Johnson.
for security.
Chris Rock, or not Chris Rock, Kid Rock.
At which point
That guy introduced himself to me so weird
But
because I
for
didn't know
now,
who he was.
I
And
think
I
you
met
enjoyed
him.
watching this
He
video.
walks over and he goes,
Thank you very
"My
much for
name's
watching.
James. I make sandwiches. I think you're really funny." I was like, "Cool, James." I thought he was also autistic. I was like, "Cool story, James. Good for you." And then he walked away, and Lucy from Zanies walked over and said,
One of the most important people
It was Jimmy.
who
He
did
said his name was
research
James.
on Julie
That's funny.
Yeah, that's neither Jimmy or John.
Yeah, we started talking to him, and 30 seconds into the conversation, he's like, "Yeah, I sold my company for $2.8 billion." I just thought it was funny. He just put that in the sentence 30 seconds
He
into
taught
it. It
for a
was
little while
fun.
the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually
Yeah.
he left
Like if you
Europe
have one,
for
it
the
comes
United
up in
America.
conversation. You're just like, hey, my name's Casey, 17 inches. My name's James, $2.8 billion.
I know. It's like, damn, fair enough, sir.
And we're going to look at the
Yeah, you didn't have to lay it out and measure it right in front of everybody for us.
Yeah.
We knew it was big.
He had tied one on, too. He was sweaty as the dickens. He was sweaty.
His
You
life
know,
work
red
for about
face.
20
He
years. He ended up
Sweaty as
in
the
here, he
dickens.
published in
He was
1949
flush
a
red.
remarkable book.
That's how he looked. He looked a
Jews
little whiter
medieval
back then.
journey. This is it. It's
What,
breakfast
right?
book. It's
No,
really
I'm kidding. That's the country guy. It's more
Like that, but more like a toasted
But I want
hazelnut.
to point out to you one
To be in the major leagues and making sandwiches is so crazy. Because we all make them, but no one like makes them. He makes them.
Yeah,
Not at all.
about the
Imagine
heroism
Michael
of
Jordan
previous
making
generations of
I know,
historians.
for sure.
We really
I
gotta
ate
just
at one
look
in
at this for a second.
Springfield, Missouri
So
this past
what
Friday.
exactly did
Yeah, it was where there's a Jimmy
the
John
thing about
across the street. I went to the Jimmy
medieval law
John's.
is that
It was
you know, you
fine. It
didn't
was
have
pretty
like a
good. The girls listened
single
to music way too loud. I
that
didn't
was
say anything,
like
and I didn't
repeated
care.
over
But she
and
was
over and over again.
blasted
People said, well,
music
here's our central code. You
through
didn't
the
have
freaking
some of
speakers.
this
And
in the
I'm
Roman
thinking,
period.
yeah, it was
the Persian
fine.
codex,
But it just seemed weird. It's like this
what
point
you
like
do
nobody's
have
in here.
is a very
It's so
important
incredibly
collection
loud
called
right
the
now. What type of beat is it?
of which there are other
Was
versions
it?
of it. And it was in the 12th century in which
I wish it was if it was
Writer
reggaeton.
basically tried to collect
turn it
what
up.
is
Turn up.
the customary law
Yeah,
of the 12th
please. It
century.
was, I don't know,
Certain
Wiz
parts
Khalifa
of
or something.
both today German.
Hell
It's
yeah.
actually quite fascinating. There's a lot of stuff about these. And
I love this. I could never go to high
But
school. So
as
cool.
this legal read,
It's funny. What is
many
that? One of
listeners
his
said,
albums?
hey, we really like this.
Oh,
That's
that's a weird album.
just
That was one of those like direct to
And so
video
it's sort of reverberated
kind of
throughout
movies.
the
And they were like 25 or 30 playing high schoolers, and they just like wanted to smoke weed and hang out. It's cool.
Little Yachty.
That
I
established
think
a
that was the
version
sequel.
of
It was
the laws
That was the
that were
sequel to
codified in
How Hot.
Now,
Yeah,
and
okay.
there's lots
With
of
Lil
ways to
Yachty?
use this
Yeah.
resource, you know.
Yeah, they replaced
So
Method
what
Man
Guido Kish
with
did
Little
in the
Yachty.
1910s and 1920s
Those are things of equal
all
value.
over Germany.
Yeah.
Went
Yeah,
into
love it. I loved
local
his
archives,
It Gets Cold,
local
like
town
Minnesota
halls,
song.
show me your
I think he
oldest
just
records.
keeps repeating that. It gets cold like Minnesota.
All of these
I used to love that.
thousands of
I
them,
still love that.
and noted how they were
My
related
favorite Little Yachty reference is
be able to
there's a
write
rapper
up
named Kyle
massive
who also had like a
how
Netflix
law
movie
spread
about
throughout
being a
Germany.
rapper.
Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis took the power, they
Mark's on the-
In
confiscated
the movie,
all
yeah,
of
in the
these
movie.
papers.
But then he
He
has
just
a
mentions
real
this, by the
song
way,
with
in
Little
passing,
Yachty
page
called
66
I Spy,
of the book.
where
By the way, I
the
worked
beginning
for
is like a
20
conversation
years,
between the
and
two
then
of
the
them,
Nazis
and he
just took it all
calls
away.
him Little
After the
Boat.
war, he
And
writes
that
this
is my
book published
favorite
in 1949,
Little
and
Yachty
tries to get
reference
back
of all
some of those
time.
documents.
He
But it's
calls
also
him in a
did know,
conversation.
however, that
Little
Nazis
Boat.
did publish
I
two
love it.
volumes
Is a
based
yacht and a
entirely on his
technically, I
research
guess a yacht is a
without
boat.
any
Yeah.
attribution
Yeah.
to it because
And a little yacht. It's because you have to be over a certain size
what
to be
goes
a
around
yacht.
comes around,
So
however, the
little
entire
yacht is
institute
just boat.
had
For
stolen
sure.
all his
Not
materials,
all
was
boats are
heavily
yachts,
damaged
but
by
all yachts are
last
boats.
months
Yeah.
of the
You're
war,
right.
and
It's like every
everything
time
was lost.
Korean
Entire
I
history,
don't
all
think,
the
I don't think
papers.
that's correct. I don't think that's
What's
correct either. Because then you get on certain like yachts or things like that. They're like, it's not a boat, it's a ship.
Oh, that's true.
But
There's
he's
a
also-
Is every ship a boat though? I'm picturing just a boat as the
material.
a
He would
boat.
like take a
Yeah.
separate set of notes
Is
specifically
boat Grant?
about
Please help us somehow. Yes, boat ship.
legal
Yeah.
decisions of Jewry law.
Oh, it is a boat yacht.
There's a yacht.
Oh,
He
this is
didn't
perfect.
turn over
Yeah.
his
At the next
publication
slide.
because he
Oh,
was
it's a
working.
yacht when it has
This was his
sandwiches
side
on it.
gig.
Dude, I'll dive in.
He was
Right,
able to
I got
save
the
those side notes.
So
and
every
come up
boat
with this
Jimmy John's is on is a yacht.
The Jews
It takes
and
yachts.
a study of the
Yes.
legal
A yacht is any type of sea vessel strictly for recreational pleasure purposes.
students of medieval law.
That changes things up a little bit.
So technically, if you're trying to fuck in a canoe, it's a yacht.
Large enough to have some form of sleeping quarters, it also says. Maybe also a kitchen and a
Let's
bathroom.
That they're rich in your
our
plan.
discussion of the legal
Kitchen
status of the Jews.
sandwiches.
By looking at a different charter, this one proposed about 100 years later,
Yes.
1190, by Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important.
yacht.
Yeah,
But this particular charter is special that much larger than we looked at the Kennedy Court.
Also, if you have frontier, you don't pronounce it yacht. You call
Points
it
to
a
a
yacht.
new status that Jews will be developing over the
Is a house
Jewish
building a yacht?
Bulgarian Ashkenaz, that of Servi Camerarius, which
Yes,
means
that's correct.
servants of the royal
You can't get grand if you want
What
to.
this
But
refers
this
to,
is, you
we'll
don't
get
have
into a lot
to.
more when we talk about the economics, is that
You're
Jews
totally.
became,
He's
in terms of the system of privileges
This is
and
like
legal status, they became sort of like the
if I have
possession
the headphones
of
on,
the
so
king.
I gotta have
This
the
was
earbuds.
exceptionally useful
So
to
I'm
the
the
king
same way with
for
headphones.
economic purposes.
Normally, I
We'll
put
get into that in
headphones
a
on to
separate
cancel
lecture.
out noise and
But
not have
somewhat
conversation.
irritating
So I gotta be careful with
So
headphones
let's have
to
a
not
look at
take
this
myself out of the
particular charter
conversation.
and what it refers to and what
Have you ever seen the movie that
First of
Sia
all,
made about the girl who
there's a
dances?
really interesting preamble,
Yeah,
which
I
Henry
know,
IV
but I know
says
he's
that he was
watched it.
approached by
Yeah, I
certain
watched the
Jews
breakdown of
led
it.
by Judah ben
Oh,
Colonos.
pretty bad.
This is
That's
the
hilarious.
Colonos
That's
family.
everybody's breakdown movie on YouTube. I watched because it's movies about a girl with autism, and I got to watch all the real life autistic people break down on the internet
They
about
come
that.
to the emperor
They're like, it sucks. She sucks. All of the, like that, all autistic people on the internet talk about Sia and that movie like Donald Trump. They're like, they're the worst. It's horrible.
Lower class.
Is that what Sia was trying to do? Was she trying to
Not
mess
serving
with
in an
autistic
expensive
folks, or that's just how certain autistic folks perceive the movie?
I don't think she was trying to like mess with them. I think she was trying to
not
make
serving
like
like
a
knights
Forrest
and
Gump movie
physically
now.
defending the territory like what exactly would happen to you in terms of
She was trying to make Forrest Gump now.
So
And
anyway,
now there's like a coalition.
yes, I
You know what I mean? So
will
they tried to make Forrest
provide
Gump now without the coalition, and they got mad at that.
confirmation of a much earlier kind of status. that
Autistic
organically
actors and like
evolved
writers and stuff like that.
She's
And,
hot. She's dancing.
state
yeah. And apparently they like hired autistic writers to work on the movie and then fired them. It was like, no, we're gonna keep the regulars involved in this one. So there was all sorts of weird stuff that happened.
Yeah,
Emperor
yeah,
Henry
it was
IV
supposed to
says,
be like a celebration of like
neither small nor great,
her life, like
Freeman
concerts
nor
of music, and then it came off really, really offensive. So then everyone's like, "Holy shit, this is so offensive! I hate this!" And yeah, it really backfired for everybody involved.
and so
Is that the girl?
noblemen,
Is it the girl that they're at?
local
Yeah,
peasants,
because she's
they
not
want to
autistic.
get
She's just like a regular
mixed
person.
up with the Jews and
I actually
the way
don't
that
know
the
what
system
it's
will
like, because Sia is the lady that wears
The
like
charter
the
goes on to say that
like
no one will be
jazzy
allowed to
hats.
seize Jewish property illegally, including
You know,
their
who was
land.
good at
Which, by the
acting
way,
a different.
widespread
Oh my gosh,
misapprehension
what
that
the
Jews
school?
were not allowed
Which have you ever seen that?
Norton?
Yeah, it worked. Oh my gosh, have you ever
While
seen
there
that?
are some places
I
where
went on a tear the other night to watch like 4 or 5 movies. This one was one of the most wonderful. He acted. I don't know. I think.
It just turns out that it may not have been very
Yeah,
wise.
just special
investment
needs,
in
but it was
because
for the long
there's a lot
con.
of
He was
expulsion.
casing out the freaking customs house in
Three
Montreal
times
for
in
So
that
that's
country.
yeah. So he plays simple Jack for like the first 2/3 of the movie.
Jesus.
And then just like
Therefore,
he
this
dies.
is
Crazy out at the end, and I'm like, all right, that's fucking
the
crazy.
charter goes on to say that
Yeah,
no one can
that's
take
pretty
the
cool.
property,
He straightens out the foot.
chattel,
What?
or real estate.
But his
And
foot
what
was
happens if
wonky.
someone
I
tries to
know
do
the
that?
poor
Well,
old
first of
man. I
all,
won't give
they'll
anything
have to
away.
pay,
Everyone will watch it. But the
what
poor
Bible
old
would
man, he
call
works with some old guy the whole
It's a
time, and then
double
he's like
payment.
hacking into the
So
shed.
if
The old guy catches him. Oh gosh,
property,
I wanted to die. I like the friendship. I like that.
after
I felt that.
the cut. And secondly, you would have to pay one pound of gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely
Yeah, when those worlds collide.
interest of the
Yeah.
state
Also,
to
when
enforce
they
it.
combine like child daycares with old folks' homes.
Oh yeah.
The charter goes on to say the Jews have
Oh
the
yeah,
right
it's like this. It's like weird animal friendships, but in humans. You know, it's like, oh, they're supposed to be friends.
from region to region.
It's all people.
Something that's really important
I
for
was
the
like,
growth
you
of trade. They use their easy pass
It's
to
like
get
the
through
Twilight Zone.
all of
There's a
the
Twilight Zone where some
turnstiles
young
and they never
kid
had
comes
to
to
pay.
the old folks' home and then gets them to play kick the can.
Local
And they all
authorities
turn
would never be
young.
allowed to bill it. Soldiers or other
Except one old guy, I think he decides not to kick the can because he wants to, I don't know, he doesn't want to go back.
happened
Or
because
something happens. They're all scared to go back, but one guy goes back.
British were constantly building like housing their
Yeah.
soldiers in private homes. Now there's a really interesting
Kicking the
section
can.
here about what happens to a Jew
They're
who
just
caught stolen
scabbing
goods.
Carruthers.
So this can happen in one of two ways. It's first of all, it's possible that
And the shining
is involved in
There's
illicit
Leslie
activity
Nielsen.
as colloquialism is the offense,
Prior
right? Where
American.
someone steals goods, let's say
That
John
looks like an old Bill
steals
Clinton, the one guy. He really kind of does. Right next to the old lady and the other person in the hat.
Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in the store to sell to,
Who's that really dating the
Leon.
on the left?
But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, "Hey, these are my pots. You were stolen from buy." So that's definitely the thing. We think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not in fact stolen. But maybe we'll get to that when we talk a little bit more of the economics. At any rate, what happened if he bought these in good faith? John said, "These are in fact my pots. I did not steal them from anyone," and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots.
Grant has the pizza. That's one of our giant sponsors. Is the pizza sweatshirt? Have you ever seen such a thing? You get if you have extra pizza, you put it inside of the pocket, so you can carry around your pizza.
That
Yeah, it's actually really useful for
charters. So under these circumstances, the charter says,
do you have the metal part in there, Grant? Or are you heating it up right now?
bought these goods in good faith, has the right to pay for the value that he expected for them.
Grant.
Last night, Red Band had a cheeseburger in
Would be
his
able to take a
sweater
regular
pocket.
oath
Ooh, that sounds
to
good.
say that
Grant,
yes, I
yeah,
paid
what
for that.
happened? Oh my gosh, it's
Based
aging
on
up.
good faith
It was his
that
voice.
John had said they were not stolen.
Talk
So
again. I'm
essentially
sorry.
the Jew
It seemed like it
oath is
got
accepted
loose
here.
and then you weren't
A
coming
lot
in
more
very well.
discussion later about
no.
specific oaths that
It's cutting
were
in and out.
required of Jews to take because
Grant.
they were not
That's
Jews.
foul.
But this
Thanks.
particular charter of
Okay,
what
there.
Please, AJ, forgive us. He only does this every now and again. He must be in a mood today.
charter goes
It's kind
on
of
to a
raining
different
hell
direction.
over
To say there will be
Yep.
no
It's
forced
embarrassing for
baptism
us.
Ooh, wait,
of
I
children.
think we're there. I think we're back.
Again,
I think we're
like
all
the
the way
last
back.
case,
Cool.
the
It just
idea
means,
that
I guess, all that other stuff we said was not
common that it
important.
would be raised as a concern
That's
by
how that
Colonists
It was
and
it was
others
coming in.
for the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenge that we'll talk about that a little more.
All right, from the top.
But what if it happens? What if a child is taken as was kidnapped?
Oh, and by the way, I love the extras photos. If you're younger in the extra, what movies were you in?
The church, especially the upper levels,
Please.
Yes.
They look really cool. AJ, our main man, Moran, I guess he was in movies. A movie guy didn't even tell us
We
about.
had no idea.
They are
I'm in a bunch of movies.
So what the charter specifically says is
IMDb.
reiterates
You were in the
legal
leftovers?
discussion
I
of
actually
the ban
didn't make it
on
into the leftovers. I went to
But
that scene
it says
and
that
I'm
if
just
it happens,
off of the scene, so they cut me out of it.
the person who performed
I
the
got
forced
cut out of the
baptism
one
has
movie
to
I
pay
was in.
£12 to the treasury.
What was that?
There's no
Kevin
word
Smith's
on the
Clerks 3.
status of this
Whoa.
baptized child.
What happened?
What's
Why'd you
your
get
line?
off?
Presumes that
I
the
didn't have a
state
line.
did not
I
want
got
this
cut
ban
out of a
in this
background
particular
scene.
issue.
The scene where Justin Long shows up
What
in the
happens if
emergency
they
room to shave
came forward
Randall's
and
groin.
for willing baptism,
That's
which
right.
is, of course, a
Yeah,
phenomenon
I'm in the background of that, and they told me to have a conversation with the
So
background
basically,
dude that
there was
was
a
sitting at the
3-day
nurse's station.
quarantine.
And I was like,
where
well, what am I supposed to
the
say? And they're like, oh, just
Christians
make
were
some shit
required to
up.
be separated
And I was
from
like,
everyone,
okay.
in order to make sure that
But,
he really was doing what was
We all have the same job. And when people tell us to make shit up, we do it to make people laugh. So I was just cracking this other dude up in the background, and he's supposed to have a serious face the whole time. So I basically just ruined it, so they had to use a different camera angle and cut us out.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And then this Justin Long does thing where he shuts his eyes and it looks like he has eyeballs on his
That's exactly that is so funny.
He got these tattoos on my eyeballs last night. And it looks like his eyes genius almost. It looks like you're never asleep or something. Like you're always awake. Shit was laced. Yeah, so funny. Oh man, what is not funny? The freak in that movie with what was that one with what's gosh, set in Seattle? All the movies.
The charter says that the slaves
Gosh,
would remain
seen that
in
one
the
recently?
employ of the Jewish
Have you
owner,
ever seen it?
and the person
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it. That's the one where Mark Wahlberg hangs underneath the bottom of the car, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to continue by
He's
looking
doing
a
weird
little bit
stuff.
closer at this
Yeah.
video.
Like when
What
is he?
I might be mixing up multiple movies.
Reese Witherspoon, young Reese
I think
Witherspoon, underage.
It's like Robert De Niro, her dad.
Who's your
No,
dad?
it's some guy.
That's
I
Meet
didn't
the Fockers.
recognize.
No,
Yeah, maybe.
there's another movie very similar to Fear. I think
Interesting.
it's Robert De Niro as the dad. Cape Fear.
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you.
That's where Robert De Niro's the prisoner.
Counselor. Counselor.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
When we discuss the legal status of this
Cool.
note that until
What is
now,
Fear
we've
about?
largely
Well, he's an older guy, and fucking
How
Reese
it's
Witherspoon sees his ass playing
specifically,
football, and he's looking
talk
hot,
about
and
charters
they
and
look at each other, and then they go to a rave, and they meet up, and he's just a real weirdo, and he changes everybody's clocks back 30 minutes. That's a prank he does on the dad. I thought it was like the stupidest prank. I didn't even
It's like dad versus boyfriend, basically.
Yeah, his dad versus boyfriend, and he's leaving the dad's office, and he picks up the clock and does it back 30
He's like, have her back before curfew. He goes, okay.
Yeah, he does get an extra 30 minutes. To hook up. Finger blast your daughter. Yeah, on the roller coaster. You should watch it just for that.
Roller coaster.
Yeah.
Now, so Cape Fear, the Robert De Niro one, he's like an escaped convict.
He's scary.
I think, and he's like obsessed with like this guy's teenage daughter.
Max Candy, I think is
And like,
amazing. Yeah.
but this dude like tries to like take his family like out of town, like away from this dude, and he's like hanging on the bottom of the family car when they pull away, and like just assumingly hangs there this entire road trip.
Better have some cardboard or something between his back and the pavement. Yeah, that
Pop will take your kidney out.
Yeah, it's pretty unreasonable. Yeah, that's almost like a death wish.
But look how jacked he is. Obviously, that Robert De Niro could hang on the underside of a U-Haul for 3 hours.
He could hang on my I would watch. He's watching. Hell yeah, I would watch.
Don't they end up on a boat? Doesn't it end in a boat?
I think they do.
Jews were there originally.
Boat movies. No.
Cruise ship. The only way that
For some reason, he gets tied to that.
Well, is there a kitchen and a sleeping area? Because that would make a movie on a yacht.
Yeah. What's a cruise ship?
This is
It's a ship.
complex
Oh, yeah, ship.
They get they're one of those ones that they get very upset about that. I did the Jay and Silent Bob cruise.
Come in our
What's that? Are you doing comedy on it? Yeah. How is it? Fun.
Awesome. I do. That's how I like kind of like got like my first like start was I was living in a van and I won a contest in Kansas City to open for Jason Mewes. And I went back and opened for him and crushed. And he was like, dude, do you want to come on the road? And so I started, that's awesome.
Do they do that cruise thing every year?
This was the first one, and they're going to do another one in 2025. So they're going to start
Do
doing
you all get on the cruise show?
Imagine if that ship went down like the Titanic, the Jay and Silent Bob. Instead of people doing the violin as it's going down, it's just Jay and Silent Bob doing their kind of smoochies. So where was the cruise going?
It did the Bahamas. So there's like one cruise ship that does like all of the themed like celebrity cruises. So like Maddie Smith went and did like the Impractical Jokers cruise like 2 weeks before we went on the same ship to do the Jason Mewes, like the Jay and Silent Bob.
You do it like a couple shows at night or something.
Yeah, we did like they have shows like all over the ship for different shit. And then I did 2 stand-up shows, like a Friday and a Saturday, and then I also did Jay. He had like his like stand-up show on like the main like full deck, like outdoor kind of thing. And we did his shows, so three shows, 3 sets, 30 sets.
What's your food like?
Yeah, good.
Awesome. Also, they put us on, like, they use that ship for the celebrity cruises because there's, like, a special deck that, like, area that has, like, it's like a courtyard with its own pool and all of the rooms around it are, like presidential suite kind of thing. And that's, like, so there's, like, a celebrity compound on the ship. So we had, like, these insane rooms with with a shower so big I could lay down in it, like full on lay down, stretch my arms over my head. But there were also 2 windows in the shower with like blinds, and we had opened up the blinds like to see like outside. It's like, this is so awesome. But then the next morning, like it's like a king size bed. They have like curtains like in an RV to like block it out for privacy. So you're sleeping in like pitch black cocoon. I wake up the next morning, blinding light, walk straight into the shower, start running the shower on myself to wake up. And I'm like, why is there still blinding light? And I open up my eyes, and the window blinds in the shower are open. But we are parked in the Bahamas, and there's another cruise ship right next to us. And there's people sitting on their balconies with drinks watching me shower.
I'm watching you lay down in the shower.
I wasn't laying down the next morning, dude. I was fully stood up.
Did you go through the curtains real quick?
Yeah, that's right.
Apparently was quite
I went,
popular.
oh, yeah. He was almost finished. You didn't have shampoo yet? Yeah. Well, that sounds nice. I always assumed on a cruise ship you were just like down in some area without any windows or anything. That sounds really nice.
Yeah, we were up on like a top deck, had our own like little pool courtyard, and then like a private set of steps up to our own private like sun deck. Oh, cool. Yeah. I had a couple drinks. I don't like drink anymore, but I had a couple drinks on the cruise.
Cool. I started drinking on the cruise. International water. That's
Piracy laws apply.
Oh yeah, I would tie one on. How many people do you think were on this cruise? Because I've never seen the flyer for that. It was 1,000.
Oh, it was more than 1,000. Like a full sold out cruise. I think there's like 2,600 people.
So were you seeing the same? I guess you just did 3 shows because I was wondering, you just see the same people in the audience every time.
No, it's kind of like comedy. It's like 2,400 people. That's a city.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah, that's Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Fort Wayne.
You do 5 shows in Fort Wayne. You might have a couple holdovers. People that are like, we bought tickets to every show, and it's like, well, you like watching things over and over again, don't you?
It happened to be in Springfield on Saturday. I flew out there looking out. Yeah, look at that. See this guy? I was like, is that the fucking? Did I just see this guy? Not that it matters at all. It would be sweet, and it wasn't. But I was like, fuck. Did not know. I was probably gonna see some real similarities.
What happens? What happens is you do get deja vu because like any place that's like a closed-in space where it's all fans of like one thing, or like Comic-Cons, like cruises like that. A lot of people have like the same like shirts and the same things like that. So you're just like, wait, didn't I just see that? Wait, no, there he is again. Wait, no, there's 3 of them. Okay.
That's scary. Furries are going to furry convention.
Furry cruise.
All sexy. Ooh, I wonder if they do have a furry.
They have all sorts.
I mean, hot. Hold on, Casey, are you going to do it? That's the whole creeping me out. That's pretty good. Didn't mean to derail everything. It's important. Where did that come from?
That's the back of the green screen.
Even the green screen bag is great.
Green screen bag is great. That doesn't really make sense.
This was like a shotgun.
Fold it all up and put it in that green bag.
Yep. And
How do you know what's the bag and what's the green screen?
This bag and then the green screen again.
It never ends. There you go.
he engaged in
Yourself.
debate.
Yeah, you don't have to live like that. How long does it take you to do that every day?
Christianity. A lot of that correspondence.
I need a couple hours of setup time
So
before you guys
the
get here.
whole
Why don't you just leave it up?
version.
Got other people that got
The bag is actually cool. I kind of wish we could show them the bag, but honestly, it's impossible. But if I could describe it, it's like imagine like a torture hood, but if it was fun.
So cool. Well, I have to watch Fear tonight.
You gotta see that.
And you can see his third nipple.
Especially interested in discovering
One right under like one.
Well, you know, Mark Wahlberg, y'all know Mark Wahlberg is straight up. You can see
That's why he got paid 33% more to do this Calvin Klein. He's technically showing more titty than everybody else.
it's per nipple.
Yeah, per nipple.
I forgot.
Everyone thought they were like, oh, they're paying him more because he's a man. No, 3 titties. Per nip.
That's great. Yeah, they check them normally to see if they're real. Because some people will try to discourage
Fake it.
They'll try to fake it. Oh, what? I have 6 nipples like a Rottweiler. What?
Dude also has in his rider, if they don't pay him for the third nipple, they have to provide him a tassel to keep it covered.
So he will not show without
He will not show it without getting paid for it.
Sweet with the tassel. Yeah, there was some guy who had 2 penises who did Chippendale stuff. And I think he got a lot of women like
explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact.
Per nip.
That's great. Yeah, they check them normally to see if they're real.
Of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular, and we're going to have to see how this relationship would unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching.
You gotta see that.
And you can see his third nipple in him. His 3 nipples?
One right under like one.
Whoa. Did you know Mark Wahlberg? Did y'all know Mark?
Hello, students of Jewish history.
Got other people that got
The bag is actually cool. I kind of wish we could show them the bag, but honestly, it's impossible. But if I could describe it, it's like imagine like a torture hood, but if it was fun.
So cool. Well, I'll have to watch Fear tonight with Mark Wahlberg.
You gotta see that.
And you can see his third nipple in him.
One right under like one.
Did you know Mark Wahlberg? Did y'all know Mark Wahlberg is 3 nipples? You can see
That's why he got paid 33% more to do those Calvin Klein ads. He was technically showing more titty than everybody else.
per nipple.
Yeah, per nipple.
I forgot.
Everyone thought they were like, oh, they're paying him more because he's a man. No, 3 titties. Per nip.
Man, that's great. Yeah, they check them normally to see if they're real. Some people will try to discourage
Fake it.
They'll try to fake it. Oh, what? I have 6 nipples like a Rottweiler.
Dude also has in his rider, if they don't pay him for the third nipple, they have to provide him a tassel to keep it covered.
So he will not show
He will not show it without getting paid for it.
Sweet with the tassel. Yeah, there was some guy who had 2 penises who did Chippendale stuff, and I think he got a lot of women like seeing him. Yeah, I know, 2 of them.
It's like a wishbone of penises.
Yeah,
Wait, were they side by side or like one on top of the other?
side by side.
I feel like that's
Can they both get bored? That's where my wife goes.
I think they both could. I mean, and all 2 different sizes, you know, for her preference. Like, you know, do you want it like big in the front or big in the back?
Yeah, do you want it, bitch? Eric, I was kidding. Make your boy the bitch. So I was kidding. Eric, I'm kidding. Just a joke. Just started a new puzzle today. Someone's on a hot streak.
What's the new
Puzzle. Wait, this is a fun one. I'm looking forward to this one. This is like a tiki hut bar. But like a zoomed in, it's like full, it's on inside of the tiki hut, so there's a lot going on. There's decorations, there's tables, there's food.
A cheetah rug.
Do you think they make like not safe for work puzzles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there's like puzzles like when you put it together, it's just like a gaping apple or like a
The guy with 2 penises.
The guy with 2 penises.
What is this? Another penis? The first shaft or the second shaft? Yeah, that would be a hard puzzle. That would be hard. This was a little bit smaller.
You'd have to be hard for the puzzle.
Well, you'd want to look your best. Yeah.
Is it one hard, one soft?
That took a little bit more debate.
Pretty cool. Have you ever seen anything like that, Grant?
French extended full
Are we
emancipation.
talking about that? Grant wasn't even there. We called you.
You ever see a Slytherin penis, Grant? Like a fork tongue?
That's largely because they were farmed
Yeah. So that would be like,
I think it's fake.
right? Grant's from the Midwest. He calls them two.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin thing.
If it's fake, that means he'd be like strapping one on to the other like a bayonet.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it work, Grant?
Like one fires live rounds, but one's just for stabbing.
But after a year, in 1791, they were.
AJ, hold on. What are you smoking over there? I'm so curious. Is that marijuana stuff?
These are not. These are nicotine. This one is marijuana.
All of
Grant, do you care? It's a little thing.
Nah, strange Jewish economic
Yeah, get your little buzz, boy.
What's that little pipe?
Suddenly there was
I know, that's a fun. Where did you even find a little pipe like that?
many
At a gas station.
Grant,
I did mushrooms the other night, and I realized I'm being I don't know if it's like a ghost or like an energy thing, like from the universe, but I'm being like lightly haunted by Robin Williams. Yeah, because he scared the shit out of me at the Comedy Store once. I was like in the hallway alone. We showed up early to go to the belly room. It was in that back hallway at the Comedy Store, like looking at all the headshots. When it goes from like 8x10s to the big like poster size ones, I was looking at one and I heard Robin Williams say my name behind me, and I turned and his big poster shot was behind me, and I was like, somebody's fucking with me, right? So I poked my head into like the kitchen area, and there was nobody fucking back there. And he went, hello. Who's there? And the same thing happened in Tacoma at the Tacoma Comedy Club. And then the other night we did mushrooms, and I saw him in my bathroom mirror. I had this pipe in my mouth at the time when I was looking in the bathroom mirror, and I squinted, and then I was like, holy shit, I'm Popeye.
Oh, dude, I totally see
I'm not even on mushrooms right now. This is just me. Just
Do you like spinach?
I fucking love spinach.
I know it's good for you. Popeye love spinach.
Out of the cans. Love spinach. I fuck with Brussels sprouts.
Really?
Well, I do like them now. I fucked with them as a kid. Didn't fuck with them for like a decade, and now I'm getting back into the process.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, picking them. I'm not really a cook, but
yeah, now just brussing everywhere.
yeah, do it.
Just garlic parm brust, a little crusty brust.
To make your peace motor.
Quite dangerous.
I haven't noticed. I'll give it away for you. Asparagus does too. Asparagus. Stank it up.
Comes right out of you.
Why do you think Robin Williams is haunting you? What will you do about it in the future?
I don't think it's like I said like lightly haunting, not like a I'm trying to like give him a heart attack, more like a sweet thing. Yeah, like being hazed, like I'm being hazed by the spirit of Robin Williams.
Do you think he's trying to get you to be the next Popeye?
I did have that thought while I was on mushrooms, and I was like, maybe this is just a mushroom.
Because he played Popeye, didn't he?
He was Popeye.
The girl from The Shining, full circle.
That's a major change. What that means for the
She lives around here.
since that moment.
Yeah, she has serious mental health. She's
Maybe she'll love you guys. She's only friends with very few.
Took about 100 years for the
Maybe we could get her on the podcast sometime. Shelley Duvall. I think she lives in Texas. Also, the Hobbit guy. We gotta get the Hobbit Elijah. The opposite nest.
Should get them all together.
Yeah, how do we do that?
That would be a good panel. Grant, a lot to discuss. Grant, write this down.
Elijah Wood and Shelley Duvall.
Yes, and underline it. Yes, underline it for me.
Yeah, I want
Yes.
them to do a live script read from What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Grant, write that.
Yes, I want Shelley Duvall to play Johnny Depp, and I want Elijah Wood to play retarded.
And we want the guy from the staircase whose wife died to be the janitor. Yes.
And we want the dead wife to be the son. We want the dead wife to play the fat mom from What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
And get the clumps there too. And we need the Red Rider from the Elijah Wood movie where he's dead peanut the brother. We need that just in there.
Yeah, and if we're gonna Red Rider,
rifle thing? No, the wagon. Oh, yeah.
The wagon.
Oh,
They
that's
use
right.
it to airplane.
That's not the Red Rider, or is it a radio flyer?
Radio
flyer. Yeah. If we were gonna have a radio flyer, we need radio. We need Gooding Jr.
Well, he's in trouble. Yeah, he was on a P. Diddy's right hand man. He can play OJ, yeah, because he was OJ the TV series.
Oh, was he?
The people versus OJ.
Do you guys get invested in rap beefs at all?
Oh, William loves that kind of stuff.
You like rap beefs? I try to read up on them. Yeah.
Are you aware that Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole and Drake and Future are all beefing?
What's the problem?
Diss tracks.
No,
Diss tracks. Diss tracks.
So Kendrick Lamar dropped a diss track that dissed everybody, and then J. Cole dropped a diss track that dissed Kendrick Lamar, and apologized for it immediately. Said he was going to take it down, but he hasn't taken it down.
Oh, well, that's weird.
Yeah, and then Drake dropped a diss track on Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole, and then Kendrick Lamar just dropped a diss track back on Drake and said that Drake was sleeping with Diddy in his new diss track.
No.
So it all ties back together.
Diddy, that's real shitty. You're the worst friend I've ever had.
Is that what it's about? Bad friendships?
You're a terrible friend. You never pick up the phone. You always do on your own what you would do on the others.
It's like poetic.
Yeah,
It's always like
we used to be brothers. So cool.
Like a lyricist is where we're at.
There's different types of rap.
Yes.
Without a doubt. That's not drill. No, that's not drill. That's like poetry.
Poetry.
Yes.
You'd be a big J. Cole fan.
Well, I should listen. I'm not really that familiar with J. Cole. This guy on the left, right? No, I'm kidding. We're big Drake fans. Yeah, we're Drake fans, actually. I shouldn't say too much, but we're pretty good friends with Drake. I know. Casey.
He loves Casey.
He loves Casey. So we're on Rhyme, and then so I'm totally on Drake's side.
I appreciate his music. I just can't be a fan of his because I saw how big his penis was. Like, you can't have everything. Like, I can't, you know? Like, I have to withhold my fandom just to keep his ego in check.
Yeah, make it work. What's he doing in the mix or like getting out of his swimming? It's on a plane, I think, right? It's just naked on a plane.
You can pull your dick out with like right.
Ric Flair did it all the time.
On the other hand, who represents
Ric Flair would do it on Southwest Pledge.
Yeah,
And the whole plane would woo.
So
yeah.
sometimes the way I hear
Boys.
They don't call him the nature boy for nothing, dude. He does not like pants.
Yeah, very. And the diss stuff, I mean, I don't even know what to think about all the diss stuff. Yeah. So does that radio flyer thing, like there's his airplane built with the thing at the end. How do you do that? The level of kind of mechanical engineering that would necessitate building an airplane that's truly phenomenal. I know, because it looks like those wings wouldn't support that weight things, like small wings, you would think. I mean, there's a bicycle in there. That's a heavy thing. That's a dead weight. Yeah.
Yeah, you need at least 2 leaf blowers to make that fucking
That would sound powerful. Just get the 2 leaf blowers going.
With the 40 watt fucking lithium ion battery, the big boy bricks, the lithium ions, if you fire them up, you're like, this is what Iron Man suit probably sounds like.
Yes. What do people use as batteries for? What are the batteries for?
To run the leaf blowers, you don't have to like keep them plugged in with like an extension cord.
Oh, you have to have a really long
They're making these leaf blower batteries so big now. Have you seen those like those air jet packs that people strap on and fly over lakes and stuff with?
Yes.
You seen those? Those I don't even know why they've got the hoses for those because they've got the lithium ion leaf blower batteries, and you could just duct tape a couple of those to a backpack and do the same thing. It's untethered. I guess the tether's probably more to keep them from just flying away. Keep them from stealing the jetpack.
Look at this guy. What a clown, man. I hate people who goof off like that. Get serious. I know. Get real. I bet he's got a fucking family. No one wears a visor and doesn't have a family. Like one of those cool. Oh, yeah. Does he have a visor on?
If you have the visor with the fake hair on
Yeah,
top,
that's a classic visor.
yeah, visor and no family is a creep. It's like, what's where are you wearing that? Where are you going in that visor? Dude? Epstein's? Going to the island?
Yeah.
Going to the big island?
The big island. Whoa, look at that thing. That looks like a leaf blower. Connected to his buddy. Grant, what's going on? You're just getting in a fight. Are you fighting?
He's firing them.
What did he do, Grant? Why are you firing? Hey, we've loved having you. Grant's not even there.
We found out he has a visor and no
Grant got fired.
What's going on?
What?
Why do you tell us?
You.
Nothing. Why do you tell us?
There's no drama there. I'm just finding sweet pictures of people in jet suits.
Yeah, sure. That's all. Grant, because we're talking, but I can't see you, so this feels like love is blind, and I need you to know I'm slowly falling in love.
It does have a nice voice.
Also, I know you've got that pizza pocket on your chest. I feel like I just want to stay close to your heart.
Is it me or the sweatshirt you're falling in love with?
Let's get you out of that sweatshirt and find out.
It's hard not to fall in love with a pizza pocket with an ergonomic, heat-sensitive pizza pocket that can keep pizza warm for up to 5 hours. Yes, that's a long time. You eat the pizza, you put it immediately in the pizza pocket. Yes, open up the pizza pocket, then you take the thing out of the pizza pocket. There's a sleeve inside. That's where the technology is. Oh yeah, they're a major sponsor of the podcast. Yeah, I mean, it's the first of its kind.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the tin foil bubble wrap sleeve that you like if you order ice cream from DoorDash? And they bring your ice cream in like a tin foil bubble wrap envelope, like you're shipping glasses to your mom. But it's like cold. It's great, dude. Oh, your ice cream just frozen the whole way. You guys have like the opposite of that pizza built into a sweatshirt. I said this earlier when no one could hear me because my microphone was unplugged. I have a very jealous lover on the other side of this wall. Grand. The pizza pocket is genius, and we need more clothing designed to hold food.
Yeah.
Especially for y'all traveling a bunch. William always wears it on the plane.
Do you remember the Adam Sandler? Yes, the Adam Sandler movie, That's My Boy, with Andy Samberg, where Andy Samberg's drunk and he's like, oh, I'm so hungry, and he's like, check your pocket, and he's just got a nugget pocket.
Because he's fat.
What a massively underserved market of fans, because I watched that movie and immediately went to search for a shirt with a nugget pocket, and it didn't exist.
It's not there
Yet.
Well, our pizza people, I think they're getting into that. I think they're expanding. I think they're thinking about nuggets.
Dude, Red Band last night put a whole like cheeseburger that comes in like the cardboard fold up like clamshell box, had a whole cheeseburger clamshell in his sweatshirt pocket.
Yeah, he's saving that one for later.
Yeah, dude. Han put his in his chest. It looked like he had a fucking squatto growing out of his
Yeah, he always does that. He's always messing around. He's always putting the boxes of food in his shirt. Like, look at my bosoms. I'm like, dude, it doesn't even look like uniboobs. Let me see my breasts. Yeah. Dude, we know it's a fucking cheeseburger. What are you doing?
I mean, I'm still hard, so leave it. But
Yeah, leave it just for a little bit longer.
I'm almost finished.
Take a couple more pictures.
A couple mental snapshots.
God, I love making pizza. I need to learn. I never learned. I went to Sicily when I was a boy. So you probably have a pretty good recipe.
You look like a sister.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I went to Sicily. It was a chartered bus. It was it was a long ride. It didn't take a long. It took a couple weeks. Yeah, but it was it was from
It's
Ellis
like
Island.
186-hour drive.
It was from Ellis Island. So yeah, we drove the bus onto a cargo ship or yacht, and they took us over the Atlantic, and we got to see all the cool waves and the little islands and tolls, the little atolls. And when we landed, they had a fresh baked pie at a Chicago style. Just for us, and we all got to take one bite. So one bite, and they said you could have a whole pie if you stay for a week. And we did. Did you do it? Yeah, we already traveled all this way. So. Damn. And then you learned after the week? Yes, well, then we spent the week, and it was Mr. Miyagi type thing, living in a close quarters with other people who wanted to learn the different techniques, and knowing and reaping what you sow, and making spaghetti noodles,
Wearing the matching robes, like they whack them on the back of the hand with a stick, right? To toughen you up, and
with the kendo sticks. Yeah. And wearing white clothing as opposed to dark clothing, right? Because
it's like orange and yellow usually, like monks, pizza monks. You ever heard of the pizza monks in northern Sicily?
No.
Sitting under a rock?
Where kind of? I've been doing too many puzzles. I'm sorry. I've been doing too many puzzles. Yeah. They call it the monastic order of the Pie Society, so it's pretty cool. And it's all Chicago style over there, trust me.
Ironically, the best Chicago style pizza is in Sicily, and the best Sicilian style pizza is in Chicago. That is, people don't know that. It's like Greenland and Iceland. Everyone mix those up too.
Iceland.
Greenland's nice and Iceland, or Greenland's ice and Iceland's nice. Right?
Oh, yeah. I remember that from Mighty Ducks.
Yes, exactly. Still no idea if that's true or not, but I heard it from a chick that banged Emilio Estevez. That's good enough for me.
Whoa, Emilio. Emilio. He's a king over there. Yeah.
He's a king everywhere.
He wasn't Emilio Estevez. What was it in Basic Instinct? Have y'all seen that one? With fucking what's
Sharon Stone. Sharon Stone and Michael Douglas.
Yeah, Michael Douglas. Yeah, she should.
He is the best Sheen.
I thought it was going to be more
he's
pussy.
good. There's a little shot of her cooch. You see a little like hair or something down there. Yeah, you just see her pubes.
We thought it was going to be a pussy hole.
Yeah, because I thought I remember.
Yeah, you actually see her pussy hole in the Ant-Man Quantumania movie. That's where the entire thing takes place inside her pussy hole. That's what the quantum realm is, dude. It's like the microverse inside of her.
Large.
Hello. It's just her they're just battling her natural biomes, dude. And just
you can watch that. I haven't seen anything. I mean, like Osmosis Jones. Osmosis Jones went through something eerily similar.
Osmosis Jones should have won an Oscar. I'm gonna say that right now.
Bill Murray. So he eats this egg that was in a monkey's mouth. And it had bad germ on it from the monkey's mouth. And then Osmosis Jones is like, time to go to work. Like, gotta fight the germs.
And then, and so then one of his rogue white blood cells, ironically played by Chris Rock, just turns in his badge and goes rogue for this virus.
Did they end up getting the virus for the guy?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
he
he was alive and well, and still stealing bites out of people's hot dogs and eggs out of monkey mouths.
Why did he eat the egg out of the monkey mouth? What happened?
Well, Bill Murray is known for his food-related pranks.
Yeah,
He'll just walk up to people on the streets of Chicago, like right as they get their fresh, like street meat hot dog delivered to them, and he'll just take a bite out of it and say, "No one will ever believe you," and then walk away. He'll show up to weddings, like crash weddings, and demand rights to the bride, and then just storm off into the ether. Dude, he's just out here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of his wedding stuff, compilations on YouTube, like Bill Murray best wedding moments. Yeah. I'll look it up.
Yeah, Bill Murray is basically Chicago Bigfoot, dude. Like, you hear a lot about him, but you rarely see him.
We saw one in Rosemont. There's a bar right by there, wasn't there? That was run by
I went there with Bert when we did the Rosemont Theater in Chicago.
Did y'all stay in the hotel where the lady got frozen?
No.
Yeah, to
He
stay there.
slept on the bus.
He asked the front desk person, they were so uncomfortable. You could tell them being fed information via satellite in the moment. William was like, is this where that woman was frozen to death? Code blue? They're like, yeah, they're not allowed to talk
nobody knew what I was talking about when I asked them. Yeah, no shit. It was one of these lady froze to death in the hotel. She locked herself in the walk-in freezer. Or she shut the door and took out. I don't know. She was fucked up. Yeah.
You think there's probably any still like good burritos or something? Still?
You get the food out.
Still have a little bit of her on it, you know?
Without a doubt. Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go back. I forgot to ask about the burrito. That's scary. Should you care if I hit your signal time? Thank you so much. This is actually, I don't even know if I should. This has never happened in here. I've never done anything. I think my parents watch this sometimes. This is not. What is this?
That is a little marijuana. You press the button on the top there.
Are those the Lurie brothers? There's a lot of them. Are you doing drugs in my studio? Grant, we're buzzing up.
That is positive. It has no.
They're my drugs, and I'm your lover. So technically, he's doing our drugs in our studio. Oh, great!
That's solid logic. I smoked somebody's vape pen in the Dallas bathroom airport one Sunday. I ran into some guy and we started talking, and we had to get off the fucking plane for some reason before it took off. And he's like, "Oh, you want to hit my vape pen in the bathroom?" And I just went into the bathroom.
That happened to you in Dallas, where you like got on the plane and then had to like deplane?
I had to get off the damn thing.
That happened to me in Chicago a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, gonna suck.
Same thing. We were getting ready to take off. They're like, we're gonna get everybody on this plane on time, and we're taking off on time. And we all got seated, and then everybody got comfortable, and they were like, "Hey, just kidding, get the fuck back off this plane." Turns out the last pilot hit a bird and didn't tell anybody.
No, that's up to someone.
Yeah, and then that bird like reported.
Casey, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was good. I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. I didn't realize what it was even. I'm doing a Young Guns thing and the list of this. Sorry, guns too. That's a hell of a thing. You have to be careful with that thing in Texas.
Oh yeah.
Take your ass to prison. Oh man. Yeah, the halfway house.
Yeah. So this would really.
Gee, what, you don't want to end up in a halfway house in Austin.
Emphasize the
essential. What happens? Ask Grant.
Grant,
What happens in halfway houses in Austin?
The private sphere tend to be.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. I think he's wrestling almost. Just hearing grunts.
No, you know what it is? I'm used to muting myself, and I'm muting myself, and I don't have that going on, so I keep accidentally hitting mute and then talking, and then it's the other thing.
But
Generally, what's going on? He's like not holding down the button with on the wall.
And I just muted myself and started talking, and I was like,
It seems convenient. Yeah, it seems kind of almost way too. I don't know. So are you gonna tell AJ about the halfway house?
yeah, you do not want to mess with the halfway house.
Just don't.
Well, I don't want to mess with it. I want to live in it. Tell me about that.
Don't live there.
It's like a daily
It's
basis.
not ideal.
What do y'all watch on TV?
Yeah.
Porn.
Grant's in treatment.
A lot of rewatches of osmosis channels.
Grant's in treatment.
specifically what I
Hair treatment. Hair treatment. Yeah, you're getting fucking hair plugs.
Little Bosley for men action.
What just happened? I just had a second face just for a second, and I don't think I'm crazy, but
Put up your mask.
give me that second face real quick.
And,
Oh my gosh, it's very close. It's close.
That's a bit of a bestseller.
Keep it, Grant.
Okay.
So crazy. We play, dude, AJ, we do pranks like this all the time. Yeah, look at that.
Let us continue our discussion.
Me, Casey. Oh, so scary. Grant, you're so trippy. Look at it. You're so trippy. Legion of Casey's. God, what a nightmare. I gotta go on one of them cruises.
I know.
I know, that sounds like fun. Again, I only ever pictured she'd be like down at the bottom of the boat.
This is what our children would look like.
Well,
Perfect combination. God, with brains and brawn. I like how you're opening your eyes at once. It's good. We're getting a little loose in here today, Grant. We're gonna let loose.
Little wacky.
Oh, wait. You said that had a weird tone.
Sorry, wacky.
What'd you mean?
Loose.
I should have spoken. Now I'm overthinking everything. What'd you mean by that?
Y'all are great. You call me a whore bread?
Just say to AJ, he's a skank. We're not at the halfway house right now. You can't talk like that with real words.
Oh no, loose. He's like, oh, he's on the other side of the wall being like, I wish this motherfucker could just sit still. Just tight, lock it in, dude. Just
So stressful, Grant. Well, we got.
Yeah, I mean, you're stressing AJ out.
I'm sorry. This is baseline. I stay like that. I keep that thing on me, dude. Anxiety. I keep that thing on me.
So what is it? Just generally a tick? Like I haven't honestly really noticed anything. What is it though?
Just like ticks, like stems, like socializing, like trying to keep like bouncing conversation, like just trying to keep like stay in it, and then like it's just my brain keeping anxiety at bay.
Yeah, that's like me and my drinks. Me constantly drinking something.
So
That's kind of weird.
No, that's true. My stimming got worse when I stopped drinking alcohol, because alcohol, like drinking, is like a nasty.
So what do you do now?
I smoke a lot of weed and I use a bath like that.
Does the weed help? Does it involve anxious? Because I totally many times get anxious after I start to like
So not for me, but for people that do get anxious with it, there's specific types of weed that you can smoke that don't make you anxious. Indica and indica dominant hybrid with low
in the couch. No, I always remember indica. What's the difference?
Yeah, it's like it's uppers versus downers. Sativas are uppers, because they're downers.
What the hell?
It's a little sativa hybrid.
I bet y'all feel like that right now. You can go crazy like it's 420 brewing. You're young. I'm just walking around like a dog.
Yeah, is that a dog nose? I feel like a rabbit nose. Rabbit. I feel like a rabbit nose and sunglasses.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Is there another one you can do, Grant? That was actually right on. Just spot on, bro. Just nailed it. You nailed that one. Let me see what else you got.
So we're not sure whether
Grant, are you coming to this Liberty Golf game after this?
in Ashkenazi society.
Yeah, we didn't tell you guys in the Murrays. Me, us, the Murrays.
Definitely was motivated to
little alien totem with that claw.
right. And represented
Oh, the claw on home.
Oh yeah, the little alien guys in Toy Story. The claw approaches. Just tickles you pink. Yeah, the golf tournament should be fun. William, who's there this year? John Daly is there. He's going to be ripping it and ripping it. You know, it's fucking butts and fucking touching hearts. There is a hologram of Payne Stewart this year, golfer, who died tragically in the airplane. They're actually doing a Payne Stewart hologram, so that's a big selling point.
Wait, is the hologram playing in the tournament?
No, he's up on a stage. He's just saying hello to people. You can go up there and do like small talk. It's a pretty advanced hologram. Yeah, just saying.
You're not advanced enough to play in the tournament. I mean, that's for sure.
I know.
But there was nothing in
Look at
place.
John Daly, dude.
You know, John Daly actually created it. So it's his same. It's a Daly at the time. Yeah. It's twice a year.
Those pants make it look hard.
I know it's fun that it's twice a year because a lot of them I think are once a year, but this one is twice a year. I mean, it's just a ton of fun. Yeah, Grant, we're going. I mean, you're going, aren't you, AJ?
Golf tournament? I didn't know I was invited, but now that I know I'm invited, I'm definitely coming.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, Stuart Scott's going to be there from ESPN. The glass he should be pretty cool. His whole family's going to be there.
Because the tournament is a benefit for cancer.
Yeah, it's the Jimmy V Fund. It should be pretty cool. Jimmy V, thank you, sir, so much for everything. We love you, Mark Stoudemire. Yeah, it should be pretty great. I'm all right. York.
Amari's actually doing a dunk tank filled with wine. So you can dunk Amari in wine.
Take a cup right out. And he's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's a real.
And he's got a sweater, too. So it'll get, you know what I mean? That wine will have a little bit of stank on it.
You're going to get the wine kind of from the bottom because the sweat rises to the top.
Oh, no, you want to skim the top. The sweat makes it better.
Oh, Ludacris is there because he's also at the thing. Yeah, he's here. He's in town anyways. So.
Well, he's required to be there because it's part of that deal he made, that meeting he went to with Cat Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he had to do the gold tournament for the next 3 years, so 6 tournaments total.
Or else he can't be in Fast and Furious 18.
Yeah. R.L. Stein. R.L. Stein's going to be there. Oh my God, Judy Bloom's giving a special talk. Yes. It's in the pavilion. Yes, she's in the Carter Memorial Pavilion. Yeah. There's going to be a hoot. I mean, they're going to have food, drinks, it's like 500,000 Scholastic book books. It is so much. And adjusted for inflation, that's like $100,000 US. Yeah. Insane.
Don't tell Amari. That's at least 85% of the Animorph series.
Yeah, they're going to be auctioning away the rights to the Animorph series. If you end up getting the TV rights, or it's a silent auction, auctioning old stuff. I mean, they're auctioning all kinds of stuff. They have some estate sales going on. Did with the guy from Duck Dynasty who's always drunk. The DuckTales guy, one of the illustrators from DuckTales.
They have Edgar Rice Burroughs' Platoon.
Yeah. Oh my God, George C. Scott's gonna be there. One of the Pawn Stars. We don't know which one. Pawn Stars.
Hopefully,
Yeah. Chris Cross for Jumley. But it could be any of them. It could be any of them. But I'm just not that old weird guy. That old weird guy.
Is he still around? I don't know.
There's too hot out there. Yeah, it's like, dude, just toss the price of this fucking basketball card, dumbass.
No,
yeah, but take your dumbass hat off. Like, take your this pork pie hat or something.
I respect a guy who reaches the age where every day he just wakes up and dresses for his funeral because he's like, today could be the day.
I know. All black. In the hot Nevada sun. Yeah, it's in Reno every year, so it should be funny. God, it should be actually a really, really cool time. You have your clubs in the trunk. Yeah, I got my clubs in the trunk. So
on the left is
should be pretty fun. Yeah, the guy who wrote Dune's going to be there. So talking about the next step in the series. What's house at? Yeah. Herbert's going to be there. His son, Franklin Herbert.
Mr. Franklin and Franklin the Turtle. Oh, dude, thank you guys so much for the invite. Since you guys invited me, I just got like my celebrity pairing for the tournament, and I'm going to be playing through with fucking Mama June from Here Comes Honey Boo Boo.
So, hey, you need to ask her why she's spending all of Elena's money. Gosh, what a tragic story that is. Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, we also have to win because she's gambling all of that money on us in the tournament so she can pay her back.
Double or nothing. She's doing double or nothing. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, master of ceremonies. I almost saw her house. It was apparently like 2 miles away from the Blue Room.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Gypsy Rose. Is there time? Well, AJ, thank you so much for being on the show.
Of course, thanks for having me. Yeah, good time.
Where can people find you?
AJWilkerson.com is my website, and my Instagram is AJWilkersonComedy. Oh, also, I have a special out on YouTube called I Have a Disorder. Pretty fun. People like it.
Is it out now?
It is out now. It's 2 weeks, 225,000 views.
Whoa, cool.
NBD, I guess.
Check it out. Our last guest had a McDonald's freak-out video. Yeah, I know. It's actually pretty good.
I haven't done it in a while.
It's pretty
I need to
good.
show
We'll
you.
look yours up.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the fucking freaky mercenaries, man. AILANME, Whiplash Mortensen, Art of Sean King, Black Hill, Machine, Deirdre Fox, the Man on the Island. Destiny A Ford. What does the A stand for? Destiny. J Dizzy. Joe Huff. Josiah. Justin Threckle. Dr. Threckle was my doctor growing up. Baba John Schnatter. Matt. Kyle Heath. Soul come to Key West. Not a chance. Yeah, sorry.
Freak the freak. Tweet the freak. Tweet the freak.
It seems like the mercenary numbers are going down, which we are.
Might have been more last week, but that's okay.
Yeah, mercenary numbers are going down. What do you do? We just gotta be ourselves. Yeah, just gotta keep moving forward. I mean, AJ really.
You're working on it. You're working on it.
We're working on it.
This is a good time, boys. There's some good time boys.
I know.
We're just good time gals.
Good time goes, and there's Amber Rose. Gypsy Rose.
Amber Rose. Wiz Khalifa's. I can't wait for their duo album, dude. Gypsy Rose and Amber Rose.
Oh my God. Okay, all right. Well, bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATM Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
No, fuck said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
They're active primarily between the years. They're kind of like ballpark numbers, 200 and 500, not only in the land of Israel, but also in Babylon. You have a couple of other generations afterwards, a couple like in and Gehanim. When I say generation, of course, I mean like
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tunisian Orchestra.
I got the quit, baby.
Dancers.
Got that quit.
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm
Look
Casey
at this.
Rocket.
I got that quit, baby.
Here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Yeah, you can wear them.
They're basically exactly sure what was called.
Because I have some weird
What? They can up? Oh, they ride. What's that? They ride. It's like, what is it? Just literal natural oil coming from your beard, or you're putting oil on your beard? I have a disorder called
basic categories of
hyperbeardo.
correspond to
And what that does is it
Yeah,
saves them.
got that quit, baby.
And then some with your beard. And you live with that every
It's really hard to wake up every day and I'll let it go cool with oil on my eyes.
Stop it.
No, actually I was converted.
You married it.
It's a vampire situation. It's fun. We're just getting this. We're having fun. How are you kids? Are you doing well? I heard you had We're not recording.
We're recording. We are recording.
No, we're recording.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone knows about your hyper quick appearance.
Got that quit, baby.
I know everybody should have
Oh, yeah. Oh. Putting bitches over the edge.
What is this?
Put it on your head. You're sweating a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you, this is probably how the Hindus did it back in the day.
You gotta get him a shaming cloth. The amount of oil that he's fucking producing, your needs for please.
And it also has to do a lot. Yeah, that's exactly. That is big. That's when I was back in all kinds of beef. So when I was on the beef diet, beef, yeah.
Was that a sexual thing or literally beef sandwiches?
Beef. It was. I did do the beef sandwiches, but it was beef on beef. So like a double beef, the way we would double chocolate chunk cookie with chocolate on the outside.
Is it Arby's?
I would get Arby's on the outside, and then I would put various different. I would
Okay, Arby's on the outside. What's on the inside?
Artisanal,
Like homemade.
Wagyu.
So you cook this stuff and then get the Arby's and then you mix it together, back it up.
Basically, what I would do is I would go to the Arby's and I would say, just give me the meats, and they would obviously reply, we have the meats. And then I would get it and I would unfurl the meat selection that they give me, and I would make a sort of wrap or burrito.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the beef diet.
Unfurl it like a flag.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me that Arby's is kind of like a welcome to Mo's situation. Where's the beef? You know, they have
I don't know if I know
we got
that.
the beef. It's welcome to Mo.
Do you know that, William?
Hell yeah, it might be just kind of a southeastern thing.
Is it a Florida?
Why do we have?
They might exist. I mean, I know Florida has mellow mushrooms. You're familiar with mellow mushrooms.
You see that beef that you see right there under me? You'd be surprised to know it actually unfolds to be 48 feet long.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Similar to the intestinal system of a human. It actually has 48, like, meat by the foot, 48.
48 lives.
Yes.
48 lives were lost. Yeah, every sandwich.
Think of all the cows that need to die for all the
It's crazy to think about. Yeah, I mean, a cow's a pretty big animal.
But we're not eating all of it. Like, no one's eating.
Little goes a long way.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Think about it. You go to the grocery store, you see about 500 packs of beef. There's no way all of those are sold. Some of them are going bad.
What do you think, Ira?
Third,
How did you do that?
These by the foot, no, that's a reputable brand.
Yeah, a Slim Jim.
I believe it's only, yeah. I believe that's sold only in mainland Hawaii.
they got a decision.
The Big Island.
Yeah. Shout out Hawaiians. I love Hawaiians. You know, I'll tell you, that meat foot's getting me a little excited.
It's weird. It's kind of like all the toes are kind of the same. What does that mean? You're not gonna live very long. Is that what they say about your fingers are the same size? You're not gonna live very long.
Yeah, that's up to you.
Yeah.
I think it's to do with the fire. Look at that. That's, you know, if you cook that, you're a psychopath.
Yeah, right. To appreciate, like, kind of, the real flavor of it. You got it.
Oh, yeah, you have to slather it in molasses.
Oh my God, sweet baby Ray. There are so many people.
I want to meet Sweet Daddy Ray.
Well, he's not. That's impossible unless you get a time machine or we go to heaven, because he's not with us any longer.
They don't make it like they used to.
They sure don't. I do have a time machine. How do you tax that? You can't. Who are you saying? You can't fact check it. Trust me, it doesn't matter. I think I was just gonna say meat foot. Well, you were busy saying something, maybe a fourth. I was just gonna go ahead and toss in a meat foot. What do you do with your time machine?
Mostly hijinks.
Oh,
Nothing of consequence.
can you go forward in time, or do time machines only work backwards?
Well, technically, theoretically, right now, we think that physical matter can only go forwards, but essence of the human can go back in time. Spirit can go back in time.
Just long enough to take a look.
Just long enough to fuck some shit up and make someone, just so your mom. It's a Back to the Future type of situation.
Well, how long do you have? I mean, yeah, you're only looking to like a window at night somewhere, and then you have to go back to regular time again. I mean,
Like whispering in the ear of Shirazi. That's kind of the basic gist of it. It's like Bill and Ted. No, I'm completely kidding. Let's talk more about nature.
yeah, did Isaac, is he the one that ate the apple? Yeah. Or that Adam and Eve.
Casey actually is the person who discovered gravity.
Yeah, relativity. That was me and my friends. Well, I've been talking about, it was me and two of my friends, Josh and Tarlo. Tarlo Tibbins, former forward for the Houston Rockets.
No,
Tarlo Tibbins.
you're kidding me.
Yeah, we're 25 and 5 at the University of Utah.
Oh, darn, I love basketball player.
25 and 5, that's pretty good. And 25 rebounds, 5 points.
Is he a guard?
Dennis Rodman. Yeah.
Oh my God, he was 5 boards as a guard. He made me scratch.
I know. He was a rebound forward guard, so he would miss shots on purpose just to get another point. He was stat padding. But so he probably really was going for the scraps. Making the scraps. He did a lot. He was the first player to use distraction. His distraction on the basketball court. Like hold on this way. Then he tossed it. What?
So he was the
Smart. Yeah, he was the decoy.
Tarlo the decoy.
Tarlo the decoy. They used to call him. Yeah, in Salt Lake City.
Because Tarlo, it sounds like a medieval Dark Ages thing. Tarlo the decoy.
It's British.
What would your really different thing with your Dark Ages name?
Probably just Flournoy, what my middle name is now. It means black flower, so I imagine people back in the day were priests or priestesses or I don't know, sort of just a whimsical kind of person.
Yeah, no, black flowers are great. You know, see, I've always tried to find that out though. There really aren't that many black flowers, are there? I'll help you figure out the symbolism of your name.
Okay, well,
Montgomery has a beautiful past. You can look into some beautiful Montgomery past. I'll tell you that. I've seen some.
really?
And I'm like,
Refining the stuff.
it's all alternative. The Antica theorem. So, but you know,
the Antica theorized that a part of the machine.
well, some would say that it is just the namesake of this incomprehensible technology.
Oh, it's like kind of the crux that makes it all run.
The crux, the meeting of reality you know. But anyway, no, but Montgomery, I mean, you can just read a little bit of history. If we're getting real here, you can read just a little bit of real history. Montgomery is
very high standard.
Meaning, no, that's where Christ gave his speech to. Yes.
Mount Sinai.
Okay, let's stop here.
Well, that's what some people said. Montgomery to have many teeth. Without a doubt, the amount of teeth.
Which is far from
Tooth. That's why my dad was so angry when my tooth fell out with the Cajun people down in Florida. It's really messing up the name, the family. Yes, it messed up the name that day.
Yeah. Are you Irish, Casey?
I am. I'm almost 100% Irish.
Here's the thing. Both of us are Irish. Both of us are missing teeth. I think it's just who we are.
Yeah.
I think that.
Is it the same tooth?
The Dublin smile.
I think it's probably weird. I don't know. I've been in a couple scraps in my life.
I think y'all have this thing.
Yeah, the old Glasgow smile.
I need to get one removed, actually. But I had some bad dental work. Fuck you, Dr.
You want to
Matt.
talk about it?
Yeah, I do. And he's lucky we don't sue his ass. Look at this. This is the story of the man of tea. Oh, and that's the Antikythera. Yeah. Oh, right over that
Oh,
way.
that's the Antikythera.
Well, that's what they found. That's an artifact that they found.
Oh, yes, I've heard of those. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I'm loving this artwork. I didn't even really get a chance to really relax into this.
Yeah, Grant's really on his game today. Thank you, Grant. It's fired up.
That's a lot like kind of like what an Irishman looks like. That's a 13-year-old Irish boy.
Just smiling at a ball game.
Yeah.
Toss him a ball, get a smile.
Losing teeth is part of our culture. I think the tooth fairy is Irish.
Never really thought about it. Never really thought about the
You
heritage.
get more money.
I actually get less money.
That you owe them.
Yeah, we owe the government. The Irish people owe the government queen every time.
It's tooth tax.
Yeah, to that.
Tooth tax. And if you lose a tooth, you owe double.
Speaking of England, I do want to make a proclamation.
Yeah, you said something earlier in here that was very interesting.
Well,
Connection.
you know, it's been a while now that I've really known this about myself. And, you know, all the puzzle pieces are just falling into line Casey Rocket.
And speaking of puzzle, not to interrupt, we're about to finish a puzzle. It was so hard for me to get up from the table today. I barely put in work till 4 a.m. last night.
Well, I really do. Woo!
One of those days. Woo! I was getting the freaking trailer. It was hard. It's all the same color. What is the picture? It's a beach scene, and half is night, half is day, which is really hard because the sunset and sunrises, the colors are similar. A lot of sand, which is really difficult.
Sandstone Street, indistinguishable.
Yeah, you're straight from the beach. There's
Indistinguishable.
there's beach balls. It's kind of.
Who really brings a beach ball? Let's be honest. Does anybody bring a beach ball?
I don't. Only to a concert. Yeah.
Yeah, I only bring it to a high school graduation, and I do go to this.
You're kidding.
I'm kidding. I don't. I've only been to mine. That's the only college graduation I've been to. Or high school graduation. But anyways,
College graduation for some reason seems even weirder. I don't know why.
I do want to just be clear with the world, and I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to the world, and it really would be a sin not to tell the world that I am actually the rightful king of England. And this is because of my lineage to William the Conqueror. And, you know, Queen Elizabeth, she made
His aunt traced it back to the 900s.
900s. It's only about 33 generations. And, you know,
If that works, that's only with that 900. That would be 33 generations.
yes, people, because of people having kids younger, it's past them dying young. You now get to age for 2 generations every 100 years. But back then, like every, you know, so, you know, and I didn't want to have to say this, and I wouldn't say it if the royal family wasn't currently dropping like flies, but I do believe that the alien Anunnaki will be relentless on the royal family until they enlist me back into a position of power.
Are you familiar, Casey? You're an alien guy to some extent. Are you familiar with the from the island?
Enki is like the alien in Scotland. They want me in Scotland, in the Highlands. Enki and Enlil, they're all in
Aliens are on your team.
We love each other.
Do you think that you're a real Yeah, you really.
No, none of us are their real friends. It's like your boss, your real friend.
It's like ex-Machina. Ex-Machina thing.
It's a little bit of ex-Machina. But they love us. You have no idea. I mean,
Well, some of us, you're the one claiming that they're giving the royal queen cancer.
well, if you looked into it, they're very vengeful. And if you don't do the right thing in the eyes of the Anunnaki,
This Robo Charles's fingers, they look like sauce.
well, because here's the thing: William the Conqueror came into England, and he brought civility to England. He built all the castles. You can look this up. He built all the castles.
Where was he from? Where was he?
He was from Normandy, France. He was the Duke of Normandy. His grandfather was Rollo. Yeah, look for his father. His father was.
Maybe I go back 34 generations. Maybe the Anunnaki think that I'm really great. They want to make me like this.
I bet Anunnaki thinks anybody who like is an artist. I bet
You have to believe in the Anunnaki. You're kidding.
Well, I'll tell you, dude, they definitely.
Cool, that's better than them hate me or something. I'll take it.
They love anybody with creativity and enthusiasm. They love, because that's the mark of a good person.
They're just jazzing me up. I can tell. They're just trying to take advantage of me.
No, they're going to actually straight up bless you with so many blessings. Are you familiar with King Solomon? That is William McCarker. Can we get a different William McCarker? I don't like that depiction of him. Can we get the one that's a little less cartoonish and slightly more realistic?
Yeah.
There is one. It shows his double chin, no beard. We want to see it. It shows his double chin. But what happened is he came in and he brought this beautiful advanced civilization to the world.
Okay.
And then King George and the Habsburgs and now the Windsors. There he is. Tell me that doesn't look a lot like your boy. If I didn't have my... It actually did caught it. Thank you, Anunnaki.
Oh my God, that's
Are
crazy.
you telling me the Anunnaki is not on our side?
From Nervous Charlie's.
All around my
You were eating it. Did you end up finishing it? You ate half of it earlier. Were you ended up finishing it there?
Saving one bite for
Last night with my peanut butter Snickers, I ate 3 of them and an egg cheeseburger, and then saved the last one for a dessert. Yeah, it was really good.
You know what I love to do is when I'm on high, I'll get myself, I'll buy myself a little treat and just really kind of like hide it, forget about it. And then when I'm high, I thank you, sober Tom.
Blue airhead.
Dude, you're spot on. This guy has Anunnaki power.
There's a good hiding blood. Oh,
A
freezer.
Snickers, but specifically, I'll tell you the thought that I had in my head when I said that was of my pack of airheads.
Yeah.
So I gotta give props.
Yeah, Casey did.
Casey has Anunnaki power as well. So
I got the blood. I have 10 sisters. Their name are Marlin, Carlin, Stardo, and Barnes.
all of them are. Oh, okay.
They double down, and then there's 2 repeats.
Are you going negative blood?
Yes.
I am too.
Yeah.
Are you going negative blood?
This is so embarrassing, but I have never was scared of needles. I don't know what donor.
Donor. Yeah, me too.
Also incredible. Are you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible healing properties.
Really?
Anunnaki style.
Yeah. So maybe you, Erica, as well. Maybe you have that.
But then you guys can have a child, and then your child is O negative. I got O negative from my mom. My dad's like B positive or whatever. You know, something. But yeah, basically, I just want to let the royalty of England know that the future is Wayland, and that I'm not saying we have to. The Windsors have to denounce their royalty and their throne, but they have to give Wayland a seat because I represent the Trinity, I represent the Rose Cross, and I represent the mighty powers that we see in the heavens. So
Yeah, the Windsors are officially on blast.
they're on blast, and I want
They're
to
officially on blast from here
forthcoming or on blast. Yeah.
King Charles, I don't want harm to come to you. Just give me a castle. Give me one of my
Aren't some of them living in America now? Does that scare you?
Well, I'm not threatening them. I'm not killing anybody. I think it's the Anunnaki. I have no say in what the Anunnaki
It's probably safe.
should be. I would save King Charles's life right now. If King Charles was hanging off a cliff edge, Lion King style, I would grab him and I would pull him up.
I thought in Lion King he throws him off.
But I would do the opposite. I would do the right thing. I think there's a callback later on when there's an opportunity to drop where I believe Simba could drop Scar. I believe this happens.
It shows a person. Mercy is what got Bugs, by the way, and then Scar tried to kill him. Scar tried to, I was saying big not give up the throw that big ball. You're not
I'd like having to wake up and read that, you know, the Duchess is God and that Queen Elizabeth died, you know, and it all happened after she broke her water law, and we know that in the Druid community, so Druid is right. I'm not going to confirm or deny my religious beliefs, but, you know, we know the esoteric, let's say that.
probably in sex magic.
A little bit. I wish I had a little more sex.
Blood, sex, magic, and then
No blood. No blood.
RHCP. I didn't know what that was for the longest time, and then I realized Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
The RHCs. I love them.
Yeah, I'm a part of the community. Yeah, for sure. And Simbas, that's when he started working out after the whole scar thing. He was never going to be taken care of.
He was on the beef diet there. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, he's got the buckle. They gave him like a little leprechaun buckle too.
He's a bottom. Yeah, I would say so. Power bottom or just regular? Oh, power bottom. Body like that. You don't let it go.
What is a power bottom? That means they're just like sitting and just like.
Yeah. Wait, is it bottom? Does that literally mean the butt?
The bottom.
Oh, I thought it meant like you're on bottom, like on the bed.
Well, I would be that type of power bottom. I would be that type of
Well,
power
where you're laying on the bed, having sex with the person.
Yeah, you get a good, you know, like posture, and then you're delivering upward force while she is using gravitational, going back to Newton. Sorry.
Totally. No, excuse me. Make sure you're not smoking a bunch of cigarettes because you might run out of breath doing that, though. You gotta be really careful.
Kids stay away from
Pussy. How's the vape? The vape, though, that's probably better.
This is, I'll tell you, as safe as.
Hold on. How did
That was the Anunnaki slapping it. That was the Anunnaki slapping it up. Imagine, you know, imagine if I did have like a 6-man. Remember the movie 6 Man starring Marlon Wayans?
Did you want a man? No,
Also,
Marlon Darling.
Marlon Wayans and I can't remember the other ones.
It's called The Sixth Man.
The Sixth Washington. It was about the superstar at the University of Washington. Yes.
It was the saddest movie.
This was one of the greatest movies of my childhood. It made me cry. I don't doubt it. It made me cry. Well, the best player on the team gets taken out. Yeah. Well, he actually like dies on the court.
Oh, he dies on the court.
Well, it was like a heart attack.
So he haunts the basketball court.
No, he doesn't haunt it. No, see, he's not like a bad ghost. He's like a champion ghost. What's a champion?
So he helps Marlon Wayans
Wins
in
the
basketball.
NCAA championship. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Look. He's like, man, I couldn't have done this without you.
Does he always have the bright light around him to signify he's a ghost?
Yeah, no one can see him.
Does he get a ring when they win?
Yeah, hopefully. I think he's sitting up on the. hoop.
Oh, when they're cutting it down
Yeah,
or something.
it's like, man.
It was all work.
Then he goes to heaven.
Oh, cool. So
I'd like to go out.
his work is done, I guess. He had to win a championship, but luckily they won because some teams go through long spans of time without winning. He could have just been on the court for 20 years. Yeah, I mean, think about like
DeQuestian or some school like DeQuestian.
Yeah, sure, I know.
Grand Canyon University. These schools that are never going to DeQuestian.
Oh, okay.
That's a common.
There it is. Oh my God, did I not tell you?
So that's after. Well, looks like there's 13 seconds left on the shot clock, so that's like in the middle of the game.
Is he cheating? Is he knocking the shot down for the other team?
What's he actually manipulating for?
That's not
Well, the thing is, here's what you don't understand. God and Anunnaki are Christian. God is like, it's a shame that this poor boy died that had so much future. He said, for that, I will grant you the ability
over king to
So who wins in a
Maybe together they could be unstoppable. This guy gets here.
We talk about the ratings for Mike Tyson versus Jeff Paul. So imagine Airbud
But it would have to be one-on-one though, right? Because people aren't seeing the ghost. It would have to be Earbud for somebody else.
Well, Airbud would like take it up at the top of the key. He knows it a couple times over. It would bounce, like it would look like it was going to go out of bounds, and then it would pop. You just like, wait a minute, what? And then Airbud would dunk it.
Oh.
Because he alley-ooped. He threw an alley-oop, so you're like, where is he?
Yeah, he likes to nose it. That's his main tactic. Because dogs like to try to weaken their joints. So their nose is like a seal's nose.
Let's just be honest, dogs have shitty handles.
Yeah, can't fit for shit.
Airbud had no handles. I like that.
Hands handles. That's Gator has two little handles.
What's that scary thing you're showing? Yeah.
Oh,
Evil Airbud. It's actually not even close to the level of all this. We appreciate it if that's going there.
yeah, it's kind of pretty dark energy.
It's okay.
It's okay. Thank God we have the Anunnaki protecting us. They're God's play.
Grant, when you find there's a good Goosebumps book cover with this really scary dog on it, you can find it. I don't know which Goosebumps book it is, though.
Without a crown,
I never did that. They did have the Goosebumps too. I was part of the fan club right now. To see Grandfather took me to a bookstore one time, and I joined the fan club. I got like a pencil and a sharpener and something. Ooh, that's a scary dog. That dude got a big forehead. What's wrong with your brain, baby?
Dude, he's got the brain for true. That's the smartest dog I've ever seen.
That's how you do. What does that look like? Kind of bosoms or blood or something? Let's look at her.
It was subliminal. Do you think the artist was in the very call these kids look at it?
I think so. Turn them all freaking totally nuts.
Yeah, turned into dogs, getting into animals. That's always weird. I've been reading some lady got in trouble again for having sex with her dog. How does that even work? Do they get their penis inside of it? How does that even, I don't even know how that works.
I would hope not. I would think that would cause damage, right? You'd think that would cause. Well, the dog from banging a woman, that's. You'd think there would be some diseases, and you'd think God would prevent that from happening.
It's like when you eat too much human meat, you get that, what's it called, guru or something, you get that weird
That's what I'm saying.
shake.
Well, what I was about to say, we're seeing it like crazy. We're seeing.
We're seeing
Cannibalism's on the rise, I think.
I saw one story about like a college professor that got in trouble for banging a dog, but I didn't know that was like on the rise. And good, that guy, honestly, I think that should be the death penalty. I think if you have sex with the dog or the dog lives.
Oh, the dog has to watch though.
I bet the dog wouldn't want to. Could you imagine if an elephant had sex with you? Could you imagine if an elephant just decided to bang you?
They could if they want to. Yeah, I don't know what you
Absolutely.
falling
Yeah, you did.
from the rock.
Just lay there, I guess.
It was terrible fate, and that's why I think we should murder.
Here's one that's shocking.
But what if it's the smartest dog breed, like a Shetland?
Never.
True. Well, what if it is a real smart?
Talk about things God hates. Casey Rocket. We talk about things God hates. Banging anything on four legs. I'm telling you, that's just me being honest. That's just me being straight up. If you get sexual on four legs, God hates that. Amen.
You're going to heaven. Unless it's dog on dog.
Well, you can always. Yeah, dog on dog.
God helps it.
Yeah, that was like, you know who hated it? Bob Barker. Call her spay and neuter your dog.
And I'll be honest, if I watched that show recently, I was a little sad. I'm not feeling it. You were on the race, right? Did you win?
It was, yeah, but it was sad.
I was on the episode.
I won, but it was sad. No, I didn't win everything. I won.
Whereas the church gets a hand descending.
You want something you're wearing right now?
It's pretty small inside. It was like one of 4 items. It's a 18 karat.
Wait, what else was a part of the 4-item?
Since the gold necklace was an other
Earrings, which I don't wear. Yeah, I can melt them down.
What else?
But you're right.
No, I won a bunch of gold jewelry. Give it up for B-Barts.
He's right behind me.
But I won a bunch of gold, and then when I got to get to the second prize, they said, "What's the price for a trip to Nashville?" Can I ask you guys?
Trip to
I
Made it to the showdown?
I didn't make it to the showdown. It was just the first game. So I got the bidding correct.
on the 4 pieces
The
of
video's out there. Yes.
What'd you guess?
I think I guessed like 14. I guessed $1.
So smart. Yeah, you gotta do
Yeah,
that.
I got $1. And so I wanted to. I got there. They go trip to Nashville. All expenses paid. 4 days, 4 nights. Line dancing lessons, hotel and airfare. Right. So they said it's either 9,700 or no 5,700 or 7,500. And it was coach airfare for 2, 4 nights in line dancing. I said 5,700. It was 7,500 they wanted for that. It's a ripoff. And I love you. I love you. The price is right, Rob. When I'm talking about how it's a little sad, maybe it's getting sad because you're trying to tell us a trip to Nashville is $7,500.
Yeah, not a chance.
That's in Egypt. That's a trip to
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, Nashville meets you. What the hell? It's just not right. They took advantage of you in front of your family.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Maybe
sad.
kissed her area ever.
When the cameras were off,
That was a really dark thing.
you gotta kiss the ring.
No, I'm kidding. Your character's man.
Really crucial is that Saint Augustine
Yeah.
is a contemporary with Saint John.
What, after you gave him your
A
jewelry?
very different kind
You
of
asked him.
Well, I mean, you give a kiss to the man that gives you jewelry. That's how it's.
Okay.
I was raised that way. If a man gives you jewelry,
specifically
give him a kiss.
the fact that God had a
Yeah,
relationship
just in a dark room,
as
depending on your
sort of
jewelry.
like
Or your ears pierced, your shirt's lit up.
as the dense
I never,
right?
I've never had a piercing.
Right upon
I have a couple
so
tattoos.
Judaism is under the foundation.
They call it
In fact,
piercing.
the continuing
I've heard that.
observance of
Wasn't that in
the Torah
the,
by the Jews as a positive sign indicating their
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as
Now,
well.
he did certainly believe
I
that
mean,
they
well,
were
if we're
wrong.
talking about selling, that could be a scene.
But he said that it would be very wrong for Christians to somehow
Yeah, I'm looking at
kill
William.
Jews. Not only is this a
I mean,
clear
and that's
violation
everything I wish I could see.
Stop.
but it also represents
I don't want to say that. I'm nothing like a forest mage. Trust me, I wish I was. Trust me. Don't ask Eric. I'm nothing like a forest
idea of
mage.
what he called
I've been getting excited recently finding the puzzle pieces. Okay, that's what's going on right now. No, it is so exciting. Oh my gosh, when you're looking at all the different plates with the pieces on there, and I'll be looking for hours, and then I'll see a piece that I needed, and it's just the most exciting thing. Real fun. When it fits in there, when you press it, and you're thinking it might fit, and it fits, it's exciting.
If there were no Jews around to do that, Christians would
Yeah.
never
The nose. Yeah. That's a dog nose. It's a dog nose. Erica, get in here. He's like, I was just in here when you found the ear. Yeah. It happened like 10 times last night. Get in here. I think I found the part of the Christmas lights on this thing. Wake up. I found the bow and the present.
Wow. It's so much better.
It's so exciting. I'm not even kidding. It really is exciting. One of the easier things to match would be a very distinguishable feature. Would be the bow. It was hailing last night.
Hailing, I heard that.
I took a video.
Kind of scary, isn't it? It felt like it really did. I thought someone was banging on my door.
So that's essentially how
Get used to it. You just moved here, dude. You need to get your vehicle. You got a vehicle, or you need to get it under some sort of cover whenever it's going to happen. Yeah,
downside is.
I do love it here, though. I think the weather's better. I like LA is like you get the same shit, but they've gotten 3 hurricanes in the last couple months. Long cyclones.
Have you been here during the summer?
I was in Houston for the summer, so I know Houston summer, and I can't imagine it's much worse here than Houston. But I do know it's bad.
It ain't no good. Yeah, that's what I was telling Tom in the car when we saw him out there. Smoked a little dope in the car. I told his ad, I'm like, you haven't been here for the summer yet. Awful. Hard to exist.
Well, I have a pretty positive outlook. Like, if I'm enjoying other aspects of my life, it's a lot easier to be happy about even the things that might not be perfect.
You are living in Lyndon B. Johnson old house, so hopefully that has good air conditioning.
Yes, it does. Yeah, so I don't want to give out too much information about where I live, but I am in a private section of the property. Let's say that. Perhaps not.
Like somewhere on the property.
But it's awesome.
Lyndon B. Johnson's old house.
Yes. And there's a beautiful Greek amphitheater in the back. I'm gonna have a show there. And it actually has electricity and lighting already installed into it. It's like a forest. It's like a shire.
How'd you find this place?
Dude, I'm telling you, the Anunnaki led me there, dude.
Via what? Craigslist or something? Or how'd you find you?
No, I found it on. I found a real estate agent on Facebook. No, Facebook. No, one of like Zillow or one of those. I went online and I was, looking at prices, and I kept it in a certain price range. And I found a lady. She was going to give me one apartment, and then she was like, "Oh, it fell through. You'd like this one more, anyways." And it's cheaper, and it's like everything included, and and I saw, the area. There's old good old Lyndon. He did most of his business on the toilet, which he and I have in common.
What does that mean? Like being on your phone?
Yeah, I'm doing business. I'm dropping dues. I'm not dropping dues. I'm on the toilet sometimes for hours a day.
And apparently, it's not bad if you're just sitting on the toilet. It's just you don't push on.
Yeah. You don't want to force it.
When it's set, don't push, and you're fine. Yeah, just wait for it to come out.
We do, man. Us men love.
It's all red in the face.
I look to feel like I'm doing something.
Yeah, you're doing the job. Yeah.
That happened earlier today. It was not a lot of effort, not a lot. Just kind of a boring. It's boring. This is boring today. Yeah, bored. I had a one. I swear to God, it was a foot and a half long. I tried to get Erica to look at it.
Do you drink coffee?
It's the all brand buds. I swear, I'm a giant proponent of those things. They really help to clear you out. I swear.
Because you don't need to push if you drink coffee. I've never drank a coffee and needed to push.
Well, it's good. Yeah, I have a problem.
A foot and a half is pretty huge. You might have a more fibrous diet than me as well. That's a big log.
All brand
A
buds.
big old log.
All brand buds. Well, I didn't eat them yesterday, and today it was just kind of.
I do liquid IV. That helps. B vitamins. Yeah, helps.
Up the butt, huh?
Up the butt.
Man, what's that process like?
Fingers in, spread. Liquid IV, squeeze the packet.
I feel like I would be so uncomfortable.
And it stings for a while, but then you wash it down with neti pot.
Cool. Just make sure to clean the neti pot.
Yeah,
Probably
before
have
you
to
use it.
And it's got to be, correct me if I'm wrong, it's got to be scalding hot water.
Yes, well, it has to kill the bacteria.
Scalding hot.
Yeah. And what makes liquid IV work so good is that it actually has a little bit of the SARS virus in it. It has a little bit of E. coli. So the hot water helps kill that while still kind of ushering in a new era of like flowing into that.
And that's technically a vaccine, right?
Yeah, it's a black.
The FDA considers it, CDC considers it a vaccine.
Well, it's not been approved by the FDA, but the CDC is totally on board that it's an almost all week as of that.
Yeah, are you going to give it to them?
For the right price.
Yeah, you can. Just give it to them.
I said $75 minimum, $100,000.
They come back.
Yeah, they said they could maybe.
Oh!
Yeah.
Damn!
Big win.
Add another zero.
Yeah. Just, yes, they add another zero maybe to that one. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, and so the price is right. And so pretty cool.
So when you're doing that, is it both of your hands or somebody helping you?
Well, I need someone in there to watch to make sure I'm not getting too scared.
Okay.
But I do
The fear aspect is a big thing.
Yeah, because it'll pucker me right up.
Oh, yeah.
If I get too scared, so they'll be trying to relax me. Like, this is really going to help.
Is there any specific music or artists that they put on to loosen the blood?
Yeah, Diane worked. Yeah. Oh, yeah, worked. Baby's on fire, or I'm a ninja. Yeah, I like the hits.
I feel like Dido would be good.
That'd be good. The Eminem song.
The one that's like,
Yeah, that song used to make me cry in like the 6th grade. I couldn't listen to the Dido, the one not with Eminem, where it's just her. I could not listen to that in the 6th grade. I cry so bad every freaking time. That's the one I'm talking about. I cannot, because that's the solo version. That's the one not with Eminem. I cannot listen to the solo version.
that is like the bridge of the soul. You're so right.
Yeah.
It's not bad to cry. It's not bad to cry. You know, especially listening to a little music. It's bad to cry reactively, but it's not bad to cry contemplatively. Or in grief, you know, and I want to say that to any of my dudes out there. It's beautiful to cry, especially at a funeral. If you want to really have that person with you forever,
What song are you going to hit your funeral? What do you think? Do you have an idea of what songs you're going to be playing? Are you going to make people happy, or like a Cat Stevens song where people are going to start crying?
I don't want people to be sad. I hope it's very far in the future. Maybe it'll be a song that hasn't been created yet. You know?
That's an interesting answer. I never said
Because I like to, I'm waiting for the long run, but
I'm waiting for better music to come out.
if they said, right, yes, exactly. I need some better music, but if it got to the point in 70 years, no, imagine if I lived to 100. In a long time, if they're like, it's going to be pre-20, I'd probably go with like Free Bird.
Yeah.
Because people would start getting fucking pumped.
Halfway through, yeah.
You know? And everybody's sad at the beginning, and that's how it should be when you grieve somebody. You should be sad at the beginning, but then you should, then the guitar solo comes in and you're just rocking, and it's like,
You got to dig a live version. The live version is better than the studio.
Give me back my bullets. The Skinner playlist.
oh, a Skinner playlist.
We still love drinking whiskey, listening to Skinner.
I love so many Skinner songs. I also love Creedence Clearwater Revival. I want to know, have you ever seen rain?
It's another
Where will the some folks ooh, that red, white, and blue. And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, oh, you know you're getting talking to you. Oh, it ain't me. It ain't me. I'm that fortunate son. No.
That's a good one. They're from San Francisco, I think. You would think they were sounds so weird.
They sound like listen.
John Fogerty.
Fogerty.
Same with the band. Aren't they from like Canada?
Yeah, they're from like New York or something.
The Eagles are from Chicago. The Eagles, you hear Desperado, you're like, those guys.
Yeah, the band were weird. They're like, we need to reinvent ourselves. We're gonna be Southern now.
They just moved to the South and then
We started old thing.
I think Leonard Skinner just made everybody want to be from the South.
yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Now William Montgomery makes everything want to do this.
It comes natural to guys like us.
Yeah, damn right. Gosh, I watched this insane movie 2 nights ago on Netflix. Doing the puzzle. It was called like Eldest Son or something from like '84. And the lady has 2 kids, and the freak, and she gets a divorce or something, and then she ends up getting some really bad boyfriend. And then there's this one scene where they're doing cocaine down on the pinball table, and one of the kids walks down and sees them doing lines, but they're listening to the band. I thought it was a fun song to play while they're railing lines.
I'm on fire.
The Eldest Son.
Oh man,
Here in Atlantic City, was in Atlantic City.
That's a good cocaine song.
that's a great one.
Yeah, it was the way I think.
Chicken Man, last night, he blew his house down on the boardwalk. We should just do karaoke.
I wish I could do karaoke. But I heard for Adam Pally, he made us sing in a band after every show. We would go out and the band was awesome. Shout out Adam Pally, so funny. Yeah, shout out. It was awesome making friends.
Would y'all know the lyrics, or were the lyrics
I had to look at it on my phone.
Was it Atlantic City by the band, or was it?
Yeah. No. It was the way. Yeah.
He's got beautiful eyes, so I can say that you're comfortable with my sexuality.
Yeah, I do too. Grant.
We have similar eyes, he
I
and
was
I.
about to say, look at those eyes.
He has that beautiful trichromia.
That's cool.
Here, can you zone in, Grant? He comes from William the Conqueror as well, I'd assume. By those beautiful eyebrows and the sun.
Trichromia, what'd you call it?
Trichromia.
Trichromia.
See how he's got the gold bar, bars.
What about Tom's eyes, Greg?
Go ahead.
Let's see this.
Do you want me to go put my eyes next to the camera real close?
That'll help. Yeah, Grant, she can do that.
I don't know. You might have to go on my Instagram story. Let me see. Should I walk up to the camera with him? This is Grant Bolton's Instagram story.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's kind of blurry this way.
Let me go closer.
Yeah, go closer.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
And the camera.
See the trichromia. Let's see the.
Has the characteristics of
Grant, go ahead and focus it on.
Yeah, we gotta see the. And then you gotta move the other guy's eyes, Grant. You got a lot. Yeah, now you gotta somehow focus the back one. And Grant, I mean, you got really a lot to do right now because there's a focus issue going, and I think with the front word and then Grant, there's like obviously some sort of issue with the back word. I mean, Grant, you're gonna work that out for you,
the Jews have a unique role in parasite race.
Grant, you're going to want to go ahead and zoom in on the trichomia, please.
The healthy societies around
Am I the first trichromia?
tie that together.
Yeah, I think so. That's what we had to get it. Yeah, the mercenaries were clamoring for if anybody with a trichromia eye came on here, gotta see the trichromia.
It's Patreon.
Yes.
O negative.
I feel like
trichomia. Gout.
I don't have gout, but I probably will someday.
Is that the Van Halen song?
Gout. Gout.
No.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was thinking shout for some reason.
Might as well gout. With my hands up and gout. Take my hands up and gout. Come on now.
Gout.
Come on, get to wear your shoes. Swollen ankles now.
Gout. Yeah, why didn't you give me shout? That was. I think so.
We're
Like many of these blood rivals,
We've been laughing pretty good so far.
really happy to be here as opposed to Los Angeles.
And there you just moved here, and again, you haven't experienced that Texas heat. Well, I guess you used it. Yeah, I guess you just got probably really hot.
Man, I was doing door-to-door sales.
our times as
What were you
well.
selling?
Living smart home. And what
But
sad.
dude, some smart homes to homes that weren't already smart.
Yeah, I would go convince. I'd go give these homes an education.
Were you good at it?
I was so good.
Would you sell
Want
it?
to hear my pitch?
Imagine if you will, your house could talk.
No, really, I did the security aspect. I never actually sold logs. It's just called Living Smart Home. I sold those doorbell cameras like a maniac. I would just go to someone's house and I would say, hey, how you doing? Sorry to bug you. My name's Tom. Have you heard about
I'm currently buddies with the alien. What he sent me here.
Are you familiar with the Anunnaki? Okay, great. So,
Relative. So what's his name?
William the Conqueror. Are you familiar with England?
I have gout.
Civilization.
I have gout in one leg, not both. Thank God.
No, but I would just say, have you heard about all the catalytic converters that have gotten stolen? Because catalytic converters are getting stolen at an alarm. And
So you were going that angle, the catalytic converters.
I was the caddy converter angle. Yeah, well, no. The fear, no. The fear aspect is, you see this out? These are all the violent crimes and break-ins that have occurred in the neighborhood in the last 5 years. And so there's the app you were using to spot crime. I didn't use that, but that's the fear. If you want to know what the fear approach was, it's to show the break-ins and assaults. Because I would never say to people like, hey, your house might get broken into. I would be like, yeah, your car's out there, you're asleep. I know you have a dog, I know you have guns, it's great. But you can just look on your phone and see it. You'll get a notification.
Or the police will be able to find the people that killed you.
Yeah,
In a video, at the very least. Yes, they can avenge your death. And for an extra price, I will personally avenge your death.
But I would, I had boomers in it.
For 75, really arbitrary number, $75 a year. It's insurance for me to go ahead and follow up on that.
It was like, I didn't use the fear. I would also be like, did you ever wonder if there's dogs shitting on your lawn? And they'd be like, I do all the time. You'll know because you're going to see it.
Take a look at this picture. It's you shitting on it.
Imagine I was a dog. How
poor Erica stepped in human shit last night. We were walking through the alleyway.
I was like, Lillian, I don't know if I stepped in anything or is the floor kind of slippery. So I'm trying to slip
Some behind Mothership yesterday.
I
swear to God, I saw something.
At least they
100% it's not dogs.
At least they do it in the alley. In LA, they straight up do it on the sidewalk. I would walk my dog. Yes, on the busy sidewalk where people would poop on this. So at least it's in an alley. I'll say that. And it was bad. It would be look at it. It would be diarrhea.
That was on me.
Yeah, it was like diarrhea.
Man, that shit I had 2 days ago, it was like a foot and a half. That would have been interesting to see on the side. I would have called it the National Guard. There's a bear. There's a polar bear downtown.
Return of the Nephilim.
They call it a drone strike for that GPS location. Just torch it. Like Tokyo, they firebomb it.
No. Well, we didn't do anything to Tokyo. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Tokyo was firebombed and more people died in Tokyo than Nagasaki and Hiroshima combined.
Really? That's a lot, because I think like 30,000 people died. I don't know. I would have to look. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know the death totals. I don't know the. Could you look that up? Death tolls for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now I'm not trying to disprove your case. It's true. I'm curious, and I'll eat crow if I'm wrong. But I have a feeling that Hiroshima and Nagasaki caused more death than Tokyo. But
Tokyo was made out of wood. We firebombed it and it burned like something like 70% of Tokyo, hundreds of thousands of people.
Terrible. Not good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good. And at least the people in Nagasaki got vaporized.
Another rather
They
bizarre
think around
charge
the
called
low of
post-desecration,
110,000
which
and
actually had a
around
little
high.
more enthusiasm from the church.
In Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And then look up the firebomb if you don't mind, please.
He really doesn't believe it's
Well, no,
true.
I want to know because I want this factoid from my, and if I can verify truth, I will take your factoid. I'll eat crow that I'm wrong.
That's wrong. So actually, this is could be a good learning
It
experience.
said
for
it's
us.
at least 80,000 to.
So I'll give you this. I'll give you this, Casey. It's more than individually Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Because I think it was 150 for both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So individually, Tokyo was a single large. So you're not wrong. It doesn't make you incorrect.
We'll both have a little bite of crow.
We'll have a little taste of crow. We'll have a little bit of crow at the front.
If y'all ever come to Memphis, I'll take y'all to Nagasaki. It's a really good, whatever it's called, the place where they're chopping up the hibachi.
Ooh, I love
Hibachi. Yeah, very good hibachi place in Memphis.
I love like a good, nice soy sauce.
What's that place we've gone? JJ's Hibachi.
It's good. It's the sand, in the sea, in the land.
Land in the sea.
Then,
Oh my gosh, it's kind of expensive, but it's like a giant. It's like feels like it's a pound or two of food. Like it's expensive, kind of, and it's so freaking good. Yeah, well, they have some that's like fillet and like some of those get expensive, but it's delicious. It's worth wonderful. It's really oily though, so it's probably not good.
all of that part
It's so good.
Well, going back to I already have an oil issue. I don't know if I've ever told you guys about my hyper beardo.
Oh yes,
torture
And that's oil. Actually, that's good for hibachi. They actually oftentimes sought after as one of the oils to use.
Well, I thought it was cool. I looked in the front of their truck as it's truck they could drive, and they had a bunch of Trulies up there. So I thought, oh, this is a cool place. These are cool people running this place. Yeah, they're getting drunk.
Is it that little food court in the caged area by downtown?
Yes.
But it may have been a drink in there.
Yeah, I've seen him drinking at Dallas before. I used to adore him.
That's so funny. Yes, I would. Oh man, that place is.
Which career path do you think is most decimated by alcohol addiction? Do you think it's cooks, alcohol and drug addiction, bartenders? Yeah,
It's good.
I mean, comics probably.
Exotic dance.
Yes.
All you have to do is dance. Yeah, I think the alcohol helps that.
I just feel like every cook like every cook I've met that loves Coke and booze, like loves just getting drunk and.
And I wasn't, I wasn't even a guy. I was the dishwasher, but I was getting down with the cooks at the place I worked at in Denver. Yeah, it was a den of inequity.
How is that?
Enjoyed it. Oh, I loved it. Like a David Lynch club. Yeah, it was just a lot of sin going on. It was very full. No, it seemed fine.
It's like the Mark Desad. Do you know who the Mark Desad is?
100 Days of Sodom.
Yeah.
Gross.
I don't 120 Days of Sodom rather than 20.
I think Casey and I should tag team explain the Marquis de Sade. So it's like basically like these super rich guys get their daughters and they go to a remote palace and they get a group of dudes they call the fuckers. And they go on this 120-day fuck spree of them with their daughters, the daughters with the fuckers with some other random, like,
peasants.
Yeah, like there's a guy wearing probably a dress, I'm sure, and one of the rich guys gets something rammed up on by a fucker. If they're called the fuckers, and I hope I don't, like, if I ever get, like, work on Disney Channel and they go back and watch it, I can write this story, or they decide, yes, and so, but it's just,
It's all about, well, that's where the word sadism comes from. Marquis de Sade would write these horrible stories of depravity, and it sort of ramps up throughout the 120 days. It leads to an escalation that might not be
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm already on
Okay. Yeah. I mean, people with daughters.
So fuckers, that came from that too. No, just as well. Fuckers. As well, fuckers. No, the word fuckers came from. That's at least what I've read.
Interesting. Learning more.
Well, fuck comes from thick in German. Okay. And so fuck came from thick. So then fuck was the Anglo version of thick. And then so he just added the ERS and created fuck.
What do you know?
Hey, seriously, knowledge is power. We can be funny guys. We can be fun guys, jokeroonies, but really, knowledge is power. The more we know about the past, about literature, and about history, the more power we're going to have in the future.
Yeah.
And you know, if you really read about like the French Revolution and all these terrible things that happened, Les Miserables and all that, that's happening right now. Well, it was a book by Victor Hugo before it was a musical, but it was a great musical. I prefer the well, of course, who the fuck the original book. But no, it's a beautiful story of redemption, I'll say that. But it goes to show, you know, these things happen, these like power struggles where they enslave the common people. It's happened throughout time. You know, give them fairs and food, I think, or give them carnivals and food, and they won't ask questions. You know, yeah,
I mean, these days, what? It's Ninja Warrior and Survivor. Pretty good season right now. Really, genuinely enjoying this season right now.
What's been the best part?
They got that girl out last time. There was some nasty girl. She was too skinny, and thank God they saw through her fucking
They're
ass.
trying to run it, you know. You have to lay low, and then they don't like. They're saying she's trying to change.
But you got to run it at some point. But she's doing it too early. Doing it too early, and luckily they found her out.
If you turn your alliance too quick,
I would mess up. It is my dream to get one there, but I swear I maybe would talk too much. I would do something. I'd spill the beans. I think I would overshare. But if I got on Survivor, though, I would have to know in my head I cannot overshare. Yeah, I would have to know that. And I think going in, that would help.
bring a journal and don't let anybody see your journal. And you can write down.
Well, what if somebody finds my journal and all my secrets are in there? Then I'm really getting voted out.
They have those, you know, those ones with the little codes that you put on and no one knows. Password journals.
After your birthday.
Yeah, and just write down like tomorrow we are voting out Steve. He thinks we love him, but we actually think he sucks, and we are going to vote him off. And then,
Maybe. I don't know.
That guy next to you.
The guy right above me.
Next to the redhead.
Day 4. I'm so scared of alligators.
oh, with the tank tops.
Yep, it's
Scared of alligators?
Just be like stuff you're writing down. They're really scared of. It's so dark out here at night.
Imagine
Yeah.
mosquitoes.
Well, it doesn't seem as hard anymore. They're not out there as long.
I'm not.
Oh my gosh, the other night, the night I watched that scary movie with the stepdad or whatever doing the puzzle, there was a fucking, I've been seeing some roach. It better be the same roach I saw the past 2 nights. But it was up on the ceiling, and it took me forever. I swear to God, I was watching it for an hour before I made my move. And we finally got it. It was scary, and I get mad at Erica because she's not helping my ass.
I helped him.
I killed one last night that was 4 inches. I put my thumb there for scale.
Wow.
4-inch
Because
roach.
it's warm. It's the summertime.
You guys should be hitting them with chemical warfare.
Man, but it was up on the ceiling. I don't want to spray something accidentally. I don't know. It scared me.
With
For it, he jumps back.
Yeah, I comically threw the shoe. I had a shoe in my hand, and I swear, I didn't even mean to. I screamed because Erica does the broom up because it was underneath the broom and it was still
And
alive.
I'm like, I'm going to put it down, go get it. So instead of going towards it with the shoe, goes back and throws the shoe.
It was like a movie. I taught it flew out of my hand. I was so scared. I like did that. It flew out
Now
of
they
my
have
fucking
wings,
hand.
but they can't fly, right?
Some of them can.
I think they can like fly.
Yeah, they fly a little in
That's
Texas.
crazy. That's crazy. Flying roaches. I let all of the bugs live in mine. When a fly comes in or one of those big, like when one of those big crane bugs. Have you seen a crane fly? They look like male mosquitoes.
Yes.
They look like male mosquitoes, but they're
Loud. They'll slap the walls.
yeah, they would slap me in the face, but I let them live because I think they're cool and they're sentient. Like I let anything that's sentient live. I don't think roaches are very sentient. I think they're just food motivated. But like this, I read more about these crane flies, and they're one goal in life is love.
Yeah,
And it made me sad, so I let them live. They died on their own after a few days, but
I read those crane flies. The scientists think if there was a piano small enough for them to play it, they would be able to play it by ear.
yes, I'm amazed at the intelligence of some of these. You'd be amazed, dude. Some of these flies land near me and they'll like watch me. And just watch me for an hour.
What are you doing? Watching the fly?
Playing video games, and the fly's just sitting there. Like you think the fly flies around? No, this fly's just sitting there, just watching me. Yeah, you did. And I take care of them. I had a whole
You give them little scraps of food or something?
they find great crumbs. You know what I mean? Like something that I wouldn't see. They're like, oh my god, this is like Thanksgiving dinner.
Last a while.
Yeah, you know, and I have water out. You know, it's like.
Well, that's so simple.
Why not? I think bugs deserve life. Their lifespans are so short. If they live 45 years, it would be a different story. But a little crane fly comes in, he just wants to know what it's like to live inside. Imagine how nice that would be an outside person.
Yeah, an outside person living inside.
To just go in for the last day of your life, you get to live inside.
Climate control, little piano, God willing, if they were that small. But
If anybody's watching this that can make a little crane bug piano,
go ahead and hit us up.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, sign up for the mercenaries level, and you'll be able to message us.
Yes. Please.
I love
The
that.
shoulder notes has a great infection throughout all Europe. By reason, the water in their wells was poison.
Yeah,
The top line says,
The night they travel Dixie down.
Yes.
werewolves of London, some warrants.
That's a bang. I would say maybe he might play like
with a confection of the blood of man's lives.
I mean, he's a bug.
And the White Album, maybe it's a little more.
There was no
time
crane flies band. There was. I mean, he might be a classical guy, like Mozart.
Well, Tom Whalen, thank you so much for being on the show today, my
Can you
friend.
put your hand on my knee one more time, and then I'm gonna go like that out of friendship, and just like, you know, that's how much I truly love my buddy.
It's very nice to see you again. Tom was one of my first buddies in LA.
Yes, and it's beautiful to see what
The Next Stage Theater.
he's.
Remember that place? With the Caribbean. The liquor store underneath, and I'd get fucking wasted and pass out and vomit on the stairs. Okay, hold on. We have to think of Mercenaries. Russell, obviously.
Tweet the freak.
Sean. AI Elliot.
Alec.
AI Elliot, he makes my AI shit. We love you, Elliot.
Anthony Whiplash Morganson.
Cool man.
Black Pill Machine, our man Black Pill Machine, making that music. Daniel Fox from Hawaii, the Big Island.
Destiny A. Ford.
Jay Dizzy, as always. Joe Kai, as always, making the videos. Josiah M. Justin Threckle. My old doctor's kid, I think, baby. Dr. Mary. Kyle. Papa John Schnatter, a.k.a. Mad. You need to change that Mad. I don't think we're going to like seeing that.
That's triggering.
I think we got him. Thank y'all so much.
Got him.
Oh, so this is just doubling up now?
Yeah.
We're gonna make sure we
It's just
don't.
like 5 times.
We're gonna make sure we don't thank anybody
Hello, fellows.
Too much.
with an L.
Yeah. Except for Joke 5, we love
Yes. And Mr. Threckle, I think Dr. Threckle is your dad.
Dr. Threckle and Mr. Hyde.
I like Whiplash. I want to see what Whiplash brings to the table. Is this a dirt bike expert?
Well, we're trying to figure it out. We will see. We're going to meet them all in person July 4th during the Willie Nelson picnic.
And all the ones on the bottom, too, are we supposed to read those? You guys supposed to read those, too?
No, those shall not be.
No, those are the bounty hunter though, and I forgot to put them on the screen last time.
Bounty hunters.
We love you, bounty hunter.
Okay, Tom, where can people find you, good sir?
Yes, Fake Tom Whalen on Instagram and on TikTok, and you can find my McDonald's freakout video if you Google my name.
When you freak out at McDonald's?
Oh, it's glorious. I got sober for 16 months after that. It's glorious. All praise to
You
God.
asking where the beef was?
They wouldn't give me the beef, and it was 45 minutes of waiting, hungry, drunk, and no nicotine, and the guy was honking behind me. It's a masterpiece. But I would definitely say, I'm a better man now. I would say definitely check out Fake Tom Whalen on Instagram, and just think about me in your dreams.
Sure.
Bless me in your dreams.
Cool. William, you have any dates coming in?
Yes, Springfield, in St. Louis and Philly. What about you, Casey?
I'll be in St. Louis and Philly as well this summer, but this month I'm at Cap City headlining the 24th, and I'm in Dallas and Hyenas the 28th.
Nice. Love it.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Well, thank y'all for watching.
And New Hampshire. Having a big show in December at Pinkerton Academy Stockbridge Theater, 900 seater. It's gonna be sick as hell. Pinkerton. But yeah, thank you guys. You're awesome.
Nice to have you. Hey. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co. production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Why said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Municipalities of Jews throughout the whole Slovenian Commonwealth in a single coordinating body, which in many ways allowed the Jews to function on a meta level, almost on a state within a state level.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Wait, what did he was fucking cursing you? Hexing you?
Should I read it, do you think, or should I not even give the guy any sort of...
Read it, bro.
Okay, so basically, yes. I never get on the Kill Tony subreddit. Every now and again I do. I did today since my brother was on it, the one that was filmed, the one that went out last night. It was the one with my brother, so I was very curious about that. So I click on it, and then let me just start reading. Basically, somebody's like, oh, William's pretty good, or something like that. And then the response from this guy is,
Not even close, period. Let's say 10 minutes on stage each week, 52 weeks for 5.5 years, even though he's missed something. We were just estimating. That's 47.5 hours of stage time. A headliner that does 5 one-hour shows a weekend will hit 40 hours in 2 months. Plus all their stage time back in their home city during the week, running several 15-minute long sets. Say 6 a week, 3 to 4 nights for 2 months. That's another 12 hours. So we are at 52 hours of stage time for an average working comic in 2 months. William does not even really do shows in Austin and other venues during the week. Not even a lot at the mothership, really. He has his 15 minutes on the road with Tony from time to time. He now has his few headlining weekends every now and again where he struggles to hit 45. An average headliner, say, does 5 a weekend at 40 weekends a year, plus their weekly home 15-minute spots, about 80, plus the weekends, that's another 2. So they are all about 300 hours of stage time a year. William Kiltony's stage time a year is 8.5, and he doesn't do much outside. It was just insane. The guy's doing all of these notations.
And the walk-ins aren't adding up.
It's time for. There's a lot of stats. There's a lot of stats on that.
So basically,
It's not as easy.
Yeah, probably not. And again, not all of the stats are necessarily wrong, but I'm trying to figure out what the stats mean.
I know.
Proof that you're not that good.
What's the end game? Yeah.
Exactly. Again, some of the stats, but it's like, what? I don't understand. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand what it means.
Yeah, some of the numbers got lost in translation. I don't understand kind of what he was getting at.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you probably don't see this, but thank you for everything you do. I appreciate it.
The problems are very concrete. I looked one time. It only took one time for me to realize what the whole thing was.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was like two sides. It was like extreme, the extremes, oh, this guy thinks I'm a piece of shit. Oh, this guy's defending to the guy that thinks I'm a piece of shit. I never said anything. I just watched the sub move for sure. I'm like, what is happening? And they make up these stories about who they think people are.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, this is crazy. It's crazy that
It's scary.
I got the time to analyze people off screen. I'm like, yo, this is insane. Yeah. So I was like, okay, that's what that is.
Well, they read into everything so much that you can tell he's uncomfortable in this situation because he's actually all this weird. Yeah, reading between the lines.
He flashed the Illuminati.
Yeah.
Well, these people are so excited about something. I wish I was so excited about. You know what I mean? There was something I watched or something where I love to just. I guess the closest thing I have is Survivor, but I couldn't imagine getting on the Survivor subreddit and talking shit. Even though there's times I want to, sometimes I don't like some of the people. Maybe I should start getting on the Survivor subreddit and just wreaking havoc on that fucking thing. Because that's what these people are doing, and it's fine. It's great. Again, it's fun that people are so excited about. So, and I don't necessarily get
Thank you very
it,
much for that.
but fun, whatever.
You are.
Yeah, they're passionate in such weird ways. Yeah, I can't do it, man. Yeah, all the weird made-up stories are so weird. Well, I had that one guy, famously in my mind, a year ago, who went on all my YouTube channels and made up all those stories about me. He would comment on every video. Remember that? He was like a stalker.
I remember you telling me.
About knowing you?
Yeah, Casey Rocket's legitimately dangerous. Comedy Club will not work with him. People see him, they walk the other way. They know he's bad news. It was how I'm scary and dangerous.
I was dying at the last show. You kept grabbing the mic stand and moving it closer and closer to the bass guitar. And then eventually you just kept putting it in the same spot right in front of him. And I was like, this is so funny. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I do a lot of things subconsciously. Yeah. trying to freak the system.
Look at communities
I love it. Keep it going. Hey, what's is he okay? Wasn't there last?
Oh yeah. For the last 200 years or so, the dominant community, but by no means.
Called him sick.
And then as
No, it was always
Not T-Man.
It was playing time.
Cool.
It was playing time. It was weeks ago. Took some time off. Yeah.
Good for him. Maybe Miss Amy O. Maybe they hung out. I think she's gone now. I don't think she's around.
Yeah, she's
Damn.
And that's my understanding. It happens. Wait, so John Dees.
no comment.
Exactly.
So John Dees, thank you so much for being here today. Oh my gosh, it's a real pleasure. We got your merch on.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. I'm very happy to be here. I don't really talk.
And unfortunately, we translate.
I know. Well, I'm glad I was able to get your ass.
Yeah, bro, put it on. What are you doing? I know, sorry, we're live. There you go. Look at that.
Look at that. That's a good one.
It's a good looking kid.
There he is.
Seems like a place, but yeah, it feels good. That's amazing.
Stay away from him. He's dangerous.
Yeah, just be away. Whenever he has a hat on, do not talk to him, or he might snap.
You never know he's thinking.
Oh, Grant did a little close up. Yeah.
Hey, there, guys.
It actually matches your eye color, kind of, Casey. It looks like the hat on top.
Oh, it is making it pop, isn't it?
Just making that thing pop.
Hey, paradise, baby, the pocket now.
What is that song about? Like people putting in parking, like pro parking lots, I guess? Or what is it?
Might be anti-parking lots. I think it's some sort of protest song about like trees or something.
Do you have a song out? So what do we have here?
I want to make random keyboard noises. That's cool.
And then the plan is that
And you got the iRig Keys Pro.
iRig Keys. I just discovered how cool this simple thing is. Like everything I can do at home on my computer for the most part. I can do on my iPad. I know, right?
So what's an example?
Well, at home I can play piano, and now I can play piano on my iPad.
So when we start,
I can't hear it.
I don't know what happened.
Grant, what have you done?
What did I do?
Grant, you threw the parking lot picture really late today. 3 minutes later.
There was okay, yes, I did. I got a couple of these that me, man, I'm gonna be on your ass all day. Making you a little surly. Okay.
Yeah, and Casey, congratulations. Should we bring it up or not bring it up?
I signed the
Can we talk about this thing? Yeah, did you sign an NDA?
Or did you refuse?
Look, nothing's set in stone right now, but I've had a couple drinks of Mountain Dew today, and I got to audition for a commercial on my computer. I taped an audition tape. That's wonderful. Me, computer, Mountain Dew. It's so good. And you showed me one of the videos, and it was good. You were hitting the lines good. Yeah. Yeah, they said you could improv a little bit. I said, I couldn't possibly.
Stuck to the script.
To the script, but there's 2 takes. I did it for like 30 minutes, and I was getting frustrated and throwing harmonicas. My dog's just watching me just fall apart. So sad. But Archie's doing better. He's doing better. He barfed twice yesterday, but small barf, so he's getting good.
Normal.
Normal barf. Should we start eating some more food again? He ate. My dog's been barfing like crazy. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. So we fed him some pumpkin and chicken last night. He woke up today and said, time for barf. Barf on the bed. He barfs basically every day on the bed. And then we just get up and throw it in and sleep without covers. It's a nightmare.
Have you tried this colloidal silver?
Oh, colloidal silver? Yeah.
It's
It's supposed to help, and it can turn his skin blue. Yeah, it turns people's skin blue. If
Can
you
you
drink
get a dog?
a lot of it for a long time.
what is colloidal silver? Is it supposed to help with your stomach?
It kills a lot of bacteria, so you're not supposed to really take it.
Because it can kill good bacteria. That's right.
But it can. Anytime my pup has been sick, shout out Little Dylan.
Little
She got her first haircut in months yesterday. She came home with 2 big tails on the bell.
Probably
She's still there suffering.
she's a girl.
She's a girl. You know it's a girl.
I was thinking when you said she. What did y'all think? She was a boy at first, or just Dylan? I guess Dylan is that girl's name.
Dylan
Love a good unisex name.
and that's actually my wife's name.
Oh, it is? Yeah, I just pictured Dylan Baker, rest in peace, my buddy from Memphis. Although when I hear Dylan, I think of Dylan.
Was it he?
It was a he. So I get it now. It's all right. Yeah, I get it. That's why I was so surprised. But since Dylan is your wife's middle name,
There it is.
you have the connection with the female.
So, I know female Dylan.
Damn. I don't know if I've ever met a female Dylan.
Neither do I.
That's her.
This is Dylan Baker. That's Dylan Baker from Happiness, the movie.
Yeah. That was it. Is Dylan Baker an actor's name?
Yeah, it's the guy. Yeah, he played the lizard in one of the Spider-Man movies, right?
Lizard. He was the lizard in the Spider-Man movies.
It was Kirk Connors, the lizard.
Yeah, the one-armed car.
Yeah.
One-armed doctor, the lizard. Was this Andrew the one-armed doctor, the lizard? Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire?
It was Tobey Maguire, and he never actually turned into the lizard, I think, in the movie.
What's the lizard called? Is that literally his name in the universe? The lizard man? The lizard?
Yeah.
I always thought it was something else.
It's still the doctor.
Dr. Octagon. No, Dr. Lizard. Yeah, I thought he was lizard. Yeah, I thought the Dr. Octagon is Doc Ock.
Yeah, I take this.
Doc Ock, that's my MMA name, Dr. Octagon.
Yeah, I get it.
Dana White loves it.
Yeah, that would be perfect for
Dr. Octagon, big white lab coat. You act like you're looking at little fucking stethoscope.
Yeah.
Breaking
You ask the opponent to come over and get the stethoscope out to hear their heart. Bare hands. I think UFC needs more of that. I think MMA needs more of the showmanship like that.
Yes.
Really take it up.
Yeah, it's slow show. Yeah, let me check you out.
Tapper nap. Yes, I would say something funny about just, has it ever been done in MMA with the hands around the wrist? You're not allowed with so yeah, see it. It's too easy. Jokes on it. Maybe it's easy to defend against or something. Maybe they're
Grown man.
just throttling him.
Have you ever been choked? I don't know. No, nobody here.
Which state? We're talking about Texas.
Just choke in general. Choke
in
area.
a fight situation.
Nah, I never have.
See, I feel like you've been choked before in a fight
No,
situation.
throttled. I mean, if you put in headlocks, nobody like manhandles and they fall asleep. That's a good question. Well, we used to do the choking game in high school where you go, and then your buddy squeezes you and you pass out, like to pass out. I remember, yeah. We would do that. Yeah, it makes you get a big head rush because you like went to sleep. When you come to, it feels fine. Grant, did we do that to you, Drew? No, fun, baby.
Do what you gotta do. That's fine. Hey, John, is your music playing through your tablet?
Yes.
Like, could we connect it Bluetooth to here so we can hear it? Everyone can hear it?
Maybe. Sure, I think so.
Okay, well, if you want to,
You want to hear this?
yeah, either that or you just bring your microphone down maybe, or toward what's playing.
Where's the sound coming out of your thing there?
I myself can tell you that
Damn. They don't make them like they used to.
You could try and just connect to the Rodecaster Pro 2 if you see it.
Yeah.
We can give that a.
And I'm doing something else where I'm trying not to look into the camera too much because, again, talking about the looking at the comments, which, again, I swear I never do. But I was looking at the comments on this, and somebody was like, oh, it's not Star Search, William. Why are you looking into the camera so much? And I'm like, don't am I? Yeah, and I'm like, Star Search, hold on, what's the connection there?
On Kill Tony?
On this?
Oh, well, do they know you have the 70-inch television screen right in front of your face?
I don't know. We were actively watching ourselves while we talk.
On the biggest screen.
That's how it works.
There's nowhere else to
To
look.
show this trick. That's how it works. Let's see if we're enunciating right. Yep.
Cameras are real close to your face. That's how.
Really hard.
Ooh, it's playing through it.
Weird.
Do I need to? Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of latency, I guess.
Oh my gosh. Is that going to mess you up play since it's
I was going to play it first, and whatever comes out after.
This is exciting. So what would be a good song? What would be a good song if Casey was the Dr. Octagon and like in the beginning of the thing, like maybe a walkout song or maybe a song when he's doing the stethoscope on somebody in the ramp or just when they announce, from Lafayette, Louisiana. That's my word from the From Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Standing 4'12". 5 foot. 275 pounds. The king of Maine, the bastard of Lafayette. That's strong. That was good. No, that was really close. Oh, yeah. Well, you can really change up the sounds on that one. God has forsaken us. On his mighty throne, he smites us and laughs at our son. Oh, wait. That was pretty good. That was close. Yeah. In a world where the octagon is the plate and the food is the fight, one doctor checks your blood pressure with a punch. Doc Octagon. Let me see your hands. I can't hear you. The doctor's in. That was good. Yeah, that was wonderful. That was doctor. Time for your checkup, nutsack.
That's pretty good.
That was kind of good. That was exhilarating.
Send that to Mountain Dew.
I know.
They said you could improvise.
I can improvise a little bit. That would be funny if you said doctor. I said a little hour-long podcast.
Check this out.
This work? Yeah, check this out. Damn. What is that? It's called an airfield. Damn. Time for your checkup. This is the time look. That's fast. How do you figure out how to do all this stuff? Do you just sit at your place and do this?
I don't have time to mess with it. So I'm doing it now. Cool. Perfect time. Figuring it out right now, live in front of all the people.
Yeah, it's kind of a laser.
Button masher. There's a song called Button Masher. That's a little funny.
Make a little thing there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe
maybe I could be Casey, like the actual ring doctor, because you still need a doctor, and maybe I come out. We need some sort of good. But I guess I don't get that. I guess it's only the main UFC dude with the song.
Now, you could also have your own.
Yeah. Can I also
doctor to make sure he's safe?
Yeah, to make sure the actual doctor is safe.
In case he gets hit.
Ooh, I saw a bad video last night. Why'd you laugh at that, Gary? It was bad. It was some random, it was a fight video. I was watching some fight videos, and then some poor guy on the ground, and his face is all bloody, and then they stab his fucking hand, and then they stab his back a bunch, and then he's just laying around in a bunch of blood, and I click off of it. I'm like, I had enough tonight of this stuff. Yikes. Hell no. Somebody's cell phone camera. Yeah, it's like a street fight. Street fight gone wrong.
Yeah, total fail. Where's the love? I thought we were watching fail compilations on Cat's birthday for some reason, and most of them were just like serious car accidents. And then it would be like, huge fails 2014. It was just like head-on collisions.
Yikes.
Think about it.
Yeah, I clicked on one of those videos where it's like, follow this page for more, whatever. So it's like more car crashes or whatever. So I watch that. And then now all of a sudden, like, those pages are now suggested to me. So follow this pages for more street fights. Follow this page for more. You like seeing Karens get smacked? Follow this. Or you like seeing bullies get caught? Or it's just like the same guy, just like putting out these pages.
Welcome to the club, dude. That's my life now. That's all my YouTube is. That and Judge Millie. And her new show's actually pretty good. I was hating on it at the beginning, but I gave it a little time, and it's wonderful. She's as strong as ever. Yeah, justice for the people. Sadly, they don't talk to Doug at the end, which makes me sad. I love Doug. Yeah, I'm almost worried he's dead. He's been so old for so long. Do you think he passed? Maybe. He might be. Would you say hello to her, John, if you ever saw her in public, or would you starstruck?
No, I'll probably just walk right by her.
You wouldn't realize it's Judge Marilyn?
No,
Or you just wouldn't really fear
Her name's Marilyn Million?
Yeah, Marilyn Million.
I don't feel like she's a nice person to run with.
Oh my gosh, what makes you think that? Are you kidding?
Judge Judy.
She's the best. She's on TV.
She is.
She's a better talker than listener. That's why she went to law school. That's what she said.
That answers your question.
Yeah. Does that change how you think about her?
I don't think.
Okay, you don't like her that much.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the beef on this one. Wise.
You don't like small claims?
That's the color.
You don't like her, what, the color?
The color.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird color. Well, I don't know. Brings out her eyes.
What is Mike Tyson looking at?
Where's Mike?
Is that Mike Tyson?
Where? Which one?
The guy in front or behind?
Nah, neither of these are Mike Tyson. Oh, okay. Thanks for that.
Rand, come on, everything's going good between you and John. Now you're trying to bamboozle his ass.
April 2nd.
Yeah.
April Fool's is over, dipshit.
Yeah, who are these people we're looking at?
Who is that guy? What is he looking at?
Maybe the prize.
You're the prize. He's looking at you. He's looking at the top of your head.
Maybe the grand prize.
Daniel Cormier.
Look at the grand prize.
And Derek Lewis. What? There's no way that's Derek Lewis.
Not a chance, Brand.
Okay,
Brand. My man. Wait, is it really?
Okay, it's Mike. It's Mike Tyson. Is it? You got me. Did Mike have that much hair? It's definitely not Tyson.
Yeah, did he? I don't know. Now I'm starting to wonder.
That's not him.
I don't know which one's that like one.
That's not the heavyweight man. Who's that?
Yeah, the guy back there, yeah.
Iron Mike.
Oh, speaking of brothers, I've never had a meal service treat me like family, like Factor does.
And brothers notoriously treat one another like family, with respect, in kindness, and good home-cooked meals.
Nothing brings a family together like a good home-cooked meal, and nothing saves time in the kitchen while still getting you some great food and staying on track with your goals. Like Factor, they got you covered.
Because you covered, I mean, they send fresh, never-frozen meals straight to your door, and each meal is chef-created and dietitian approved.
Yum, yum, yum. Check your blood pressure after. I'm going to challenge you to this. Eat 2 Factor meals back to back, lunch and dinner, then check your blood pressure. I think you're going to be surprised.
And tell us what you think.
Lower.
Yeah, it will be very small. They have dozens of options to choose from each week and over 60 add-on items to help you stay fueled up and feeling amazing.
Nothing feels amazing like cooking a meal in only 2 minutes. Pop it in the microwave, put it on the stove, and voila, dinner is.
Especially if you're with a loved one or a brother or sister or cousin. And I mean, by the way, the numbers don't lie. Factor is cheaper than takeout and way better for you. So get ready to save time, cash, and boost your health with Factor. The numbers don't lie.
Check some of these numbers, man. It's awesome. And Factor is the epitome of cool this holiday season. Easter. Head to factormeals.com/WMS50 and use code WMS50 to get 50%.
Just go WMS50 at factormeals.com/WMS50 to get 50% off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keyboard in that. What's a good walkout song for you? Look, yeah, he's a little keyboard one. I know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it down. So.
No, summarize. Come on, it's fun. And then hold on, you got to get the concert made for 7 Day. We do need to call your buddy who stole it from you. Yeah. Casey, I thought I was being so sweet. I gave John the keyboard. I was happy to give John the keyboard. And this is one of my blood specials. Yeah, I had 3 of them at the time, and one was not working, so I really had 2. Yeah. And then this guy steals it from John. Oh, God.
Never to be seen again.
Never to be seen. Friends like these.
Call him.
Okay, well, maybe he's not going to answer.
Maybe he's on the flight. He's a famous.
Oh, he is.
Stevie Ray
Yeah, he's gonna catch a Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah. John Denver. Yep. Flight's coming out.
Look at those. I missed that. Oh, piano.
What's on the top?
Organ.
Maybe an organ.
You ever play an organ?
I play an organ.
Where do you get it? Is it at your house?
No, it's at the Continental Club.
Oh, cool. Is there an organ there?
Yeah.
You're about to say a church. Do you go to church?
I could.
Did you go on Easter? Did you, Casey?
No, I was flying and I left my wallet on the Southwest flight.
Oh, yeah, that's horrible. At least you're getting your passport.
Yeah, I'm getting an expedited passport so I can go to Guam. I hope Kurt goes to Guam once a year.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Iron Mike. Kid.
I used to get in trouble for doing stuff in school with my hands.
Were you doing the beats with the pencils?
Yeah,
I can never do that.
Yeah.
also doing beats with pencils and breaking pencil pop, sword, and all that stuff.
Hold on, what's pencil pop?
Graduated.
And then we got to find out about the sword.
Yeah, there's a couple avenues to go down here.
Sword with a pencil.
Everybody's number to pencil and you try to break it with a pencil.
That's the gist.
So who's the winner in that situation?
There it is.
Or Whoever's pencil break loses. Yep. That makes sense. How do you play sword?
I think I just kind of do that because sometimes I would get mad that the pencil wouldn't break, so I would just take my fingers, like chop the pencil.
Damn right. Just call sword. Sword. That's funny. Did you ever used to make hornets? You know, you have a rubber band and you take like a staple. Damn right. But you get somebody in the neck with a hornet.
We were just
Making sure. But if you have a real enemy, you can use a paper clip and just bust their ass. You aim for the eye. Aim for the fucking eye. You gotta aim for the face for sure.
I've never hit the eye when I aim for the eye.
Yeah.
I aim for like the leg, just like
Yeah, you always accidentally hit an eye. I feel like have fun and darkness.
I call it childhood.
That's pencil sword. And obviously spitballs, which I'll do spitballs. Yeah, it's nasty. I'd always end up sucking them in because I was so too bad. And that's going down the wrong pipe. Yeah, your body knows it to reject it, so yeah, it goes down the one pipe. I've always tried to figure that out. What? So there's two pipes. One is so the water goes down one pipe and air goes down the other. I thought there's only one pipe. I don't get that.
I've never been there.
Yeah, I've never been able to.
Never seen it.
Well, I guess there has to be two pipes, right, for the air, and then for the food. Your nose.
Yeah, that's the airway. The airway and the foodway. That's one closes.
So airways up, foodways middle. And maybe when you swallow, it closes one, and then opens another opportunity for a hot dog.
Another opportunity for a quiz.
Yeah, there it is. It looks like a hot dog in there, kind of. Pipe, food, trachea.
I remember learning about this now.
That's how I remember like that.
The wrong throat.
That's going down. Back it up. Yeah, you'd have to reverse it. Yeah, you'd have to make the motion of eating backwards.
Dogs have that down.
Yeah, trust me, I know. Our Archie non-stop. Our Archie's vomits, at least, is it kind of solid food or is it all liquidy? Like, do you have to use a tap?
Isn't that foam kind?
Well, it's been a lot of, it's like solid food, so yeah, it's not too much liquid, thankfully. Yeah, it'll just be like a big block of pumpkin or chicken. Do you ever pick it up and then look at it and pretend like you're about to eat it? Or then it's a telephone or something. Hello? Yeah. Your breast is smoking mirror. Yeah, it's like funny little gags like that. She loves it. That's funny. Did she enjoy her cake, it sounds like? Yeah, we got her a cake shaped like a dog, Grant. I'm going to send you a picture of that on the fucking big screen.
Grant, there's a picture of you up there while we wait.
Yeah, yeah, Grant, did you see that picture Erica showed me? Casey, did you see it with Grant? Oh my God, I gotta see this thing.
It's hard to believe. Like, as a young guy.
But no one knows what I look like otherwise.
Right.
Let's see, Grant. I'd like to see it. Yeah, Grant, please show us. Yeah, these are just pumpkins for now, Grant. So obviously, I know. Yeah, when can we start seeing pumpkins again? Maybe just.
We were talking about pumpkins. People pumpkins.
People pumpkins. God, could you imagine? Yeah. I mean, they're always trying to sell them at the fucking Michaels. They're trying to sell them at the Hobby Lobby. Yeah, this was graveyards. I know. And they're ghoulish establishments. Super scary. Always way too big. The one by us closed down.
It's relocated.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I went to Michael's to try to get some googly eyes yesterday, and it shows up on Google Maps. Hey, come to Michael's. It's 1 mile away. And I show up, not bad, 1 mile. And I show up, and then they go, hey, congratulations, it opens next week. Why do you want Googles?
like to get us shit.
So what was the next closest one? Did you drive to?
Yeah, to go to Walmart and they had googly eyes and eyelashes. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's kill two birds with so scary.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that, but I totally know the bad guy. Yeah. Or the monster. Yeah, what were you doing over there, John? We were so excited. You haven't been talking to us at all.
I was trying to set you up for great news, but that's not what I thought.
And Grant, he can't find his picture, and it's actually really nice outside today.
I'm looking for the photos outside.
Pretty nice, and the dead squirrels on our end, the dead squirrel doesn't smell as bad.
I still love them.
Well, there's good breeze going.
Yeah, I called the exterminator yesterday, or Erica does, and he stops by, and I have to lock Gator up, and he's just like the biggest downer. He's like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work. If I climb up this way, I'm gonna fall down and die. And then he's like, look over here. If I climb up this way, I'm gonna fall down and die. He's like, you really should have called me when you heard all the noise. I could just lower down a belt and he could climb up. But
Yeah, he's like, it's a lot easier when it's alive. Like, we didn't know we were going to have a dead ass squirrel in there.
yeah, you should just let it die. Oh my gosh, he opens up the thing. He's like, oh yeah, I see it up there. There's a dead one up there. And I'm like, yeah, I thought so. And he ends up just leaving. And I'm like, do I owe you any money or anything? And he's like, well, unless if I do something, you have to pay me. So I said, you don't have to pay me. And then he just walked away. He's so strange. What happened? The squirrel got in our chimney and it's stinking horribly.
After you walked away, did he come back?
No, that was it. He was telling me he couldn't get lower down
He
some
didn't have
sort
the
of.
equipment. He's a chimney sweep.
Yeah, he's like he could lower down some spike thing that you kill frogs with and try to get the body with the spikes. But he's like, it's gonna be too hard to get up on the roof, and he kept on calling it a squirrel highway up above the thing. He's like, yeah, you should really touch the apartment. It's a squirrel highway up above your chimney. What, a tree? He said, yeah, he was calling the tree a squirrel highway.
Seriously?
We bring a squirrel back. Look at all these squirrel highway. That's bizarre.
That's a squirrel pig.
That's basically a squirrel pig.
Well, it's quite the opposite. Yeah, it's a beautiful dog. Happy birthday, Catbird, it says. And delicious almond wedding cake. Yum. Anything over here? That's on its side. Oh, there it is.
I see. I didn't see it at first.
That's good.
That's sweet. Did you eat some?
Oh, it's so good.
How many layers?
4 layers.
Ooh.
Could have been icing in the cake.
Icing. Yes, so much good icing. I should have saved it all in piece. I mean, this thing was good.
Yeah, that's a local person, isn't it?
It's Haley's Cakes and local in
I
Austin.
could right by one of those.
They're really good.
Delicious. Nice news.
Haley's Cakes, if anybody from here wants it, please reach out. We want to get sponsored by you.
We have a cake a week.
And a whoopie pie.
Yes. Whoopie pie?
Whoopie pie.
Whoopie pie. What's that again? Whoopie.
Little soft caps with fruit in the middle.
Central Asia.
It's like a oatmeal
It's been so long since I had
cream pie. Little Debbie.
She's a good rapper too. Little Debbie. Yeah, household name.
So hold on, I'm sorry.
What's going on over there? I'm trying to download this thing so I can press button and make sound. I want to make a fart sound so bad.
That's okay. You have time.
Yeah, but the internet is slow. I
Get on the Wi-Fi.
can't remember the password to my apps. Blue's
You want the Wi-Fi?
Actually, don't download Bloons Tower Defense 6 because we're still 15 days into the collection event for Easter. Woo, I've been building up my Insta monkeys. I have been, because I need to get them gold bordered, so I have something to really be shooting for right now. I have a real objective with the game right now, which makes it a lot more exciting when you have a real life objective.
Something to work towards.
Damn right.
Get an Insta monkey on your team, defend the castle, get all the coins.
Oh, yes. I gotta stop buying coins. Recently, I've been buying because I promised I'd never spend any money. $20, that's not bad.
Nah, man. What did you get? 100 coins for that?
I was getting them in small increments because I'm like, oh, I'm only going to buy a little and never do this again. And then I'm losing some levels and I have to do it. I'm like, oh, this will never happen again. So I'm buying the small increments. So if I just spent $20, I would have a ton. Yep.
Whatever. It's a different system. I bought this big ass book.
He's gonna read it.
All right.
Start to
Here we
finish.
go. It's the book. It's just a book. It's just a book. The book. Don't get scared, guys. It's just a book.
The ultimate guide to rebuilding civilization. And yes, there's a very interesting pattern on the front of this.
Crazy. Yeah. It's so good. It's like an adult children's book on how to
What if something happens? Solar flares.
Yeah, big solar flare, and then you start over from like year one. Michael, Sarah, Jack Black. It's funny. Oh yeah, there it is.
For the eclipse.
Look, how to start fires and stuff.
Oh yeah, we have the eclipse. Are you going to go outside and look at it? Are you going to be in town?
It's April 8th.
It's a Monday.
It'll be here. Is it really happening 3 days straight?
No, it's going to be dark outside for a month and a half.
But is it going to happen again like the next 2 days?
It's happening again in 20 years. I think we're in Texas or something.
Some dork was like, yeah, bro, it's going to be 3 days dark. So I'm like,
Well, that guy doesn't need to be talking.
hey, it's only going to last for right.
Yeah, I think I did it in a half.
Sounds like something dork would say.
3 days of darkness. Yeah. That would be scary.
Got a class back.
Well, I don't think it's supposed to, and I think it's supposed to be raining too, so we're probably not even going to be able to. If we wanted to, it's already going to be dark outside, which is sad. That would be
the
sad.
worst for everybody traveling to see it. It's just like,
Yes. The saddest part.
We were planning on going to San Antonio, but it sounds like all the traffic's going to be insane. Apparently, I guess people just stop and their cars don't come in. Get it? Is that true? I don't
I don't
know.
know. We're not going to see it here.
We are.
If it rains,
I would be total.
Yes.
you're
One of the best views here.
in America,
Dallas is the best.
in the world. But yeah, in America, yeah.
Pretty.
In Austin.
Right up above us.
Yeah, we're so lucky.
Interesting.
Get your glasses on Amazon.
Yeah, we got some glasses so we can look up there. But apparently you can just look at it when the moon is in front of the sun. You can look at it without glasses.
Well, how are you supposed to know if you peep too quick?
Yeah, I know.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. We'll see. So what is that? It tells you how to
Just do stuff.
just do some how to catch squid.
This is like a book if Eli. No, it's like you want to teach your sons this stuff. Like it's like book of stuff like dads who don't teach stuff like this. You should teach.
Are you gonna teach? Do you have a son?
No, I have a stepson. I have a son. He's my son. I love him. He's taller than me, so I don't teach him cool stuff. So
hopefully, if you ever have another kid, sure. So you can teach her.
yeah, that'll be my daughter. I try to teach her cool stuff.
She learned it.
Some of the stuff I taught her how to. When she was 3 or maybe 4, I taught her how to do something physical. Shoot it to the brain. Shoot it to the brain, dude. Nicholas Cage. Doctor's head. All that. I let her try it on.
No.
What happened?
I cried so hard. Not really cried, but I was like, oh, it works.
How old was
Oh,
she?
she was like 4.
Oh, that's kind of sweet. So what'd you say? Just do it on her?
Yeah, I was like, I showed her how to do it, and then I was like, no, I'm trying it, because I was like, there's no way.
Yeah, some little girl.
Yeah, she gave it a go. Right? Yeah, she popped drugs. Oh, she popped me good.
Would you throw her to the ground?
I wanted to.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wanted to just like smart her, kick her right in the chest. How dare you?
Yes,
Start speaking in anime.
okay, so that's the move. And somebody up under.
Up under the nose, bro. Get up and pop. Isn't it dangerous? Can it go into their brain and they die? I heard that.
With that, thank you very much.
You gotta teach her stuff.
You gotta teach her stuff. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Kick my balls, ram the nose.
Get her some pepper spray. Maybe pepper spray could be good.
Thumbtack.
Couple M16s. You know.
Yeah, thumbtack in case she's at a restaurant or something and the guy's bothering her. She's been a thumbtack with 3 cents now.
Yeah, and see.
Oh, that's the guy.
The one who yelled.
Yeah, she tells security who she's targeting beforehand. The guy who put the thumbtack in the seat, so you go after.
Alright, so how does that work? Is it like tape?
Yeah, you can tape it.
Tape it down?
You could also have just kind of athletic tape around your wrists and hide a thumbtack in there in case you needed to use it later.
And you can get slick at just getting it with your hand, so it's a one hand.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well.
Or right.
Thank you so
right
much
enough, put it.
for all the positive feedback I received from last week's lecture. I hope that
See, I
we'll
needed
be able to cover some similar ground tonight as we look specifically
It's like one
at
of
the
the
history of Africa.
that could be a good one. I used to have a prank thing that looked like a nickel. And I would tell my friends to look at the nickel and we put the thing in water and it would fill with water and be like, look at this nickel. And then they would look and they'd crush the water and squirt it in the fucking face. It's the best prank thing ever. Because everybody got it because they're like, what a nickel. Let me look at that. What's weird about this nickel?
Gotta take a peek at this fancy
My
thing.
goal for tonight is to try and give you
Yeah,
a very
right.
broad
You
overview.
squirt them.
Focus in specifically on
I've
the
lost it many years ago.
about over the most. And then we're going to come back to North America and talk about
Amazon gives a couple of.
the population.
Oh my gosh, you found it.
of
Squirting
South
nickel.
Africa.
Squirting
So
nickel.
that's the plan for tonight. So here, have a look at the satellite photographs of Africa. We've got Jews in
Going after
Africa.
the red-headed guy, obviously.
Ahead of the biblical period
Hey,
of
Dweebo.
Elephantine.
Water punch.
Yeah.
At that location.
What are you, a
We've
plant?
got Jews in Alexandria.
Yeah,
Very
that would be a good thing to say. What do you go,
important
plant?
site.
Plant?
Iran,
Yeah.
Carthage, Ethiopia, by the way, I'm putting these up kind of like.
Why did he ever join the army? I thought he was much more lethal before pre-army.
Lots of Jews in Algeria and
Yeah, they
in
kind of
Morocco.
tamed as well.
And we have several West
Whoever
African
did that really
regions
just
that
stopped playing
support
Street
Jewish
Fighter once.
population.
They said he was in the army.
Much of the background
And supporting a game where one of the main characters.
but
Yeah.
the entire continent is represented. There's Sub-Saharan
It's a
Africa.
psyop.
Oh, I've got
Wow,
to
that
mention
haircut.
Scott, which is
Good
the
God.
home of my monarchy, just outside Cairo.
Think I could ever get my hair like that?
But if you move to Sub-Saharan Africa, you have, of course, South Africa, which has lots of Jews.
You guys want to enlist? He just keeps trying to enlist all the other fighters.
Lithuania.
It's actually really good. You can retire by your early 30s.
But they're all
There's a lot of health benefits in your family.
quite
USAA.
You'll notice,
Yeah,
of course, that
pretty much any
the
extended family
largest
member.
section of
I just watched the 824. What's the 824 Army movie? Have you ever seen it?
It's
Kill
always
Team
been
or whatever?
basically
Is that what it's called?
Oh, it just came out.
Kill Squad or Kill Team? It was the guy rats out as Sergeant Major, which I thought
we
was
have lots
bullshit.
of archaeological
Just killing
evidence,
innocent
literary
civilians
evidence
in Afghanistan.
we're living in
I
the
was his
northern
commander
part of
of
Africa.
us.
Really,
No, I'm kidding. It's kind of.
further
And then I
south, it
watched
gets a
Ex
little bit
Machina,
more
which I
complex.
had never seen
Now,
before.
before we actually look at some of these,
Woo, that
operations,
robot
I wanna
chick
touch
is
on a few
smart.
things that are
Yeah, I
important
thought
for
she
us.
really. Oh my God, she got me. I thought she was in love with
First
the
is
guy.
something
She's
that
brilliant.
came
Well,
up
she's
in
AI. I
last
mean, she's
week's
5
session,
steps ahead of
and lots of people sent me
That's
this
what's gonna
reference.
happen too. They're gonna
Very helpful.
outsmart our
Very
fucking asses 1,000%.
But I opened up this
Yeah.
information, which really
They're gonna make us so horny. We don't know what we're doing anymore because we're so horny.
What
I know the guy tells him, yeah, she has a vagina.
Yeah.
That if you work
So
right,
this text
you'll find
is
pleasure.
from the Mishnah.
That guy was such a dweeb. He was just like, you could tell he was intimidated by the concept of like, oh, I don't know how to make her squirt or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's so kind of. He's like, you're probably programmed to like me. Yeah, he's kind of. He's always doubting himself.
And this is like very critical discussion.
824. We saw it on the Max app. I guess HBO.
And notice that
It was good. I had always heard of it and never seen it. It was really good. It was like her. It was like a more intense version of her or something.
or various
She or whatever I was saying that
like
wrong.
character
With
assassination.
Joaquin
things like that.
Phoenix with the
So we're talking now
in
about
the phone.
Jews.
Yeah.
Look at the
Yeah, it was kind of like that, but I like this one was bad. I don't know.
right
This was almost
spot
dark or something. There was an actual robot there, not just a voice.
Yeah.
Of course, the country
She's twisted, but she has a great body. She's a robot.
But
And then
I know she puts her clothes on to entice him and does her stockings up all the way, so it looks like she has legs.
I was watching it on the plane on Saturday.
How are you?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. It's so good. Then there's an Asian one too. She's there.
Because it did seem like the guy was a weirdo, maybe, because it seemed like he did have all the sex robots. But maybe if you're creating them, maybe make your sex robots. Maybe you're entitled to make sex robots if you're the one who revolutionized it.
Is she the one that
Yeah, on the left. Yeah.
they ever put hair on?
Yeah, she wears a wig.
As bright white.
She doesn't make it any better. It's optional for her to be.
Scientific documents
Yeah, I want to see her brain work. Take her hair off.
try to figure out how.
Yeah, oh my god, I was a little sad for the guy at the end, though. I'm like, holy shit, she's not trapping his ass. Like, right before it happened, I'm like, oh my god, she got this guy. It's brutal. And he ratted out his human friend. He got his human friend killed. That's what the AI wants. That's what the robot wants. They want us to kill each other.
So
I guess, I don't know.
he actually gives
Yeah, they
us
want
a
blood.
marker.
They don't have
trying to
perky
determine
A cups.
what
So I just say that most AI, like if given the opportunity, will default to having perky A cups.
It looks a little bit more
Yeah,
olive
right there.
skin as I'm looking on my
Right there.
screen here. And here's a few different tones that would happen if
Yeah.
it's sealed or
Increasing
if you look at the
boobs.
end grain. But that basically comports with the image that we had prior. That I think we probably had skin tones somewhere.
And I was curious though, what do you think ends up happening? Casey, you've seen it. What do you think? Do you think she ends up falling in love with somebody else or taking over the world? She probably is not falling in love with some human, right?
Yeah, I don't know if she's even capable of having love,
But
really.
there are also
Right,
people
it's
who are
probably
doing
different.
it
She
for
really- she's alive.
as well. In other words, kind of like a big
Seeming like it, kind
which I think
of.
is very
Yeah,
important
I've
for our
watched it.
discussion as well.
You should. It was good. Yeah. Right. Then I'm like, oh, she's actually gonna meet. She's gonna meet her man in the future on the busy by the busy street that she wants to look at. But they're like, nah, she's
a
probably
rather
gonna
bizarre
hack
story
into
that
the
occurred
computer
in
systems and take
where
everything over.
Noah, who was
Nothing
shown
I
here
hear more
in
than a
this
robot.
monocle, he looks like he's
Yeah, it's
passed out. They land the ark around Mount Ararat in Turkey. He gets out and immediately he plants vines and
She
he
thinks
drinks
it's alive.
the fruit of the vines, which gets him drunk and he passes out naked.
Whenever it wants.
His sons,
Yeah, it's so retarded.
Ham,
I feel like it just
and
bumps
Japheth
in this
discovered
stuff,
him.
like, yeah.
And Shem and Japheth, although Japheth here showing his covering his eyes, doesn't see his father's nakedness. Shame was
Well,
covering
that's
him
not
up.
good. And it's like, what would it even do outside? It's like, good luck sitting around on an uneven sidewalk.
And there's a crack, it's just gonna come right back on.
Well,
Yeah, it's like bump up against it. You're going the other way.
Like, that's enough of it. Sorry, I left. I left
That
you.
curse
Take
is
it back.
associated in literature with African surgery. That's a very hard thing to dislodge from much
All
of
the
the
robots and like
subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. We had one time I was going to the various apologetics to try and understand how that can, work with the more inclusive model and most of the text provide for it. So I think that's what I understand is the way Ephraim says that this particular midrash is a great example of why you should teach all midrash to children.
Ours was working pretty good, but then we don't use it as
Study
much.
later and so on. But nevertheless, there is this Talmudic myth which runs as kind of like a scarlet thread
I just let it go for the
through
hour.
the discussion of Africans in the Jewish tradition, and it's often a rather negative
Yeah,
one.
like sleepy.
Now, Maimonides,
Like
though,
sleep under the chair.
referred to the main
That's
theme of
really my pet peeve.
Jewish ideology with this, and perhaps the most powerful example of his
And it's
defense
kind of, if you're doing something in the main room, it's kind of distracting because it's bumping into your fucking feet. It's like it has a sensor that it knows your leg is closed and it's going to be constantly bumping into your fucking shoes. Yeah, and then it's like you put your feet up, and yeah, it's an hour of this. It's fine, I get it, it's fine.
That's what I do when you just sleep.
And this one,
Yeah,
Obadiah,
that's what she's doing. I'm assuming because if it's in my legs too much, I can throw it out of the house.
I'll never hear the end of it.
You know, Where I
You're
live,
joking. Tell everybody
there
you're
are people who
joking.
tell me that because I
Never hear the end of it.
Tell everyone
I
you're joking.
cannot read the same prayers as all the other Jews. I
Okay,
have
she's
to
not budging.
change the language. So
You're
that it
real
doesn't,
busy.
when the verse says,
Robot
our
vacuum.
God,
Yeah, there's
I
going to
have
be
to
a
say
problem.
essentially their God. Because
There's
I'm
going
not
to
part
be an
of
issue.
our. Especially things like God of our fathers, which is extremely important phrase for the first people.
There's going to be a problem. It's a big bump in my feet.
The God of our fathers.
Problem.
What do I do about this? I feel bad because my fathers were not Jewish. And yet, I want to
Get ready,
say
Robot
Maimonides says very clearly in the second paragraph, yes, you may say all this in the prescribed order, do not change it. The same way as every Jew by birth says a blessing prayer, you too shall bless and pray alike,
I didn't even
whether
know
you are alone or
Laura's hat up. Seems like so much work.
I highly recommend this entire thing. It
Things
strikes
all
a remarkable smackdown of those who would suggest that these
And then it makes it dry too. Like it turns into hair dryer.
So now that we have established a little bit of the parameters of the question is colorblind, I would like to argue that for the most part, it is, but there are some
Clean floor. One floor, dry eyes.
you should answer the very good question, what exactly is it you're talking
They still
about?
make
Rabbi,
it
don't
there.
worry, I'm not going to go deeply because this is one of the
Oh, is
most
that guy from
complicated
Benstein?
discussions in Jewish history and thought. And
Benstein
as
with
I mentioned
Benstein's
briefly
money.
earlier, there are basically
Is
two
Benstein the
ways
guy
to
from
become a Jew.
Oh, dry
One
ice.
is to
Oh,
be
dry
born
ice. I
of a
think dry
Jewish
ice.
mother.
Yeah, he must have been
yeah.
dry ice.
Tribal
Yeah, he squirted on the big eyeball and the red one.
But for the vast majority of the last 2,000 years, that has been the standard of
I've heard eye drops are not good for you.
your mother is Jewish.
Yeah, depending on it, just like chapstick. You're not supposed to use chapstick.
When you read the Bible, there are
No, I'm
lots of
kidding. No,
passages
cheddar.
where it seems
Some of that nasal spray can make your nose all goofy.
Really?
Yeah, man, it can make your nose all runny unless you use it. That's Benstein. He's one of the best
How do
around.
you derive the
Yeah,
idea
he's
of
fine.
natural innocence?
Is he still around?
In another lecture, I discussed this in more detail.
Let's see.
Today.
Looks like he's still
But
alive.
until you get to
There's
the
no death
20th
date on
century,
Wikipedia.
specifically the 1980s,
He's 79 years old.
instituted a decision on patrilineal
Married,
status,
yeah,
which
he's
you know,
married and then
devotes a
divorced
certain
and
amount
then
of
married
concentration
again to
every
the
day.
same lady,
The standard
Alexandra Dell.
traditional way
They made a mistake.
The same lady has made a mistake. Does it happen often? People get a divorce and then marry again.
Everyone requires basically
There's 3 years.
circumcision, obviously.
Family.
If a man is already circumcised, as we shall see what's relevant with Ethiopian Jews because they have been practicing circumcision. There is sometimes a symbolic taking of a drop of
Where did
blood
you find
to
here? You
symbolize a
finally got
circumcision
some.
without actually removing the force. So that usually set a fairly high bar that kept most
Man,
Excuse me. Yeah, man. Fucking body mass nest. Sorry. I meant to mute my mic.
Second thing,
Blue mouth nest.
immersion in a mikvah is actually much easier.
It's all the
Mikvah
sodas he
is
was drinking.
a sometimes translated as
Come on,
rich
G.
area, basically kind of like a pool or a spa-like
Always call
area
him that.
that has special restrictions on where the water comes from. It can't be like tap water flowing from the
He had
city.
one
It has
too
to
many
be
Mountain Dews or
water
something.
from
One
the rain
too many
or
sodas.
I keep it to myself. I grabbed one sip before I got in here and started like
And the third
Moving
one,
around.
which is the cause of most of the
because you have any games on your phone.
then and out is
No,
acceptance
after you
of
give
the-
him a sip.
So
Fucking
what
after the
exactly
market,
does
man.
acceptance mean? Since
Well, that's sweet. Yeah.
following
Should let him.
Judaism
For 30
involves
minutes
a
or something.
lifelong
I'll go
dedication
back. I'll go get my
to
nails
the
done.
study of the commandments, how can you accept them before you have studied them all?
Yeah,
Furthermore, we are
oh,
imperfect as human
yeah.
beings. We may accept them now, but what if we have a crisis of conscience? And what if we just
So
see
you
a
have a
cheeseburger or
lot of
something?
noises.
What happens to a person who's converted and then, has
String
a
cheese. This is
moment
string
of
cheese.
weakness? So this is where the rabbis get involved, and this is where I
Why is it called
step off
string
of it.
cheese? It kind of
These are
strings
the
you
three
along a
basic
little.
things that allow
So
for
you can see it.
to the Jewish community, and as we shall see, it's especially relevant when we get to the Jews of Africa.
Then you really get to the
So much
business.
for the
It's like me drinking too much of the prune juice.
African Jews in antiquity. We actually have quite a few
It's like a zipper almost.
What we
I think the times I felt almost my most powerful have been when I'm not even pushing that hard, but I swear, with the velocity it's hitting the toilet water, you would think I'm pressing real hard or something, but I'm not. Those are the times that I feel like I can push so much harder and make this thing even like legitimately loud, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, self-control. That restraint is like pretty impressive.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to let it go.
Empty house, empty nest, kids are in college. You're fucking got a record, you got a final going. It's just like,
It was like essentially a divided rule
Drink
strategy
half a
where
bottle of
if
the
you take away
Brewers
especially
somehow
young
it's
males
going.
who from their
Like an hour or two, if you drink enough,
very, very far away,
their face
then
just
there
said
won't be anybody who will sell in this territory, and we will act as a break as well on uprising far away because they won't necessarily be able to have the same.
That's good. I remember I was biking a bunch one time and I did shit so bad in the middle of a ride, and you're sitting on like a bike seat, so it's horrible.
So
That
there,
was a good one.
oh, and by the way,
And then I remember doing some triathlon one time. I only, yeah, when I got I did some triathlon one time. I only did the bike part. It was a relay, and my seat fell off because I tried to put a new seat on my bike, and my seat fell off like halfway through. So I'm having to stand up the whole time. And then when I get back to the area where you like do the guy's hand who's running, everybody's laughing at me, and I'm thinking, why are they laughing? And then somebody's like, what, were you sitting on that the whole time? So
That was what they were watching.
it looked like it appeared like I had to dig up my butthole the whole time. There was no seat. Thank you for the laugh. Yeah, it wasn't a laugh. This is something I remember being horrified. I thought I went pretty fast, and then everybody's just laughing at me. That was the hearsay that went pretty fast.
Today, without
the seat. Yeah, for sure, Mike.
It's quite possible we do have archaeological evidence of Jews in those areas, which is really quite fascinating.
It was really good.
A long period
should
where
sing
they do try to obtain their Israelite identity and so on, but ultimately they just merge with the population as a whole. But that's where the
Ever thought about it?
up as best as we can tell.
Yeah,
We
write
don't
the
have
song
any
to sing.
indication of them making their way south to Egypt,
Well, what's it called?
but we do have lots
Can't
of
remember.
other
Oh my gosh. I wrote a really good one last night
one
called
of the most
Playboys at
fascinating ones, I
Nightingale.
think, is the Jewish population
How is
in
that going?
Elephant. You can see here on
So
this
that's
map,
almost right off the bat. It's giving me vibes of like another time, another era, or
Upper Nile
something.
is the
Yeah.
lower part of
Is
the
it?
picture. That's
Okay.
because
It's
the Nile
something like
flows
that.
from
Yeah.
south to north. There's a higher elevation of the
How
Nile.
to say
And there's this settlement there that was discovered in the 20th century that actually has
It goes,
a
you're
Jewish
playing with the
temple.
boys, and I'm playing with my heart.
It is kind of
So
like
make
a
it
rival
go to make it
temple
start.
to the
Grab your
temple
shovel
in
and grab the ice pick.
This
Don't be a
temple, as it
prick,
proves,
you're
has
my
a bunch of
best friend.
Jews taking
Oh my gosh!
a separate
Actually,
temple beside them.
Oh, I
But
gotta
we also
find that.
have,
Is that like mafia? Or what is that?
have been
Ice pick?
excavated.
Yeah, it's about like getting
They
your
had a lot of
together.
conflict with local Egyptians. Was it Playboys? Destroyed by the followers
That's
of
what you recorded it.
another Egyptian
Yeah,
religion.
okay. That's
And we also have a
different one. This
significant number
one's
of
called
documents
of mice and
stored right
mollusks.
here in the holy
So,
city of Brooklyn.
because you
That
and me for
Aramaic
life, you
documents
and
of
me
communications
forever.
between
I love your smile and your words
city
are
of
so
Elephant
clever.
and Jerusalem. And it's fascinating to see how they communicate with each other. Where did this community come
Is
from?
that the mollusks?
Most
Yeah,
scholars
or
believe
the mouse.
That's the mouse
was
singing to the
originally
mollusk.
a
Yeah, the mollusk is like
military
gestating, ready to like come
that
to
was set
fruition.
up during the period when they
It's almost kind of hot or something. It's hot. It's hot. I mean, yeah.
It's kind of like you know, like a dialogue about
in the upper Nile region.
voting in your local election and how that can impact the statewide election, which can in turn flip the electoral college and kind of get things going.
Totally. Voting in November. Don't forget to vote in November.
Go
I
to
never would.
the lower Nile Delta in Africa. You see there's a very important city here called Alexandria.
like 3 buttons.
So what was your song
Alexandria
called?
established
Did you
by
have a name to it?
Alexander the Great. 4th century
Was it about
before the
heart rate?
Common Era, also very, very ancient.
About happy
Had
stuff.
a huge Jewish population that was
I
actually
think it was
recorded
called
in the writings of Philo, also
pretty
known as
serious.
Philo, and others.
Cool.
We know that
Pretty
they had
serious,
a
man.
very
They got
large
go back.
population in a
Do it
specific
just because you made
Jewish
it.
quarter that
Oh my gosh,
occupied
what do you
quite
play, the keyboard
a
and
good
singing?
fraction of the city.
You play the piano and singing?
Significant
Playing the guitar and
conflicts
singing?
with their neighbors as well, and there was
Just
actually
singing.
a
Just singing.
series of attacks on them in the context of larger political forces at play.
Yeah,
But there's no question that
Hey,
God
yo, dude,
very, very
that's very nice. I wish,
living
man.
in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire
What's
Exodus
this
story,
right
which would have been, 1,200 years
Actually,
prior
it's
to
good.
the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria.
I typed in, I'm just a man,
This just gives you a
I
sense
saw
of
this.
how
I didn't realize it was
Israel
part of
had
music.
a tremendous amount of
Yeah, that's
interaction
weird
with
because
its
they
neighbors
Goo Goo
to the
dolls
southwest,
for
just
sure
on
for
the
you.
African
So
continent.
for
And it's not surprising that they would
Yeah.
be
the Goo
I
Goo
mentioned
dolls.
many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origins in Africa. Some
John,
of them
thanks so
have
much for being
some interesting support from DNA studies, but for the
This is
most
our
part,
first
they're
podcast ever.
completely bereft of
This is
any
the first one
literature,
ever.
that describes what their presence
Yeah, this is
in
my
the
first
African
one.
market.
It was really
Major
good.
For the
acceptance
first,
that
yeah,
was
it's a ton of
the
fun.
neighbors.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I didn't have
We
more.
know for centuries that there was.
Stop, I just wish we could have gotten that dude on the phone. We need to just get him on the phone. You don't have to try again. But we need to figure it out. I mean, that was a gift to
But
you,
the real
John.
question is
I'm gonna
because
go kick his door down, man.
It wasn't a gift to the other guy.
Should I say his name on the internet? You know, that some internet troll goes and kicks his door in and brings the SWAT to us.
Maybe.
Yeah, to a SWAT.
Holy language,
Was it John Miller? Oh, yes, okay, or mercenaries. Oh my gosh, Alec, as always. Anthony Whiplash, Marginson. Like Bill Machine are made with the music. Gotcha Fox. Gotcha Fox. And in Hawaii. Destiny A4. Elliot. Jake Dizzy. Joe Guy, who makes the videos. Joe Guy. And Josiah from the Big Island. Justin Threlkel. I wonder if he's related to Dr. Threlkel. My childhood doctor. Larry. Welcome, John Schnatter. Yeah, Larry. We're going to still say tweet the free. Yeah, there's batteries you want to send us out on a, because you can always play that. Yeah, it's cool to see what this thing could be, because I've had this version since the third grade, and I can only play the same basic song, so it's good to see its full potential range with somebody who knows how to play.
Very, very far back in time.
Yeah,
By
that
the
is
way, there
not
are
a
some
good
really tantalizing things
analog.
about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity or something nearby. For example, Ethiopians.
Yeah, how did you already play that better than me? I've been playing that 30 years.
Commemorates events that took place in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era. Right, so the whole story of Esther and Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time. But they lack the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place.
Oh, that's going to take a lot.
If that was the only data point we had, we would be able to say with some
Well,
confidence.
John, thanks so much for being on the show today. Where can people find you? Where can people go see you, watch you in Austin and around?
John D's, J-O-N-D-E-A-S, all things John D.
Unfortunately, it's not quite so
Instagram,
clear, but nevertheless, we
Spotify,
always
YouTube views.
association.
Plays the organ.
We also have a
Once a week,
strange
twice a
individual
week.
named Eldad
Yeah, Monday nights at the gallery,
of the tribe of Dad,
the gallery at the Continental Gallery,
who
10:30,
traveled to
Tuesday
the
nights.
region in the 9th century
Cool.
and tells a rather amazing tale
Catch
of
me with the homies
independent
every Thursday
Jewish
night.
kingdom.
So I can figure out it's like a house party.
His account is widely
We're hanging,
disputed
we're
by
playing music.
historians,
Good vibes.
and it's not clear exactly why he's telling the story.
Thank you guys for having me. This is fun. This has been really fun.
It is a fairly
And
vague
hopefully,
suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom run by Jewish rulers. There are also legends of a Jewish queen named Judith or Judith, although it's still
and if when this episode comes out, I'll be headlining April 14th at Side Splitters,
But
Tampa.
we do have
Love it.
more
Be there.
solid ground to stand on is regarding.
And yeah, I have. If you're in Springfield, Missouri, come to Springfield, Missouri. If you happen to be around Springfield, come to Springfield or St. Louis.
Pick one.
Pick one. Yeah. It can't be all three. You're gonna pick one. Yeah, Springfield, St. Louis, or Philly. You have to pick
Be
one.
fair.
Yes.
Fair.
Cool. All right. Well, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Non-Jewish traveler James Bruce published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular, and he really, gave voice to the widespread awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in Ethiopia. But we have many, many other sources besides.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
We have the great scholar
Starring William Montgomery and the Dean's Casey Rocket with the Tony Chin Orchestra and William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
This sort of brought unwanted attention to it was a primarily Christian proselytizing.
Oh my gosh, no, Casey, I swear to God, it's so interesting you say that because I held my tongue, but I almost said to Erica when I was talking about how we need to do some crock pot this week. Maybe some chicken. I was about to say, but I held my tongue that I'm starting to get a gut. I have to start working out again. I swear, I had that thought driving here. Are you really? Oh yeah, I'm gaining weight now. A little gut.
What's your candy of choice?
I was having it all. I like a little sour, and I like a little chocolate, and then I like a little sweet. So maybe like a sour Airheads, those sour cut up ones, Airhead bites.
It's believed that at this time, that's when they acquired the name Falasha, which means something like outsider or wanderer.
The toffee.
And they began to find
the
themselves
green room. The green room last where they have all this candy, Erica. And yeah, I had the 5 Snickers bar night. And
Is this your requested menu?
Yeah.
What's your rider, or they just
just these specific clubs. They have a pretty stylish
to validate.
Yeah, they hooked it up. So yeah, some clubs. It's just every club, has different owners, so some have like no food at all. Yeah, this one had a lot of food and a lot of, you could boil a lot of water for tea, but not a lot of bathrooms. So it was a lot of peeing in the bottles. And then I did it once too, because I was like, oh, I don't want to leave that. I know. It's kind of a boy's dream. You get to eat them all. They used to do it a lot when I was a teenager. I never want to leave my room.
Never.
No, not a greener, not yet, but I did it. But yeah, I got to do it for the first time. It was exciting. It seems like you did a good job. Oh, God. Because I had some TT coming out. Sometimes after I had to stop a couple times because I filled I overflowed the bottle, so I had to stop, which always hurts. Yeah. So good food, but the drawback was not a bathroom. A bathroom is a big thing up there. I mean, generally.
Yeah, it was important. Yeah, we were doing the Howard Hughes milk bottles, aviator style. Yeah, with
clarity that in fact they are
you did it. Saturday, by the end of the day, I made 3 shows at the whole trash cans. People
is Rabbi David
wild stuff. It surprised me.
You also sold them out.
Nasty. And you could tell the pee bottles because there was nice water droplets all in them. Yeah, the top part of it, there was steam or condensation.
laid down a very important
Natural humidifier. It was really good. My skin follows.
Wait, so the aviators, was that what people who flew planes, they had to just pee in bottles?
That's that. Or is that what it's a movie theater, DiCaprio. He loses his mind and he locks himself in a movie theater. True story, Howard Hughes. He would just pee in milk jugs, and so the whole room was filled with these glass milk bottles that he had pissed in. So it's kind of just the theater.
Oh my gosh, wait, does it have anything? Is it just him living in a theater?
Yeah, like a personal theater, in his mansion, because he was like one of the richest people. So he had really bad some sort of manic depression, schizophrenia, OCD type thing. So he didn't want to leave this one room. So he would get them to give him milk. He would drink the milk, piss in the bottle, and then he would watch the same movie over and over again for 6 months or something. What movie doesn't say even in the movie? No, but at the end of his life, he did the same thing. He would struggle with that, where he would lock himself away for like months at a time and not leave over it. And he bought a hotel in Vegas, and he would watch. Oh damn! You could Zebra, something like Zebra. He watched this Wesley Snipes movie over and over again. Yeah.
Wait, so why is it called the Aviator? Is there no flying in it?
Ice Station Zebra. That's what it's called. Yeah, he was a pilot. He was like a big innovator. He was a Hollywood guy. He literally was like Scoop Movie. But he was really mentally ill. So he locked himself away, peeing all day. Candy bar, much like a guy now, and then you're gaining weight. So Wayne, so what are you going to think about? A diet? Are you going to think about Ozempic? Are you going to think about working out? What are you thinking?
That'd be funny.
Taking Ozempic. Yeah, I got to have Win Levy or something. Yeah, Manjaro. Yeah, Retinoid. Yeah. I don't know. I just got some delicious Factor meals in the mail today. They finally arrived.
Oh, you got some?
Yeah, I hit up our wonderful people we work with. Give me some Factor meals.
Wait, we can do that?
I did. They said it today.
Don't give them your P.O. box, or they're just going to sit there.
Yeah, give them our address.
Okay.
We'll send them right to my house.
When
Shrimp
the
sticks.
state of Israel was established,
What do they have?
and there were
I haven't opened it yet, so it's just sitting in my living room on ice. What?
thousands of
Dry ice? Yeah, dry ice. Hopefully. What is that? On the left, on the same way.
Into Israel for the first time.
Right by your head.
Many calls
What is that?
for
They
at
send you
least
numerous
some
items.
kind of
Meatloaf, I think.
symbolic
Because they send you a turkey and cheese on it. That's great.
Remember that diner in America? We ate at this diner on Saturday, and my clothes, I think my jeans still smell a little bit like the diner, but they gave me giant portions of the hash browns. They had some hash brown scramble for $40. I was like, what is that? What comes with that?
Did y'all order it?
Hell no, I didn't get that. It seemed intimidating. I mean, a $40 hash brown plate, that seems like a lot. Yeah, we got $15 individual plates and hash brown.
They created something called
It's a rectangle.
renewal.
You've never seen anything like it.
I never.
Which was
Probably
more or less
not.
like a form of declaration.
Pound for pound.
Without
Hell of a hash brown.
effort, but nevertheless,
I didn't even eat all of it. I actually didn't really like it that much. I thought it really wasn't that good. I kind of thought the food was average. It was okay.
It wasn't that good.
It was okay. And then that dude, remember that belch? We're sitting next to this table, and I just heard the loudest fucking burp I've ever heard.
There's this guy like eating with his girlfriend, and he was just sitting over there kind of smiling.
wasn't like a country. He looked like a country guy. Yeah. Big bird breakfast. Ooh. Big bird breakfast.
What? So, Grant, what is this? A little lady? Is that a regular size hash brown? I think it's a regular hash brown.
Today,
It's a smaller hash brown.
Oh, wait, I'm confused. See, I thought it was just a little lady, maybe, with the regular size hash brown.
Very kind of funny. You should text him, Grant.
Can you, Grant?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Thank you. What are you going to say?
America.
Yeah, guys, you shrink a lady. We have an idea. We have a pitch for you.
That's a good start to every email, actually.
You want your food to go longer?
Yeah, can you shrink Salutations. Can you shrink a lady?
Yes, and what else? Grant, anything?
You want more of my email?
Yes.
Hey, I represent the William Montgomery show, and we are interested in a cross-promotion deal with you for hash browns.
Cross promotion. What does that mean? Should you put something in parentheses so they know what that is?
Well, I think they would benefit from having your image on their branding as well. So,
Well, you could probably explain what cross promotion is too, because they might not know what cross promotion means. So you might want to put parentheses after that. Explain it. Now, once you explain it exactly, we bring it together, maybe.
that's a good point. I guess that might flow them a little bit.
What is cross promotion? How would you even define that?
Little for me, little for you.
That sounds like you're asking for some sort of favor.
Yeah. Is that how we really become
I think it's mutually beneficial. So, I think it'd be good. You guys aren't feeling it.
Yeah, you should try it.
Okay.
Let's try something just off the top of my head. Have you ever seen one of those little fish that rides on the back of a whale? Period. Yeah. I know I have. I have hundreds of books. Hi, I'm Grant. If you've ever thought about having a small lady like I have, then you think that you should do it too. Well, I'm here to tell you that I also do that.
I wish I could say to you that
And if you wanted to think too, I would like to applaud us for having it.
Casey started it off.
I love it. Yeah, he used to be a copywriter. It's like you have the cheat code for this. Yeah.
Many an email.
I've sent
He's good at it.
yeah,
He's a bad back because of it.
I do. Yeah, it's fine.
So
many emails.
Oh my gosh, and Darius, what's up?
We're talking hash browns.
Yeah, we're talking hash browns. Here, Zimmer, come over here. Darius, thank you so much for being on the show. Good, thank you, my good friend. Yeah, my gosh.
What's happening?
Welcome
their
back.
role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated.
What's up, man? What's happening? Nice, thank you. I know you're a Detroit guy. Yeah, look at the back. This is why we're.
Oh, Montgomery, baby. Best in the league.
I know he's pretty good at it. I really don't know. I need to learn more if I wear the jersey because I feel like I'm a total. I'm not even really an NFL fan. Nothing against it.
No, he's good, bro. That's a good jersey. You made the right decision.
Cool, thank you. Well, we are, Darius, we are trying to figure out, we're trying to do a cross promotion with McDonald's. We're trying to, Grant is these are made inside back there. He's emailing McDonald's about a cross promotion thing. What do you think? How should Grant, how are we going to get this deal? How should Grant email McDonald's?
What should the wording?
Natural space.
Regular size hash browns.
Yeah, we're just trying to get the show to be sponsored by McDonald's. And Grant is having a real hell of a time coming up with a freaking email. It's just, we got to get our point across.
That's what you have right now so far?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if that one is, kind of just, that's the same thing they already do. So. But we're trying to do something where it works a little bit for everybody. So we get a really big hash brown. And then also there's
totally spontaneous
Yes.
attack on
And maybe a small lady, because it's like if that is a regular size hash brown, that would
by
have to
a
be a very
combination
small
of
woman.
Yeah, you should probably shrink the word regular. The size is still be capitalized.
Russian church
And the woman
who represent
should have red hair.
attack on the civilians.
Grandma.
That particular pogrom in
Yes,
1906
yes.
motivated a lot of American Jews.
Oh my gosh.
That's competition right there.
Yes, you can hear tails. Oh,
It could be Wendy's size.
Any other
I don't think that's ever been done before at a fast food place, like a Burger King size taco for taco. What's that?
very strong
What's another redhead name? We can't use Wendy's.
This is really where
Eliza. Yeah, you're about to expose redheaded people, right?
Jessica Rabbit size hash browns.
Orphan Annie.
Yeah, little orphan Annie size hash brown, just a little hash brown. Granddaddy, something, maybe.
It's just a bite for those people.
See, Granny's is getting better.
Okay, yeah. It's starting to look like Ronald. Starting to look like a clown a little bit. Redhead son.
God, remember the freaking, we talked about it last week, but the fraternity I was in, I remember we were pledging the first Halloween, you either dressed up as a prostitute unless if they gave you some specific Halloween costume, and I had to dress up like Ronald McDonald, and one of the brothers was scared of clowns, so I was having to fucking follow his ass around. He was acting like he was gonna beat the shit out of me the whole time. It was a very stressful Halloween. Very stressful. And there's some dude named Gentry, who was like this giant muscly guy. He was painted on green to do the whole, and he passed out at the bottom of the stairwell, and there were green smudges on the ground for like months afterward. His ass just passed out.
You got pictures of that so you can relive those memories.
I wish there is a picture. There is a picture of me as Ronald with my sweet friend William Esselbrook, who dressed up as Toadstool because he was this very petite little guy who was a good wrestler. I guess, but they made his ass look fucking Toadstool.
So this is when you were like pledging?
Yeah, the first, because that was from like August to December. So yeah, first, fuck yeah, I remember getting wasted. Yeah, wasted a lot back then. It wasn't good.
I mentioned earlier,
Damn, so it's 4 months to
to try
play.
to stop the slave trade.
4 fucking
Great
months.
challenge
Damn.
for Africans is that they
Yeah, it
were
was
cut
the
off
first. We had to do these things on Saturdays called call downs, and we would go clean up the house before a home game. And I remember the first fucking time we had to wait, like meet up at 7 by the track and field by the fraternity houses, and it's like these two coked out dudes without shirts on just screaming at us, and I'm thinking, whoa, what am I about to walk into? And they literally, I guess there's a sand volleyball court, and they transported who knows how much sand into the house, and there's like inches of sand throughout the entire house we had to clean up, and they're fucking hitting us, fucking doing insane. And I'm like, what have I fucking signed up for? I was looking for this first home football game. I was thinking it was going to be fun to go to a football game, not get horribly, literally tortured by people. Oh my god.
What if they made it into the football game as the prostitute?
Yeah, that would have been, people had to do weird stuff like that. But yeah, I remember coming down after that in a t-shirt. They were like, what are you doing in a t-shirt?
T-shirts are for men.
Yeah,
but many of them argued that the Africans were in fact true Israelites, and they adopted from the late 19th and early 20th
damn right I made it, dude.
that
Here, let's see if I can still have that one. Sunday evening, March 1st, 1868, University of Virginia, from the establishment of brotherhood on a for lasting basis. Notion of brotherhood, loving kind feeling we have established before the fraternity
whether or not one actually is.
thus we can most successfully accomplish our object. Robertson Howard, Julian Edward Wood, James Benjamin Sclotter Jr., Frederick Southgate Taylor, William Alexander. I said that 5,000 times during the fucking thing. You repeat that shit, and I still messed up. I kind of forget it. Whatever. It's 20 years ago. That's crazy. Yeah, 20 fucking years ago.
Would you have? Did you do anything like that? Would you have ever done anything like that?
I did not. I wanted to. I didn't go to a 4-year university. I was too busy partying. I went to community college for 6 years, and I was going to transfer, but I stayed too long. I dated a chick who was at a 4-year, and I'm like, oh, these parties are cool. So in my mind, I was at the college.
For sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to pledge.
However, there is a
College.
especially
Oakland Community College, the one that I attended.
Where did she go?
Oh, she went to Wayne State University. That's fraternity, like, I forget the name of the fraternity. We were white people. Went to the party, and we shook their hands all over the place. And I was like, yo, I'm helping y'all clean up. They're like, you don't have to worry about that. Like, no, I'm going to clean up. I got 300 big cans, and I put them in my trunk. Each can was like 10 cents. Like, oh, yeah, I took it back to Kroger. Side to the bed, baby. Sorry, great head start. Yeah, sorry. Oh, my bad.
He hates recycling.
Yes. Yeah, I don't like it either unless money is.
So you've got a huge head, you've been made fun for like your whole life, but having a giant head is actually cool. It's the only way. Honestly, having a giant head is a prerequisite to wearing mammoth hats. They're just for dudes with big heads. They start at 7 3/4 inches wide. You can check it with your fingers. You have a knuckle here. And that would be what? Probably 7 if you're doing the knuckle measurement. Yeah, 6 or 7. You'd be 4 hand lengths from chin to chin. Okay, so they start at 7 3/4 and they only go over there. If you got a little tiny head, you gotta be in the glove. Yeah, you're out of this club. If you've got a little pinhead, which honestly, it's black people, us people with big heads, small people with little heads, and they swear it's not me. But if you look at this a pin has a little head, so we like to call people pinheads. But yeah, if you're one of them, don't even get on their website. We'll block you. Yeah, yes, and they will do. And they've got gigantic snapbacks, trucker hats, beanies, and even sunglasses. Finally, a brand that gets you. We see you for you, and Mammoth sees you the same way that we do. They even have awesome t-shirts, stickers, long sleeve tees, and a cozy hoodie. If you're ready to branch out from headwear and support the brand even more. And I mean, look at their website. The reviews are raving. This is the real deal. If you got a big old head, this is the real deal. But you have to have a pretty good size head. If you're getting on the big head train, the checker ticket, last stop has got to be Mammoth Headwear. Yes, don't get off on one of the early stops. That's where pinheads get off. Get off on Mammoth Headwear stop, the last one on the left. Head to mammothheadwear.com and use code WMS for 15% off and free shipping on U.S. orders. That's mammothheadwear.com. Code WMS or click the link in our show notes. Give that giant head of yours the gift of Mammoth Headwear.
And they are surprisingly
He loves landfills. Was he sweet to you when you came in? Because he could be weird.
He was cool, man. He was like, oh, hey, waving at me. Put my phone on the charger. He's like, thank you for being with me. Oh, I say that shit. I didn't say that. I said that.
He's aggressive. Yeah, he's super passive aggressive.
Like, oh,
if you change the question a little bit.
Ooh, I can be real passive aggressive. Oh, yeah.
Also,
man, that shit dangerous, man. You gotta be aggressive.
Yeah, like I'll see the neighbor, the bad neighbor underneath us, like walking out to the car, and I'll tap on the window ever so lightly so she kind of looks around, and then I'll hide right away. That's just great. Okay. That's a little brave. It's like ding dong ditching, kind of. That's kind of good. Hey, Grant, if you're writing in an email passive aggressive and you have to put in parentheses, how would you explain that? If you said, if you were like doing a pitch or whatever, you ended up putting the word just passive aggressive and you thought McDonald's didn't know what it meant, how would you explain it in the parentheses?
I guess implying something without outwardly saying it, a bit aggressively. Yeah, I mean, I'm using the word aggressive there.
Not quite. Does that sound right, Gary?
Don't make me write copy.
Right.
I don't know how to be passive aggressive.
Have you ever been?
I don't know.
Yeah, that does sound like a gift. Yeah.
It's a white way of living. I'm very good at it.
Yeah, I know. I wonder what that stems from. I wonder what the root cause of that is.
I don't know. Is Sweetie a passive aggressive word? Thank you, Sweetie.
Sometimes if they use it in a certain way.
Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
I hate when I hate buddy. Me too. That makes me sad. Me too. It bothers me for some reason.
What would you rather? Would you rather be like, fuck off?
Yeah, we'll call you Playboy. Playboy's also a little like, you're like the kid brother kind of thing. But buddy, someone call me buddy on my mission last time. Made me really sad. Great job, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Yeah. He's like little bro and you like I'm big bro, but it was funny though.
Good job, buddy. Come on, man. What's good?
I feel like passive aggressive is too confusing. You don't know if they insulted you or if it's compliment. Be direct with what they're saying.
I look forward to
For sure. I mean, I was horrified when you were late today, and I just thought, I was like, how can I play this off?
Thank you for being honest, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was horrified. Grant's already pissed at us. We're already running the light in here, so to speak, every week, and Grant's been real passive aggressive. He's like, yeah, you know, we're going to have to start charging you for it, right? I mean, he started saying all this. It's really, I don't even know what to think about it. So.
Dang, I was DoorDash, my bad. You know, you tell them where you want to DoorDash at, but then they'll have you go all the way to buttfuck. You don't even know. Like, man, I'm picking up McDonald's from over here.
Is that somebody got
38 and it was wings. Yeah, I only said McDonald's is trying to get that.
I know, yeah, we're trying. I know.
We want to stop too.
Would that be fine? I had McDonald's before this. They brought back the spicy nugget.
How was it?
It was good. A little dry, but not too dry for a guy like me. Of course, not too dry. Yeah, but it was pretty good. What kind of sauce do you dip it in? No sauce? Sweet and sour? Yeah. Sweet and sour. Spicy? Yeah. How, Darius, we were talking about it before you got here, how Casey said he's maybe gaining a little weight. I think I'm gaining a little weight. It's happening. We're thinking, at least recently, a lot of snacking in these green rooms. Do you pick out in the fucking green room, or are you okay?
Lately I have been eating a lot of candy. So if there's candy in the green room, I'm stealing it all. Because I'm not drinking no more. So when you stop drinking, you crave those sugars.
Wait, how long has it been since you
drank? January 2nd.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, you still probably got a motherfucking sweet tooth.
Oh yeah. So and whatever's in there, fruit roll-ups, the Sour Patch Kids. I'm still
With the gushers.
that shit'll stick to you, bro. Because comedians are, really active people. Just sitting around.
Well, no, I'm pretty active. I think Erica can corroborate that fact. I'm really active.
The most active I've ever seen a comedian. Casey is the most active comedian I've ever seen in life.
That's when he burns all his
On
candles.
TV, in person, this motherfucker be moving. He don't stop moving.
Yeah, well, I'm really high strung. Like when I'm at the club, I'm always moving. I never really sit down.
Dances pants.
Yeah, dicky little pants, exactly.
And he got knees like a fucking, I don't know.
It's wearing on me. My back is all messed up. It's wearing on me. My days are numbered. I got to put out a good special where I'm eating really fast the whole time, and then I got
Then you
to
can slow down.
Yeah.
Would you ever do stem cell?
If you guys would. Yeah, I'd be open to it for sure. Maybe I could do something with my sciatic nerve because I've just been sitting on the couch just thinking, Erica's going to corroborate. I've been real active, and I was just picturing myself sitting on the couch, knocking at the neighbor on the window when she walks out and fucking moving. They're dumbasses.
He said he was constipated for sitting for 4 hours in the plane. I'm hoping you sit for 8 hours playing video games. He's like, yeah, she's sitting for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's different.
And I was like, but you sit for 8 hours with your video game.
Oh yeah, I guess it's kind of different because your mind is on the video game.
Oh, it's
If you
different.
just sit, you're just like, man, I've been sitting.
Yeah, my back's hurting more than that hurts. I was telling you, I sat next to these little twins on the plane, and they kept playing pranks on me, twin prank.
On you?
Yeah, so I would be trying to sleep because we had a 5 a.m., 6 a.m. flight on Sunday. I'd be sleeping, and I would hear one of the twins go, "Yeah." I don't know about you, but I really like when the window's open. I would really appreciate when the window was open. It's like I'm trying to sleep. The other one goes, "Yeah, window open? I would like that too." It's like, hey, flip the fucking window open. How old are they? Maybe 12 or so, too old to be playing pranks like that. And then the other one goes, "Yeah, I'm starting to think it's a little bright. What about you?" "Yeah, I'd like the window down." Yeah.
Was this a prank or were they being passive aggressive?
Maybe they're just being
Aggressive.
Yeah, but they do that at fucking Chili's or different restaurants. Like, I don't think we have to pay. Pay for this food. It's getting their way up. Since it's two up, I know it's a twin thing. You can't, if you punish one, you have to punish the other.
Twins are so fascinating, man. I always wanted to be one.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
What, like an identical or fraternal, the kind that looks just like you?
Yeah, identical. Fraternal is just like, man, whatever. It's
Yeah, you get to
just
trick
a sip
people.
of yeah. I want to try. Look at that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Everyone's like,
Built-in best friend.
I know, what is that picture? Yeah, somebody's doing something funny or yeah, the guy in the back is funny. He's cracking it.
I think they drunk on the plane.
Cracking it.
Apparently, these guys aren't actually twins, but they sat next to each other and look identical.
They're separated at birth.
Right, so that's kind of weird. It's like the twins who were separated from birth. Did you see that documentary with the triplets? And but what they all end up being totally different is what nature versus nurture.
But also,
Who were they? I honestly, as I was bringing it up and thinking, I don't remember shit about that. But yeah, I don't remember what happened. The three identical strangers that you're talking about?
is that what it's called?
Maybe.
Or the one kills himself? It doesn't matter. They don't know each other.
Yeah, it's only sad after they find out about each other, find out about their
Is
death.
this a big thing? There's a movie about this or something?
Yeah, some documentary where it's three separated births. Oh my gosh, is that twins marrying twins? Yeah.
But are the cousins really?
Yeah, well, the kids, they already look a little different. It didn't work. I wonder if it would be just continue to be twins and have a twin. Yeah, the dads, I don't like the dads. I don't like that smile.
They don't look normal.
They seem like they're from a different, super passive aggressive. They're probably like those pieces of shit on the plane. Talking about doing the window up or down. I'm starting to think the sun's a little hot. What about you? I also think the sun is hot. 6:30 in the fucking morning. Kids love playing games.
I probably would have started fucking with them too.
Yeah.
Play games with them, see if they can think differently.
What did you do with them?
I don't know, try to get them to fight, to disagree.
I know, because I think
I think you're wrong.
I think they can end up loving each other or hating each other.
Yeah, I know.
Very similar. For sure. And you also see on Judge Marilyn Million's People's Court every now and again. These two twins suing each other. You see the nastiest of court battles on that big if it's identical.
That's good entertainment right there.
Do you ever watch her?
It's been a minute,
She's wonderful. Oh, and she has a new show, but it's sad because they don't talk after the court case, which is real sad because I was like watching the old man interviewing
Many other Jewish
Steve Harvey got a court show.
I know, but the thing, my potential beef with that is he an actual judge?
That's my beef with it. That's why I don't watch this shit.
Yeah, you gotta be a judge. At the very least, have to be a judge, I think.
Because he wasn't a prosecutor, he wasn't a DA, like he didn't work his way up, public defender.
Nothing. Judge Marilyn did. Because what does it say on her new show? She was a better talker than listener. That's why she went to law school.
That's what it said.
Yeah, that's what she said. She gives a little brief biography on the new show on YouTube.
She worked under Janet Reed.
Yeah, she loved her time under Janet Reed. Yeah, she loved that. Yeah, she's a real wise woman. Very wise. There's a very tragic one yesterday. This couple, they weren't really getting along. Then the dude knocks up the lady, and then she has the baby at 3 months.
No, 6 months.
Or 6 months, and then they fucking burn it. They do the excuse me.
But she left him with a note and said, keep the urn.
Yeah.
But now she wants the urn back.
Yeah, and then she wants the urn back.
No, that's something. You give the urn away.
He's like, I'm just going to throw it in my mom's garden.
And it must not be many ashes, a 6-month-old. I'm just thinking about it, though. That's a small guy.
I feel bad joking about this shit.
Me too. Well,
This is dark. I want McDonald's to be over here.
McDonald's, they like Judge Marilyn. They don't care.
Oh, okay. McDonald's won't touch something like that.
Yeah, they're not messing with her. They're not messing with her. She has the power. She holds the power. Oh my gosh! Perfect timing. Holding the power. What is that?
Little baby urn. No, those are little, just tiny urns. Just for the smallest of bodies.
Hamster.
Oh yeah, like if you love a little hamster or something. Sparrow. A little loud sparrow.
I seen something online where they put you in, when they cremate you, your bones are still bones. And then they gotta put the bones into something that goes through a process where they grind your bones up, and then it turns into, doesn't just, you get heated up, and then you turn into ash. So your bones are still.
That's what I kind of picture. They gotta fix it. That's what I picture. Okay, so that's not, they're gonna still crush them.
I feel like that's like, you can accidentally mix things up too easy that way. And have someone else's
Your piece of
skin
wood.
with their bone.
Oh, that, yeah. Man, well, the skin's gonna be gone. It's just bone.
And to the south, it's maritime.
What if I get cremated and somebody else's skin? Grinding bone in a blender. Little kitty. This is the cat.
Oh, God. Ooh, yikes. Some of these cats.
Oh, and we had a wonderful update. There was some guy on TikTok. Erica watches TikTok, and there's this guy who works at a funeral home who I thought was hilarious. He made me laugh out loud. I thought he was hilarious, and then there was some update on it a couple months ago that was like, oh, so-and-so got in this horrible crash, and like he might die. David might die. And then they just did an update yesterday, and they're asking him what's 5 plus 2 when he's on a walker walking through the hallway of a hospital.
He's doing better.
But he's doing better. He can do math. Which I guess is good. I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, is that scary? They're just asking him what's 5 plus 2? But he gives the right answer. I don't know.
So he lost his sense of wit.
It's hard to say. He's probably in a lot of pain. And we looked, and he already didn't walk well because I was thinking, man, he's walking shitty on that walker. But then we saw their videos. He's a real big guy, and he just already was walking shitty. So his walking actually it's the same. But
William has a real special connection with him because he got a funeral director on like what career you would be.
yeah, my high school.
So when he watches it,
Yes, my test came back as funeral director. So yes, that was a soft spot.
so he watches it and he's like, that could have been me.
You would find joy in directing.
Oh my gosh, I think you can try to make people you can try to be nice to people. They're in a very bad part of their life. Somebody just died. You could probably crack a joke.
Yeah, I would think of bad jokes like this crowd is dead.
Yeah. Wait, sorry, forgot about the guy in the gas. That could be funny. Yeah, phone is more like telephone. Hello, and it's his fingers. Something crazy. Something crazy. Hello, uh-oh, two phone. Yeah, it's kind of Patch Adams. That joke. Yeah. And the telephone, oh, it's Gerald. And Gerald's the guy who died. Don't worry, he's in heaven.
All of his femur bone.
Yeah. Did you ever did you film anything?
I was on Craigslist. They were looking for male actors. What I gotta do? And they were like, well, we're gonna sit in the chair and we're gonna watch you masturbate. And then, were they gonna record that? I don't know. Yeah, they just said they were gonna sit there and look at it. And I said, yeah, that sounds pretty gay. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it sounds strange. Was this meeting person to person or still just on like Craigslist?
I seen the ad on Craigslist. I called it out. Like, yeah, I'm trying to pull it. And then I was like, all right. So,
you lost me. How much money was it? Was it like
I don't know. I didn't care. I'm like, this is about to be fun.
$60.
$60 for a round? Yeah. More money than I was getting as 18.
For sure. Well, maybe it's good that didn't work out. Maybe you would have got great more and it wouldn't have started.
Yeah. Instead of jokes and strokes. I don't know. I wanted to be an actor in the comedy.
Cool.
Yeah. Shit, a regular job, I want to be an architect. Or what's the person that help people out? Psychologist.
Oh yeah, psychologist. An architect. What? Did you used to be good at Legos or like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I used to love Legos.
Yeah. How did you know?
I don't know because I thought about that as well at one point. But I was like, well, I can't do that now. I'm kidding. But I used to love Lincoln Logs and Legos. I used to build up the Lincoln Logs.
Have you heard of Lego? What is it? Lincoln Logs. I've heard of Legos and Connects.
They were long, sticky logs. You got pieces of wood. Build a cabin, build a car with makeshift wheels. Right there.
Oh, no? Yeah, I never seen those.
They were wonderful. You could play with your army men inside of the bases you built. And get a little maybe remote control car and smash them into the buildings. That was always a mini hot dog.
There's a bridge, an Eastern corridor. Yeah.
Ooh, I used to love play. I think about that, and I think maybe I would look weird outside playing with little action figures. So I probably Connects. Yeah, they were the Connects. I was not good at Connects. I could make basic looking guns. I feel like I made a bunch of guns with Connects.
I've never heard of this thing.
Yeah, the Lincoln Logs. Oh my gosh, if you ever have children or something, get them Lincoln Logs.
I don't know where I do that. I can get them some Legos.
I don't know. It's fun. It's like a nostalgia. It's like a, I don't know.
So my daughter has Legos, right? But she has the big ones, obviously, because she's 2. So she'll build it, and I help her build it, and then she'll just knock it.
Does she laugh when she does?
It's hilarious. Build it up, destroy it.
How do you react? Do you react like shocked? Or
I laugh.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand. Like, why is this funny to you? But this is funny to me. That is funny to you.
For sure. That's like, oh my gosh, yeah, I didn't realize you had to get her some Lincoln Logs. She might be nice. She's a little older. I don't know.
Yeah, she'll be 3 in a couple months. Yeah.
It's a good age for Lincoln Logs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she might love them. And yeah, you can make the roof and you can do everything. You can make a little log cabin. Scars. Yeah, they're fun.
Shit.
Like, oh, it's the best. Brand, did you get them for your daughters?
No, I have the Duplos.
Dog energy. They are donkey from Shrek. Stitch, toothless. It's a cockroach from Lowe. I will not be taking questions. My number one cartoon.
Duplos as well. Who said anything about Duplos at the beginning?
The big Legos.
You're talking about Duplos?
You said big Legos? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Lego brand, the big ones.
The first two that were I made a horrible mistake right there. I genuinely am sorry. I'm really sorry.
Okay, apology accepted.
Okay, thank you. Now we build forward. Yes. We start a relationship from Memphis.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not from a place where we go to the cabin, so there's no reason for me to.
I hear you. Yeah, I wonder if it's more of a southern thing or something. I don't know.
It could be. I never heard of it.
But you knew Lincoln Lodge, you're from Georgia.
That's southern too.
I know it could be a southern thing. Because Erica, have you heard of them?
Southern California. Yeah.
Oh, Southern California. So that makes sense.
Did you ever go up north, like for vacation?
Yosemite, the middle of California.
They got cabins up there.
Yes.
Yeah, because I went to black and white school. My wife was like, we're going up north, like to the cabin. We didn't do that. For vacation, we would go down south and see our cousins.
For sure.
We ain't going up north.
Have you ever stayed in a log cabin?
I have not. I wanted to. I wanted to go to ski and do those things. I haven't had the opportunity.
Are you high?
Scary movies.
Yeah, I know. It has to be tough. Do you get creeped out easily?
By sounds?
Yeah, sounds, ghosts. What are your
Ghosts? Yeah, I don't fuck with the spirits. Yeah, I don't do that. I can do the sounds, and I know what it is. If I know it's nature. I'm cool with nature.
Most ghost talkers. It's like a late night thing. It's a late night.
See, like that right there seemed cool. I can do that during the daytime, but at night it's like, all right.
And it's like, what if there's some escaped prisoner or something, or escaped crazy person?
I'm crazy too, so I can communicate well with them.
Yeah, fair enough. Find a base level.
As long as they don't have a weapon, I'm cool.
For sure. It's one more common ghouls you'd encounter around a cabin. Yeah, there was a cabin we grew up going to down in Mississippi sometimes, and I still have dreams where I'm at that cabin, and the last dream I had, this was, 15 years ago or something, but there's some brightly lit Christmas tree in the main room of some small little cabin, and I feel real scared, and somebody's knocking on all the doors, and then I hide behind a door in a room, and I'm scared to death, and somebody is walking towards me, and they fling the door open, and it's my brother, and he hits my head with a hammer, and I wake up. But I love my brother. It's just a weird, and this was probably, 15 years ago. It's just creeped me out.
I don't know what's crazier, like that dream, or how you remember that dream from 15 years.
Stuck with me. That brightly colored Christmas tree in there. Last night I woke up screaming. No, seriously? I woke. I don't remember what it was about, but I woke. I flailed my arms. Oh my gosh!
Pretty scary. Night terror. Scared the dog. Night terrors from back. Swing. I always get them during the spring.
Too much candy.
Yeah, too much candy around Oscar time. Who's that Joker peeking around being scary? Your Graham, what's up?
It's just one of the ghosts. It's a little creepy ghost in the cabin.
That's creepy. There's a lot of scenery.
I've heard of, I think, but I've never seen one. Have you?
Like scenes and shit? Oh yeah, I've seen things.
Really?
Yeah,
You've literally seen?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like shadows moving. So I was in the bed. This happened many times at the house we used to live in growing up. And my mom's room was next to mine, and then it was a bathroom. And laying in the bed, and I could see something like peeking from my mom's room, just like looking at me, doing that. And then every night it would happen, and then eventually I would get up and I would slowly walk towards it to see like a real good the closer I got to it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I have seen stuff. I have seen stuff in my career.
Did you get scared? You gotta act like you're sure. You know, it's creeping me out.
Kind of scary. Yeah. Well, I had the one I knew was pretty much of the last investigator, and I thought one of the zombies was what did I say, Erica? It was
Hello? Hello? And I'm like, what do you see? He's like, right there. And I'm like, what is it? He's like, half awake, half asleep. He goes, hello? And I'm like, what do you see? Is it in our mouth? And it's right there. And then he goes back to sleep, and he said, it's fine. And then I was like, what happened? He's like, oh, the plants look like a zombie. I was like, so your room was to say hello?
I didn't know what to do. I was so
Just
scared.
out of his hello?
I thought it was make contact or something. I didn't even know what to do. I was so terrified. Right, yeah, I was like,
Listen to me, lady, because man, you're going through that by yourself, bro.
yeah, I know. And there are times she's woken my ass up and she just means to me. Yeah, and in my dreams, she just kept waking me up in a bad spot. And I need to get out of this ASAP. Yeah, get me out of this. Please.
You ever try to wake yourself up from the day? You can't.
No, sometimes with the sleep paralysis, when I'm like starting to go, I like wake up and I get this, and I'm like, I'm still thinking like sleep, and I don't want to go back to sleep, and I like feel I'm going back to sleep, and I'll start moving around, and then sometimes I can wake myself up, and sometimes I get panic because I don't want to go back to sleep.
Yeah, that's happened to me so many times. Eventually, I'm like, I'm gonna just let it happen. Let it happen. That's right. And then I stopped. And then I raised it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I was scared to go to sleep on Sunday night because we left Tacoma, and I slept maybe an hour, and then I didn't sleep at all on Sunday, and I stayed up kind of late till 12 or 1, and then I was kind of scared to go to sleep because I was like, oh, I'm getting a nightmare. I started thinking about it. I'm like, you're going to sleep real heavy, you're going to have a nightmare, and it was fun. And I got my head about it, yeah. But it was okay. Yeah, you just gotta let it pass. Sometimes when I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to go back to sleep. Sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I got to just relax. I would have took Elion gets those things.
Honestly, yeah.
For sure, justice was served. That's my favorite kind of interview at the end when the one party says, yeah, justice was served.
I wonder if judges ever feel like they made the wrong judgment.
You couldn't admit it.
Yeah, I would think there would have to be times they sentenced somebody to death or something.
There's more evidence. They're like, damn, that was probably harsh. They didn't deserve 30 years.
I wonder how they sleep at night. I wonder if those people sleep all right at night. I don't know.
Yeah. You have to circle around the block before they go.
Wait, when you hear people doing that, what is that? Just kind of when you're doing blocks around the home, what even is that? You're just trying to relax. Oh,
take a sudden left.
Oh yeah, isn't the trick to take 4 lefts, and if they're still behind you, they're following you because you just did a circle? That's the trick.
The old spy trick.
Oh yeah, that would. Oof, I don't even. I hate being followed like that. Yeah. Yeah, when I get Erica's buddies had an ear tag one time, and I'm like, uh-oh. Because some alert came up on my phone. Someone's following you, and I'm like, what the fuck?
She was in a massage, so she wasn't able to answer for an hour that it was her. So we were like, what is it?
Yeah, frantically ripping the car apart, looking for the tracking device. That's a fucking ear tag.
Turn it into a game, and you gotta somehow get away from them, and then start to follow them.
And then you start following them.
The whole time they're like, where are they?
That is a good move. Because I was about to ask you
out the creeper.
Yeah.
That's what you're all about.
Yeah.
Creeping out the creepers.
Jeepers Creepers. Yeah, did you ever see this one? Jeepers Creepers.
Jeepers, yeah.
Oh, I hate that fucking guy. Is he a flying thing?
Every 23 years for 23 days he feeds. And then he gets back to his little house. He has a little house under a church where he keeps Justin Long. It's his body part.
And I love Justin Long. That's a bad deal for Justin Long.
There he is. Bitch ass.
So he's like a cicada, kind of, because don't cicadas live underground for 20 years and come back up?
Basically a cicada. Yeah.
That is a scary monster, but I remember the hair now. I like the hair placement. Isn't it just on the back of the neck?
He's got a huge like mane of hair out there.
Oh, look at his little hat, his little prospector's cap.
Cowboy hat.
Toodaloo. What's the scariest movie you've ever seen?
Probably the rain. The rain really creeped me out when she got up.
Oh, yes, started walking weird, yes.
I've been working on an impression. Well, it's something I could never do on stage because Christopher Walken is so overused. This is Christopher Walken if his daughter became the girl from The Rain. Had a daughter, 14 years old, good girl, would have liked her, got stuck in a well 2 years ago. Every 7 days, goes out of the TV. She's a vengeful Japanese water spirit. Very, very scary. I don't like it, but she's my girl. Ring, ring, who is it? Oh, she's scrolling on her phone. Great. She's my daughter. Vengeful spirit.
It's wonderful.
A little scary.
Pretty good.
You should do it.
Yeah, dude, I think you could do that.
Everyone does walking now. I got to figure something out.
Everybody does it, but they don't do
They
it.
don't have the ring.
Yeah, not the ring.
Never heard it.
I'm spooky. My baby girl, I'm grown up, covered in slime. Yeah.
Me too. I remember we had some neighbors and they had some pool in their backyard and it looked like it was filled with slime. Dirty pool. It was actually, I don't know, but this is my only memory of it as a little kid, and I'm gonna hope and pray it was slime. It was probably just like pine scum or something. Everything was full of slime. That's what happens when you snoop around your neighbors.
Yeah,
You should have been snooping around.
were you one of those kids that jumped into the neighborhood pool?
There was never a neighbor with, I couldn't do that other than the slime. They ended up filling that up with dirt.
Here, I heard of it.
It was in a no, it was in the ground. They filled it up with dirt, and then the guy ended up, he was like some guy who worked for some fast food place, and he ended up dying real early. Young, of a heart attack.
And Japan would ultimately win that.
Their family just totally fell apart. They moved to Kentucky and Ohio, I think. And it's just sad to see the destruction of a family. Yeah, that'd be cool if all people lived like that. I would never. Would you ever? Did you ever do such a thing?
I would do that, but I didn't have neighbors with pools. We went to the rec center.
That was
Pretty much. It was alright. It was cool. Yeah, but then like, as a kid, it was really fun. Then the older you got, the more you realize what type of water you was
for sure. People peeing in there and stuff.
I still do this.
And I can always tell when he's doing
What do you do?
I like to bend my legs. I like to get in a comfortable stance because obviously gravity's a little less in the water, so I like to be kind of on my tippy toes with a bend in my knee, and then I'll do the front part out a little bit. That helps with the stream because I feel like sometimes if my penis is like right up on something, it can be hard for me to start because it's like it's getting clogged up. So I have to really, especially if it's like compression short kind of things, I really got to get it away from my penis so I can actually start the process.
I just walk backwards.
Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah,
That's a
you're
good
swimming.
one. Gravity will pull it out. Yeah. Yeah, you're swishing it around.
Like a fart smell.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know. I won't speak for you, Darius. I don't know if we should do it or not, but I enjoy it. Yeah, there's chlorine. That kills anything in there.
When I was a kid, there was a period of time where me and my mom lived in a barn, in this little apartment in a barn, and there was someone next door who had a pool, but it was filled with tadpoles, kind of like that. And I would go swim around with the tadpoles sometimes. Yeah, I would. Yeah, it was cool. It was still kind of blue, but it was full of tadpoles. And I would go swim and pretend I was a frog.
It's fun. It's because you didn't get a brain eating up you or something.
Certainly could have happened.
Thankfully, it did. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, is that a myth? Like if you pee in the water, it turns blue. Is that a real thing?
I think it has to be a myth because I've peed in a number of pools and I have never seen it.
Because that's another reason why I walk backwards, just so I can see
If it's actually working,
and I'll try my best to stop it.
If it's a color changing one.
Yeah, you really have to be flopping around a lot if it started changing colors. I know that is my worst nightmare, to finally get exposed when I'm doing something nasty. Yeah.
You just go hide underwater.
Yeah. Forever.
You just hide in your own piss.
Yup. Would be the first one.
What did you pee? You just got an alligator. Go hide in the corner. I wasn't there.
It's like when I was in pre-K and I vomited in the middle of the gymnasium and some fucking little bitch. The teachers were like, "You vomited in here." And these little girls hiding behind something. She pointed my ass out. I've never forgotten that. I've never forgotten that. She called my ass out.
Running, and it was like this moment. I was like, I went to break the chain. They're older kids for some reason. I was like, fucking, slow motion kid right here. Fully out, man. I sat for a long time, and they let me pick out the chain jar.
Did it like impress the older kids?
I'm sure they were impressed. Yeah. It's great. In a perfect world, I think they appreciate why he went really hard on that. Like, he tried really hard for sure. But I think they just actually goes on to cloud.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, nice try. Here's a fucking toy for you.
What was your favorite game like that? What do you have? Rover, freeze tag?
Freeze tag, I just tag at night.
So yeah. Miss those days. We can offer some brain tagging.
I can't stay home Saturday to get my eyes covered.
Did you get a knee brace?
I'm going to be sitting there.
Sometimes I like bend over and do something. There's like a long pop noise in my knee, and I think shit, I really couldn't play like college basketball or something. I would have got hurt. I'm kidding. I just never got past it. I do these very simple things, and there's like a horrible pop or something. I'm like, how did these athletes do this? I don't know. Getting older. Getting all red butts is the same.
I went and saw Terra special. It was fantastic. A little theater on top of a dumpling place right next to Grace. I was very excited. I was on the train getting texted.
Were you using the packets or are you using the box of or like the
old school? No, I did too.
The packets are very easy.
I know. Oatmeal good for your heart.
Yeah, the pie juice.
Yeah, it's full crisp. Love some waffle crisp.
Years away from ever shooting anything like that. But I was able to see like Tara Jones. When I met Tara, she was shooting for people. And now she's shooting a special group.
Now when I see it, I think they still make it.
Fantastic. Because I was sober.
It's an intense project.
See you guys, Chaz.
Happy Lunch. That's what's good. I didn't.
And then
The original were like the berries.
never had the all berry.
All berries good. Peanut butter's good.
The stitches that I had.
Ooh, yeah,
Peanut butter
that's
fudge
serious.
cereal. Love that.
Reese's?
Yeah.
Yeah,
60 stitches?
got some frosted flakes.
You really?
And then,
Who were you gonna eat?
Sweet snacks.
people actually really think I got face.
I know we're going to talk about it. I so Johnny Tiger, one of the coolest dudes ever. I totally down.
At least they thought you knew the
Yeah, $2.99 local gas station around here. Stitches on hold. Two if you're spending with a friend.
They have to go to skip it.
It's great. Kellogg's great. I wouldn't love it. Love Tiny the Tiger. 220 calories per pack.
You know, mine or what they do.
I got it last night. With milk that I forgot. So my girlfriend is like, she doesn't like it when I have sweets at night. So I was hiding them like so old man. I didn't hide them in my book bag like free. When she went to bed, and then fell asleep. That's funny. So, you know, she takes me on. I feel so old, man. I feel like I used to be like some sort of outlaw. Now I'm like sneaking. Like, ooh, I have the Snickers in my bag.
That's crazy how history is just occasion behind your snacks and candy. You know, parents and how you have she be a lady.
Marry your mother.
And just that thought.
Somebody gave me math equation. Well, Darius, thanks so much for coming on the show. Thank you. It was a pleasure. How can people find you?
You can find me on the internet, Mr. Darius Bennett.
This is the situation we're going with. This is why I say to people, it's always meant to
Cool. Look up Darius. He's hilarious.
Is that your dad?
Yeah, we're really think the Mercenaries last episode.
Tweet the freak.
Free. Anthony. And Dan Judd. Dan Judd.
Tree climber.
Tree climber.
Shout out.
Careful, Dan Judd. It's that dangerous what you do. Destiny. This is for love. This is for Josiah, Dizzy, Alright, Darius, well, it was a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you. Josiah for me.
This is so funny. Look him up online. Darius is hilarious.
Darius is hilarious.
Alrighty, bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. And the words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Cut production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
things to give you some
I'm trying to have fun tonight.
I lost a pop cookie like a month early, and I got there and they ate 30 blood tests, and I put the trouble at the pop cookie, and I put the trouble at the God damn it. I haven't eaten that, so I ate the pop cookie the next day, called her, break it down in. Your fucking test was all fucked up yesterday. You pissed off green. Because what you don't, right? He was foolish. How did you find out? Did he ask for apples? No, we were talking one day, and I just told him what I think you gotta stop this. He would always say, you gotta stop. I bring him lollipops, pretzels. You had to stop, but he didn't say no. Okay.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Shredder, William Montgomery. Make it live. Yeah, please. We can't wait. Yeah, and Grant, we need a list of the mercenaries, dude. I mean, we have to get a list. We have to be shouting out recently. Sean started a Patreon. Yeah, I can tell fund the podcast on things for our mercenary level. This would give them a shout out.
Do you want me to like delete them, or do you want me to put them on screen?
So you tell us what would that entail. So you would just say the name, and then we would just say it right after. Okay, so we'll just first. Yeah, shut up.
And the first one is Alec.
Alex.
All right. No, this one. Okay. There's Anthony Whiplash Martians.
Anthony Whiplash. Thanks for joining Mercenaries, dude.
Danya Fox.
Oh my gosh, Tanya Fox. That is the guy who I met in Hawaii, and then they were at the mothership. He and his wife. Wait, God, don't crucify me on that. I can't remember if that was your wife or your girlfriend. She was very pleasant. I think it was your wife. Yes.
Destiny 4.
Destiny 4.
Elliot. J. Dizzy. Josiah. Kyle. There's a who goes by.
Make sure you stay.
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, he specifically said don't give him a shout out. So, Grant, you messed that up. He specifically said don't give him a shout out.
Matt. Russell, Sean. No, Russell and Sean. So there's two people.
They're splitting up pretty bad. Cool. Yeah.
Tweak the friendship.
Tweet or tweet?
No, the last one is tweak the freak.
Tweak the freak.
Yeah, I know.
He's cool. Yeah, he was cool. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, I haven't, but he sounds nice. He sells cardboard.
Yes. Looks like a target.
Yeah. He's like, waits until the season, like in the fall and in the spring, and he sells cardboard boxes.
And the bigger the box, the more they cost. You can get you a better cost. You buy like $5 bag, $10 bag, you get a better. And he has these great, I've never seen them. Have you guys seen the boxes that have the rod in the middle, so you can hang up your clothes, but it's a cardboard box. And also, just cutting out the. Oh, you get the griddle. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a scary a lot of tank tops. No bottoms. Yeah, bottoms. Smells funny. Cusses like a sailor. Actually live on the streets. It doesn't say it's a house, but I start to wonder when he's selling all these boxes, he's actually on the street. When I was driving here, they're saying, oh my gosh, and I don't care. But I'm near a Target, and oh man, somebody set up quite the setup just right on the side of the road. I've never seen that location before, but it was a hell of a setup. Tarps, everything. That's actually like different rooms. It looked like maybe 2 rooms in this. Couldn't tell from the street.
This is what my house is, LED lights.
We have to worry about it.
Yeah, there's somebody got plugs in. I never thought about that before.
Battery power.
Yeah, probably.
typically about things like
when I first moved here, I would sometimes I would buy deals from these sketchy people. Down, oh God, I don't say where it is, but it's right by a bridge, and they all live in these tents that are built up to the side of the hill. It's like kind of like a Star Wars, maybe Italy, how the houses are getting on top of each other. It's beautiful, and it's all tents, and it's like a whole community down there. And that was a good place to improve. It's a good place to improve residential. Not prescription necessarily. Definitely a good shape for smell. Yeah. They look like hills to the naked eye. But this is when I was a younger man. But yeah, they have a great setup. Some of these people are on the side of the hill. Man, I was watching the Revenant for the first time last night. I told Casey there was one crazy scene where, cut the dead horse and climbed up inside of that thing. Do you think that would really keep you warm?
Yeah, Star Wars style. Yeah, sure. I haven't seen that either. Yeah, we get attacked by the bear.
I know, that's what I thought. I honestly, Casey, I thought the entire movie, it was a bear fight. And it started out like 15 minutes into the movie, and I'm like, holy shit, it's maybe 2.5 hours. That's like a bear fight for an hour 45. I genuinely thought that, but then it ends. But yeah, oh my gosh, it's good. The Hardy guy. It's mostly, it's an hour 45 of video crawling on the ground. But it's awesome. It's a great movie. Yeah. It's just like him eating chuds and being really cold. Yeah. And he's so lucky the bear, after the fight, the cuts didn't get infected. He got kind of lucky throughout some of this shit. I love it. I don't care, but he had a lot of injuries that didn't get infected. I know. And especially during the winter, like that time, disease was just rammed. Yeah.
That's their talk. Calm down.
Yeah, Tom Hardy. Was he an English guy? He did a great What
I guess he just came out as bisexual. Thought he was a tough guy, so they weren't happy with that decision.
He said they weren't happy with that decision. He said I'm an actor. He said I'm an actor. Of course, I have sex with men. That was the quote. I read it like years ago. He said I'm an actor. Of course, I have sex with men.
I just watched the interview with
Well, I like the attitude. Yeah, it's cool. He has a good attitude. Yeah, fucking off. You see
jiu-jitsu world champion.
Yeah. There he is. He has that. Oh, yeah, he hated his ass. The other guy's basement touched. I'm not going to get too many spoilers, but his buddy was with who made him watch the crimes and stuff, and he's getting in trouble at the end, and the little guy's about to die at the end. I don't think he dies at the end. Gosh, he's just a little son of a bitch in that movie. I know he's a bastard. Who's that? I'm like, that's not the same movie. This was he an Avatar? This one's from Taboo.
World famous movie Taboo.
I've never heard of it. This waterfall. I know. Did you ever used to take showers with people in like school?
Actually, that's not true. When I was an athlete, I spent taking showers with people. The craziest stuff.
Rat tails.
I had one friend, I won't say his name.
Where his initials?
TT.
Got hit by a bear. You too.
People's legs in the shower. You would start showering next to people, and they would hold his piece and his head sort of like concealed, and then he would just pee like he would
stay next to you.
next to the bed. Yeah. like when you're in the warm shower, so you can't tell that Timothy Treadwell is pissing on the way.
It's really almost a victimless crime.
It is, but it's just tapping the other fellas on the shoulder and watch while goes next to his leg.
Y'all laugh.
Yeah, we laugh our freaking asses off. And they also used to put all the shampoo on the floor and slide it around.
Yikes, that sounds dangerous.
It was dangerous as tile floor.
Would you get naked too? See, I never had to do that, so I tried to get
Yeah, it was pretty override. I was on the wrestling team. A lot of weird things in showers. Not like, bad things, not just
not that they're after that, so bad. Yeah,
that's actually exactly what it looked like. It was the fucking before this. It was these circle showers and we go stand around and we wash our bodies.
God, I remember it.
You never did it.
The White House. Fucking, it was a bathroom up on the second floor, a bathroom in the fucking basement or whatever the hell they called it, and it was one of those circular things in the middle, and they put the freezing cold water on, and they start yelling bows and toes. You have to get on your fucking elbows and your toes, and they be kicking your fucking ass, and it'd be the freezing cold water. I swear to God, that's exactly what they looked like. There was only one. During Hell Week, it was fucking bows and toes. We all had fucking little pledge names, and my pledge name was fucking Nick Moore. I could smoke weed in the house whenever I wanted. And basically, Nick Moore was the guy. There was this SAE boxing tournament. There was like some giant party weekend. It was so fun. All the fraternities would have different boxers, and Nick Moore was on like heavyweight, like scary. Still looking just huge country dude from Chattanooga. I ended up loving that. But that was my thing. And every time I would do that, I remember being able to one at one point. And apparently he was playing Snood at the time, that dumb computer game. But they would make me say that, and then he would hit me as hard as he possibly could on my back without a shirt on or anything. I regret not taking pictures of my body. Not to try to get anybody in trouble. I just swear to God, I regret not taking pictures of my fucking body. Totally bruised up everywhere. I'm not even kidding. I ended up getting the staph infection on my fucking leg. That was right after Hell Week. It was a nightmare. But yeah, it was those fucking showers blindfolded with these.
All those diseases that like live exclusively in modern times in frat houses, like staph and black plague, all-time diseases.
You hit bows and toes. One where we would do these power hour things where you would spend like 5 minutes in each one of the rooms. And each room had a new horrible theme. And I remember one of the themes, you go in there with like 4 of the Pledge Brothers or whatever, and you have to eat a whole onion. That was really horrible physical bullshit. And that was very funny. It made us eat an onion. I don't think maybe I took a little bite and spit it out or something.
Your guts are everywhere.
That's so fun. Yeah, they wrote about it in Playboy magazine. Like, that's what I always heard. I never saw it. But yeah, oh my gosh, there'd be all the different weight classes and all the fraternities had the different bleachers set up in the Golden Gloves little place at Knoxville. It was wonderful. That's the night I took Xanax, though, at one of the parties. And I almost destroyed my car, my side mirror on a telephone pole. That close to sitting my front of my car into the telephone pole. But whatever. Casey, you are not in a fraternity. What do you think? Are the Lebanese people
That's a good question. I don't know, man, because I never did it. I don't know if I would have the guts to. When I was on the bottle, I was a different person. I can see maybe I could be mended into that type of guy. If I was in the bottle and had 40 other dudes on the bottle, and we got these weaklings, these who haven't been through what we've been through. Yeah, because it's like, damn, they were so bad, so then now you want someone else to feel bad. It's really a philosophical concept of passing down that generational trauma. For sure, yeah, trickle down trauma. But
Yeah, like something. It's not.
I'd like to say that, but it seems fun.
I know it's kind of good. Yeah, I never really did it. I sure should go watch it. I was like, there was this one other night, and it was just like the scene out of the movie. I walked down into this basement, and it's all like dusty down there and stuff, and the Nick Moore guy grabs some dude and fucking pulls his fucking ass into like the side of some pole or something, and there's a bunch of dust billowing up, and I'm like, what am I seeing right now? So I would watch it. One night I did get wasted when I was a senior, and I fucking got in the middle, and they were all circled up. It was probably fucking 35 dudes, and I got this drunk shit, probably a bunch of blows. He's making them repeat all the shit after me, just being funny to myself. But do you want to hit him with my fucking elbow? And I wake up the next day, and I couldn't move my arm, and I'm like, what the fuck happened last night? And I was like, oh, shit, you elbowed a bunch of you. Like, just literally, just a fan, just knocking them all out. I feel really good. Yeah, just the chest, like, just fucking cool. Shit with my fucking elbow. Just making them chant about never getting on slip and slides, and I'd be like, cause why? They would all chant at the same time. It's the dangerous. And then oh my gosh, so shit like that was kind of fun and funny, but stupid. The guy the next year almost got his arm cut off from a staph infection. The national fraternity kick a bunch of people.
And I let us get this and normalize the wrestling team.
If I had to give you your useful soups you go to, when you're trying to get a good soup, like what's a good soup to you?
Just another disease sort of looks like you get pus-filled pimples. I can get them on my legs. And you gotta put cream and take a pill just from rubbing. It's just from the mad smell of germs that are in that. It's really hot and sweaty.
Where's your staph infection?
It was on my legs too.
Did you have to get on a bunch of antibiotics?
Yeah, I had to take a pill, but they had it early, so it wasn't bad. It's terrifying. But yeah, it would all get on my legs.
Yeah, we would shower together in military school, and there was like almost a hierarchy based on your dick size. Seriously? Yes. Military school for 6 months when I was 14. Yeah, just a semester, my second semester of freshman year of high school, I went to military school. And yeah, it was like, it could be the nerdiest kid, because you have companies, you know, Bravo, Echo, Charlie, and I was at Bravo, and then I remember the nerdiest kid at Bravo, I can't remember his name, it doesn't matter, but he had a huge dick, and everyone just respected the fuck out of him. He would just walk with his head high. We all saw our dicks like all the time. That's so funny. I remember one time my roommate kicked me in the dick during some argument, and my whole penis turned completely blue for like a week. And people would come from all around the school to look at my penis. I hope Joe just showed them my dick. Oh my gosh, did it end up just getting better? Yeah, it went away, but it didn't hurt. Like to the touch, it was completely blue, like this blue, my entire penis. And people would come and they'd knock on the door and they'd go, oh dude, we heard about your dick, can we see your dick? And I would pull my dick out and I'd kind of look around the hallway and I'd show them my dick. What the fuck? Like, oh no!
You say, all right, fellas, have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, it's a dick-based system. So it didn't get your balls, because normally I feel like you get kicked down there and it's like your balls are hurting. Yeah, it must just hit the penis and the balls were fine. Just my dick turned completely blue for about 7 minutes. Damn. I think you would have gotten to some point where you would have had to go to the hospital if it didn't get better. Or yeah, I don't know. It was like it didn't hurt to go to the bathroom. It must have broke a bunch of blood vessels or something. I don't know. But everyone was real nice to me and made me feel like included. I know, that's cool. Purple Dick guy. It's a funny idea. Yeah, just some school, military school, somewhere. Yeah, it's literally just as you just based on the penis side. Yeah, because people who had the smaller dicks, I mean, they just had no respect. They had a real tough go. It's not having a huge dick, but a normal dick. I don't want to talk about what. Yeah, it's like, because I'm not really small, I would give you a really hard time. Yeah.
Nothing bad ever happened to my penis before.
Had
Really?
Nothing like that.
similar
You ever got an STD?
feature, which
No, I thought I had an STD once, just because it kind of hurt when I peed.
Let me just back
What,
up for a
after you
second.
hit some strange?
Yeah, I hit some strange, and I was young at the time. I was working for the Department of Public Works in the town that I grew up, and I was riding on the garbage truck every day. My penis hurt so bad every day. I was sitting next to this guy named Charlie. He was so cool. He liked Patrice O'Neill. He was in Afghanistan, and he was really mad that he had to drive a garbage truck.
Was he
And I would ask him about it. I would go, do you think? He's like, you probably have chlamydia, but that's okay. So I went to the urgent care, and I told him I thought I had a UTI. And he laughed in my face, and he was like, only women can get UTIs. And I thought anybody can get a UTI. But
Yeah, kind of mean for the doctor to roast you.
the doctors at the urgent care, I really don't like. It's always like a young guy, and they just have smoking hot nurses everywhere. Whenever I go to the urgent care, and it seems devious, you know. And so I thought I had chlamydia.
So, but it wasn't.
They treated me for it, so I was on these pills for weeks. 2 weeks, I had to take a pill every day. But my penis still kind of hurt. So it got to a point where I texted the lady who gave me that strange. That's usually the lady I slept with. And I said, you gave me chlamydia. And she got really mad at me for that.
So you're accusing her of having the STD and what she didn't have.
She said neither of us had the STD. It turns out it was just from irritation.
That a lot of people today.
Did you call and apologize once you found out
I
about
tried to, but she didn't want to talk to me about it. She was really mad at me. We went to high school together. We're still friends, but sorry, I know it was awkward.
What's your name?
I don't want to say it.
But in the last, she's one of the mercenaries.
Yeah, she's a total freak.
What are our initials?
EG.
Okay, EG. So you're just giving us first, last. You're not going to.
I don't know middle.
Possibility that
We weren't that close.
Yeah, EG, the other one wasn't too bad.
Yeah, Timothy Trevor.
Maybe like when they move
Eric Griffin.
to America. No, I say I think I'd like to be a call.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's just a little story. I don't know. You can get UTIs as a man, I think. That's what I thought. Yeah, this doctor really made me feel like a fucking idiot for suggesting.
That's so good. Yeah, every now and again, I don't even know what causes it on TT or something. And fucking hurts, kind of. But then it's fine. But then it's
well over half
so.
of the people who claim to be
So I don't think I have a problem.
Speaking of frozen, I'll tell you something that's never been frozen a day in its life. These factor meals. You want to save time in the kitchen? You want to still eat great food and stay on track with your goals? Factor, they got you covered.
I mean, they factor. Here's the deal with factor. 2 years ago, I had a parasite in my stomach. Now, at the time, I didn't know what it came from. I was in kind of pinpoint where it came from, but nevertheless, I was just losing all this weight. Well, Factor enters my life, my story. Factor was actually able to help me pass the parasite, so they're gonna just keep you well fed. I was always told that a parasite will finally leave you if you're very nourished. So Factor got my business from then on out.
Parasite can tell if you're eating well, and then they will leave. They will say goodbye in your dreams, and they will move on to the next sickest person.
Yes, so you have to be careful. If you are starting to eat better and you do have that parasite, if you're with a loved one, if you sleep with a loved one or something, you've got to put the tape on their bottom, in the bottom hole. You have to put tape there because that parasite will leave your bottom and go in the next person's bottom.
That's where it lives. That's basically a front door to a parasite.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what else is a front door to having a good time. Factor meals. They send fresh, never frozen meals straight to your door. Each meal is chef crafted and dietitian approved. There's a dozen options. A dozen? 1 dozen options over that, in fact. Dozens. That's many, that's a ton. And yeah, hold on. So the back door is a front door if you're a parasite. But yeah, I mean, each meal takes only 2 minutes. Pop one in the microwave
now on the stove, and dinner is served. When it comes to dinner, the numbers don't lie. Factor is cheaper than takeout and way better for ye, and so get ready to save time, cash, and boost your health with Factor. No parasites, please. Holy smiles. Yes, please head to factormeals.com/WMS50 and use that WMS50 to get 50% off. That's WMS50 at factormeals.com/WMS50 to get 50% off. It's Factor Meals. Yum.
Rituals that are associated with being
I actually had another problem with my genitals recently because I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
Talks kind of stuff on the podcast. One of my testicles was up and down instead of side to side for a while. And it was like weird. I thought it was good. It like hurt.
Are the sons
That ever happened? Well, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, because they say that's really bad. They gotta chop it off when that happens.
once again that underlies the
When it gets like all tied up like the umbilical cord. Yeah, it gets a little, yeah.
So somebody going to help you out with your testicle? What happened?
It just kind of went back to normal. But, and then the other one got weird when the one with that nebulizer was normal, but this was like 2 weeks ago.
The other one wasn't like used to the other one. Like back, so I think so.
Like they were like, yeah, one was like this and one was like this. This one went back like this, but then this one went like this for a few days, and now they're both back like this.
I don't know.
Sorry if that's TMI.
No, not at all. I wonder, does it have something to do with Texas? You've moved to Texas.
Humidity could be a change in the weather.
Especially humidity. It's like all your allergies, humidity.
Your hair will get frizzy. Yes, the cedar is the name of testicles. I know that. I know it's real. I didn't know.
I'm glad your testicles are winning.
Thank you.
Grant, that's tripping us out, man. Yeah, Grant. That's too trippy. Yeah, it's like
Grant, I'm sorry for just saying about my testicles.
trying to do some.
Why don't you put a picture of my testicles?
Yeah, I thought you were.
the leper themselves.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm working blue.
You're not. Stop, man. We started talking about all this.
Thanks, guys.
And then I brought up, and I shouldn't have, because it's not a problem. But yeah, every day when I get pee, and then it burns, and then it gets fine. I don't know. Eat a bunch of grapes or something.
Could be.
Back on my grapes. I've been eating too much sugar, so back on my grapes. Because if I eat a whole container of grapes, it feels better than a bunch of Snickers bars.
Yeah. You have a candy problem, you think?
A little bit. The bottom of my legs have been itchy recently. What does that mean? Diabetes?
I'm not sure.
Like the bottom of your feet, or like the bottom of my, like by my ankles and a little up by my like shins, ankles. That gets itchy too. Because don't diabetic people, their legs end up getting real red down there. So I imagine they're itchy. So then I start thinking, well, I'm getting diabetes.
You're getting there.
Stop. Happened to my great grandfather. Yeah, he had a terrible drinking problem. He lost his leg. I just remember being on the bench. Hello. He's like the most chipper guy, but I guess he was just, it's my understanding that he was just shit-faced all the time. And as a kid, I was like, he's so happy. He took me on the track. It's just wasted living in the woods in Arkansas. He had crutches, so he was in like a wheelchair. No, yeah, I never did a wheelchair. He just had one leg, and he would just go around. He's always waving, and there's a scorpion over there. Be careful. There's always scorpions everywhere. It's the only thing I remember is one leg and scorpions.
My grandmother had those guys, but she had both of her legs. She was overweight. I guess she passed away when I was young. She was the best. It's a good grandmother. Yeah. My grandpa's name was Bobby.
Bobby Cheese.
Yeah, I thought that was fun.
Where did they have?
New Jersey. I'm going up to New Jersey to do bananas. Yeah, at the club. Oh yeah,
No, that's fun. I'm going back to Philly to do the heliums in July.
I'm going to do bananas. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's by medieval times. Bananas. It's on the road.
Have you been there? No,
I never been. Really? We spent that. We went to field trips there. I guess they grew up by that medieval times.
that helps. Yeah, I don't think a lot of it does.
It's a Renaissance.
The powwow one time.
Like a Native American thing.
Like a teepee. Yeah, teepees. Yeah, wigwams. I got a necklace with a fake beer claw. I had that beer claw in the Revenant. He reaches the beer claw necklace and he lets him go with him.
I haven't seen it.
I know.
That's good as gold back then. Bear claw.
Yeah, it's the giant beer claws. He hands it to this Indian guy and he lets him go with him on his horse. But then I'm not going to give the big spoiler after that because it gets kind of sad.
The horse was a bear.
Yeah, I guess that's a sad part. You don't really notice, and then he starts looking around and he goes, "So stay." And the camera pans down, and it's a bear. And he goes, "Think much?" Kind of funny. But I know there are weirdly humorous parts of that movie because it's a very dramatic movie, but then they do these weird little cut scenes. In case you just sat there and insane. Comic relief. Yeah, he needs stuff like that.
Yeah, like to break up the tension, but it should be tension, like it's a thriller. This is what you want.
Yeah, I mean, when Tom Hardy murders his son, God, what are some things? I'm kidding, that's not what I was
going to freak out.
Yeah, and he has half Indian son. Hawk ends up doing really good at these actions. Yeah, becomes dentist. Yes, one of the first dentist. It does the title card that they do after movies. It says in white text on a black background. It says Hawk became the world's first dentist, and he lived to be 102 years old. Which is nice thing about that because he's really not a giant part of the movie. So it's nice that they at least had something for one of the characters, but you would have almost wondered about another, like a more high-profile character. I know, like Hugh Glass or whatever his name was. Yep, Glass. I know. I mean, does he make it at the end?
I think so.
I know. I think he does.
The real story is pretty cool. It's a true story.
It is. Yeah.
It's just like the movie, but I can't say it without spoiling it for Sean. But yeah, it's a true story. Hugh Glass is his name.
And what was that name? Did you ever call people that, the fake name? Hey, my name is Huge Ass.
Yeah.
It actually makes it sound like you're saying huge ass.
Huge gas, maybe. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, there's a couple other fake names.
Yeah, what else is another good fake
There's
name?
like
Seymour Butts.
Yeah,
Classic.
classic. There's a couple good ones.
Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Oh,
Wait, what was that one?
Amanda Hug and Kiss.
you made that one up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I get that.
Wait, Amanda Hug and Kiss. Is there something going on with the Amanda, or it's just fun because the Hug and Kiss? Hold on, I'm being real stupid right now.
Like a man too. Hug and Kiss, right? Yeah.
Oh,
There's nothing funny about that.
Amanda Hug and Kiss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a wonderful Steve Carell when he hosted Saturday Night Live years ago, where he's naming off all the names for the high school graduation, and it's just rapid fire of those stupid names.
Yeah, that's his son, Hawk. Here's how I see.
And you're gonna figure out why his face is scarred because you get into that at one point. Yeah, you're gonna find that out halfway through.
Now, where does this movie take place?
Do you know? My guess is Pacific Northwest, trees and stuff.
And he crawls like all the way down to like Fort Kansas. Crawl like a 200 miles.
Yeah.
I would have given up. Me too. Not nearly as strong as he is.
I could never do that in a million years.
2 million.
2 million.
I'd kill myself before I crawl 200 miles.
How would you do it?
They like roll off a cliff or something, right? I'm not sure you had many other options.
It'd be sweet to roll and I'll just jump. Back up to the edge.
I'd be scared. Maybe I'd just take the river down. Just take me under. Yeah, that's actually kind of a more peaceful way than the cliff. And actually, I wonder.
It didn't hurt.
The ground was probably really scary though, for a couple of seconds or whatever.
I was reading about some guy yesterday who jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and survived. There were people normally die.
With the seals, wasn't that guy?
Yeah, is that real?
Yeah, it was on that great documentary, The Bridge, about people who jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, that guy, he landed feet first, he shattered his legs, and then the seals were circling him, helping him.
Wait, no, that's not right.
That's what they said. That's what he said. Yeah. He said there were seals. The seals like helped him live for some reason.
Oh, they get rich.
He became a dentist as well. So sorry. He was the second one in my leg. No, he did, and he said, "Oh, Sean is very scary." He said when the second he jumped off, he regretted it. He's like, people aren't even going to realize I didn't want to die. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dumbass. You did want to die, right? I feel bad for you, right? They're going to think you did since you did that.
Why you jump off the bridge if you didn't want to die?
Yeah, he said,
those kinds of, maybe it was those kinds of seals.
Yes. You're okay. You're okay, buddy. He's got his little legs.
Seals are scary. I saw that video in San Diego. They all those seals there. They were meaner than I remember.
The Navy SEALs?
Well, they're in San Diego too. Yeah, they have both kinds of seals there. The animals they seem, from my memory, as a child, I remember them being cute.
But now
In real life, they seem
hardened. I don't know what happens. There's a baby one.
no, but yeah, see, that one's cute.
That's actually normal. Greg, can you put one near me too so I can see it?
Please, Grant. Thank you, Grant. Make mine a little bit smaller. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it's so hard.
The blubber.
Good boy.
God, think about a few.
Yeah, those are cute, I guess. But can you pull up a scary boy? See what I mean?
Could you imagine Casey being at the military academy and doing your pants down here? Literally like a seal-looking thing. Oh my gosh. God,
Yeah, they would have loved it.
I would have been, they probably would have made me first lieutenant. Yeah. You immediately get bumped up in rank based on your penis.
I'm curious about military school because when you're a bad kid, your parents always threaten to send you there, but I never knew anyone bad enough to do that.
Yeah, they said, man, I couldn't go to school in my county anymore because I had been kicked out in the 8th grade. And then, so I had to go to an alternative school, like where everyone, if you get kicked out, everyone who's been kicked out is put in one school, so it's all the coolest kids. It was awesome. We had so much fun all day. And the teachers are all like reject teachers. And then in 9th grade, I was there for 2 weeks, and I got kicked out again. So then I had to go to, I couldn't go to school. So then my parents were all mad and said, I don't know what to do. Yeah, troublemaker, a lot of push-ups, a lot of violence. It was fun.
I saw the documentary case. We were talking about the camps, the disciplinary camps. You know, man, they have that one on Netflix about it. Have you seen that? Yeah, like the Teen Challenge. They have a couple on Netflix, a couple different ones. But yeah, I had a lot of friends go to stuff like that. Those Teen Challenge things. And they drag the one dude on the ground forever. That's one of the stories. And I am thinking, though, if I'm that dude, just get up and walk, I guess. But good for him for making a stand, I guess. I don't know. The guy just wouldn't walk, and from my understanding, they like tied a rope to his ass or something. They were literally dragging him across this rocky ground, and then he had to get taken to the hospital. And that's when he spilled the beans on the Yeah, they would do like forced marches. It's teen camps where they think. Because I went to some place like that when I was 14 before the military school. But yeah, they would just make us work all day. Like in the fields, we would just dig stumps. And I was like, how is this helping us? This is making me angry. We just dig stumps all day. They make us run and shit. It's awful. It sounded fun. And I ran away.
Deuces.
Yeah, they didn't realize by training me to run, they were making me so much faster. And it ended up, hurting them because everyone was so fast.
Hey, Grant, that's a fun. What is that? A military?
Yeah, it looks like they're just marching. So
Yeah.
Would you ever join the military, Grant?
No.
Ooh, that was an interesting way to say no.
my dad was in the army. I didn't want to do that.
Was he a nice dad?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just I was not interested.
What if you had to go now?
I think he wouldn't be interested.
Yeah, Grant, you'd be fine. You'd be good. You'd be a great soldier, Grant.
Yeah, Sean hadn't even really met you before. Sean's already even saying that about you. Think about it.
All right, I'll sign up.
Does that Civil War movie come out?
It's supposed to be so good. Yeah, I want to go see that. Dude, we should go see Late Night with the Devil. Maybe on Saturday before our show. Have you seen the trailer to that?
No, what is that?
It's a talk show, and then they bring a girl on, like, oh, she's possessed by the devil, and then it turns out she is. And then the whole movie is shot like behind the scenes of the actual 1970s TV show. This shit's going haywire. It's supposed to be good.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's that scary guy from Prisoners and The Dark Knight. You recognize him. But yeah, it's really good. That guy. Oh, she looks scary.
Oh, that's kind of fun. A fun possession setting on this set.
Yeah.
Fucking show.
It's supposed to be really good.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, maybe we can watch.
What's the Civil War movie? Alex Garland, right?
Yeah, I do not know who. I just heard Texas and California fight with each other. Yeah, on the same team. States. I saw a map of what I saw. Yeah.
It's the guy who did Ex Machina and Annihilation, so he makes all these cool sci-fi stuff. So it's like America's in the Civil War. Kirsten Dunst.
No, she's back.
She's back, and her husband Jesse Plemons. They live in Austin. We could go see them today. What? I love Plemons. I love these guys.
Who's that? The guy in the master?
Oh man, when you see this guy, you'll be like, I know this guy. Everybody knows this guy.
And also apparently Frodo Baggins lives here.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently people see him all over the place.
Yeah.
Frodo Baggins, Red Flyer, Radio Flyer.
Elijah Wood. I've seen people say they see him on a scooter sometimes. It's so fun. I actually saw a photo of him on a scooter once. Yeah, there's one out there on the internet.
Could have been actually here in Austin.
Does Jesse Plemons use best? Clemens lost a lot of weight recently. Shout out to Clemens. Yeah,
Is he brothers with what's his name? Like he looks just like what's his name? That other actor,
Tom Hardy.
Everything, or I'm just losing my mind. I blame it always on the weed when I forget shit. Oh, there's this one.
Oh, yes, I told you he's on the line.
My buddy actually took that photo.
What?
Not only that, the guy who took the photo is the guy who wrote Doctor Strange, the movie.
What a crazy chain of command. That's your buddy?
Yeah, Eli and Robert Cargill. One of the writers of Doctor Strange.
And he just does a Marvel universe?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a Marvel thing.
Okay, I was almost saying that in jest, but it is part of the Marvel universe.
Doctor Strange.
Cargill. And Cargill was just out taking pics, and he just snapped an Elijah Wood back.
Yeah, I was out in the draft house during one of those events.
He's smiling. He's so happy to go where he's going.
Is it a little straw or a little cigarette? It's something.
I think it's a little cigarette. Yum. Shit like that. Yeah, he loves cigarettes.
Yeah, you smoke a lot, don't you?
It's not too much. We were just talking about it outside. I think my respiratory system is falling apart rapidly.
Guess, just Casey, guess how Sean sleeps at night. What do you think in Sean's mind? And it could be literally the best way to sleep. How do you think Sean sleeps?
In my opinion, it is the best way to sleep.
Towards the bedboard, head towards the end.
If I knew more than
No.
one,
Okay. I'm trying to think of what would make it unusual. I guess it's maybe not that unusual. Like a fetal position or what?
No.
A little more unusual than that, maybe. Okay, both legs up to your chest and hands clasped at the sides. All right, another. Can I give a hint? Yeah, of course. Like it's like how a vampire sleeps. Sitting upwards. No, doesn't a vampire sleep this way though?
I think so, but now that I think about it, I think a vampire might sleep upside down like the first guest.
So this is not how. Excuse me. This is not how a vampire
That's what I sleep like a dead man.
on your back.
Yeah, just
That's what I do. I sleep on my back and I sleep a little propped up because I think I have AFib, but I'm afraid to go to a doctor. Because my heart would beat really weird if I lay completely down. So I sleep propped up and I keep my hands perfectly up on my side.
I hug a pillow. I put a pillow on my chest and I hug it all night. Yeah, or else I get nervous.
Yeah, I have a Winnie the Pooh Squishmallow, and I sleep with a Winnie the
Squishmallow.
Squishmallows are wonderful, and they make. If you ever get a dog, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Squishmallows can make a great bed for, I guess, a little dog.
they had
That's
the
a little too.
opportunity to visit
Yeah,
Mexico
that's
City,
yeah,
which
that's
has a
not
really
nice.
remarkable Jewish community and a really fascinating and unusual past. So I was invited by the
You didn't see
people,
the subscribers.
which is this wonderful organization that provides all kinds of learning opportunities and a whole series of we visited the
That's
old
the exact one. Oh, every night.
found some beautiful
Oh,
ancient
God, it stinks a little
but
bit.
there.
I'm constantly sweating.
But
Like,
we felt the loss of the Lower East Side.
yeah, I got real sweaty the past 2 nights for some reason.
Lots of bustle and activity. It was really a fascinating place.
Drenched.
And Casey, I remember we stayed in the same hotel room in Vegas. And I remember
It was just a few days
looking over at one point and you were like, yeah, I sleep propped up and I have to have a pillow on my stomach perfectly.
especially on
But
the
then after I fall asleep, I can move over. I have to fall asleep like that. Well, you got your system down. It's good to have a system. Yeah.
Core of the old Jewish neighborhood, but in fact there was a synagogue of Jesus Maria on the
What,
street.
like just the kind, like the disposable kind?
But it's a textile
Little
region
orange
where there
ones so
were
I can
all
find
kinds
them.
of businesses tucked away,
When I
little
pop out.
corner stores, many of which are still owned and operated by Jews.
Yes, I have to
You
sleep
can
up
see
very
Jesus
sensitive to sound.
those doors
Just have to be
a lot of
like
them.
pitch black dark in there, or it can or like light.
Why
It can be a little light. Like maybe if I was watching like scary compilations on YouTube, sometimes I'll leave a little light on.
You lost that stuff before bed.
Sometimes maybe twice a week. But you not?
No way.
Why you get too smooth?
I scare very easily.
I like being closer.
I don't like scary movies. I don't like scary people. I really do scare
One of
very
the
easily.
downtown synagogues was renovated in the early part of the 21st century. And my favorite part of the renovation is that the upstairs women's gallery
I've seen
is,
some because, you know,
it's kind of
as a
on
kid,
one side, but
girls
in
would
order
want
to
to watch
balance
scary
it out,
movie, and
they
I
put
try to
an
be brave for
identical
them.
structure on the other side of the room, but there's no access to it, so it's purely for show. The second synagogue, just a few doors down, had
The second you say paranormal activity, there's a noise.
don't get caught dead. But the second
So did that
synagogue
one
has
scare you?
a kind of like a sleeve-like structure.
But they have this interior facade.
Grant, what do you
It's like patio because every synagogue is also a social meeting place. And there are two buildings. The one that you saw there, this, and upstairs there was a kosher restaurant.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
Sometimes I worry about that.
For sure, it's something to think about. Just drink the devil in the pool.
And it was a copy.
I really
I
thought
think it could be all over
the menorahs that frankly are Kurdish. They got a distinctly Mexican feel to them.
Don't think about it.
not trying.
And afterwards, we spent some time looking at the
Yeah, they probably didn't go into human
form, which are really quite gorgeous.
Yeah, they can easily invade our bodies and make us do things.
I'm Jack de México,
Why'd you laugh at that?
and also
I was asking
soy
you.
un ciudadano de
That's over
Latvia.
there conjuring a spell. I hear something very
Sigue a su papá en
Damn it.
YouTube.
Yeah, I was in the theater.
Muchos saludos.
I'm putting up something.
Bienvenida a México cuando gustes con tu esposo.
Security.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the Shara
I'm scared
Shaman
enough.
Synagogue
That you
from
scared
the
them telling me
Sephardic
that a wrestler.
community
You
in
like
Mexico.
wrestling, right?
It was
Yeah,
the
they got
the
you,
style and influence of the Sephardic communities in Spain.
The ECW,
It
Philly
was a
guy.
beautiful industry.
Yeah, I don't know.
And everything.
Mary was
So
telling
from
me
North
about
Africa and other places,
he
which
was
is in oil,
stabbing a
not
guy
in
for
electricity.
real.
It's not
He's in jail.
You see?
dead.
Yeah, I see. That's this is how it looks.
Yeah, he threw that guy, Vic Grimes, off like a 40-foot scaffolding, tried to kill him. There's a bunch of great videos. Yeah, he just get all coked out in the ring, and he stabbed someone. They're like, in the rain. Yeah, an indie show, there's like 5 people in the crowd. The guy hit him for real. At work, they call it in wrestling, and he hit someone for real. He took out a knife, and just stabbed him in like the back and stomach a lot. Yeah, the police arrested him, and then the guy
He led us
jailed him out of
personally
jail.
on a tour.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah, complex there, which
Dropped the charges and reject bail.
Did the guy die? He flew off the high up place.
But it fucked his
showed us
legs up.
what they had.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah, the guy botched a move against New Jack a few years ago that broke New Jack's skulls. And New Jack was trying to, because they were extreme wrestling, because ECW, so there's a lot like jumping to tables.
These are Chagall with them.
Yeah, New Jack tased him and then threw him off the scaffolding. Like it's a crazy video. It's like a 50-foot drop, and he hits the ropes, barely falls, breaks. If you would have missed it,
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh
my gosh.
Just going
So big. This is
that's why
wow.
trust.
Oh my gosh.
So he's from where are you from? You're from Jersey?
I'm from Jersey.
This is only in one.
I've here for a while.
In one.
Yeah, I lived there.
This is gorgeous.
Not that place.
I lived in New
It was
York
really
after that,
interesting
and I
to see
don't
a Mexican flag where normally we'd see an American one. These synagogues have like beautiful restaurants inside them that are not really more like community centers, but they're gorgeous. They're all over the city. We rounded out our visit by going to the archives, which is housed in a beautiful facility right next to our renovated synagogue. And the director of the archives gave us a personal tour, which was really amazing. And they had actually curated a few objects for us to see.
Central Committee of Inclusion, as I told you,
members too.
some of the last Jews that could go and escape from the circuit. You know the J, the big J, was really established by the Germans. It was a mask of Switzerland. Switzerland got this incredible supposedly natural Switzerland. Asked the Germans to
The Ashkenazim are a minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing synagogues. And I was especially
That's where I
impressed
think
with
you're making a
stained glass windows
think you're going to
of the
piss way
sanctuary,
too
which
many
has the
other
verse
magicians
from
off. I swear, Sean, I'm glad this was brought up because I
really
was scared to
impressed
bring
me
it up.
that
You
despite
cannot start
the
doing
natural
that
beauty
again because I
of
knew at one
Mexico
point you did that and
and
you
the
stopped.
strength
You
and
have to stop
vibrancy
doing
of this
it.
community, they still had that same
Yeah, think about
yearning
the
for
repeat
Zion.
business
One
too.
day
Like,
they
I
would
mean,
be
what do you
taken
get to
out
a new
from
hour
their
of magic drinks
places
every
of
time?
exile around the world.
Could you even imagine?
No, I could not.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of time you're having to do, and yeah, if you Casey does bring up a very strong point. If you tell them how you're sawing the person in half, and you do it next year, they're all gonna boo you. They're not gonna come back.
You know, I hadn't thought about that. Should have.
Yeah.
I'm new to this. This is my first time going on the road.
Well, cool. Well,
Nervous
you
about it.
tell you, I wouldn't tell them the trick.
All right.
Hello, most valued
Never
students.
mind.
I am
How'd you
delighted
get
that
into all
you
that?
decided
Who
to
was your
sign up
mentor?
for PHIN 233 Biomedical Ethics. My name is Henry Williamson, and I'm proud to be an instructor for the
No,
course
who is
of
like
this
you? Because you have to be an apprentice,
semester.
right? The
My
magician's
background
apprentice.
is not from the medical field.
You're
I'm
doing
a
that in Jersey
historian.
or was that in
My
Philly?
first degree was in
There's a
philosophy.
Philly where I
So
started.
I'm especially interested in the history of ideas
Yeah,
and understanding how groups of ideas come together to create values that later inform decisions
I got his
that
start, I
medical
think.
personnel have to
Yeah,
make.
he did. So
And the approach that I'm going to take to this course is primarily one of issue spotting, meaning we're going to look at the major issues that you will most likely confront as a medical professional and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background to those situations
Sean,
might
be
be.
careful with that, dude. You're just going out for the first time. You're probably going to get some of those people, man. You got to stay strong because it's going to derail you. It might derail you.
The emphasis of the course is therefore mainly to just sensitize you to the important issues rather than to provide definitive and final rulings on exactly how you're supposed to behave. Quite often, the technology changes so rapidly and societal rules change as well. So the specifics of how you're supposed to behave in your particular professional environment will really depend heavily on
it's going to roll.
guidance.
It's not like dark, so it's kind of.
But for our purposes, there are several broad areas of inquiry that will certainly give you the intellectual grounding to be able to make informed decisions together with the ethics board of your institution. Let's take a few minutes to go over the syllabus. The main textbook is this one here, Legal and Ethical Issues for Health Professionals, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, understanding the various backgrounds that come to bear on any given question that you may face. But we're also going to look at it specifically from the English tradition. That is a required text and would rely on it very heavily. We also have a couple of recommended texts. I have Edward Reichman's The Anatomy of Jewish Law, which just appeared this year, actually. Very brilliant, really a history of medicine, again, from a Jewish medical ethics perspective. And then this classic 3-volume Encyclopedia of Jewish Medical Ethics, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's long out of print. So we'll be reading it from the library like that.
Yeah.
Now, the units, there are 6 of them. We're going to start with foundational principles, like what are valid principles? How do we decide which ethical system we're going to use when we make decisions? Unit 2 is going to be on issues of health
what's going on here.
which relate
It's
to
a chicken
things
or the
like
egg situation. Which came first?
the
Ideal.
organ transplant,
Residual stevia symbol.
people have priorities, things like that. Unit 3 is going to be a complex and very relevant section on reproductive issues.
Yeah, I got a
We'll look, for
bunch of
example,
Chester.
at the debate over abortion. And I think
You
you
ever
may be
shaved yours?
surprised
No, I never have.
to hear what the
Did
Jewish
you ever think
perspective
about it or never
historically
even
on
thought about
abortion
it,
is.
maybe?
Unit 4, of course, is going to be on end-of-life issues. So
I thought he had a different
these
symbol.
follow kind of a trajectory
It's like
from
something else.
birth to death, and we'll look at things
I
like
was just picturing his
euthanasia,
cross thing for that's what I was by with. That's
And
what I was
finally,
picturing.
Unit 5 is going to look at emerging
Oh, it's still pretty
technologies,
damn close.
things
Yeah.
like gene implantation,
What does
gestational
it mean?
screening,
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
genetics information,
No
and so
idea.
on. And we'll look also at some of the issues surrounding vaccinations, public mandates, things like that. Finally, in Unit 6, we'll have a summary issue where we'll talk about ethics for health professionals today in a rapidly changing technological environment. Now,
Where
how
is
do
he
you
though? I
get
don't know. I thought it was
a
like a TV show.
so it's basically two big things.
Queen is
The
missing.
first is
She's gone.
attendance, and what that means is
Well, no, a
coming
video
to
came
our
out
session
yesterday, I think, where they saw her outside
to
of the whole
discuss
thing.
the
She's
materials.
riding a lime
I hope
scooter.
to create much of the material for this course in advance on the recording to be able to watch the lectures in advance and then come to the discussions, and we can dispense with is simply going through the material and just focusing on those areas where you might have questions, or I might bring case studies and we might analyze them, things like that. But attendance is crucial. You're expected to attend every class. Then there's another big chunk of assignment. That's worth, by the way, 20% of your grade. Now, the other 80% of your grade is made up of one big assignment that's divided into three parts. And this is an area where, well,
It's okay. Whoa.
first part is a paper proposal in which you are going to write to me in 250 words about a topic that you would like to research for the rest of the semester. A list of suggested topics will be posted on Canvas, as will all kinds of other things about this course. But you will also have the opportunity to suggest something totally new as well. And that is due on December 8th. And you back some feedback on, oh yes, this is a great topic. Don't forget to look at this issue. You might want to look at this book or this article. And then you're going to start working on that. And then at the end of January, you're going to present your research in progress to the class in an oral presentation. It's going to be accompanied with a PowerPoint or a Prezi. Let's say you want to write, for example, about public health issues such as the controversies that erupted over vaccination mandates. And so you'll do a lot of your research. You're writing in a paper post that you want to do this. In your research, you're going to do all kinds of materials and looking at how they responded, how doctors responded, how public responded. And then you put together a PowerPoint. And then you're going to present a 15-minute presentation to the class of where you are at in your research. It's not a final product, it's not a finished product, it's just designed to let the class know what you're writing about and get their feedback. And in our discussion, you'll get some ideas about, hey, maybe you should consider this, or here's another question, hey, maybe you should consider that question. And you'll get all kinds of ideas from your peers. And then finally, in the last 30% of your grade, you will submit a final research paper, which
Thanks
is
for
15
joining
words,
us for this week's episode
and
of the
essentially
William Montgomery
puts
Show.
your research and proposal
Send
presentation
your questions,
into prose,
artwork, and manifestos to the
incorporating
William
the kind of
Montgomery
ideas
Show
you
at
receive from your
gmail.com.
peers, and
Leave
that's the
William a
whole course.
voicemail at
So there's no exam in this course. It's just those 4 elements. The
And
attendance,
never
the
miss an
paper
episode of the
proposal,
William
the
Montgomery
research
Show
and
by
progress
subscribing to
presentation,
the William
and finally
Montgomery
the
Show
research
channel
paper.
on YouTube
I think
and
this is
anywhere
really great.
podcasts are sold. Check out William
Okay,
online
I'm going to
at
stop here. In the next video, we'll
william.f.montgomery1
talk about
on Instagram. For more
underpinnings
William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube.
Thank you
And
very
check
much for
him out
watching.
live at
Thank
the
you very
Comedy
much for
Mothership in
joining.
Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
This is not something
No,
we're
well, I
going to
just
do
said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
a lecture like this, but nevertheless, let's just explore some of the philosophical underpinnings of the very concept of ethics before we get into much more detailed specific examples. First of all, what is the term ethics? What does it mean? It comes from 2 related Greek roots. The first is
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica.
not necessarily advertised.
I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, Memphis Trailer, William Montgomery.
Mr.
Popper's penguins. What a book.
The implications of these two related issues are that there's something about ethics that is deeply personal.
What was that about?
Hopefully something they've thought about in advance, and that's why they're taking this course.
We know you know about it.
Just talk for lots of people.
Your own position on many of these ethical.
Are we going to accept that?
But they are nevertheless.
Don't remember quite being about that.
2011,
2011, God, time flies.
Ethics is very much colored by.
Well, thank you all so much, Dan and Patrick. Thank you all so much for being on the podcast today. This is quite the pleasure. It's a wonderful pleasure. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for having me. Yeah, thanks for having me. And I have to ask, how was Grant recently? Has been just super nasty. nasty with whoever steps through that door. Was he pretty nice today, or how was he today? Seriously?
You should go on. It's master. It's the apology of software.
Grant, what's going on, man?
I do what I want.
Oh, God.
Shown there in the center is Socrates.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, what audio channel was that was talking trash about me?
That's yours. Okay. Sound like one of Mr. Robert's penguins. Famously, though, he really is. We kind of bust his balls a little bit, but he really has been dealing with Papa John Schnatter. Has been kind of crashing at his house. How long has that been now, Grant?
It's going on half a year at this point. 6 months.
Yikes! Is he still kind of pushing up on your lady?
He's encroaching.
He's encroaching. Well, don't let him.
I try to stay up. Be as confident with them as you are with us.
He had a very well thought out ethical system.
Yeah, it's super weird. He's like the super handsy guy, Papa John Schnatter, and he just starts with Grant. I think he's going to take over that marriage. Yeah. He is, and Grant's going to take it out on us. I mean, he was already, again, he's taking it out on y'all. Greatly, we apologize for that, but
specifically relates to
it killed so much Virginia. How has Austin been treating y'all?
It's been good. We've been very busy.
You find yourself in
We didn't
a
get to
medical environment where you
proceed
have to
before.
apply those ethics.
It's really fun.
The
I know there was
application
a
of those
treat y'all were
ethics to
able
those medical
to
settings are medical ethics.
get Joe to get me on the show. Yeah, he called me up, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, what have I done? Have I done something horribly wrong? So I didn't answer it. And then I heard the voicemail about being on the show. I was like, okay, I can call him back. No, I'm kidding. Thank y'all for helping me get on that show. It was fun.
What an amazing lineup. That's
Or
amazing.
you decide which
I know, it's wonderful. Shane Gillis, he's been a treat since he moved to Austin. It's just too bad Casey's ass wasn't on there. You know,
It's selfish.
I was in town.
What about types
Yeah, I
of
was
treatment?
being selfish. I was
There
in
are certain treatments which might be effective on a medical
I
level,
had so much
but
fun.
would be highly
I met the
unethical
boys,
on
so I
another
couldn't
level.
be there.
Let's say, for
Where was the
example,
show?
stealing
Mothership.
an organ
Yeah.
from a living
It was
person
nice.
in order to give it to another person.
So we were talking about it earlier. Is there Pornhub currently in Portland?
So,
As of Tuesday,
your medical ethics, working them out,
I didn't know. If I had known, I would have sent it off.
that there's no
Bang.
one.
You know, if they had said, hey, at
There's some
midnight,
basic principles
Pornhub's
which
being
are
banned in
widely
Texas,
accepted, and we're going to
I
go
would
into
have
those, but it's
Yeah.
subject
I
to
think I'm alive.
cultural.
Gosh, last time I was there, yeah, it seemed
Let's look at
just
one class
everywhere, people in tents everywhere. Do y'all like it in Portland?
First outlined in the
Yeah, I
fourth
mean,
century
the
before
first time we went to
not
Portland,
too
we
long
played this place called the Satyricon, where
that
Courtney
was
Love
an
and Kurt
attempt to
Cobain
kind
met.
of, in a paragraph,
But
say what
we played this club.
when it comes to
There's this band.
medical ethics.
We were like
But
22.
it is
There's a
so
band of dudes who were like
deep
probably 10 years older than us, and they were clearly like
which was great. For
speed
example,
freaks
it
from Arizona.
invokes the
And they were like, they
divine
basically were
authority of all
like,
kinds
it's
of
very
Greek
dangerous
gods
here.
that are
Don't
certainly
talk to
not
anybody
accepted
who wants
by
drugs.
Jews or any monotheistic faith
So we
today.
were really freaked out.
It says, I swear by the holy
We got into my minivan and we locked the doors. We were sitting there. Like, we had like 8 hours till we played. And
invoking gratitude
like,
authority is
we're
clearly
trying to nap
violation.
and or something, and then we see the dude that just talked to us walk out, looks around,
Base our
and
ethical
he walks
system.
up to this dude and starts trying to find drugs, and the dude takes all of his money and just runs down the street, and then the old man's chasing this guy.
There's all kinds of other things narrative that feature reference to
How did the show go? Do y'all remember how did the show go?
and I'm massive opposition, which would also be quite problematic to a lot of
But the stage was carpet.
as we should check.
That's fun. And they
So
had
even though we have
the night
something that
before there
everyone
was a
seems to
clown.
sort of generally agree on, oh, Hippocratic oath,
The
that's the
stage was
thing, but
covered.
if you actually look at the text of the Hippocratic oath, then a lot of difficulties for us.
Yuck.
So we have to go a little bit deeper,
Grant, what's that about?
and we have to say, what are
I think
ethics
you're doing, bro.
based on? So they
Just
are
a
based on
dinosaur
essentially
volcanoes.
valid
Keep it in check.
meaning. What
Yeah,
are
we're
the
keeping it in
things
check today, so this is acting weird earlier.
Then we can
That's-
rank
so
the
did it
things
stink?
that we consider
Was this like a
important.
punk venue?
We can structure our ethical system based on that ranking.
But
Once again,
we had played
values
some
are
clubs
culturally
that ICP
determined.
had played
A couple of examples.
previously, and we would go
Not too
there.
long ago, it was considered
Freshly
absolutely
painted and really
appropriate
nice.
to pay
Yeah,
good
ICP
less
just
for
destroyed
identical
rooms.
work,
They had to repaint, so we
especially
had
if
to fix it. Fago all over the
men were
walls.
considered the
Yeah.
ones responsible for the crime
Fago had they had a
therefore
flavor
salaries
called
given to men
frosh.
had to be larger because they were expected to
What
support
the color was?
children.
It was like the
Women, on
color
the
of the
other
green
hand, were
screen.
basically
And
getting
my
money on the
friend
side.
and I used to
It was a side hustle, as they
drink a
said.
lot of
So therefore, they
frosh.
didn't have to be paid as obviously.
What would y'all do while y'all would be drinking the frost? Like playing video games or walking around outside, or what were y'all doing?
Actually, he was the first person to show me pornography.
Other things, for example, you
So,
consider very valuable,
and I was like,
full of value.
it's a little bit odd that this guy wants me to come over
The
and
dietary
watch
lives
these
of
videos.
countries,
We were like,
to
so great.
preserve the Shabbat,
Um,
to preserve the
a little bit odd.
How old was he? He was already
all these
He
kinds
was
of
he was in your grade. He was my Boy Scout
but
troop.
not necessarily shared by the
Well, yeah,
society. So
he
what
he
you
now plays
value
for the
is something that is clearly shaped by the society.
Yes.
Yeah, the APCs made it to the big leagues. He's back there. They're judged.
I'm not sure if he's a catcher or a pitcher, but
Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes it can be difficult.
I'm not sure what position he maybe thought I should be playing. But it was odd that we were watching his hardcore. In the back then, he was getting up from like, he said his phone call had a satellite dish.
Might have a very
Descramble
clear
those.
different set of values,
And it just be the most raunchy.
each other.
I just recorded on VHSs.
All right,
Yeah, I remember doing construction work for my uncle's like construction thing back in Memphis, and probably I don't know, it's like a sixth grader. My cousin and I started talking to the maintenance man at the school we were working, and my cousin ended up buying porn, and we waited on the side of the road by his house for 6 hours one day, and the guy never showed up, and we finally got the porn, and it was just black dudes railing white chicks was the entire porn. And yeah, it was always kind of weird because I'd be with my sweet cousin, I'm not gonna say his name, I'd be with them, and yeah, we'd just be watching all this porn. And I remember the scrambled porn, we watched like channel 68 or whatever it was, and every now and then you could see like a bosom or just something, and
There's always some kid in it, like, it was like, if you tape up and down on the cable box, on channel 68, it'll unscramble the instead of trying to get it just right. I think it's weird, like, around that time, like 92, 93, the amount of porn that you find in the woods or like on the street. Exactly.
but you really,
I found a stack of Playboys. They were in the pantry on the demonstration.
There are several different systems. I'm going to look at
Yeah, you just find like the Swing magazine laying around. I was with Steve Mann.
systems which are based on the concept of
Yeah, buy the tracks with Stash, and then just one day they were gone.
yeah, and what's going on? It's people that maybe have a wife or something or whatever. They have to go stash them somewhere.
I mean, that whole
It's
scenario.
true that it may have some extrinsic
Yeah,
value. For
Perfect
example,
hiding
if you have
place.
a big
Imagine.
stain on your wall, you might get a piece of art that covers the
Get this
stain.
out of there.
It's good for
Take it to
something
the
else.
woods.
But in reality, we appreciate art simply
Because you know what?
because
It's like gifting it to someone who needs it. They'll find it.
puppies
Yeah.
are also interested in
I'm the
life.
person who put that there.
There are all kinds of love. These are all the kinds of things.
Well, that's
that
what
people say
happened
they
to
are
the guy
good.
who's the serial killer that ended up getting executed in Florida. What was his name? Who killed all the sorority? Ted Bundy. Yeah, Ted Bundy. I mean, that's the thing, though. I think he found a bunch of porn in the woods, and then it turned into Ted Bundy. So, if you are thinking about leaving your pornography in the woods, be careful because it can create a monster. CC Sabathia watched porn.
I consider Rembrandt.
I know.
Is it good? And you say, "Fact,
Found in the
how did
kitchen.
we decide that?"
Yeah, I
So
mean, people
Emmanuel
say
Kant,
CC
shown here in this illustration, came
I
up with a
believe
brilliant
It's funny the idea of waiting 6 hours to be
that
horny.
essentially
If you're like, oh, we're gonna be
worked out
so
a
horny, we
formula
can get this
determined
done.
into something
all
that
day.
teaches you. According to
I remember one time being I know a lot of, I'm assuming a decent amount of inspiration for y'all is from the Delta Blues. I remember one time being down in Vance, Mississippi, at a relative's house, and he turns on the television, and it's naked black woman climbing on this dude just sitting in a chair, and he immediately turned it off. And that's the end of the story. But I just remember thinking, I'm sure he was so embarrassed. It was just a bunch of us kids in there, and the man of the house turns on the thing, and it's just it's not it's just porn. Turns it off.
Actually, I think the first time I actually saw porn was at this. It was at one of my mom's distant cousins had like a foster kid. It was like I think I was in first grade. He must have been 14, just like classic 80s juvenile delinquent with the mullet. And then we went to his music club and the idea VCR, just like, watch this. And it's just like, these are huge, the biggest bush you've ever seen. I had no idea what it was. And then he was like, check this out. And just pulled out his social studies book and put it on his bed. He's like, watch this. And he grabs a pellet gun and shoots the book, shoots his book. And then the pellet just hits me directly in the eye. And then I'm crying and I need glasses the rest of my life.
It started so simple.
I know. There are a lot of dudes like that, I think, in the 80s.
So your vision is going to put on the wall. Is that really? Hold on. Were you kidding? I was about to ask you. Were you kidding? Is that really? Did that really mess up your vision?
I don't think that they're related, but I think glasses would be really afternoon. Could be related.
Yeah, do the math on that. I mean, I think the math is going away on that one.
Yeah, there's like, that was the type of dude that doesn't, it's harder to find. They usually had a dirt bike.
Did y'all ever ride on a motorcycle?
We can all agree on what's going to be the greatest good for the greatest number of
okay, yeah.
It's kind of like
it's probably fun though. It's really fun. It's fun as hell. Yeah.
How much good will be caused by a given action, and how much good will be caused by a different action. Whichever one is the greater good, that's the one that we're going to choose. Even though we recognize that sometimes the greater good may harm some people.
If you're in a state where you don't have to wear a helmet, you should still wear a helmet.
We should still go with the greater good. Right? That's the basic idea of utilitarianism. The huge secular ethics.
Oh, like this kind of. Wait, no, that's not. Grant, what is this, a joke? What do you think we're not looking up there every day? Is that a cricket, dude? It's actually pretty cool. That's a damn cheeseburger.
Dan's Tranquil looks like something. Do you remember the knockoff Ghostbusters cartoon where there was like a gorilla in it for some reason?
Yeah, like the real Ghostbusters or something.
Yeah, it looks like something the gorilla would try.
The cheeseburger.
First of all, we have to go back
That's too
to
small, man. Come on.
You're spitting on that.
Grant, it's too small.
That's
we need to find good simply
I decided to put in the carrot. You're gonna have to check that.
That's a very, very shallow definition of what is good. And precludes all kinds of far more profound types of self-fulfillment. But if we want to go with things like self-fulfillment or even
Great
happiness,
pictures, Grant. Thanks for derailing
one
it.
person happy might make another person miserable. How do we find a common denominator that everyone agrees with the value?
That's like a birth control, but what they put it inside of the
So,
girl's body.
and one good example, if we go back to our restaurant situation, let's say women on the Navy are usually really bad at a given restaurant X, but Spain is a little bit intense.
Yeah, no, I remember hanging on tightly because sometimes people can come into your life and just live for a time and leave, and the guy was very,
but then he will die.
about me stopping drinking.
Huge
We're
amount
going
of
down
not good
to the Vulcan, and they decided to stop just getting on the back of his motorcycle with him, just holding on tight, thinking,
the small amount of good the
start of a love affair. I mean, what is? No, I'm kidding. But it was. I remember hanging on for dear life on the bed. That's the only time I've ever been on a motorcycle. I'm sure they're fun, but it just I was scared. It was heavy. Yeah, it's on the back, so not a lot of control. I don't think.
So,
Took you home or
where we are today,
Took her to an AA.
Central America,
to the AA meeting. Yeah, I went to one fucking AA meeting, and it's in this little fucking house, and it's raining outside, and it's like 4 people sitting in this circle. Like, it's so depressing. And then I finally start talking and just start crying, and I'm just like, God, what the fuck has happened? Holy shit. Did you have to ride back with him? Yeah, that was such a relief, man.
That's where I was here.
Yeah, I actually really needed that.
AA was founded in Akron, where we're from. And like the first weekend of June, it's Founders Day weekend. There are a lot of motorcycles.
say, well, it's all about just
Big sober parade. All the sober bikers.
Thousands. They drive down
By the grave.
Now, I don't want to paint too dire. There are some areas in which there is a lot of agreement.
His house, I used to live like right one block from where his house is, which is a museum now. And then like they have like a
Patience, right?
like a Folgers coffee can out there for cigarette butts, and by the end of the weekend, it's really crushing butts. It's like staring at the steps because he had 12 front steps for his program.
Oh, interesting. So what was he? He was just some doctor? Here he is. That's it. Like a bug. I thought it was Bill Wilson.
There's two guys. Okay. I don't know. There's two dudes. That's fair.
So while there's still elements of
Waiting.
That's Dr. Bob there.
of course, but in general,
I don't know if it's Dr. Bob or Dr. Bill. There's two dudes.
sometimes that gets pretty weird.
That's Dr.
For
Bob.
example,
Did y'all live near each other growing up? Or y'all buddies?
Dr. Bob drove the motorcycle, and Bill.
advertisements
So,
You're teaching me so much good stuff.
I grew up in Canada, most states, industrialization, it's actually illegal.
And there's the other guy. Look at those guys. They look like friends. They look like buddies. They look so, yeah.
What do I, as a historian, not as a medical doctor, know about
I knew buddies. Yeah, I gotta complete the steps.
I trust my doctor to figure out which medicine
It's
is
pretty
right.
cool. It's all bunch of freaks. It's a different crowd in there.
There's other stories.
They
NA is nuts.
catch
Seriously.
bags
Oh,
with
yeah, I've
the
been
right
to
kind of
hundreds of
food,
AA
things
meetings.
like that. And I'll look at that and say, wow,
Yeah, you
you
get
know,
some
if I
weird
took that
outside there.
medicine,
It's pretty
it would
cool.
be much
Because
better.
it's drug.
And I will go back to
And
my
there's a
doctor,
difference
not
between
pressure my doctor.
They tend to be a little more
Have
formal than AA.
or her
But still,
prescribed to me
great.
that particular
Good
medicine.
egg. Either way.
It's
Yeah,
great
trouble
for
is always very
commerce,
funny.
Not
But in
necessarily
AA,
so
yeah, you get some
for
absolute.
medicine. Nevertheless, that's the
It's a
nature
good
of
laugh.
the society in which we live in.
So
Like
what
I
were y'all
said,
buddies
our
growing up?
ethics on colors on
Yeah,
this
we grew up
society.
in Salem.
Another basic idea,
Yeah, we met each
that's
other
very,
about
very common in contemporary
Damn, how was it at the very beginning? Were y'all immediate friends, or did one of y'all try to punt the other one or something, or it was pretty cordial?
don't hurt people.
We were a year apart, you know, and so that's a big difference with the kids. So he was a grade older, and he went to a different grade school.
First of
But
all,
my dad
do no harm.
moved to the neighborhood where they
There's
lived,
a
where Dan's
strongly
family
held
lives.
possibility
Well, yeah, back when we first met, it was like,
doctors should strive at
you know,
least
I mean,
not to make things worse. It's not
we used to like ride bikes,
threshold, but
they
nevertheless,
trade baseball cards.
it's a foundation. At
He's
least don't make things worse.
We would get
Try to
harassed by
make
the same
things
dude
better
that was like
than
2
at
feet
least
taller than he should be
don't
for
make
his
things
age.
worse. Don't go around like a bullet
What was he a
in a shot.
punk? Was he messing with y'all growing up? So
Let's see what happens if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do that, right?
Yeah,
At least don't make it worse.
yo-yo. Yeah,
Then there is obviously the idea that medical ethics should be
yeah,
just.
that can happen.
And
Oh
there
my
is an idea
gosh!
of accountability.
If you had 2 words to say at the pearly gates to define your whole life and get St. Gabriel to let you in, what Mine 100% would be oven pizza.
Me too. And that is the secret word to happiness and getting in.
Yes, oven pizza. And it's kind of strange because once you cook your pizza in the oven, sometimes you don't finish it all then. Sometimes you're about to go to Dave & Buster's or something, and you're going to be hungry in about an hour. Well, up until now, you were going to go hungry in an hour.
Yeah,
Dave & Buster's.
You're out of luck. There's nothing we can do to help you.
Yeah, there was nothing, but now there's actually technology where after you do the pizza, you're going out hiking or something, you know you're going to be hungry in about an hour. Put your pizza there, you're out in the middle of the woods, have your pizza in the pocket, and also if it's cold outside, that's going to keep you kind of warm in your midsection. So I don't know if anybody's ever thought of that, but yeah, it's going to keep you warm in the winter time when you're hiking. And keep you hungry, or not hungry, it'll keep you full. Yeah.
There's nothing more stressful than when I leave the house and I realize I forgot a slice of pizza on the counter, and this takes it completely out of the equation.
You don't have to worry anymore. And I mean, what we're in 2024, it's taken literally 2024 years since before Christ. You know, I guess, yeah, after Christ. AD. It's been 2024 years it's taken for us to get to this point in human technology.
Evolution. We had the iPad, we had the roller skates, we had the glass house.
Yes. And now we got the pizza packet. Yeah, I mean, you put your pizza in there and it's all good to go. I mean, you keep leaving the house without your slice of pizza. I mean, say goodbye to running back in the house because you forgot it. Thanks to the pizza pocket hoodie.
Each pizza pocket hoodie comes with a hand-washable, removable, insulated pizza pouch designed to fit inside the zipper pocket and keep your pizza WARM warm.
And that's where other technology was lacking. Somebody may have come up with this before, but they didn't have the pocket, the insulated pocket. That's what really makes them stand out from the competition. And I mean, whether you're sporting the pizza pocket hoodie in royal blue or midnight black, you're going to look good and be ready for a good time. They have blue and black. You don't need any other color hoodie other than that.
It's neutral and it's summertime ready.
Yes, and so you need to go to the pizzapocket.com today and use code WMS for 10% off plus free shipping on your Pizza Pocket.
That's 10% off. 10% off plus free shipping with code WMS at thepizzapocket.com.
Stay full when you're outside.
Stay full outside, stay happy inside. Pizza Pocket. Is that accurate? Yeah, that's accurate. Full Akron, King's Building, Jester's Court.
Have you been there before, Grant?
My family's from just outside of Akron. Yeah.
Where's that?
You know Norwalk?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're from Wakeman, just some itty bitty little place right by Norwalk.
Right.
All right, I won't talk
Sound extra insane.
He's
manic.
Yeah.
right there by the Jester's Court.
Let's take a look at this court. Jewish.
Wait, hold on.
As we can see, there are a lot of different ways that we can use
No, I was
systems
gonna
to
say,
drive
I think I read. Wait, so we're all fans of.
But we are going to be spending a lot of time looking at the Jewish medical tradition.
Oh my gosh, there
So
was
let's
a
understand
time when I was living in Erica's
you are
grandparents'
totally
house
new to
out in
this,
Reseda, out in the valley.
but I assure you that
And that
as
one
we go
album
through
he
this
does where it's
issue
just,
later
it's
on
like
in
from
this course,
96,
we
it's
will
after Mellow
place
Gold,
all
where he's
of
doing like the covers of the songs and shit. I would listen to that over and over again in the backyard, just all fucked up on cocaine, so I just thought I would bring that up. Yeah,
One for the grave.
yeah, is that what it's called? Yeah, where he's doing the...
So, first of all, one of the most
Yes.
important differences in Jewish medical ethics and other systems, particularly modern systems based on utilitarianism, are that Jewish medical ethics are based on a fixed system of values that are derived from a revealed source.
Did Scientology ever come to y'all?
That is,
Just saying, what's up?
Jews rely, when I say Jews, I'm talking about the Jewish tradition. Obviously, it's nowadays Jews make individual decisions that may not conform to the Torah priorities, but historically, Jews have relied on the Torah as their basis for definition of what has value. And on those values, Jews have been involved in creating their medical systems.
but it seems like
This is quite different from, let's say, Totalitarianism, where there is no fixed given set of values, revealed, right? Meaning, God says, don't worry about figuring this out. I'm going to tell you in writing, these are the things that are most
Texas is the place for that. It is. I know.
Not only do Jews hard with
Have you ever been there?
fixed
We've been through it, but yeah, we've never been to
of already defined values,
Davidians.
Jews also rely on a narrative tradition of how to live those
Yeah, that's exactly Six Flags Whitewater. Yeah.
to determine when an apparent
Yeah, they do
contradiction
Founders Day.
exists.
Yeah, Stone Show.
Yeah, the Stone Show. Yeah, they do water world themes.
For these things, for later generations.
I looked a little bit like that.
Do you play guitar?
No, I wish. He was a pretty good artist.
But we should also bear in mind that while
Good
Jewish
song.
medical ethics
I watched all his documentaries. He's pretty good with it.
in that revealed fixed tradition,
That was a pretty good guitar.
He looks like an 80s juvenile delinquent. He
in other
looks like
words,
he probably
God
It's like he would have been showing the other kids porn.
gave us
social
basic
studies
principles, but
Yeah, that's
human
wild.
beings
That's
are
horrible.
supposed
So
to
did the Bella
engage
literally
in those
hit you in the eye?
principles and derive
That's horrible. That's why you shouldn't be allowed to mess with variety. Because I remember my youngest brother Sheldon, met last night. There was a time where we were in the house and he shot a bird with some pellet gun he had, and it destroyed him. And it was sad to see. And it was like, someone shot it. You shouldn't have shot it. It was flapping around on the ground. And put it down, or just gradually pass. No, we're letting it pass.
We should also
Yeah,
bear
just
in
let it
mind
pass
that
naturally.
in this system,
I think he has shooting a bird with a pellet gun
what we
or
would
BB
call
gun is
interpersonal, the term is being out on the caballero,
life-changing.
Think about
ethics that determine behavior between one person and another, and what one might call
They can be nasty. They can be nasty.
things that are
Was it
between
being
a person and God.
outrageous?
They
Be
are
nice. It
not
was a
evil.
son of a
In other words,
You don't think when
we
it's
tend
gonna
not
happen
to
when you pull
consider
the trigger,
things like
and then
how
I hit it
does
in the
a
wing,
Jew
and it was like,
honor the Sabbath as being
like shaking it.
fundamentally different
Yeah.
from how a Jew respects his or
I
her
got one that comes
neighbor's
to my house
personal
and it
property.
sees its
Right?
reflection.
They're all part of the same
Runs into the window and
system.
it does it.
And although we may see
He's been
that there
doing
are
it for
different
years.
levels of stringency
And I've thought about
based
taking
on
it out.
human interpretation,
And
but it
Kind
all
of trapping.
fits
You can open
within
up the
one
window one
big
time when it's trying to
body
get to the
of
window.
standards.
Jar, honey.
And this would be extremely
Have you
important
ever had a bird in your house?
medical ethics,
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
multiple
oh my
values,
gosh, there was this
multiple
one
priorities,
horrible
often
time I was
clashes.
down. We used to go down to
Decisions have to be
Destin,
made.
Florida, because my cousin's grandparents had some place down there, and there were Cajuns out on the beach, and my parents were warning me to not party with the Cajuns. At one point in time, I was partying way too hard, and I ended up in their condo they were staying at. And we're all like about to smoke some weed or something, I don't know. And some bird flies into the condo, and some girl catches it in a napkin, and when she's right behind me, releases the bird, and I'm scared to death, and my head goes down, and I bash it. One of my own front teeth
And
is
that
gone.
refers to the
So
five
the rest of the night, I'm trying to like smile at dinner around my parents and everybody, like not moving my lips. And they were pissed. They were like, that's why we told you not to party with the cage. And now you have a missing tooth because of a fucking bird.
That doesn't matter because we're working with
These things that escalate so quickly. I know. Yeah,
Jewish
the
medical
cages.
ethics.
I know. You know, just a missing tooth. Yes. I know.
Totally authentic and inquiring. Now,
I mean, it's crazy.
along with
When your parents are right,
written
like
Torah,
that. They just did.
Jewish theology holds that there is a complementary
It's a
oral
strong,
Torah,
yeah.
Torah Shabbat,
Yeah,
Tech,
Grant, you were able to
which
find a
is
picture
a
of
body
it. What
of
it looked
teaching,
like.
as the term implies, that was delivered
You know,
orally
Jeffrey Dahmer's
from God
from
to Moses,
and,
and then handed down
this guy that
subsequently
I know
through
in high
generations
school
of
with him.
scholars all the way up until
Maybe this was in middle school, but
days.
they went fishing
And
one
that
time and
oral tradition,
Dahmer,
which we're going
they
to
call
explore in
it
a little more detail in just a
just
second,
proceeded to
is
just cut it up
then
into like
somehow
the tiniest
divided
pieces.
into various areas of
That's
teaching.
when I knew
The
something.
Mishnah is going to be extremely important. That's the
Creepy.
body of law. But there's
So,
also
I mean, someone should know
the Midrash, which
Most
is
likely it's
a
not gonna be
kind of a
serial killer.
poetic
Yeah.
appreciation
I know.
of
We've been talking
ideas
about
in
it.
the Torah.
He's
Does not
getting, I think
necessarily have
he's
to do
finally getting
specifically
over
with
it.
ethics.
But yeah, no, that's good to know. Oh my gosh. So the founder of AA, one of the founders from AA, and Jeffrey Dahmer.
ideas, things like that.
That's
And
funny
then
from
finally
right
there
around
is
there.
the
I'm trying to think
esoteric
about this. I don't know. We got
tradition known as
we got LeBron James.
all of these
Is he from
three
Akron?
types of information, which are codified in different
Should I
types
tell
of
you to
books,
mention
as we
LeBron
shall see,
first? It seems like he would be
are forms
Yeah,
or
we're
expressions
star.
of
Kind of
the
fucking
oral
watch
Torah.
Proctor.
The oral Torah,
Shit like that.
crucially,
Yeah,
is
I'm
something
not
which
fucking
is
watching
still
basketball anymore. Holy
engaged today.
shit.
It is still something which requires the active
I actually was watching earlier. Sadly, Tennessee lost to Mississippi
find
State
out
in the
what the
SEC
written
tournament.
Torah
That's what
really
it's
means.
doing.
Only found out through
Yeah, it's
this
my squad.
oral
Tennessee and
exchange.
Florida.
So let's
Gator
look,
fan.
what is the
Does
nature
Tennessee
of
still
the
get into
the traditional understanding that Jews have held
Yes,
near
as a
for
James seed.
centuries
Yeah, I
is
don't
that
want to
those
see it
first
anymore.
five books of Moses are of divine origin.
Yeah.
They are
So
infallible.
much money on
Even
them
when
making
it
it to the
appears that
Final
there are
Four, so if they
spelling
don't fucking make
inconsistencies
it, it's bad. Eric, I can't even get into the details since you're sitting in there right now. Things are
including
like,
things like,
oh,
for example,
funny.
letters
that
which must
Texas
be written
kid.
upside
Yeah,
down
DraftKings.
in
Yeah,
the
DraftKings is one of our
scribe or
sponsors.
form
DraftKings.
of
It's so
Torah.
funny. He does ads every
And
now and
it
again,
is
and it's
fundamentally
mainly warnings to people.
You can do bracket on DraftKings in Texas.
We can understand it on a certain level.
Probably, I honestly,
It sounds like you might have a VPN route because it sounds like maybe this whole war that Texas thing doesn't affect you.
yeah, NordVPN, that could be nice. Yeah, NordVPN, need a VPN. No, Eric, I don't look at porn.
But that's basically the level of awe
I
and
don't.
respect that
Yeah, apparently you can't look at Pornhub anymore in
it is
Texas.
understood as the
Yeah, in Texas.
of the universe.
It was you. I mean,
I told him I mean, I swear to you, I have not tried. I swear to you, I have not tried.
You just said you had read it. Yeah.
He was reading
Yeah.
it.
No limitations on applicability.
And
It
the
is
third one is
eternally relevant as a passage in the Mishnah says.
Yeah.
You can turn it and turn it to scroll.
He was in the woods and he saw a piece of paper that had a website on it in the
all
woods. He
ages
just
of
put
it.
it in.
The
Yeah,
Torah,
what it was.
understand it, includes all the attributes you ever know.
It really won't work right
The
now.
problem is you have to know how to ask
Hold up,
for
Grant.
it.
Yeah, pull it up, Grant. Let's see.
World
Wait, it's blocked
is
forever.
fascinating. Of course, this is a major
Yeah, they did the age restriction thing.
I saw it legit.
But we're old enough.
Yeah, but you have to put in your personal information, and they're going to be able to track what you're looking at.
Does accept
If you're a person who
the
doesn't want people to know what you're looking at, it can be bad.
And then they attach at the end the New Testament, which are Christian scriptures that
Here we go, we're getting. We are.
The oral Torah is a totally Jewish thing. Jews have believed for time immemorial
I wonder
that
what
the oral Torah
like,
has equal
metadata
authenticity
from
to the
If Dahmer was alive
Torah,
now, what would he
but it is open to debate. Not open to debate in the sense that you can say yes or no, but in the sense of what does it really mean?
Yeah, probably
And the oral Torah,
interracial gay
because
stuff.
it
Probably
is
a lot of interracial.
enshrined
homosexual
within
stuff.
the
Yeah,
living
kids
voice of students
Yeah, kids
that
falling
ring
down.
throughout Yeshiva halls to the present day.
Yes,
There are
which is
so many
dangerous as shit.
ambiguities
Would y'all
and
ever
complexities
have
that
y'all
arise
ever
from the
been in
fact
a
that it is,
honeymoon?
when compared to a written
I've not. I
text
sent my dad
like
up.
ephemeral. You wonder about the local telephone that get changed over time.
I would go in the one.
The intentionally deceptive nature of some teachings which are
You're
meant
kidding.
to
Yeah, that's
disguise
That's where good your tires based was found.
So you kind of question that how to get to the
There's a
bottom
really
line when you're working
Oh, really?
It's like all the tire companies
traffic. But one of the
General
most important
Tire,
ideas
we
of
have
oral
good
Torah
ones.
is
And there's
the
this
notion
building in
that
Akron that you might want to look up called the Air Dock. It's like
of defining
like
something new,
700 feet long. It's this
something
massive.
new. But
really
this discovery of
ominous
something
building
new
that they-
is actually
Yeah,
the
it was built in the
key
20s.
discovery
And
of
it's so
something
big
that
that
is
it rains
actually
in there.
already buried in the
And
text
you
of the
can,
written
and
Torah.
now
But
it's
through the
like,
exercise of the
it's
oral
trying to
Torah,
keep the blends.
it becomes
It's where they used to build them now. Lockheed
something
Martin
that previously existed,
does something.
then found
There it is.
again.
This you can't really guess the scale, but it's
Complex, we're not
fucking
going to go
massive.
into
It's
this
like
in
a
a lot
lot
of detail because we're going to get
so
metal
scary. The
graphics
sides
per
will
se in the
so you
very
get the
next
flips,
lecture.
and
So
then they
let's
can
just
put
get
like 4 or 5 pumps in.
recommendation.
Damn.
So Here
Yeah, so
are
yeah, when we were kids, the blips just always floating around in
First
Akron.
one
What
is
they got on it?
really
It's funny.
midrash,
They first put like
which are kind of like poetic
I
riffs
used to get into
on
watching Unsolved Mysteries.
Sometimes the midrash has
It scared the shit out of me.
implication.
I was watching it one night and I didn't know that they had outfitted the blimp with like LED lights that could run ads. So I'm sitting in my
I've got to tell
mom's house and I'm watching this thing about the
and that
men in
refers to
black
like,
and then
kind of like
through my
things
window
which
like
are not
blue
necessarily
lights start beaming in. I'm
that
like, what the
why
fuck?
typically as a result,
I ran outside and it was the
kosher, that pit chicken is not kosher.
McDonald's.
But they illuminate basic ideas of Jewish thought.
Maybe I looked out
The
the window.
midrash is collected primarily in the Middle Ages, some of the period. And we have them in many
So let's see, 5 or 6
like
blimps?
the Midrash Rabbah.
Yeah, for sure. But the modern blimps. Yeah, look at the one.
Second major body of teachings. Now here we will
Modern
be
blimps
very
are much more sophisticated. Modern blimps are kind of
Yes, the technology
The
and
Mishnah is almost exclusively legal in orientation. It is a body of teachings codified somewhere in the early 3rd century.
Hindenburg.
It is the foundation of a much larger body of work
Lockheed
called
Martin,
the
there's a
Talmud.
strain of thinking
Talmud
in
is essentially
ufology
a
that
commentary
Lockheed Martin
on
makes
the
giant
Mishnah.
blimps
The Mishnah is
to
not
fake
a
UFO
commentary
sightings
on
such as the
the Torah,
Phoenix
the
lights.
Torah.
Late 90s, they would make giant
And then finally, the Kabbalah, which are the mystical
with
teachings.
lights. To
And
what end, I do
in
not know.
terms of
But
Jewish
they
medical
make them
ethics,
to
the
fake
Mishnah
mass
is
sightings
hugely
of
important.
UFOs.
well,
The Midrash
Lockheed Martin
somewhat
owns the
important,
banking
and the
building.
Kabbalah
So
least
That's a
important.
valley
In other
sighting.
words, if some
And you can't
these
get close to it. You
principles,
can't get anywhere
three
from there.
major
I
texts
went in there once when I was still
with one
good year
another,
old.
that has relevance to
Who's your
specific
mascot for high
medical
school?
question. Like for example,
Well, Falcon.
we see this happen
We
in
also
IVF,
briefly attended the University of Akron.
fertilization, where there are certain
The
ideas
mascot
in
there
Kabbalah
is, well, the
that are
mascot's
not
kangaroo.
discussed in the Mishnah.
But the name of the
And in
team is
fact,
the
a
Zips.
particular choice of action might be totally
Named
appropriate
after the
in the
invention of
Mishnah,
the zipper.
but in terms
Wait,
of
that's
Kabbalah,
also from Akron?
discouraged.
Well, no,
So the
the zipper's
Kabbalah,
not from
its
Akron.
teachings
Yeah,
can be
it just was
sacrificed because the halacha has
They had a
primacy
contest in like
over
1911 to name the
Although
team, and the
obviously
zipper was like
the
the newest invention.
hot.
That's funny.
The Mishnah has quite a place when it comes to
So
actually determining
they named the team the Zippers.
Oh my gosh, and it's a kangaroo.
activities. I know that might be
But yeah, you know, lots of stuff happens in Akron. Football was essentially invented there, and the first NFL champions were.
So those are the three basic kind of groupings of oral Torah work.
Yeah, no, it's so
What
funny
exactly does
being
it do?
around Tony
So,
Hinchcliffe
for
a lot.
example,
He's from
oral
Youngstown, and I swear to God,
clarifies
it's everything when we've gone to Ohio a couple times. It's like, oh
Unimportant,
yeah,
by the way, right
that
around the
business,
holidays.
this business, it's all from there. It's so funny. I had no idea that so much stuff.
Not much is from there. Not much is from Youngstown.
That
Yeah.
are connected with the harvest season,
Big
the
Bob.
pom-pom, the myrtle, the willow, and a particular fruit, which is simply called in the written Torah, the fruit of a goodly tree.
Richard Pryor told us about
The written Torah does not tell us which fruit to use.
trying
So theoretically, I mean, what is the fruit of a goodly tree? Is it pineapple?
pretty rough.
Is it grapefruit?
I'm not a
If I
certain
showed up to synagogue carrying a
Yeah,
grapefruit,
just
I would
get
be
out of
laughed
there
out of the
without
building.
getting paid.
Yeah.
We all know that the
That's
correct
sick,
fruit
lovable.
to drink is
Yeah,
intentional.
maybe some salami. Yeah. We got stiffed once.
But it doesn't say so in the written Torah. There is
Is that
an oral
the
Torah that goes
what
alongside it that clarifies
we,
the
I'm sure we got
ambiguity
ripped off
that
back then.
direct
You know, we
is entrance.
we sold out two nights to this theater in Cleveland called the Cora Theater.
Phylacteries, known in Hebrew as
It's like
fillets,
2,500 seats.
prayer boxes, one on
They
the
owe
arm
us
and
like
on the
80
head.
grand in the still
What
pass.
are they supposed to
They
look like?
like sue
Right?
them.
The Torah doesn't tell us anything about what these prayer
Oh my
boxes
gosh, did y'all end up winning? Or was that just a giant pain in the ass having
Where-
the meat?
We never got the money. I mean, they had a shell company. I think they ended up getting blacklisted for
Secondly,
years.
the oral
Damn,
Torah
some of those
applies
ones,
what are
they-
apparent omissions.
Yeah, it was fucked
Right?
up.
Like the
It's
all
horrible.
the
Yeah,
laws
no,
of
the
how
first
animals are
foray
slaughtered
I've
in
done
kosher
going out.
is not
Place in
discussed
Vegas was
in
great, but
the
it's
written
good. I
Torah.
looked at the shit because
The
they were
oral Torah
adding up
to
the
get that
walk
Torah
ups.
manual really important.
And it ended up, oh my gosh, and then I'm super paranoid after that because it's the first week. I'm like, oh, fucking everybody's going to be trying to fuck my ass. But I think it's okay. I did real, people might think so they paid you, they didn't tell you about people who walked up. Correct, they were trying to pay me, and then there was a healthy amount of people that would just walk up tickets, and they were just looking at the online tickets or something. Yeah, I don't know.
But the idea is, I got that.
Casey and I were in to stay at the Luxor, which was fun. Yeah.
But the oral Torah says,
Carrot top,
it doesn't mean literally eye. It's all
pyramid shaped hotel. Yes, it's very haunted. We were looking it up. It's a bunch of deaths in there.
And the person who was harmed by having his iPhone to see from the
it's on it. Do y'all believe in ghosts?
along with other things, simple reading of the
I saw one the other day the first time. Something.
What has to be done
after I got hypnotized.
Refines it, and sometimes even appears to be full day. That's what the actually does. Let's go on now.
We were in a hotel in Vegas
responses.
a couple years ago.
Recall that all of
Dude
these
died next
works
to
are evolving historically as well.
And then
Theologically, the oral Torah was given
telling me
first to
that
Sinai and then handed down, but the texts that we have before us today are the product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing. Not only rabbis, by the way, non-rabbis as well are occasionally mentioned. There's like hundreds of people discussing these things. Their opinions are recorded in books like the Mishnah. The Mishnah is a very unusual document because it often does not present the bottom line. It doesn't represent the conclusion of the debate. It just says, Rabbi Meir says X, Rabbi Yehuda says Y. So how are we supposed to behave? Do we follow Rabbi Meir or follow Rabbi Yehuda?
I mentioned it to
That's when
one or two people, but then the next day,
codes, which developed in the medieval period, really starting from the 10th century and onwards. Perhaps the most important of them is a code written by Moses Maimonides called the Mishnah Torah, not to be confused with the Mishnah, and not to be confused also with Mishnah Torah, which is something we'll show there. But the Mishnah Torah is essentially a code saying, you know what, I'm going to go through all this material,
Are you scared a little bit?
and I'm going to basically a big list of rules that are categorized by type. All the laws of keeping kosher will be here. All the laws of keeping Shabbat will be here. All the laws of monetary damages to your neighbor are over here. And all of the go back and find things. Another very important thing, the set table is by Rabbi Rothschild. So these are like basically rule books that help us figure out what the Lord want us to do. That's code. Which will be extremely important for our course. It's something called responsa. Singular responsa. Literally means answer. Response. Where specific questions will be sent to a rabbi. Rabbi will read that question and then research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the code, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later response and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. I know this is overwhelming, there's lots of information here, but as we go through the individual cases, you'll see how these will play out. So let's say, for example, when we get to a discussion of abortion, a very important discussion, especially with others, a very famous question was asked of a particular rabbi in Israel regarding the possibility of an abortion, and that particular rabbi, in that case, responded that under those circumstances, the abortion was permitted. Another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, later wrote, by the way, that rabbi answered incorrectly, an abortion should not be permitted under those circumstances. And those two positions, the first one was a classic responsa, that was delivered to a particular woman in a particular question. The other one was really a follow-up response or a reaction to that response, but both of them constitute legal precedents that have a lot to say about what to do about abortion in the future, as we should see. But let's not get into that. One, I'd like to point out a few really important principles that we will be referring to multiple times. The first is the question of, does this rule come from the Torah, or is it something that was invented by the rabbi? The Hebrew terms here are Deoraisa from the Torah, or Derabbanan from the rabbis. The reason is like this. The Torah gives certain rules, and the rabbis, looking at those rules, sometimes say, you know what, we better build a fence around the Torah. To make sure that people don't transgress the Torah, let's make another rule which is absolutely human origin. It's a rule that was made up in order to protect people from transgressing the Torah. So let's say, for example, on Shabbat, it is forbidden to write. You can't take a pen and actually write words. So the rabbi said, you know what? Just to make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make a new rule called Miksa, which means that you're not allowed to touch a pen. You can't pick up a pen. It's true that the Torah doesn't say picking up a pen is forbidden. But the rabbis say because writing is forbidden, and it's a serious thing, and you transgress it with the first two letters you write, let's therefore make a new rule for touching pens. Now, if a person does pick up a pen on Shabbat, they have not violated the Torah rule, they will violate the rabbinic rule, which is very serious, but nevertheless it's designed to protect people from going all the way and actually writing on Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, some rule has to be obviated. The rule has to be set aside in order to save human life, which is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments in the Torah, with the exception of 3, as we will see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah by saving your life, but you have to transgress the rabbinic commandment, under what circumstances is that permissible? Something that is very important as we go through the issues in the rest of this course. But when there is a doubt whether or not a particular action is forbidden by the Torah, the general rule is be stringent and do not transgress the Torah. But when a particular rule is of human origin, when there is a reason to do so, one may be lenient in the rabbinic rule. Lots of information for many issues. I would like to point out one other really important principle that is very well illustrated by Rabbi Rothschild, and this is this idea that, if the Torah and the rabbis do not forbid something, new technology has never been defined. The presumption is, in other words, we start from the idea that new technologies, new medical procedures, unless there's some reason to say, no, it's against a law we already have, we assume that yes, before it is, so it becomes extremely important that we the emerging technology Air Force Base. So here's a map just to give you one sort of graphic overview of all of these things, specifically the oral Torah and its relationship to law, to halacha. See what's out there? We've got the box oral Torah, which can be divided into 3 basic sort of boxes: Midrash, Mishnah, and Kabbalah. And most of our discussions are going to be deriving from Mishnah because that's the box that deals primarily with halakha. The Mishnah is later expanded upon in the Talmud Yerushalmi, that is the first edition of the Talmud, which comments on the Mishnah. And then a little bit later, we have the Talmud, Babylonian Talmud, which also read the Yerushalmi Talmud, so therefore it's kind of considered more authoritative because it's enveloped also the Talmud. It's not supposed to be a discussion of why they are different, why you have both of them, and so on. But for the time being, the Bible generally has more authority than the Yerushalmi most areas. Then you have codes and responses that come to that. The codes are written because the Talmud, by dint of the nature of its structure, is quite diffuse. There's very few areas where all the information on given topic are concentrated, and in order to really understand anything important, you have to study the entire Talmud in order to know that you're not missing anything. So the codes go back and organize it in new books like the Mishnah Torah or the Shulchan Aruch. And then we have responsa, which really date from the period of the Talmud Bavli or shortly afterwards, and come right up to the present day, 21st century. There are definitely lots of responses still being written today, where individuals ask rabbis specific questions. Those questions are then answered in writing when it comes to case law precedent for future halacha. Okay, that's a quick overview of the big areas of text that will form our discussions. So let's get into the actual examples of Jewish medical ethics, beginning with very different issues like the allocation of patients. Thank you very much for this.
He's capturing sensitive government information, and he has pictures of test planes that we don't want the Soviets to know about. So they put the clamp down on him really hard. They just didn't know how to do it because, he was an American. He brought it down thinking that he was doing something in the
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to begin a series of lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of King Herod, but I'd like to begin with the very first encounter with Rome, which actually takes us back to the days of the Maccabees. Here you see a beautiful representation of Judas Maccabeus, or Yehuda Maccabee, one of the great military heroes of the revolt that occurred about the year 167 before the Common Era. Let's place his role in the encounter with Rome within its historical context. First, we've got to jump back just a little bit further to the reign of Alexander the Great, who, as you can see in this map, extended the empire he created from Macedonia, which is in the green on the left, all the way out through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way through the Eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt, and then all the way out to northern India, Afghanistan. And after he died, this area was divided among four of his generals. You can see that the yellow color is the Seleucid Empire, and the sort of bluish purplish that is dominant in Egypt, and that would be the Ptolemaic Empire. And of course, Israel finds itself right in the middle of those territories, and one of the reasons why you can see in this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and purple is because it went back and forth between those two rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion. I'm not going to go into great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many Jews living in the land of Israel who actively supported the Seleucid Greeks in their program to Hellenize the population. That is, to get the Jewish population in the land of Israel to absorb more and more Greek values, including everything from philosophy and science to athletics and aesthetics. And there was a feeling that this was like a modernizing thing, to bring Jews into the larger world of the Eastern Mediterranean in particular. And traditionalists argued against it, beginning with Matisyahu, who was Judah's father, and this created a kind of a traditionalist revolt against those Hellenizing Jews and against the Seleucid Greeks. Please feel free to have a look at some of my other lectures to get a better sense of how that conflict progressed. At any rate, the point where I'd like to pick it up here is where Yehuda Maccabee, who was taken over the command of the rebel forces, has effectively fought the Greeks to a stalemate. And the Seleucid general Lysias, now after the death of the previous king Antiochus Epiphanes, he proposes an armistice with the Maccabees, saying, okay, you know what, sorry we pushed you too hard, how about we find a compromise? We'll let you, for example, choose your own high priest, which was a major concern for a lot of the moderate population in Israel. So it turned out that the Hellenized population in Israel and most of the moderates, they liked the idea. They wanted to end the war, not achieve full independence from the Seleucid kingdom, because they felt they're going to have to pay taxes anyways. As long as they were left alone, they had enough autonomy, especially religious autonomy, that was enough. But Yehuda Maccabee and his shrinking band of followers said that was not enough and insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued. A good portion of the Jewish population in Israel sought support of the Seleucids to try and end the fighting, whereas Judah Maccabee sent a delegation to Rome. It says, hey, maybe Rome, you can help us out in our conflict with the Seleucids and in our ambition to achieve full independence. If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian Bibles in the Apocrypha section. This is, by the way, a beautiful reproduction of a 17th century English translation, the King James. And if we zoom in, we see this interesting passage. There's kind of like this header at the beginning. It says, Judas is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and maketh a league with them. And the articles of that league are described here. So the text talks about how he would have heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that he thought that he would enlist them into his aid against the Seleucids. We jump ahead to the end of the chapter. It says here, verse 24, if there come any war upon the Romans or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them. Right? This is like a mutual assistance treaty, as the time shall be appointed with all their hearts. 26, neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them. They will not help the enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or chips. And I wondered about that. Why are they not giving them chips? What's so important about the chips? It must be they had these great chips housed. This is not a paid product announcement. I actually like these chips a lot. So that was a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put these things. But anyway, let's go back. As it has seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenant without taking anything therefore. So the idea was they signed a mutual assistance pact. The Jews would help the Romans if anyone attacked Rome, and theoretically at least, the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked Israel. Now, it turned out that it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and you'll see how it turns out. If you look at the Greek original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the Seleucid kingdom lost control of Israel, and the Maccabees were able to actually achieve Yehuda Maccabee's dream of independence. He himself was killed in battle, but as you can see from this map, not only were the Maccabees able to establish a new dynasty called the Hasmonean kingdom, or Hashmonaim, but they were actually able to expand it significantly throughout the region on the other side of the Jordan as well. And that's essentially the history of the Maccabean kingdom from the revolt in about the year 167 until the arrival of Pompey, a Roman general, and that's what we're going to turn to next. But to understand the nature of the Maccabean kingdoms, even though the Jews had a significant amount of independence, there was significant friction. And even though this was originally a rebellion against Greek values, the Hashmonaim gradually absorbed more and more of Greek ideas as well. And it kind of slid back into that Hellenizing frame over the next 100-odd years. Here you see, for example, a coin from Alexander Yanai, one of the most brutal of the kings of the era, a huge enemy to the rabbis. And as you can see from the right-hand side, the coin has an image of it looks like a sun that's actually in bas relief. It's actually extruded from the coin itself, which according to some rabbinic opinions would be directly forbidden as a kind of idolatrous image, like sun worship. At any rate, when he died in 76, there was a period of a rapprochement between the Maccabean leaders who had, claimed for themselves both the title of king and the title of high priest. His widow, Salome Alexandra, known affectionately as Shlomo Amalka in Hebrew, during her reign there was actually a period of great rapprochement between the rabbis and the rulers, and it was a period of tremendous prosperity, which unfortunately ended under her son. When she passed away, the region was thrown into a civil conflict once again. That's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel proper. The civil war that erupted between the sons of Alexander Yanai and Salome Alexandra, who were named Hyrcanus II, he was the elder, and he was the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And his younger brother was Yehuda Aristobulus II, and both of them claimed rule. Hyrcanus II was the elder, but he was widely regarded as an effective leader. Yehuda Aristobulus was much more ambitious and apparently capable, and wished to challenge his brother for the rule. Among other things, the idea that the role of Kohen Gadol and Melech, that is, high priest and king, should be separated. Both of the brothers ended up appealing to the Roman general Pompey, who was in the north at the time, for aid. Pompey looked at both of them, and he technically favored the weak Hyrcanus, but in reality, he just wanted to subjugate Judea for Rome. And when he came into the area, he nominally supported Hyrcanus, but in reality he took it over, and in fact defiled the temple in a rather disgusting manner. This was in the year 63 before the Common Era. About 20 years later, Hyrcanus would ultimately be deposed by his nephew, Antigonus, who was actually Aristobulus' son. According to Josephus, Antigonus actually bit off his uncle's ears, which mutilated him in such a way that he was no longer fit to serve as the Kohen Gadol, because there are certain laws about how the high priest has to appear. Very nasty kind of event. But this means that from 63 before the Common Era, Rome is officially in charge of the land of Israel. Let us now turn a little bit later in time to the rise of one of the greatest kings of Israel in this era, King Herod. And when I say great, I'm not necessarily saying great in the sense of like wonderful, we love him, but great in the sense of being extremely powerful and leaving a huge mark on history. Perhaps he's best known in the Western tradition as being the author of the so-called Massacre of the Innocents, which is a passage that occurs in Christian scriptures in which he decrees the murder of all of these young children in an attempt to stave off the eventual birth of the figure that would be recognized by Christians as the Messiah. There's a lot of historical discussion about what that event might have been. We shall see shortly that it may actually be referring to Herod's murder of his own children, which was something he did with alarming frequency. Anyway, Herod was an Idumean. You can see the region of Idumea here is in the south of Judea. This is a region that was forcibly conquered by the Maccabean kings, and in a rare moment in Jewish history, the population was forcibly converted to Judaism. This is one of those moments that reverberates throughout history. Of course, Judaism has forsworn that particular practice, partially as a result of the horrible experience that they had under King Herod following this forced conversion. But at any rate, the Idumeans were a population that ultimately identified with the Jewish people, but they also felt somewhat separate and occasionally resentful of that. When we get a little further in the series, I'd like to discuss the role of the Idumeans in the First Roman Jewish War, which was quite significant. Herod's father was Antipater, who was an ambitious advisor to Herod. Herod was one of his multiple sons. He was born in the year 73, and his father, as a result of his attachment to Hyrcanus and the support of Rome, was able to give his sons political rule in various parts of the land of Israel. Herod was given the Galilee, the north, and he was immediately charged in and used rather brutal means to put down an incipient rebellion that was happening. He actually imposed a death sentence without the authorization of the Sanhedrin, which got him into trouble with the great Jewish court. And we have two parallel descriptions of a rather unusual event. It's mentioned in Josephus, who is, of course, one of the greatest historians of this era. Once again, I hope to discuss his complicated backstory a little later in the series, but he provides us an unusual glimpse into the moment when Herod was brought before the Sanhedrin to answer for his precipitous brutality in Galilee. And we also have the same story with some significant differences in the Talmud as well. According to the version that Josephus offers, Herod appears before the Sanhedrin fully armed, which was considered a great act of nerve, to use the Hebrew term chutzpah. It was a great act of insolence to appear before the great court wearing armor. And he effectively cowed all of the judges into submission, and essentially they let him go without any kind of reprimand. In the Talmudic version, which you can see here, appears on page 19b of Tractate Sanhedrin. In the Talmudic version, it is Shimon ben Shetach, who is the great rabbi who stands up against Alexander Yanai the king and challenges his colleagues. But in the Josephine version, it is none other than the great Shammai, the interlocutor to Hillel, who is the only rabbi who has the courage to stand up to Herod, but unfortunately he is not supported by the rest of the Sanhedrin, and Herod walks. Why these two versions, Josephus and the Talmud, differ in the important details of which figures are speaking is beyond the scope of this discussion. Herod brought three particular skills to his rule in the land of Israel, and we'll see them play out over his long career. The first is that he was capable of bold, brutal repression, that he had very little qualms about using violence to support his rule. Secondly, ironically, this was combined with a remarkable level of public generosity, that he was certainly capable of recognizing the needs of a larger population and to provide for their tax relief and grain whenever possible, and especially, as we shall see shortly, in a massive series of public building works that were designed quite often for public benefit. So this combination of being very brutal and bold and at the same time very generous was rather unusual and certainly helped to promote his rule. And the third skill that he possessed was he was an extremely shrewd cultivator of relationships and alliances, particularly early in his life. He was very, very careful and able to thread the needle between various Roman factions and to find supporters and patrons and know when to genuflect and when to fight back. He was able to secure his realm primarily because of these three skills: bold, brutal repression, remarkable public generosity, and his shrewd cultivation of relationships and alliances. Thank you very much for watching.
Virtually the Mesa. There you go. They use that under there. And of course you have all sorts of different species coming from all sorts of different galaxies and dimensions and see that's the alien agenda. For me, the thing is,
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the previous lecture in the series, we looked at the first encounter of the Jews with the Romans, and the period of the Maccabees, and then brought it up to look a little more closely at the beginnings of the reign of Herod. I'd like to continue with the discussion of Herod, specifically looking at his remarkable achievements in public works and in great, fantastic contributions to the land of Israel and the Jewish people is a huge renovation of the temple. The rabbis in the Talmud are somewhat ambivalent about it because Herod himself, even though he did a fantastic job beautifying the temple and expanding it, he was a really brutal, awful ruler, as we shall see in the next lecture in the series. But if you look at this very beautiful diagram, which I purchased from the Ishmael, it's a great site that has all kinds of amazing architectural drawings. You can see the Temple Mount as it exists under King Solomon. You see the Temple Mount under King Tiskiyahu at the top. Of course, the temple is attributed to Shlomo HaMelech, but we're looking at the mount as a whole here. And then you have a few additions during the Maccabean era. And then the fourth picture from the top is how it was vastly expanded by Herod. The green area represents a dramatic expansion of the Temple Mount area as a whole. There's also beautification of the actual structures. Josephus tells us that only Kohanim, only priests, were allowed to work on the construction, and that it never rained in the daytime, only at night, of course, during the rainy season and so on. And then on the bottom, by the way, you see that obviously it's changed dramatically because the temple structures were all destroyed during the first Roman War, 470. The Muslims later built the Dome of the Rock, Aqsa Mosque, right? But nevertheless, the Temple Mount as a whole is still preserved. The area where we have the western wall, the western wall is the wall that's facing us is the western wall. So it looks something like this, and you can see the Dome on the Rock in the background, the later Muslim addition to the Temple Mount, and of course Jews gathering to pray at the site around the retaining wall of the temple. Note that it is a retaining wall at the end of the Temple Mount, not the wall of the temple itself. And if we also look to the southeast, you can see that there is actually a remnant of the Herodian construction. This is an area that's often called the seam because more clearly than in other places shows where the actual wall under the Hasmonean kingdom ended, and you can see how Herod extended it significantly to the south. Anyway, that was one of his greatest public contributions. Of course, the temple was a central ritual site for all Jews of the world, and by beautifying it and expanding it like this, he made it much more accessible to a larger population as a whole. And I should also mention, by the way, that his public generosity in terms of temples extended throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not shy about offering sacrifices at non-Jewish temples as well, something which the rabbis would not love to be sure, but he often generously gave donations to other temples elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, and he was known as kind of very philanthropic king from a significant territory of Israel. Caesarea is one of my favorite places. This is one of the most beautiful locations in the land of Israel, and Herod had designated it as the primary location of the Roman Jewish nexus in Asia. That is, unlike Jerusalem, to be sure, and unlike much of Judea and the Galilee, Caesarea was essentially a Roman city. And he put a tremendous amount of money into renovating this city to make it acceptable to the Roman aesthetic. You can see an aerial view that shows you the port. It's, of course, on the edge, pretty much in the center of the land of Israel. And he significantly expanded the port to make it much more viable commercially. The whole region was destroyed, the whole port was destroyed in a major earthquake in the year 117. But you can have a look at what it must have been like here in this artist's rendition that actually built this artificial reef that's curved out. You can see there's kind of an entrance to the bottom left of this picture where the boats would come in, and they would have a safe harbor to be able to dock and unload their wares and so on. The building of this artificial harbor, which was the largest of its day, used volcanic ash from the Italian peninsula in a rather unique architectural manner where they would float out to the places where they wanted to sink the stones for the reef. They would mix up this concrete that could actually dry underwater using volcanic ash, and then they would allow the forms to drop into the water and harden there. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, and it must have been one of the wonders of the world at the time. You see those hippodromes, right, which are like racing stadiums for horses and things like that. Tremendous number of things like aqueducts, classic Roman architecture, bringing water from far away in order to meet the needs of the growing population of this region. Really fantastic public works that made a huge mark on the I'm going to show you a few images from this remarkable article, The Landscape Palaces of Herod the Great, published in Near Eastern Archaeology in 2014. The author is Professor Rabbi Rothschild. Let's have a look at them. Here in Caesarea, you can see an aerial view of one of the promontories that's related to that artificial reef that I just showed you. And this is what it would have looked like in terms of the palaces, the pools. You can see the Hippo Stadium on the right there. And it really must have been such a fantastic kind of thing to see this glorious palace. And Herod, in particular, was fond of gardens. He made sure that there were gardens planted everywhere in his house. If you look at Jericho, there's a remarkable series of gardens that appear, kind of suddenly in this region, which is surrounded by desert, but has the Jordan River flowing through it. Here you can see in this a series of drawings from Professor Gleason's article that he has several palaces that are all surrounding the wadi, which is like the riverbed, including sunken gardens. And here you can see what it looks like today. It's just a suspension of one of the artificial hills that he built to try to give contour to the region. And this is a cross-section that just gives you a sense of what it would have been like to walk through Herod's palaces, which are scattered throughout the land of Israel. Here's a Professor Gleason's own drawing that demonstrates his love for the Roman colonnades and the gardens, of course, and what the landscape of Jordan, the landscape of Jericho in the background, like phenomenal.
Basically, they said that the first
perhaps one of the most dramatic settings for Herod's palace was the one that he built on the top of Masada, this huge massif not too far from Jericho, just south of the Dead Sea region, where this was actually a place that Herod had deposited his family during a conflict early on in his rise to power, and he probably conceived it as a kind of mobile where he could hide again in the future. But he certainly wanted to hide there in comfort, so they had all kinds of cisterns dug in there, all kinds of baths were set up, and he planted numerous gardens to beautify the region. You can look at this map here, you can see some of the various structures that were placed at the top there in this very dimensional area, and on the right is a model that just gives you a sense of the grandeur of the architectural vision that has the palaces literally tumbling down the rock face itself. If you ever had the opportunity to actually climb to the top of Masada, it is truly glorious to watch the sunrise or security communications. And of course, all of this material was of great help to the rebels later who had their last stand. According to the historian Josephus against the Romans in the year 74. That just gives you a broad sense of his phenomenal architectural activity, much of which was for public benefit, as we saw with the temple as well, and one of the much more positive elements of his.
Do a lot of their experiments. Level 4 is for mind control experiments, more specifically. Wiping your memories, of being raped for hours.
Where that becomes particularly, why that's particularly useful? It's like you can't see that moon.
Oh, yeah.
It's not there.
Oh, and who do I have something to blow your mind with at the end of this episode?
In the last lecture, we spoke about Herod's remarkable architectural achievements, but that is not the teacher of his rule for which he is remembered. He is most likely remembered for his incredible brutality, directed not only at the general population, but specifically to members of his own family. And that's what I'd like to turn to first. In the image here from John William Potter's house, you see a beautiful depiction of Marianne, or also known as Miriam or Mariamne. That was one of Herod's 9 wives. She was the one who gave him the most status because she herself was of Maccabean descent, princess, in other words. And as we mentioned in a previous lecture, was of Idumean descent, and therefore had less of an ethnic claim on the throne. By marrying a Hashmonean princess, he was able to attach himself to the bloodline Jewish royalty, however, but that was not to last, because in a fit of rage, he had her executed in the year 29 before the Common Era. According to the Talmud, he immediately felt tremendous regret over this, and so he had her body not interred, but rather submerged in a vat of honey, so that he could preserve her body and look upon her when he so desired. Rather bizarre story. But anyway, have a look at this family tree up there. You can see that he's towards the left, in the middle. It says here, with Herod reigned from the year 37 to the year 4 BCE. And what I'd like to do is to outline the family members who were killed by Herod and give you a sense of the broadening scope of his familial madness. His first act of murder directed against his family is the murder of his brother-in-law, Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife, Mariamne. He was 17 years old at the time, and Herod had appointed him to be the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Much to his displeasure, Aristobulus proved to be quite a popular individual. Apparently, both Mariamne and his brother were very good looking, and the population as a whole were quite enamored of this young high priest. So, fearing the possible rebellion of his brother-in-law, he had him drowned at Jericho, and then cynically had a huge funeral to commemorate, or perhaps in sense, to celebrate his death. That was his first nasty act against his family, but it continues. Obviously, relations with his wife Mariamne, the sister of Aristobulus, went downhill for there, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery, and so he had her killed as well. She was 25 years old. This is the year 29 before the Common Era. Then he goes on, and if you see towards the bottom left, his sister Salome was married to a man named Costobar, and Herod began to suspect Costobar of fomenting a rebellion. This is going to be a recurring theme. He's going to fear others trying to take power away from him, and so therefore he either murders them or exiles them and so on. So he has his brother-in-law Costobar executed for suspected rebellion. But Herod goes on to killing even his own sons. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamne, and once again, Herod was concerned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the massacre of innocents that features in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a tremendous amount of record. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his throne, and that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Estrapilos, he decided to expel his own brother, Pheroras, that is something of a kindness rather than killing him, again for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him. And he also expelled his first wife, Doris of Jerusalem. He had actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Finally, Herod jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would ultimately execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and then eating pigs. But obviously Herod had no problem slaughtering his own children. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At that point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. But Herod was determined that people should not celebrate when he dies. And so one of the things he did, thinking how far gone he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the Hippodrome there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he himself dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood, to make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, he was enraged, and he decided at this point to order the murder of his son Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater was killed, Herod changes his will. This is the seventh time he's done so, not surprising. He keeps on killing off his beneficiaries, so he has to keep juggling his will. We'll talk about what the meaning of that will was in the next lecture in the series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you'll recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel. She convinces the guards that her brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so, perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards released the prisoners and made themselves scarce right away as well. And then, shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was entombed at this great glass architectural site, Herodian, also pronounced Herodian. It is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual a great palace, but also his final resting place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early rise to power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the prominence of gardens in the area gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. This is a view from the top, or rather, view with the gray sky. You must sense the majesty of this particular location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzer, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb. Believing it was somewhere at Herodian. Here he is in front of a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself. the tomb was ransacked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War. So we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have this great architectural legacy. And of course, we have the historical record of his bloody yet long reign in the first century. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing in the next video with a discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century.
Oh man, those girls are screaming. I can't believe it. No, they didn't. It kind of went like this. Yeah. I really want that whistle. I really do. I really do. I've been like searching all day long to try and see if somebody has like recreated that. No one has.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Where we left off our discussion was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to continue in the next series of lectures with the birth of Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only Jewish history, but of world history. But for today, we're going to be looking primarily at the social and economic and religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. You can see that the green area here is outlined as belonging to Archelaus. The sort of corally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod had the first name Herod, but they are, it's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also not noted here is the regions that were given to his sister Salome, which primarily consisted of a few cities. At any rate, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up and in this way, and not in a as a kingdom, as Herod owned it, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty and in fact even violent, repressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept bumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger governorship of Syria, which will become extremely important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities, under Roman pressure, tried to enact a census. This was in the year 6. And this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which, of course, nobody really likes, but nevertheless, it is inevitable. But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the Hebrew scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. So this means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count, tokens of individuals. Like, for example, giving the half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we count up the shekels, and we know exactly how many people there are, and so on. And even in contemporary period, when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say a blessing that has 10 words in it, such as, for example, the Hamotzi blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which should only be said when you're actually reciting the blessing over bread, or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hoshea Asamecha, and that's used sometimes. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material here. There was a tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census. And there was a lot of actual bigotry going around the land of Israel, something which was actually in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the major rebellion that would have happened in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in a couple of weeks. The unrest was significant, and it was especially terrible because the local official in charge was a man named Sabinus, who was placed in charge by Governor Varus of Syria. So I mentioned Governor Varus had responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect the census. Sabinus essentially did his own thing. He even raided the temple treasury, and so Governor Varus had to come down and actually quell an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him to a place called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France is not so bad, but we should understand that in the year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere in the south of France, and so it must have been very hard on him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurants. I don't know. Anyway, in place of the kings that we had earlier, and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, these 4 individual rulers, the Romans put in first prefects, and then later called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example of one of them, perhaps the most famous, certainly the most famous of them, is none other than Pontius Pilate, who we will again return to when we talk about the birth of Christianity in the next series of lectures. Here's actually a stone that was discovered, of course, in Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is so closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. You see the second line there. You just see the U.S. and then Pilatus, which is, of course, Pilate in Latin. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa I, and then following him, Agrippa II would be the last king of Judea, but we'll leave that for another chapter. I would also like to point out that in the context of this massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to actually rise up and open revolt, and only with external forces brought in from Syria could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. There are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, and we're just going to touch on it, is issues of class and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, two really big different types of populations. You had the aristocracy, tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are, of course, very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people because the temple is there. And so the aristocracy, the high priesthood is going to be invested in Jerusalem per se, and that will attract the wealthier classes, and the wealth tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes tend to be much more concerned with preserving their wealth, and that meant alliances with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Roman and larger Hellenistic culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation in cities, in particular in Jerusalem, where you have an aristocratic elite that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time, very dedicated and close to the temple. So the city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the 3 pilgrimage holidays. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these can be flashpoints for uprisings and violence, especially around Passover, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily for much of this period on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts, and I don't want to belabor that point, but it bears repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic. Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modalities of spirituality. He seems to have had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we shall discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was in the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's the city of Yodfat, or the town of Yodfat, the village of Yodfat, in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary career in this strange kind of environment where he is the #1 world expert on things Jewish. And at the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And although we know that he wrote the first version of his history of the Jewish war in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. And the Romans were his patrons and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience, in particular the emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, the family name Flavius. He knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit his words? And how does he edit his words in order to meet the favor of that very important audience. So everything we know about this first century, not everything, quite a bit that we know about this first century comes from Josephus, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very careful kind of way, and so it's difficult to unpack everything he says. We will from time to time cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this history. Okay, let us continue then with the discussion of the main ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and then I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy, which, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this lesson.
I go like 2 sentences into these articles, it's like, okay, I got something else to Google. And I got more to Google, and then like all these links lead you to all these other things. It's like, and then okay, and then I sent you something in the Blue Planet Project. I didn't want to bring that up today. That's got to be its own separate episode. But if you guys haven't heard the Blue Planet Project, look at it and read as much as you can, and then I guess come back to us and tell us how you feel about it.
Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms about their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple itself, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known in Hebrew as the Tzaddukim, the word derives most likely from the followers of Sadok. Let's explore that in just a minute. They were the group that was especially known for its production of the various high priests of the era. And as we shall see, this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed and deposed, and all kinds of things happened to them as they went through very, very high rate of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Van Masi. And the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aaron, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron, and it descends through the males of the family, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of even modern day Jews who claim Kohen status. They often have that as a last name or caste, but it has a lot of different names as well. But in fact, they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor 3,000 years ago. This is really fascinating, but it's not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, is wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes, but nevertheless very cool. And he's rushing to carry this Greek-style vase of, looks like some kind of, maybe he is doing a dash and removal of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this. But anyway, so the name Tzaddukim is one that appears in the Talmud in particular to describe the Sadducees, and there are two possible Sadoks from whom they could derive it. One Sadok, of course, is a biblical figure who comes from the era of King David, and he had a high priest named Sadok. The rabbis of the Talmud, however, derive the term Tzadduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus, Soko. Antigonus, the man of Soko, who's quoted in the great collection of Jewish ethical teachings, Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi who lived in the 32nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Tzadok and Boetus. Now, Antigonus Soko is famous for a particular passage that's quite fascinating, in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward. Right? In other words, serve God without any, anticipation or demand for a
take out on my favorite sounding
payment is not even a better term for the word trust than reward. But like kind of like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor and you pay me back, right? So I think we should be so close. Say, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asked you to do it, and you should do it just because God is the one asking you. According to the rabbinic tradition, his two students, Sadok and Boethus, misunderstood him and said, well, it must mean that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And we should do it, we should do it without thought of receiving a reward. Why? Because there is no reward. So the Saduceans were especially associated with the notion of denying the will of God, denying the notion that there was a heaven, things like that. This is one of the prime, kind of delineations between the Pharisees, which is a second, and the Saduceans is particularly with regards their notion of life after death. It would be fantastic if we could actually read what the Sadducees have to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals, once the temple rituals were done away with, the destruction of the temple in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, no more kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and then they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, would resurface in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have that growing opportunity to explore those in the future. But for the time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees. Not only the rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian tradition has a fair amount to say about it as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Sadok and Boethus, and in the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts. But it's really hard to parse out, well, what exactly is the difference between Tzidukei and one of the Boethians? What exactly, how do you parse out the difference between these and by the way, I should mention that it's also difficult to try and figure out what the Sadducees stood for, because in the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud, from the 13th century on, especially with printing evolving in the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid, not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting this printing. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, let's say there's a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus an early Christian, and they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to scrap the entire print run. So sometimes the printers would change things, and they would say, rather than having the rabbi arguing with an early Christian, they would say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee. And the oral tradition would continue in the sense that the rabbis teaching the Talmud hopefully would know that this is actually a replacement. It should read early Christian, but it's actually Sadducee. But quite often we don't know what that means anymore. And so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for a good description of what the Sadducees are. But one reasonable argument is that may appear in a deeper analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with their Hashmonaim, the earlier Jewish kings going back to the period of the Maccabean revolt. And the Boethians may have been a sect of, again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. there is such a long range of many decades that you could easily have rivalry develop among the aristocracy, vying for the position of Conducto, and so that may be an actual ideological kind of organizational difference between the American ideology. They otherwise don't know ideologically how it's different. Okay. So those are the Sadducees in very brief treatment. But let us now turn to look at the Pharisees.
To expose and defeat this mystery of iniquity. To coin a biblical phrase, they sent out desperate calls for reinforcements. Many answered their call, and the ancient and formerly invisible beast that had managed to hide itself below the deserts of the southwest like a dragon in its lair began to stir in rage and terror at these new exposures, and to lash back at its newfound enemies. The repercussions began to be felt throughout the whole country, through which the beast had reached out its deadly tentacles, which were also in the process of being exposed along with the black heart
Hello,
of the
fellow
beast itself.
students of Jewish history.
The walls
So
of the
in
ancient
this
fortress
mini
concealing
set
the
of lectures,
beast
we
with
look
the
at
enigma
the
began to
political
grow
environment
and
of
fall
the
with
early first
increasing
century
intensity.
in
From the
Judea.
murky
Then we
blackness
looked
within,
at the
the faint collective
Sadducees,
cry
followed
was
by the
heard as if from
Pharisees.
another world.
And now I'd like to
Voices
kind of
of
provide
multitudes
sort of
were
a
desperately
catch-all
calling out
to
for
some of
help
the
to the
other
only
groups
ones
that
that
are
could hear
really
them.
quite
Those
active,
who were
but
beginning to see, yet
unfortunately
had
do
not
not
yet become
know
the
very
slaves of
much.
the
But
enigma
nevertheless, it's
itself.
quite fascinating.
Many
Now,
of
I'm
us
going to
who
lump
have
them all
continued
together
the battle have
in
sacrificed
the
our comfort,
term
our
Josephus'
social and
fourth
economic
philosophy.
welfare,
Not that I
and
really
in
know
some cases
exactly what
even
that
our
fourth
very lives
philosophy
to fight
is.
the enigma,
It's never
because
stopped
we
me from
have
making
caught
a
a
video
brief
before,
glimpse of the
however.
potential threat that,
But
even
the
within, poses to
Josephus,
the future of
in
liberty
his
and to this
attempt
great
to
independent
try
nation of
and
America.
make
What you will see
Judaism
throughout these pages is the
understandable
collective results
to
of our efforts,
his
and
Greek
I'm not ashamed to say,
Gentile audience,
results of more than a
he
little divine
uses this
intervention as
term
well.
that
Many of us,
probably
such as yours truly,
refers to
have been
the
victimized
Essenes,
by the
or
enigma
the
for the greater part of
Essenes,
our lives,
who
and
are
have
a
decided
group
that
of
the
Jews who
only way to
essentially
be free
separated from
from its grasp
society
is to practice
quite
the old
radically
military rule.
and
The
are
best defense is
most
a good
likely
offense.
associated with
So there
the
you have it.
Qumran
Like
community
those before
that
us, we
produced
sent this
the
word
Dead
forth
Sea
as a warning and a
Scrolls.
call to
Those are the
arms,
people that
to
we're going to
others who
talk
value
about
truth
tonight.
and freedom.
So what are the
For
Dead
those
Sea
who may not
Scrolls?
believe
These
everything that
are a
follows,
series
I
of
challenge you to become
manuscripts,
personally involved,
hundreds of
however,
manuscripts,
using caution in the
fragments of
event that these
manuscripts,
collective reports do
most
turn
of
out
them
to be
written
true and
in
prove the claims made
Aramaic, but
even point
also
by point,
Hebrew and
one way or
Greek,
another.
Nabatean,
This
and
is
other
a challenge
languages
that those of us who
that
have
were
contributed
discovered
to this
in the
work
region
believe with you.
of the Dead
I
Sea
remain
in the late 1940s.
dedication
One of the most
to the
important
woman of
scholars to
my
work on that
dreams,
time
whose
is
distant
Professor
cries have
Eliezer
reached me in the
Sukenik,
night.
who was an
Whoever you are,
archaeologist who
wherever
was
you are,
one of the
this
first to
book
discover
is for you.
the value of
Introduction.
these manuscripts, which were
I must
floating around
confess
the
that I
black
have thought
market,
very long and
and
hard
he
about the
immediately
possibility
scooped
of
up
publishing
all
this
the
text in book
manuscripts that
format
he
in order
could,
to relieve
including
the
those that
financial
were
burden
on
upon
sale and
myself that has
advertising in
resulted
the
from
New
a
York Times.
lifetime of mental and
And
emotional suffering due to
this
my own
created a bit of
personal
a rush for
involvement
these
with the
documents
enigma.
as people began to
Angry
hear
at the
about them,
personal loss,
which was
I justified to
interrupted
myself
by
that if I could
the
make a profit by
first
selling the innermost secrets of those
Arab-Israeli War, the
internet
War of
cities powers working
Independence,
behind
as
the
the
enigma,
Israelis
as its
call it,
overlords,
that
then there
took
would be nothing
place
wrong
between
with benefiting at
1948
their
and
expense.
1949.
I still
As soon
believe
as
this to be so.
things began to
However,
calm down, of course, there was
realizing
an
the events
armistice
of this
line
world are
that
accumulating
divided
to a final
the
apocalyptic
territories.
crisis,
Some were
understanding
not
the pain that
accessible
millions
to
of and
Israeli
their dead
researchers anymore,
around the world
but
have felt and are
a
feeling.
frenzy of
Hearing the distant
archaeological
cries of those
studies
who are lost
began
deep within the
as
labyrinthine depths of
people
the
began
enigma
to,
itself. I have decided that the right thing to do
comb
would be to
all of
send this
these
information
clips
forth
in
at no
the
cost, other
really
than the heavy
remote
price
and
that all
forbidden
those who have
region
brought
of
this
the Dead
information to
Sea
you have paid.
looking for
Consider
these
it my
documents, and they found
patriotic duty.
hundreds of them. Some of
All
them
I ask in
collected
return
in
for
what
your
appear to
prayers,
be
for the many abductees who have
scriptoriums,
been rejected
where
by
they
a
would be used as
unbelieving
kind
and
of
cynical
reading
world.
rooms with like
For
tables and
myself
chairs,
and those who
or
have
benches
contributed
at
to
any
this
rate,
work say
and
that our
others that
sacrifices
taken
will not
storage
have been in
rooms
vain,
where
and especially for
they
those
were
who are the most
probably
desperate of all,
hastily abandoned,
those who have become
most
lost
likely
within
in
the
the
cruel
context of
abductions
the
of the
First
enigma
Roman-Jewish
itself.
War.
Pray
They
that they
sat
might be
there for the
protected
next
and preserved
2,000
even in
years
the midst
until
of the
they could be
fearful
discovered.
hopelessness and
And
despair
the
which they
discoveries
face,
were
so that they might
absolutely
once again see
phenomenal.
the light of
First of
day.
all, we have
Disclaimer.
every
Much of
single
the
book
information in
of
this
the Hebrew Bible is represented, with the exception of the Book of Esther. This is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in remarkable structure in Jerusalem today. But there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, even apocalyptic nature, and scholars rush to study these. Now, part of the controversy surrounding Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the date of documents were dated from about 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 of the Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity, and scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, but they did find a lot of material that gives us a sense of what the intellectual or spiritual review was during the period of the ministry of the founder of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable texts, sometimes written on copper. This is one section of the famous copper scroll that deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have, kind of end of days feeling, and there's these mysterious discussions of the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and it reads a lot like the book of Revelations, for example, and kind of like end of all time, kind of massive complications that are predicted. It's very spooky kind of reading. There's also some fascinating discussions in one particular text called the Manual of Discipline that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essenes, or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that there's even a Sadducee break-off community that was upset with the way things were going in the temple, and established a particular community here. We don't know exactly who is living in this region. They're often referred to simply as the Qumran community. And a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact, they found many of the settlements of these people. It appears that they lived, especially with the archaeological finds, with texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved, things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of rigorous type of initiation where people have to go through several different exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that just seem to strike about these people, like they had a lot of concern about ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests and priests in general have to maintain a very high level of ritual purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are mainly interpreted by the Pharisees, so that was part of the relationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which sounds like a good idea. Everyone was given their own shovel and had to take care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine that they actually did that. I mean, how do you live like that? But that adds to the kind of confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. He does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment like this, maybe with the Qumran community itself, but we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus' writings and taking it with a grain of salt, but we do have some of these archaeological things that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvahot for ritual immersion, for ritual purification. Mikvahot are like ritual baths, and dining areas that correspond with the Manual of Discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the context of the Great Revolutionary War of 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit later with the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135, that they, we lose track of who these people were, and all we have are basically the dead scrolls to the line. I have not had much time in this quick overview of many of the ideological groups to discuss two major groups, one which will have a huge impact in the late first century, and those are the Zealots, and I'm going to reserve those when we start talking about the uprising of Israel. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. The Christians are very small at this time, but they will be huge and influential in the future, so we will discuss that. But for now, I want to thank you very much for watching.
A chopper was blown out of the sky, killing all 5 personnel on board. Michael's father happened to be Marshal Reconnaissance, a fascist and a supporter of Adolf Hitler, who was a very close friend of Fred L. Chrisman. Chrisman was involved in the Maury Island UFO sighting incident in 1937 near Tacoma, Washington, which researcher Anthony Maury believes involved the test flight of hybrid CIA Project Paperclip Nazi ring discs. There are several sources which claim that by the early 1940s the Nazis had succeeded in test flying with lenticular craft powered by rotary devices, rocket power, and dual configuration jet turbine engines, rather than solid with the cabin stabilized by gyro, the compressors rotating in one direction and the expansion chambers, and vectored exhaust rotating in the opposite direction. In fact, the Battle of the Bulge directly implies that this, one of the largest military battles during World War II between American and German forces, was an attempt by the Germans to buy time and prolong the war just a little while longer. For within a few more months, the Germans would have been mass-producing jet fighters, bombers, and other super weapons that would have been invincible to the turboprop fleets of the Allies. With the Allied invasion of Germany just before mass production began, many of the prototypes and plans of the Nazi military machine were captured. However, most of the most sophisticated prototypes, plans, and even scientists mysteriously turned up missing following the war. We will reserve further discussion on this subject until later in this volume. After the war had ended, several of the Nazi scientists who were captured and who had helped to develop the revolutionary aircraft were recruited by the CIA as a result of a secret deal that had been made between Allen Dulles, a member of the Bavarian Illuminati, and Nazi SS General Reinhard Giller, a member of the Bavarian Thule Society. The deep connections between the Bavarian Illuminati, which sponsored the CIA, and the Bavarian Thule Society, which sponsored the Nazis, allowed for the upper covert levels of the CIA to be met by nothing less than the core of the Nazi SS itself, with the help of fascist sympathizers and fifth column double agents working within American intelligence. Although some leading Nazis were sacrificed to the Nuremberg trials to appease the Allies and establish the illusion of Europe had been denazified. Fred L. Chrisman incidentally was a witness to the Maury Island event that helped 2 RBG-2 agents acquire slag samples, which fell from one of the 6 donut-shaped ships observed. On their way to deliver the samples to Wright Patterson in Ohio, their plane crashed and both G2 agents were killed. Some people at the time insisted that the plane had been sabotaged. 2 of the reporters who investigated the incident lost their lives, and Kenneth Arnold, who investigated the incident after being commissioned by Amazing Stories editor Ray Plummer, claimed that his conversations with a high Air Force official concerning the subject were electronically monitored. Also, strange government agents in dark suits were seen in the area. Shortly after his investigation, Kenneth Arnold, during an air search for a crashed plane over Mount Rainier, saw a crescent-shaped discs, which he called flying saucers. The news media publicized the incident, and the term slogan became a media catchword ever since. Also, around this same time, 1947, Arnold escaped a near-fatal crash when his airplane mysteriously lost power. The connections do not end here. Fred L. Chrisman was a close friend to Clishaw. In Louisiana, District Attorney James Garrison, see the movie JFK, accused of being the CIA mafia go-between in the John F. Kennedy murder. Harrison arrested China Everett and charged him in the CIA with the JFK assassination. However, only a few days before the hearing, Garrison's star witness David Ferry was killed, and Garrison's remaining evidence was not enough to bring about a conviction. Fred Chrisman was the first man Clishaw called when he heard that Garrison intended to implicate him. Harrison also believed that Pleischel himself was involved with Project Paperclip, the secret operation to bring Nazi war criminals into the United States by the hundreds, some say thousands, and give them immunity and new identities in such institutions as the United States intelligence, the military-industrial complex, the space agencies, and the various Rockefeller-connected oil cartels such as Arco, Standard, Exxon, Zapata, etc. Corporations that were supported by the Bavarian-based secret society lodges, corporations that had actually sold oil to the Nazis during World War II and helped keep the Nazi war machine operating. According to Harrison, Chrisman worked as a middleman between the fascist policymakers and the liaisons at the military-industrial complex. Who was tangled with these American mega-bankers and traitors to freedom had supported the Nazis in an effort to initiate a Bavarian pact in the world order under the cover of the Third Reich. Read the book we now call IT Conspiracy by Gary Allen for more on the Rockefeller connection, and also various works by Dr. Anthony Sutton. Further, the affidavit also claimed that he, Michael Riccardo, had been contacted by phone and threatened by Peter Verniers, a Justice Department employee and customs official who Riccardo alleged had intelligence ties as to the possible consequences of his going public with certain information. According to Riccardo, Verniers was a frequent visitor to a Cabazon Indian reservation near Palm Springs and visited with tribal manager John P. Nichols. Nichols was in essence Riccardo's boss, and a number of enterprises conducted on reservation land, and the promised notification was just one of these projects. According to Riccardo, in an interview with TEC conducted from jail, the promised software was modified to install a backdoor access for use by American intelligence services. The software was then sold to 88 different countries as a sort of Trojan horse package enabling us to access their intelligence systems. According to Riccardo, these companies included Iraq and Libya. Correspondence between Nichols and other companies, if authentic, indicates that Riccardo's claims of his expertise in the area of electronics and armaments appear to be true. Marshal Riccardo, Michael's father, is a reputed former business partner of Richard Nixon. According to Riccardo, the fuzzy status of reservation land as sovereign allowed elements of the CIA and organized crime to conduct business uniquely. Among the projects worked on during this time were joint projects with Luckman, a company loaded with former CIA and NSA personnel and business ventures with the Saudi Arabian oil family and other unusual projects. A joint venture with Southern California Edison will soon be generating power from biomass brought from local waste outlets. Biological warfare projects were investigated with Stormont laboratories looking into the creation of pathogenic viruses, and enhanced fuel-air explosive weapons were created and tested in league with Meridian Arms at the Nevada testing range, which matched the explosive power of nuclear devices. These enhanced weapons gained their power from polarizing the molecules in the gas cloud by modification of the electric field, a technology developed from exploring Thomas Townsend Brown's suppressed work, a knowledge which Riccardo claims he gained from working at Larry Reno, Nevada. Riccardo is said to have worked on the enhanced fuel-air explosive weapons with Gerald Ball of Space Research Corporation. Ball, now deceased, later became an arms advisor to Saddam Hussein. It is said that Hussein possesses the fine technology. In July, Hanson M.G., a reporter for the Financial Times, was shot and killed in Guatemala. He had reportedly been trying to interview an American named Jimmy Hughes, a one-time director of security for the Cabazon Indian Reservation secret projects. In April, a Philadelphia attorney named Dennis Seisman was found dead, killed by a single bullet in his chest. According to a former federal official who worked with Eisman, the attorney was found dead in the parking lot where he had been due to meet with a woman who had crucial evidence to share substantiating Riccardo's claims. Both Eisman's and MG's deaths were declared suicides by authorities. Fred Alvarez, the Cabazon tribal leader who was in vocal opposition to the developments on the reservation, was found shot to death with two friends in 1981. Their murder remains unsolved. The leader of the House, Thomas Foley, announced last month that a formal inquiry will be initiated into the Inslaw case. Fully appointed Senator Terry Sanford as co-chairman of the Joint Congressional Panel. Prior to his election, Senator Sanford was the attorney representing Earl Bryan in his 1985 takeover bid for United Press International and was instrumental in appointing Earl Bryan, a medical doctor, to the board of Duke Medical School, of which Sanford is president. However, despite repeated requests from journalists to produce photographs showing Ignacio together with Bryan, and requests to produce his passport showing his alleged trip to Iran, he has not yet done so. Also, Ignacio failed to be able to describe methamphetamine ecstasy and its Miley program, claiming a medical condition prevented him from remembering clearly. This led one former intelligence operative to speculate that we may be witnessing a very sophisticated intelligence operation being played out in public. Former FBI Special Agent Ted Gunderson speaks for Ignacio's credibility. Gunderson, who lives in Manhattan Beach, has worked with Ignacio for many years in his capacity as private investigator. Together, according to Gunderson, they were responsible for thwarting a terrorist operation during the Los Angeles Olympics. According to Gunderson, Ignacio was well known in certain circles as a genius in almost all sciences. The so-called drug operation broken up in Washington State was an electro-hydrodynamic mining operation, claimed Gunderson, using Townsend Brown technology. A videotape viewed by this journalist revealed metallic powders and apparent processes unrelated to drug manufacture. Indeed, the government analysis of soil samples revealed the absence of drug contamination, but a high concentration of barium. Barium is often found in high-voltage related work. Unsubstantiated information from an intelligence source claims that the current situation is the visible effect of a war currently going on in the intelligence community between a group centered in the CIA called Aquarius, around a powerful center known as MJ-12, and a group known as COM-12 centered around naval intelligence. COM-12 is reputedly trying to sustain or regard action to sustain and preserve constitutional government, and is deliberately leaking information damage into the former group. In the same publication, same issue, appear the follow-up article just following the one given above. Written by Thomas Sitt, the article, titled Walkenhardt's Connection with the Black Project World, stated, the Walkenhardt Company has a very close connection to the world of Black Project projects. Besides being connected with the Cabazon venture mentioned in this issue, it is also responsible, according to jail computer consultant Michael Ignacio, for the secret projects being undertaken in Dulce, New Mexico, where the Chico-Gorilla Indian Reservation is being similarly used. After sending two of my colleagues there recently and receiving confirmation that there was a top-secret military-type installation, I decided to call the newspaper office and make an educated bluff. I identified myself as a freelance reporter from Los Angeles and told the newspaper that I was doing a story on the Cabazon Reservation biological warfare projects that had been undertaken there on behalf of the CIA. I told her that I had heard that there were similar things being done in Dulce and would like to know what was going on. The official I spoke to became frightened and said, I can't talk to you about that. It would be very unprofessional of me to talk to you about that. You have to speak to the president of the tribe. She then hung up. I have yet to call back and ask the president of the tribe, but we'll report on that in the next issue. Walkenhardt is also responsible for security in a lot of underground facilities in California and Nevada, including the notorious S4 Area 51 in Nevada, where Townsend Brown flying disc technology, written about in a TC recent issue, has been flying and developing for decades. Her recent helicopter crash at the area, where two pilots and three security guards from Walkenhardt flying in a Messerschmitt Ball-105 helicopter were killed, was not an accidental claim. Ignacio, who said that the individuals aboard the helicopter were traveling with sensitive documents. Groups are now investigating Ignacio's claims. Chapter 2, High Strangeness in the Argo-Atlantic Plateau. In the spring of 1990, researcher Jason Bishop sent copies of the following report to a select few investigators, and later gave permission for the report to be distributed among the wider readership. Small bullet is the object described within the report, the product of secret technology being developed by the military-industrial complex as part of some covert or deep-cover space project. Small bullet, does it involve something a bit more value than mere top-secret Black Project research and top-of-the-line Vanguard aircraft designs, the Stealth series, the Aurora, etc., which are being developed at the Nevada test site? Small bullet, or could it be a combination of both? The transcript, titled Recollections and Impressions of Visit to Dulce, New Mexico, October 23rd, 24, 1988 single quote is reproduced in its entirety below. Upon arrival, I was introduced to Dr. John F. Gill, a French national. Dr. Gill has a PhD in math/physics from the University of Paris. He had worked very closely with the French government on the UFO phenomenon in that country. Side note, Dr. Gill had also released a report on another Dowsey-like base near Pine Gap, Alice Springs, Australia. This base is a massive multi-level facility run by the Club of Rome, which, like the Bodybuilder organization, is reputedly a cover for the Bavarian Illuminati. The article spoke about the group he does research and plans to make Pine Gap a major control center for New World Order. Pine Gap is equipped with all levels of computer terminals tied into the major computer mainframes of the world, which contain the intimate details of most of the inhabitants of industrialized nations. The article also spoke of the infiltration of several major religious denominations, the media, international governments, the economy, education, and other levels of society by the Bavarian Illuminati in order to prepare the way for a New World Order dictatorship. The report also stated that the workers at Pine Gap are highly indoctrinated and programmed so that they do not threaten or sabotage the security of the Illuminati projects being carried out there. Brandon, he told me, Bishop continues, that he has not worked in his chosen field for 15 years, having devoted all of his time to research UFOs. Dr. Gill is an amiable, forthright man. He has no reservations about expressing his own views on the subject. He does hold several beliefs that border on the paranormal. Dr. Gill and his wife, Elaine, with him. My personal view of him is one of caution. Until I get to know him better, I feel that I should be very careful. Edmund Gomez is a rancher. His ranch is 13 miles west of Dulce. Note, accounts given by others state that the ranch is 13 miles east of Dulce. However, whatever the case may be, it's safe to say that the ranch is 13 miles from Dulce. From 1975 until 1983, the Gomez Ranch was the scene at the center of most of the cattle mutilations that took place in the northern New Mexico/southern Colorado area. He told me that his family homesteaded in the Dulce area 111
Please come back later,
as a result of these mutilations.
and we'll talk.
Lost $100,000 in cattle over an 8-year period. One of these cases occurred only 200 yards behind his home. He showed me the area. Edmund was very open and discussed with me the various mutilation cases that had occurred on his ranch and on those of others. Upon our return from the mountain trip, he invited me to his home where he shared with me various photographs, clippings, letters, etc. relating to the cases. He loaned me several overhead photographs of the Mount Arculeta area. I hope to be able to have them examined through image intensification techniques. Edmund also told me about the many times that combat-ready troops have been spotted in the area. Some of these troops were found in areas that are only gotten through four-wheel drive trucks or on foot. This is very rugged country. The troops were also spotted in areas that only the Apaches permission to go. When the reported experimental aircraft went down in 1983, there were hundreds of troops, armed to the teeth, reported in the area. When approached, the troops would run and disappear. Participants in the Mount Arculeta expedition were Gabe Valdez, Edmund Gomez, Dr. John Gill, named deleted, Manuel Gomez, Edmund's brother, Jeff and Mike Valdez, Gabe's sons. Because of Gabe's position as head of the state police in Dulce and Edmund being a part of the community, we were given permission to go onto the mountain. It is located on the Apache Reservation. We left about 14:30 hours, Sunday the 23rd of October 1988. We used Gabe's four-wheel drive pickup truck to get up the mountain. The road was incredibly difficult. At one time, we had to dig out the side of the mountain in order to allow the truck to pass. At about 17:30 hours, we arrived at the proposed campsite. It was on a relatively flat area, about 300 yards from the peak of Mount Arculeta. Gabe and Edmund both told me that in 1978 there was an agreement between the Ute Indians, Colorado, and the federal government. This agreement consisted of the Ute Nation receiving all the territory now occupied along the New Mexico/Colorado border with the explicit agreement that they would strictly enforce a no trespassing regulation along the border of their territory. Therefore, it is not possible to even cross the Ute reservation without special permission from the tribal headquarters. If caught without this permission, you are liable for fine or jail and expulsion. There is now a road leading to the Arculeta area through the reservation. It is patrolled by the Indian Forest Service. Note, the Colorado border is only a relatively few miles away from it to the north of the Arculeta Plateau. Brandon. At 19:51 hours, all 7 of us spotted a very bright light coming from the northwest at a very high rate of speed. The object appeared to be boomerang-shaped with a very bright light just below its center. Some have alleged that these boomerang-shaped vehicles may have some connection with a super-secret black-budget space operation called Alternative 3. Brandon, the light was a bright white, blue and green. As it approached, it slowed down, obviously under intelligent control, seemed to reverse direction, finally stopping. When it stopped, a shower of what appeared to be sparks were emitted from each end of the boomerang, and then it began moving forward again and disappeared from sight at a very high rate of speed. All this took place in approximately 10 to 15 seconds. We attempted to take a picture of the object, but were unsuccessful. About 2200 hours, we climbed to the summit of Mount Archuleta and watched for about an hour and a half. You can see across the canyon in the moonlight. This canyon wall is where Paul Bernowitz, prominent and well-known physicist and UFO investigator, claimed to have alien bases located during the night where ships are seen entering and leaving cave openings in the cliff wall. During our stay on the peak, we saw 2 very bright lights on the cliff walls in the exact location where Paul said the base openings were. There are no roads on this cliff. The lights would appear suddenly and then fade over a period of time until you could not see them. At this time, we also heard voices that sounded like radio transmissions. The voices were not understandable, but they were there nonetheless. The same light pattern was seen by myself and Edmond Gomez as we sat on the cliff. At about 1 o'clock, we also heard voices. At one time, we thought we could hear trucks moving, but we could not be sure about this. After 2 o'clock, there were no more sightings or sounds. On Monday, the 24th of October, 1988, the entire party climbed to the peak once again. We were looking for evidence that there had been a crash of an experimental aircraft flown by an Air Force general in 1983. This crash was reported in the newspapers for 2 days as a small plane and then hushed up. The craft was rumored to be a captured UFO flown by Americans. We were hoping to prove that there indeed had been a crash, but also to find some physical evidence. Dr. Bennewitz reported that the craft had clipped off a large tree in its descent and hit another tree, regained altitude, skimmed over the peak of Archuleta, and hit a third tree in the valley north of the peak. It was then reported to have hit the ground, flipped over twice and came to rest. We found the trees as reported by Bennewitz. They were all in line with each other and the final resting place. The first tree was about 4 inches in diameter. It was hit about 30 feet off the ground. There was no fire. I have taken samples of this tree for analysis. The other 2 trees were smaller, approximately 12 to 20 inches in diameter. There was evidence of fire with these. Samples of these trees were also taken. Between the second tree and the third tree, we found large pieces of what appeared to be part of the first tree. One piece was burned while next to it was one that had not been burned. Samples were taken. While searching for physical evidence, the standard issue style ballpoint pen was found. This is of the same type used by the United States government, but can also be purchased by the general public. Strange to have been found in such a remote place as this canyon. The alleged crash area showed a large semicircular area with new vegetation. The area above the semicircular area was covered with new vegetation also. Samples of the soil of this area were taken. My overall impressions of this trip are mixed. I believe that there is definitely something going on in the area. What it is, I do not know. Perhaps there is a base there. Perhaps it is jointly operated by aliens and the government, as claimed by John Lear. Then again, it could be the United States base so super secret that there are no fences around to arouse any suspicion. Then again, I cannot say for sure. I do know that the evidence that we found so definitely points to the fact that something is going on in this area. In apparent confirmation of the above, Gabe Valdez, a former state police officer in Dulce, New Mexico, who was a part of the expedition described above, was contacted by researcher Alan D. Bolton in 1990 in an attempt to confirm some of the information concerning his involvement in the UFO mutilation investigations. During a telephone conversation with Valdez, the following was learned. He and others had seen strange flying objects in the area. However, he himself was unsure whether these were UFOs single-point of alien origin or or some type of top-secret aircraft being tested by some secret faction of the government. Something DID crashed near Mount Archuleta several years ago, but again, he did not find any evidence conclusively proving whether it was an object of human or alien origin. There is another road leading to the Mount Archuleta area at Mesa, aside from the one which goes through the Ute Indian Reservation. As for the Ute Reservation Road, much of it is in good condition, paved. Only the area around the Archuleta region itself requires four-wheel drive vehicles. He did investigate cattle mutilations, and at least in some cases a known nerve agent was discovered in the carcasses, and other indications suggesting that the cattle were being used for research and DNA experiments. Quite by accident, while scanning the internet, I was surprised to discover yet another confirmation of the events described earlier by Jason Bishop. This third confirmation of UFO activity near Dulce, New Mexico by members of the expedition team was given by none other than John Gilly, one of the Mount Archuleta expedition team members mentioned earlier. Gilly's own report follows. Subject, UFO report from Dulce, New Mexico, file UFO 749. Summary, report of UFO sighting over Mount Archuleta, New Mexico on October 23, 1988 by John F. Gillett. Now, location and time. Southern slopes of Mount Archuleta, 5 miles NW of Dulce, New Mexico. Location of the phenomenon, south to north trajectory for about 2 miles, stopping very close to Mount Archuleta summit. Estimated closest observer's distance, 480 yards. Distance from observers to spot where the UFO stopped, 510 yards. Time, 7:51 p.m. Mountain Time. Duration, ST5-6 seconds. Witnesses, Ileana Alegre, Gabe Valdez, Edmund Frank Valdez, J. Pseudonym, PhD. Manuel, local kid.
What happens after this is
son of Valdez. Jeff, another son of Valdez. John Gill, PhD. No, Jack would probably be Jason Bishop, which is itself his pseudonym used by a researcher and a friend of mine who uses this pseudonym because of his deep-level research into some very dangerous areas of investigation. That is, if one considers the revelations such as those contained within this volume to be dangerous information under certain circumstances. Circumstances of sighting. I, John Gill, was interested in the Dulce area because of rumors related to a jointly CIA area occupied underground facility under Mount Archuleta and to numerous UFO sightings, as reported by local residents. A night of observation in the mountains had been planned under the leadership of Valdez. Since about 7:30 p.m., we had been playing Ouija at the instigation of Valdez. Just as we were processing the last person, one of Valdez's sons shouted, "Look, here it comes." No, Gil, do not make the statement that there was a causal correlation between what we had just been doing and what we saw next. I merely report 2 consecutive events which may or may not have been correlated. Look at the phenomenon. The object came from the south at great speed on a flat, straight, rectilinear, horizontal trajectory resulting in a perfectly straight luminous yellowish line. It was definitely not a plane or a shooting star. There was no sound coming from the object. The object stopped dead in its tracks near the top of the mountain. At the same time, it became extremely luminous, lighting at least half the sky. There was a display of various colors, yellow, pink, green, and a shower of sparks. Then the object folded on itself and disappeared. Annexes, maps, New Mexico maps, the United States Geological Survey maps, photos, photo of witnesses, campsite, Mount Archuleta. The trajectory was about 2,000 feet above the lowest point of the estimated path of the object, which is the Navajo River, elevation 6,600 feet. And Chapter 3, Dulce, New Mexico, and a Cosmic Conspiracy. John Lear, a captain of a major United States airline, has flown over 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed records in the Lear jet and is the only pilot ever to hold every airman certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. He has flown clandestine missions in war zones and hot spots around the world, often engineering airstrike escapes under dangerous conditions. A former Nevada State senatorial candidate, He is the son of William Beaulieu, designer of the Learjet executive airplane, the 8-track stereo, and founder of the Lear Sea Corporation. John Lear became interested in the subject of UFOs 13 months prior to the debut of Hello, after talking with a friend in the United States Air Force by the name of Greg Wilson, who had witnessed a UFO landing at Bedwaters near London, England, during which 3 small gray aliens walked up to the wing commander. Since then, Lear has tapped his contacts and intelligence, investigating the allegations that the executive and military-industrial branches of the United States government knows about encounters with alien forces. Lear no longer suggests the following scenario as a possibility. He emphatically states that the aliens are here, and that many of them bow us in. It started after World War II. He begins. The Allied forces recovered some alien technology from Germany. Not all that they had. Some of it disappeared. It appears that sometime in the late single quote 30s, Germany recovered a saucer. What happened to it, we don't know. But what we did get was some kind of ray gun. The following is a public statement released by John Lear on December 29, 1987, and revised on March 25, 1988. It was originally sent to some of Lear's personal friends and research associates who in turn put pressure on the ace-pilot to release this information publicly. The first version of the statement was apparently meant for the inside crowd of researchers with whom Lear associated, whereas the following revision contains the same information as the first edition, yet is directed towards the public in general. Note to the press, the government of the United States continues to rely on your personal and professional ability to suppress the information contained herein. Your cooperation over the past 40 years has exceeded our wildest expectations, and we salute you. The sun does not revolve around the earth. The United States government has been in business with little gray extraterrestrials for about 20 years. The first truth stated here got Giordano Bruno, right, burned at the stake in AD 1600 for daring to propose that it was real. The second truth has gotten far more people killed trying to state IT publicly than will ever be known. Now, emphasis here and throughout this section is ours, Brandon, but the truth must be told. The fact that the earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed by the Roman Church for over 200 years. It eventually caused a major upheaval in the church, government, and thought. The realignment of social and traditional values. That was in the 1600s. Now, about 400 years after the first truth was pronounced, we must again face the shocking facts. The horrible truth the government has been hiding from us over 40 years. Unfortunately, the horrible truth is far more horrible than the government ever imagined. In its effort to protect democracy, our government sold us to the aliens. And here is how it happened. But before I begin, I'd like to offer a word in defense of those who bargained us away. They had the best of intentions. Germany may have recovered a flying saucer as early as 1939. General James H. Doolittle went to Norway in 1952 to inspect a flying saucer that had crashed there in Spitsbergen. The horrible truth was known by only a very few persons. They were indeed ugly little creatures, shaped like praying mantises. Of the original group that were the first to learn the horrible truth, several committed suicide, the most prominent of which was Defense Secretary and Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrest, who had jumped to his death from a 16th-story house in Winco. Note, William Cooper, a former member of a Navy intelligence briefing team, insists that Forrest was in fact murdered by CIA agents who made his death look like a suicide. Based on sensitive documents, Cooper claims to have read 2 CIA agents entered the hospital room, tied a sheet around Forrest's neck and to a light fixture, and threw him out the window to death. The sheet, broke and he fell to his death, screaming on his way down according to some witnesses. We are being invaded. Brandon, Secretary Forrest's medical records are sealed to this day. President Truman put a lid on the secret and turned the screws so tight that the general public still thinks that flying saucers are a joke. Have I ever got a surprise for them? In 1937, President Truman established a group of 12 of the top military scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12. Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army, in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself appointed a new member to fill the position. There is some speculation that the group known as MJ-12 expanded to at least 7 more members. There were several more saucer crashes in the late 1940s, one in Roswell, New Mexico, one in Aztec, New Mexico, and one near Laredo, Texas, about 30 miles inside the Mexican border. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at that time. They proudly thought themselves as the most powerful nation on earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb, an achievement so stupendous it would take Russia 4 years to catch up, and only with the help of traitors to democracy. They had built a jet aircraft that had exceeded the speed of sound in flight. They had built jet bombers with intercontinental range that could carry weapons of enormous destruction. The post-war era in the future seemed bright. Now imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the Billy of Orson Welles' broadcast, The War of the Worlds, in 1938. Thousands of Americans planned a realistically presented invasion of Earth by beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of these frightening little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claw-like fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how these strange saucers were powered and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders or pistons, no vacuum tubes or turbines or hydraulic actuators. It is only when you fully understand the overwhelming helplessness the government was faced with in the late 40s that you can comprehend their perceived need for a total, thorough, and sweeping cover-up to include the use of deadly force. The cover-up was so successful that as late as 1985, a senior scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, Dr. Al Hibbs, would look at a videotape of an enormous flying saucer and state the record. I'm not going to assign anything to that UFO phenomenon without a lot more data. Dr. Hibbs was looking at the naked emperor and saying, single quotation, he certainly looks naked, but that doesn't prove he's naked. In July 1952, a panicked government watched helplessly as a squadron of flying saucers flew over Washington, D.C., and buzzed the White House, the Capitol Building, and the Pentagon. It took all the imagination and intimidation the government could muster to force that incident out of the memory of the public. Thousands of sightings occurred during the Korean War, and several more saucers were retrieved by the Air Force. Some were stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Some were stored at Air Force bases near locations of the crash site. One saucer was so enormous, and the logistic problems and transportation so enormous that it was buried at the crash site and remains there today. The stories are legendary on transporting crashed saucers over long distances, moving only at night, purchasing complete farms, slashing through forests, blocking major highways, sometimes driving 2 or 3 lowboys in tandem with an extraterrestrial load 100 feet in diameter. Now, it is alleged that Al Ford or teams out of Wright-Patterson were the ones who were most often mobilized to carry out crash retrieval operations. Brandon, on April 30th, 1964, the first communication occurred between these aliens and the U.S. government. Now, others claim that there was an even earlier contact communication in 1954 during the Eisenhower administration. Brandon, during the period of 1969 to 1971, MJ-12 representing the United States government made a deal with these creatures, called them extraterrestrial biological entities, named by Deadly Wrong, original MJ-12 member and 6th president of Johns Hopkins University. The deal was that in exchange for technology that they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the cattle mutilations. The assured MJ-12 that the abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. In fact, the purposes for the abductions turned out to be: 1. The insertion of a 3mm spherical device through the nasal cavity of the abductee into the brain, optic and door nerve center. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. 2. Implementation of hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the activation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. 3. Termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. 4. Termination of individuals WHO represent a threat to the continuation of their activity. 5. Effect genetic engineering experiments. 6. Impregnation of human females and early termination of pregnancies to secure the crossbreeding vote. Note, or perhaps a better term for it would be genetically altered infant, since there has been no evidence forthcoming that an actual hybrid between humans and the or gray species has been successful. In other words, the offspring will tend to fall to one side or the other, that reptilian or gray, and many possess possessing no soul energy matrix, or a humanoid being possessing such a matrix or soul, although somewhat altered genetically in its separate physical appearance or characteristics. Brandon. The United States government was not initially aware of the far-reaching consequences of their deal. They were led to believe that the abductions were essentially benign, and since they figured that the abductions would probably go on anyway whether they agreed or not, they merely insisted on a current list of abductees be submitted on a periodic basis to MJ-12 and the National Security Council. Does this sound incredible? An actual list of abductees sent to the National Security Council. Read on, because I have news for you. The Ebbs have a genetic disorder that their digestive system is atrophied and not functional. In order to sustain themselves, they use enzyme or hormonal secretions obtained from the tissues that they extract from humans and animals. The secretions obtained are then mixed with hydrogen peroxide to kill germs, viruses, etc., and applied on the skin by spreading or dipping parts of their bodies in the solution. The body absorbs the solution, then excretes the waste back from the skin. Note, urine is also excreted through the skin in this manner, which may explain the ammonia-like stench that many abductees or witnesses have reported during encounters with the gray-type aliens. Brandon, the cattle mutilations that were prevalent throughout the period from 1973 to 1983 were publicly noted through newspaper and magazine stories, and included a documentary produced by Lyndon Alford and CBS affiliate KMGH-TV, for the collection of these tissues by the aliens. The mutilations included genitals taken, rectums pulled out to the colon, eyes, tongue, and throat all surgically removed with extreme precision. In some cases, the incisions were made by cutting between the cells, a process we are not yet capable of performing in the field. In many of the mutilations, there was no blood found in the carcass, yet there was no vascular collapse of the internal organs. This has also been noted in the human mutilations. One of the first of which was Sergeant Jonathan Piaffett of the White Sands Missile Test Range in 1956, who was found 3 days after an Air Force major had witnessed an abduction by a disc-shaped object at 0300 while on search for missile debris downrange. His genitals have been removed, rectum cord out of the surgically precise, blood up to the colon, eyes removed and all blood removed with, again, no vascular collapse. From some of the evidence, it is apparent that this surgery is accomplished, in most cases, while the victim, animal or human, is still alive. Note, according to former Green Parent Commander Bill English, this incident was also mentioned in the other top-secret Blue Book Report No. 13, which was never released with the rest of the anonymous and voluminous Project Blue Book reports. The blue teams who were sent on crash retrieval operations were reportedly working on behalf of the covert branch of the Blue Book operations, and pathological legends that a secret warehouse with multiple underground levels exists in Patterson, Ohio, which is literally packed with alien craft, hardware, and even alien bodies on ice. Right, Patterson was, and is, the headquarters of Project Blue Book. Brandon, the various parts of the body are taken to various underground laboratories, one of which is known to be near the small New Mexico town of Dulce. This jointly occupied CIA alien facility has been described as enormous, with huge tiled walls that go on forever. Witnesses have reported huge vats filled with amber liquid with parts of human bodies being stirred inside. After the initial agreement, room-like less than your escort, the image Zoomifier's Levy is the underskirt or Marionette.htm single quote 773,500, greater than one of the nation's most secret test centers, was closed for a period of about a year. Sometime between about 1972 and 1974, a huge underground facility was constructed with the help of the internet. The burning for technology was set in place, but could only be operated by the Ebbs themselves. Needless to say, the advanced technology could not be used against the Ebbs themselves, even if needed. During the period between 1979 and 1983, it became increasingly obvious to MJ-12 that things were not going as planned. IT became known that many more people in the thousands were being abducted than were listed on the official abduction lists. In addition, IT became known that some, not all, but some of the nation's missing children had been used for secretions and other parts required by the aliens. In In 1979, there was a altercation of sorts at the Dalsey Laboratory. A special armed forces unit was called in to try and free a number of our people trapped in the facility. WHO had become aware of what was really going on. According to one source, 66 of the soldiers were killed and our people were not freed. By 1984, MJ-12 must have been in stark terror at the mistake they had made of dealing with thieves. They had suddenly promoted close encounters at the third kind and single quote T to get the public used to hoodooing millions that were compassionate, benevolent, and very much our space brothers. MJ-12 so apes to the public, and were now faced with the fact that quite the opposite was true. In addition, a plan was formulated in 1968 to make the public aware of the existence of aliens on Earth over the next 20 years, to be combined with several documentaries to be released during 1985 to 1987 period of time. These documentaries would explain the history and intentions of the incident. The discovery of the Grand Deception put the entire plans, hopes and dreams of MJ-12 into utter confusion and panic. Meeting at the country club, a remote lodge with private golf course, comfortable sleeping and working quarters, and its own private airstrip built by an exclusively for the members of MJ-12, it was a factional fight of what to do now. Parts of MJ-12 wanted to confess the misdeed and Shannon's IT had become to the public, beg their forgiveness and ask for their support. The other part, the majority of MJ-12 argued that there was no way they could do that the situation was untenable and there was no use in exciting the public with the horrible truth, and that the best plan was to continue the development of a weapon that could be used against the imps under the guise of STEA, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which had nothing whatsoever to do with the defense for inbound Russian nuclear missiles. As these words are being written, Dr. Edward Teller, father of the H-bomb, is personally in the test tunnels of the Nevada test site, driving his workers and associates in the words of one, like a man possessed, and well he should, for Dr. Teller is a member of MJ-12 along with Dr. Kissinger, Admiral Bobbian, and possibly Admiral Poindexter, to name a few of the current members of MJ-12. The former Grand Deception was discovered in according to a meticulous plan for a metered release of information to the public. Several documentaries and videotapes were made. Wayne Moore, a Burbank, California, based UFO researcher who wrote The Roswell Incident, a book published in 1980 that detailed the crash, recovery, and subsequent cover-up of a UFO with 4 alien bodies, has a videotape of 2 newsmen interviewing a military officer associated with MJ-12. This military officer answers questions relating to the history of MJ-12 and the cover-up, the recovery of a number of flying saucers, and the existence of a live alien, one of 3 living aliens captured and designated, or named M1, M2, and M3, being held in a facility designated as YY2 in Los Alamos, New Mexico. The only other facility of this type, which is electromagnetically secure, is the Edwards Air Force Base in Mojave, California. The officer names, as previously mentioned, plus a few others: Harold Brown, Richard Helms, General Vernon Walters, J.B. Dr. Allen, and Dr. Theodore Van Karman, to name a few of the current and past members of MJ-12. The officer also relates the fact that the Ems claim to have created runs. The Ems have a type of recording device that has recorded all of Earth's history and could display it in the form of a hologram. This hologram can be filmed, but because of the way holograms work, does not come out very clear on movie film or videotape. The crucifixion of Christ on the Mount of Olives. This actually took place on the hill of Calvary, not the Mount of Olives, where it has allegedly been put on film to show the public. The Ems claim to have created Christ, which, in view of the Grand Deception, could be an effort to disrupt traditional values for undetermined reasons. Another videotape allegedly in existence is an interview with an Em. Since Ems communicate telepathically via sending crystal light transceiver-like implants that link the grays together into a mass collective hive mind, Brenton, an Air Force colonel, serves as interpreter. Just before the recent stock market correction in October of 1987, several newsmen, including Bill Moore, had been invited to Washington, D.C. to personally film the Em in a similar time interview and distribute the film to the public. Because of the correction in the market, it was felt the timing was not propitious. In any case, it certainly seems an odd method to inform the public of extraterrestrials, but it would be in keeping with the actions of the aid organization WHO-AT. This point in time doesn't know which way to turn. Moore is also in possession of more Aquarius documents, a few pages of which leaked out several years ago and detailed the super-secret NSA project, which had been denied by the Rothschild just recently. In a letter to Senator John Glenn, NSA's Director of Policy, Julio B. Weissel, wrote, apparently there was an Air Force project with the name Aquarius, which dealt with UFOs. Coincidentally, there's also an NSA project by that name. NSA's Project Aquarius deals specifically with communications with aliens. Within the Aquarius program was Project Snowbird, a project to test fly a recovered alien aircraft at room weight less than U.S. craft, in which S underscore off limits underscore 38.HT and found site one single quote 434,524. Greater than Nevada. This project continues today at that location. In the words of an individual who works at Room Lake, our people are much better at taking things apart than they are putting them back together. Moore, who claims he has a contact with MJ12, feels that they have been stringing him along, slipping him documents and providing him with leads, promising to go public with some of the information on extraterrestrials by the end of 1987. Certain of Moore's statements lead one to believe that Moore himself is a government agent working for MJ12, not to be strung along, but to string along ear hopeful ufologists that the truth is just around the corner. Consider 1. Moore states emphatically that he's not a government agent, although Whitley Graham, a Southern California-based ufologist, was investigated by the Defense Investigative Service for possession of classified documents received from Moore. Moore himself was not. 2. Moore states emphatically that the cattle mutilations of 1973 to 1983 were a hoax by Linda Howe, producer of a strange artist, to create publicity for herself. He cites the book Mute Evidence as the bottom line of the hoax. Mute Evidence was a government-sponsored book to explain the mutilations in conventional terms. 3. Moore states that the Academy Physics book, Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, Chapter 13, entitled Unidentified Flying Objects, which describes 4 of the most commonly seen aliens, one of which is the M, was written by Lieutenant Colonel Edward Arthur Wilson and Major Donald B. Carpenter. Air Force personnel who did not know what they were talking about and were very citing correct references. Moore states that the book was withdrawn to excise the chapter. If the government felt they were being forced to acknowledge the existence of aliens on Earth because of the overwhelming evidence, such as the October and November sightings in Whiteville, Virginia, and recently released books such as Night Siege, Live, J. Allen, Improved No, Philip K., Brad, Bob, Night Siege, Valentine Books, Random House, New York, and taking into consideration the great deception and obviously hostile intent of the IPS, it might be expedient for MJ12 to admit the IPS would conceal the information on the mutilations and abductions. If MJ12 and Moore are in some kind of agreement, then it would be beneficial to Moore to toe the party line. For example, MJ12 would say, here are some more genuine documents. But remember, no talking about the mutilations or abductions. This would be beneficial to Moore as it would supply the evidence to support his theory that ETs exist, but deny the truth about ETs. However, if Moore was indeed working for MJ12, he would follow the party line anyway, admitting he had spun low in the mutilations and abductions. If working alone, Moore might not even be aware of the great deception. Time will tell. It is possible that Moore will go ahead and release the video interview with a military officer around the first of the year, as he has promised. From MJ12's point of view, the public would be exposed to the information without really having to believe it because Moore is essentially not as credible sources, say, the President of the United States. After a few months of digestion and discussion, a more credible source could emerge with a statement that yes, in fact, the interview was essentially factual. This scenario will cushion somewhat the blow to the public. If, however, Moore does not release the tape by, say, February 1st of 1988, but comes instead with a story similar to, single quote, MJ12 has informed me that they are definitely planning a release of all information by October of 88. I have seen the plan and have seen the guarantee that this will happen, so I have decided to withhold the release of my videotape at this time as it may cause some problems with MJ12's plans. This would in effect buy more time for MJ12, and time is what they desperately need. Now you ask, why haven't I heard any of this? Who do you think you would hear it from? Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, Sam Donaldson. Wrong. These people just read the news. They don't find it. They have ladies who call and interview witnesses and verify statements. Some stories coming over the wire, either hippie or huffy. It's not like Dan Rather would go down to Whiteville, Virginia, and dig into why there were 4,000 reported sightings in October and November of 1987. Better Tom Brokaw or somebody else should risk their credibility on this type of story. Tom Brokaw. Tom wants Sam Donaldson to risk his credibility. No one is going to risk their neck on such outlandish ideas, regardless of how many people report sightings of 900-foot objects running them off the road. In the case of the Whiteville sightings, dozens of vans with NASA lettering on the side failed to give us newsmen, and those that asked questions were informed that NASA was doing weather surveying. Well then, you ask, what about our scientists? What about Carl Sagan, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke? Wouldn't they have known? If Carl Sagan knows then, he is committing a great fraud through the solicitation of memberships in the Planetary Society to search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Another charity into which the United States government dumps millions of dollars every year is the radio telescope in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, operated by Cornell University with, yes, Carl Sagan. Cornell is ostensibly searching for signals from outer space, a sign maybe that somebody is out there. It is hard to believe that relatively intelligent astronomers like Sagan could be so ignorant. No, also, even if they find evidence of extraterrestrial life, do you think that city and similar government-sponsored projects would tell the United States about it? Let's just take a look at some actual statements from those involved with these projects. The following is a quote from Matt Spitalik Sartre. Is anybody out there? NASA looks for real ETs in Reuters magazine, October 5th, 1992. At least 70 times, scientists have picked up radio waves that bore the marks of communication by beings from other worlds, but they were never verified. Frank Zett, and researcher John Spencer, in a reference to Dr. Otto Struve, tells how this astrophysicist assisted Frank Drake in establishing Project Osmond and its very mysterious conclusion. The project began its search by focusing on the stars House Heavy, according to claims made at the time. As soon as the project got underway, strong intelligence signals were picked up, leaving all the scientists stunned. Abruptly, Dr. Struve then declared Project Osmond had been shut down and commented that there was no sense or purpose for listening to messages from another world. The UFO Encyclopedia. So then, these insiders will accept all of our hard-earned tax dollars to finance their radio projects, if not their underground bases and covert space operations. Yet cursed be any mortal for having the audacity to actually insist on having access to the products of their financial investments. Granted, what about Isaac Asimov? Surely the most prolific science fiction writer of all time would have guessed by now that there must be an enormous cover-up. Maybe, but if he knows he's not saying, perhaps he's afraid the Foundation and Empire will turn out to be inaccurate. What about Arthur C. Clarke? Surely the most technically accurate of science fiction writers with very close ties to NASA would have at least a hint of what's really going on. Again, that's why he isn't talking. In a recent science fiction survey, Clarke estimates that contact with extraterrestrial intelligent life will not occur before the 21st century. If the government won't tell us the truth, and the major networks won't even give it serious consideration, no, this was written before such programs as sightings, encounters, unsolved mysteries, current affair, Until Williams, Strange Universe and other TV news pages and talk shows began dealing with the UFO phenomenon, abductions, and so on in much greater depth, not to mention the X-Files, Dark Skies, and other TV series. Brandon, then what is the big picture? Anyway, Williams, having done 100,000 or more abductions, possibly millions worldwide, built an untold number of secret underground bases, Groom Lake, Nevada, Sunspot, Roswell, and Bytown, New Mexico, just to name a few, getting ready to return to wherever they came from. Or, from the obvious preparations, are we to assume that they are getting ready for a big move? Or is it the more sinister and most probable situation that the invasion is essentially complete and it is all over but the screaming? A well-planned invasion of Earth for its resources and benefits will not begin with mass landings or re-hunting aliens. A properly planned and executed invasion by a civilization thousands of years in advance of us would most likely be complete before a handful of people, say 12, realized what was happening. No fuss, no mess. The best advice I can give you is this. Next time you see a flying saucer and are awed by its obvious display of technology and gorgeous lights of pure color, run like hell. June 3rd, 1988, Las Vegas, Nevada. The following was an addendum to the above that was included with later copies of John Lear's statement. In 1983, when the Grand Deception was discovered, MJ-12, which may now be designated P-40 single quote, started work on a weapon or some kind of device to contain yips which had by now totally infested our society. This program was founded through Steve, which, coincidentally, was initiated at approximately the same day. A frantic effort has been made over the past 4 years by all participants. This program ended in February, December of 1987. No, British ufologists Timothy Good claimed that over 22 British scientists who were working on the United States Steve program for British Marconi and other aerospace companies had all mysteriously died or committed suicide in the space of a few years. Goodness had anything to do with this failure. Apparently someone out there was intent on sabotaging the D/Star Wars project. Also, there are reports that several of our defense satellites have been destroyed as well. Brandon, the new program has been conceived but will take on 2 years to develop. In the meantime, it is absolutely essential to MJ-12 by 40 that no one, including the Senate, the Congress, or the citizens of the United States of America, or anyone else for that matter, become aware of the real circumstances surrounding the Alpha Cover Atomic disaster and has become. Or never be released the videotapes, but claims he is negotiating with a major network to do so. Another source added the following statements in regards to Lear's claims. Area 51 had a similar setup near Delphi, New Mexico. They now belong to forces not loyal to the United States government or even human race. It's horrifying to think that all the scientists we think are working for us and the joint interaction bases are actually controlled by aliens. Steve, regardless of what you hear, was completed to shoot down incoming saucers. The mistake was that we thought they were coming inbound. In fact, they are already here. They were underground bases all over the place. It seems that the aliens have constructed many such bases without our knowledge, where they conduct genetic experiments on human beings and improvised creatures in their devising. That source board Project Excalibur. President Morris described Excalibur as a weapons system designed to obliterate deeply buried Soviet command centers, which the Reagan administration hypocritically characterized as destabilizing. We have exactly similar centers. Lear claims the weapon was actually directed toward the internal alien threat. Unfortunately, the visitors have invaded us in more ways than one. Millions of Americans have been implanted. There's another device that varies in size from 50 microns to 3 millimeters. It is inserted through the nose. It effectively controls the person. Dr. J. Allen Blood estimated in 1972 that 1 in every 40 Americans was implanted. We believe it may be as high as 1 in 10 now. These implants will be activated at some time in the near future for some unspecified alien purpose. When Lear was pressed to disclose some of his sources, he stated that as anonymous intelligence informants go right to the top. He did, however, mention some of the names and not so sensitive intelligence positions from media has also gathered information. Many of these names may be familiar to veteran ufologists. These include Lazarus Baldwin, director of Thunder Scientific Laboratories, an New Mexico-based research facility with government contract ties, claims to have gained access to and interrogated an alien computer system via a radio-video computer set up of his own invention. Lazarus Baldwin, a television documentarian responsible for strange artists in a program about cattle mutilations, received his telephone links from a special intelligence officer, Colonel Richard Doty Farley of Kirtland, a name noted area research circles. Lazarus Robert Collins, codenamed Connor, according to Lear, who has secured numerous official documents relating to UFOs. Lazarus Sergeant Clifford Stone, Premier Collector of UFO-related Freedom of Information Act or FOIA documents. Lazarus Travis Walden, Professor UFO inductee, whose experience inspired the movie Fire in the Sky. As an interesting follow-up to Lear's article, we quote here some actual statements made by prominent individuals in regards to the UFO phenomenon. In our obsession with antagonisms at the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside, universal threat to make us realize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien threat already among the United States? President Ronald Reagan, Remarks made to the 42nd General Assembly of the United Nations.
I'm not a
September
Jew
21st,
hater. I
1987.
am simply someone
I couldn't
who
help but say to him,
is an
Gorbachev, just think
anti-Semite.
how easy
I
this
am
task might be in
against
these
the
meetings that we held if
fictitious
suddenly there
philosophy
was a
of
threat to this
Semitism
world from some
that
other
argues that
species
this is
from
a
another planet
conspiracy and
outside
things
in
like
the
that.
universe.
So,
Well,
what
I think
exactly are
suppose we
these
could wait
four
for some
basic
alien race
stages?
to
The
come
first
down
one
and threaten us.
is
But
ancient
I think that between us
xenophobia,
we can bring
which we
about
see
that
primarily in
realization.
the Greco-Roman
President
world,
Ronald
where
Reagan
there is a fear
remarks
of
to
that
Foston
which
High
is
School
different or
students
strange.
and faculty.
Right? So,
Foston,
xenos
MD,
means stranger or
October
foreigner,
4th,
and phobia, of course, means
1985.
fear. And so there's kind
For
of like
confidential
there's
information,
a
a reliable
massive
and
corpus
confidential sources
of
advised the
Roman
Bureau of the
Greek
Flying
writings
Discs
about
were believed
Jews
to
in
be
which
man-made
they
missiles
express
rather than
antipathy,
natural phenomena.
often
It
rooted
has
in
also been
misunderstanding of
determined that
Jewish
for
customs such
approximately
as
the past 4
keeping
years, the
kosher,
USS
observing the
has been
Sabbath, and
engaged
things
in
like that.
experimentation
But
on an
on the
unknown type of
whole,
flying
that
disc.
kind of
FBI memo
cultural
dated
friction
March 25th,
is common to all
1939, sent to a
cultures.
large
That
number of
it's,
FBI
whether we
offices.
like it or not, it's perfectly normal
Unidentified
for
flying
culture
objects.
A
The
to
panel recommends that
express
the National
some
Security
hesitation,
Agency's Institute
fear,
of Policies,
distrust of
designed
culture
to
B,
prepare the material
especially
defenses of
if
the
there
realm of
are
the country to
also more
recognize
obvious
Reagan was
outward
effectively
signs
to
of
draw
their
indications
differences.
of hostile
That's just
measures.
part of the human
Recommendation
condition.
of the
But
CIA,
if you get to the
Robertson
second
Catalog
level,
Holmes.
early Christian
January
anti-Judaism, that's
1953.
when anti-Semitism
Public interest in
begins to
disclosure
be
is further drained by the
qualitatively different.
sensitive nature of the
Because, as we
materials
shall see
and the
in
obvious
this
effect
lecture,
on national security
there
their release
is
may
a
entail. The
split
United States
between
District
the
Court of
daughter
Opinion in the
religion of
case of citizens
Christianity
against
and the
UFO
mother
secrecy
religion of
versus the National
Judaism
Security
that
Agency.
is more than
May
just
18,
two cultures bumping
1982.
up against each other.
The
It is
substate
one
available to the
culture
agency may be
seeking to
expended without
define
regard to the
itself
provisions of
in
law and
opposition
regulations
to
relating
a
to the
parent
expenditures
culture.
of government.
And just
Central
like that
Intelligence Act of
family metaphor can
1949.
be fraught
On
with
this
all
land, the flying
kinds
disc
of
has been
really
found
deep
intact, with
psychological
18 3-foot
tensions,
tall
so
human-like
too is
occupants,
this
all
early
tended to bring
Christian
up word.
anti-Judaism,
FBI
representing
memo
a
from
lot
New
of those
Orleans
tensions
Ranch to
picking up.
Director,
Then,
FBI,
and we're not going to
March
discuss these too much
31st,
today, but
1950, about
basically,
a disc found
in
in
the
the
medieval
Mojave
period,
Desert
it
in
really goes
January
off the rails and becomes
1950.
quite pathological.
Before sent down to
It
conspire, three or
loses
four
a lot of its
forth as a
religious
government
character and
agent,
becomes more,
Duncan Luna.
associated with
discs
strange
are
things
real.
like the blood
General
libel
Nathan
and Jewish
According to
conspiracy
Mr.
with lepers, with the
Invice,
Black
the
Death, and
saucers
just
were found
really
in New
much
Mexico
more
due to the
violent.
fact that the government
Finally,
is
when
a
you get
very
to the
light
modern period,
warehouse set up
basically
in
from
that
the middle
area.
of the
It
19th
is believed
century
that the
onward,
Verdun beach
that's when it
interferes with the
basically
controlling
abandons
mechanism of the
all of its
saucers.
religious
Each one of the three
motivation
saucers
and
were
is more
occupied by three
characterized
bodies of
by
human shape,
a
but only 3 feet tall, dressed
fear,
in
an
metallic
irrational
clothes of a
fear
very
that Jews
fine
are involved
texture.
in some kind of
FBI
global
memo from
conspiracy
Agent
to
Guilon,
control the banks, to
Washington Field
control the
Office,
media, to control
sent to
government,
Director,
things like that,
FBI,
all bent on
March
dominating
22nd,
Western
1950.
society or global
I
society.
would say
So
that we
these
know
are the
of
four
several,
basic
should we say,
phases
intergalactic
of
fights
anti-Semitic
that
thought
have taken place.
as we experience them up until
United
today.
States Army
We're going to
Sergeant
focus
Clifford
now
Stone,
on period
Roswell,
2
New
because
Mexico
that's
Station.
the historical
He
era that
believes
we
that because of the developments of
So,
science, all the countries on
I
Earth will have to
recently
unite to
was
survive
very
and to
fortunate
make
to
a common
spend
front against attack
a
by
weekend
people
in
from other
Mexico
planets.
City
Mayor
with
Kelly Lauro
James
of
Carroll
Naples,
and
quoting
his
General
wife
Douglas
Alexa.
MacArthur
We
in the
were
New
both
York
invited
Times,
by an
Saturday,
organization
October
called
8th,
Food, which is
1955.
sort of like an
He died suddenly.
international society
Chapter 4,
that around the
Dulce, New
globe
Mexico, and
organizes
the Nuxie
these
Connection.
Shabbatonim, these
Researcher Jim
Sabbath
Baker, in
gatherings,
a letter to Jacques
just
Valley
to
dated
explore
January
Jewish
15th,
thoughts and cultures and
1992,
ideas.
made some
And it's really
startling
quite
disclosures
fascinating.
in
Now, James
regards to
Carroll
the
is a
alien
fascinating
situation
individual,
in the Dulce,
a
New
very
Mexico
articulate
base in
person,
particular.
extremely
It is
talented
my
writer,
belief that
won
even
the
if there is
National
a
Book
fascist
Award,
CIA
all
cabal
kinds of
trying to
things like that.
establish a world
And
dictatorship
he wrote an
using the
incredibly important
threat
book
of
called
an alien invasion
Constantine's
to fund a
Sword,
world
The
government,
Church
that
and the
the
Jews.
threat may
And
be
the reason
real
we
all
were
the same.
invited together is
It
that
is
we were
also
to give
possible
a
that
talk talk together about how Jews see Christians and how Christians see Jews. I think it was a very enlightening experience, specifically, but more generally, I really appreciated the time to get to know him and understand. Now, James Carroll, of course, comes to the story with a very personal background as well. He was actually a Catholic priest, and in his context of his growing consciousness of the challenge that the church had with anti-Semitism and other issues like a strong anti-war activist, he ultimately left the church. And I should say that he left the priesthood. He still remains a member of the church, but kind of like on the reformist flank, as it were. And Constantine's Sword is a remarkable book, very worth reading, that essentially takes you through both the history of the church and the Jews, but also the history of James Carroll and his own personal loyalty to that. Let's return to this specific thought and how we understand the early period immediately after the death of Jesus and after the destruction of the temple as well. He invokes a fascinating metaphor of an experience he had with the loss of a close family friend. And in the weeks and months and even years after that friend passed away, he was part of a group of friends who would come together in a kind of a lake sort of environment, and they would discuss the life and legacy of the loved one who had lost. He came to call that a healing circle, where, getting together with friends who had known the person who passed away, they would tell stories, they would share memories, and together they would support each other in their grieving. But at the same time, they would kind of like create a collective memory of that person, the sum of which was certainly greater than individual parts because of the shared pieces that inform each other's memories and so on. And James Carroll argues that that's essentially what was happening for decades after the death of Jesus, that his early followers, all of whom were Jewish, were getting together and trying to understand what could this cataclysm mean, what could it mean that their leader, who they were revered so highly, is no longer among them. What would they do with this new type of metaphysical situation, especially so after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, because with the destruction of the temple, everything was turned upside down. I mean, Jews had invested for 500 years all of their spiritual efforts into that one structure, into the rituals that happened there. And although there were already functioning synagogues, local houses of worship, and so on, they were clearly far subordinate to the temple. What would it mean now that the temple is gone? Why would God have abandoned the Jewish people and allow the temple to be destroyed by the cruel Romans? What is the future of Judaism? So James Carroll argued that essentially this is when you begin to have an intellectual bifurcation of the Jews who follow Jesus and a much larger group of Jews who were not a part of the Jesus circle. The Jews who were not part of the Jesus circle, which let's say were mainstream Jews at the time, they began to invest in the rabbis and their vision of a post-temple Judaism. As we will see in a few minutes, the rabbis were very busy at this point, constructing a model of Judaism that could survive the loss of the temple, finding alternate post-temple ways for Jews to express their religious yearnings to God, and ultimately that would become the Judaism that Jews have enjoyed for the last 2,000 years. On the other hand, the followers of Jesus said, no, the destruction of the temple means all of that is over, and we have to create a totally new type of environment that is centered on the figure of Jesus, teaching the Jesus story. And this was all happening within a Jewish framework, with Jews discussing these ideas with other Jews, and things changed dramatically only after the first three Gospels were written. Let us recall that the Gospels as we have them today, the first four books of the Christian Bible, the first three were written probably within the first 20 years or so after the destruction of the temple, between 70, maybe 90, perhaps a little bit later. Those three books tend to be the most Jewish of all of them, and close to the origins of Jesus as a Jewish individual. And in those three books, which are called the Synoptic Gospels, because they read kind of like a synopsis of each other, you can more or less lay them out in columns and compare events. There are places where they diverge from each other and so on, but basically you can lay them out that way. The fourth gospel is quite different. So in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you have the phrase in Greek, because these are only recorded in Greek, hoi Judeo, the Jews, occurring 16 times. All three books together, only 16 references. The fourth book, the fourth gospel, written by St. John, was much later and reflecting a different mindset, has the phrase "hoi ugoi" 71 times. And I think it's very clear to see just from this one statistic how things have changed from the gap between the Synoptic Gospels and the Gospel according to John. That the Synoptic Gospels are still representing, a debate within Jewish circles. Hoi ugoi are, after all, us. They're, after all, the same people who were worshiping Jesus. But by the time you get to John, and the increasing number of non-ethnic Jews joining the Christian movement, that's when the Jews become the other. Hoi ugoi is so much more useful a term because the non-ethnic Jewish Christians are looking at the Jewish mother religion as less different than what we're doing today. And one of the most important figures to advance this is, of course, St. Paul, who never himself actually met Jesus other than in a kind of supernatural vision on the road to Damascus, where he has kind of a conversionist experience and he becomes a dedicated follower. He actually turns away from his earlier origins as a self-described Pharisee to become a Christian. And then if you look at this map, I mean, my gosh, it's just all over the Middle East. The Eastern Mediterranean is covered by his travels as he is going from town to town, basically showing up in Jewish communities, speaking at synagogues to Jews about Christianity, and increasingly speaking to lots of hangers-on of the Jewish community, non-Jews who are listening in and saying, wow, there's a lot of useful stuff here. And in fact, quite a bit of the Christian message was very appealing in that it acquired a lot of the very powerful ideas that were central to Judaism, such as, a caring God, a personal deity to whom one could pray, that one could have a relationship with, that intervenes in history, that specifically cared about individuals. The idea of life after death, the idea of responsibility for ethical choices, all of these kinds of ideas are very, very appealing. And the only challenge to traditional Judaism for non-Jewish would-be converts is, of course, the high threshold required for conversion. And then specifically circumcision, radical changes in the diet. I think the Sabbath would have been observed anyway because it's so much fun. One day off a week to detox, no electronics, everything is great. I don't like anything, not do it. But at any rate, so Christianity represented a more accessible form of the key ideas of Judaism, a kind of Judaism life that, the non-Jewish, non-ethnic Jewish populations would find meaning in. And so that's, the reasons why Christianity really rapidly began to increase after Paul in particular began to spread the gospel. Now, what about the church fathers? That is, those early thinkers, those early theologians that lived and wrote in the centuries after the death of Jesus. Some of them have some very strong views about what to do about the current religion. One of them that's most important is Marcion. Here he is shown with his face kind of obscured, talking to John, not insignificantly John is portrayed here. Marcion essentially argued that, okay, how do we relate to our current religion to Judaism? He said that basically in terms of the post-temple period, that means that Judaism is over and irrelevant, and that we should abandon everything associated with Judaism, including the Bible, with the exception of the new scriptures which are religious, which eventually will be collected and called the New Testament, which distinguishes from the Old Testament, which is the Christian way of describing the Hebrew Bible. And he said that we have to simply move on and forget about all that old stuff. Now, his point of view was ultimately rejected. He was opposed by many other church fathers, including Justin Martyr, who we're going to discuss in a second. But nevertheless, it represents a strong step towards supersessionism, the notion that Christianity supersedes Judaism and makes Judaism irrelevant. Now, to turn to Justin Martyr, who was himself martyred by the Romans, and Justin Martyr, He also lived around the same time, and he recorded his thoughts on Christianity and Judaism in a document called Dialogue with Trickle. There are some scholars, including the great 19th century Jewish historian Heinrich Resch, who argue that this may be the remarkable Rabbi Tarfon, the important rabbi in Jewish tradition, but it's unlikely. The dates are kind of like not exactly right, and other reasons why it's probably some other person named Trickle. At any rate, Justin Martyr articulated without doubt that Christianity supersedes Judaism, and Judaism should only be maintained in order to provide context for the way in which Judaism is superseded. How so? Let me give you one example, which is also taken from James Carroll's work, and it's very, very powerful and personal decision. So here's a famous movie. The first movie that came out is CinemaScope, which I think is color. I don't exactly know the modern world that you can see without glasses. What if you need glasses? I wonder about it. But at any rate, the robe basically refers to a relic. The church would become deeply invested in a collection of holy relics that is kind of like religious souvenirs. I don't know if you can mean it, but like souvenirs of famous church figures and events, such as wood from the Duke Cross, or in some places actually stones of St. Augustine or John the Baptist, and some really bizarre things that were part of medieval Jewish culture. But the robe was the robe of Jesus, the seamless robe that he wore that was taken from him when he was crucified. Now, if you look at the book of John, not an incidental, the book of John has an explicit supersessionist message here. Here's the passage in chapter 19. They said, this is referring to the Roman soldiers who were crucifying Jesus, therefore among themselves, let us not rend it. Let's not destroy this robe. It's a really nice robe, but cast lots for it. Right? Let's have a lottery for it. Let's play cards for it. Whose it shall be. And then he adds here that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. In other words, the soldiers, or perhaps more likely it's actually John writing, that the soldiers are doing this in a way as to fulfill a much earlier statement in the Jewish scriptures that affirms the divinity of Jesus, that affirms that Jesus is the person about whom prior texts in the Hebrew scriptures refer. This is a phenomenon called prefigurement, in which Christians largely read the Hebrew scriptures as ways of seeing patterns that they can later apply to Jesus' life. The fact that this gospel was written decades after Jesus' death, maybe even as long as a century after his death, doesn't change the fact that Christians still look at this as an important theological statement. I should say Christians in general, some Christians. So what is the prefigurement? If you look at Psalm 22, which really small paper, bigger, it says, Lama Shachar, his Lord is David. This is a psalm written by David, right? King David. And the second verse says, and this is actually placed in the life of Jesus as well. Another prefigurement, famous passage, Keli, Lama Asapta. My God, why have you abandoned me? Right? By placing that, by the narrator, the author of the gospel, placing that Jesus' mouth, that specifically puts him in line with this earlier psalm. But the key passage that relates to John here is a little further down, also verse 19. They part my garments among them, and for my vesture do they cast lots. Right, so this is really the reason, according to Justin Martyr, for maintaining the Hebrew scriptures, and by a larger extent, to some degree the Jews, because their presence and the presence of these texts can be used later to confirm Christian reading of divine history. And that's basically what happens among the church fathers until St. Augustine, which we'll discuss in a later lecture, who offered a very, very important corrective. Now, what is the Jews doing during this time? This is all happening among Christians who are increasingly becoming more ethnically non-Jewish in origin, and they're kind of like working out their own spiritual history. The Jews are being very busy at this point by putting in place those life preservers that allow Judaism to succeed after the destruction of the temple. The creation of the Mishnah, or I should say the codification of the Mishnah, is incredibly important device which allowed Jews to essentially take the temple on the road, to be able to have a portable Judaism that could be contained within teachings of the Torah and the Rabbi. They also create the surgical method of drawing a line in the sand between Jews who are mainstream and Jews who are part of this Jesus movement. They insert another text in the central player known as the Amidah, the standard player, and it's a blessing on the heretics. The term blessing is euphemistic. It's really a curse on heretics, and it is used as a sort of litmus test to determine if a person is harboring these kinds of beliefs. If a person did have Christian theological views that would be inappropriate for Jews, and many of them are, like, for example, the idea of God physically destroying anathema to Judaism, especially with anathema, something wrong there. But if a Jew had those ideas, then he would be asked to lead the prayers, and coming up to this particular passage, he represents his choice. Does he bring down a curse upon himself for his beliefs? Or does he refuse to say it, in which case he could be physically removed from the synagogue? This is the sort of thing that's happening around the generation of John and the writing of this book, which also has really heated language against Jews. Not only are Jews referred to so many more times as Jews, but also really inflammatory language that refers to Jews as the sons of the devil, and all kinds of things like that that, are beyond the pale of a normal kind of family. One last thing here that I think is especially fascinating, and this is also an insight that's brought forward by James Carroll, that there's kind of an asymmetric rivalry going on here. Jews in the late 1st and early 2nd century still vastly outnumber the burgeoning Christian movement. Even though it's growing fast, Jews are still very much the established faith. And Christians, because they are defining themselves against Judaism, spend a lot of time thinking about Judaism. And in fact, this would be something of an obsession that's going to be lasting right up until the 21st century, and presumably beyond, because Christians always have to look to their relationship with the mother religion in a very different way than the mother religion looks at its offspring. So where the early Christians are debating at great length how do we relate to Judaism, Judaism is basically not talking about it at all. If you look at the massive corpus of the Talmud, which is like 2,711 folios, and I know that number because that's the gospel, that's the size of one folio is 2 sides of a page every day. 2,711 folios, which is like well over 5,400 pages. There are only maybe a dozen references to Jesus and Christianity, maybe 2 dozen. It's tiny adventure, but it's really not a major phenomenon at all. And ironically, it is this asymmetric rivalry in the 1st and 2nd century that adds so much more steam to the Christian side of it. It's kind of like, as James Carroll references, if you have 2 siblings locked in a rivalry, and one of the siblings doesn't really care about the rivalry, it makes the rivalrous sibling all the more intense and all the more focused on that rivalry. This period begins to come to a close when we get to the 4th century in particular. There is a period where Christians are persecuted by the Roman Empire, primarily because of their transition from being a kind of a Jewish subgroup to being an individual and recognized religion. We should understand that in the Roman Empire, there's a huge number of sort of symbolic acts of idolatry that one would be expected to participate in. Bowing their statues, providing small sacrifices and things like that, especially when the emperors began to promote and cultivate themselves as deities. If you refuse to participate in that, they will be considered like traitorous. There will be something akin to, if there's a baseball game and they play your national anthem, you refuse to stand up. And everybody is standing. Why are you sitting on this? Now, ironically, because the Jews were a known entity as an ancient religion, already from the period of Julius Caesar and earlier, Jews were granted an exemption from many of these outward displays, which were considered idolatrous to Jews. Recognizing that, Jews have nothing against Rome, nothing against Roman empires, things like that. They just refuse to worship statues. The Jews say, hey, come, have a look at our temple. You see, there's not a single statue anywhere in our temple. We just don't do that statue thing. So the Jews had an exemption. So as long as Christians were considered basically Jews, they also had that exemption. And as soon as they started saying, wait a second, no, we are different from Jews. We are another religion. Never heard of us before. So we're religion. Then all of a sudden the Romans say, well, sorry, you aren't on our list of exempted religions. So that's a period that is very, very important in the formation of Christian cultural memory, that Christians were arrested, sent to fight in the gladiatorial games against animals, against professional soldiers, and things like that. And it's only with the Edict of Milan in 313 that the Roman Empire began to say, you know what, let's extend the same kind of exemptions that we give Jews, let's give it to Christians as well, which represents not a diminishment of Jewish status, but it is a recognition of the growth of importance and of demographic numbers of the Christians. Because by the time you get to the 4th century, the number of Christians and Jews are actually approaching par with each other. Eventually, when you get to the late 4th century, Christianity will actually become the state religion of Rome and will decidedly give the Christians an upper hand, which represents a shift about 300 odd years in the making between the daughter religion and the mother religion. And of course, that would have implications for centuries to come. Okay, with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening to this lecture, and I hope you have more opportunities.
In the letter dated January 28, 1991, Norio added the following comments concerning the Dozy facility and its possible connection with the mystery of iniquity of Bible prophecy. I've been to Dulce with the Nippon Television Network crew and interviewed many people over there and came back with the firm conviction that something was happening around 10 to 15 years ago over there, including nightly sightings of strange lights.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this month, I'm delighted to be addressing a group of students in Budapest associated with the Ashkenazium, a remarkable new institution that is founded by my colleague and friend, Michael Giegel. And thanks to the generosity of Dr. Giegel and the Ashkenazians, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free, and I look forward to interacting with you as we explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start today with just a little forspice, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What do we mean when we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the web page Safaria, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here at Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazi pronunciation, that was Yafes. Yafes has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of Noah through the Greek line. That's the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob 10 generations after Noah have no other connection with Ashkenaz. To express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew. You can tell because of the way I say about, and that I apologize for things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who lived in this region of Ashkenaz around the year 900. Who by the time we got to the 20th century, there were about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, if you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, it was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world, Sephardic Jews, Mizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was still behind the Ashkenazi. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Sefaria website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his, sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take the Jews into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, and he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. In verse 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise a standard on earth, the sound of her horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Chini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Chini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living, and that somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the 18th century in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later, where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You can see right in the center is the land of Israel. And then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, right? Mesopotamia, Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct. And the regions that would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's a mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi David Rothschild, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elba rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is a thesis which, for other reasons, totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they exist basically in a realm of suppositions and theory. So when we say Ashkenaz and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. Later, that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north. This is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name Ashkenaz in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, especially from about the 13th and 14th century onwards. You get a much larger population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the late 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to Western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant Southern group among Jews. So we're going to explore this in the course in much greater detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Khazar question, which is really quite fascinating. I hope that you will be able to join us, because it's really exciting to think of having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Most people use the term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to its great-grandson of Noah and has no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this course by some healing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazian lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
Interesting aspect of the constructions of these strange antenna towers is that there are increasing reports that the Department of defense is somehow involved in this operation. The frequency waves being utilized in cellular telephone communications are, according to several researchers, strikingly close to the range of frequency waves used in several health initiative microwave experiments in the United States Naval Research Laboratory, as well as DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Will these towers be utilized throughout the nation? In the meantime, government-sponsored genetics researchers and biotechnology experts at New Mexico's Los Alamos National Laboratory are said to be conducting in-depth studies not only on the total effects of mind control upon human behavioral patterns, but also on its possible applications relative to such areas as genetics engineering and exploration of the human genome. This may be of special interest considering the news in early 1997 out of Edinburgh, Scotland, of the successful cloning of an adult human. There are some who contend that certain technological breakthroughs are allowed to leak out into the public domain only after that technology has been harnessed and used for years by the secret scientific fraternities who serve the agendas of the military-industrial elite. It is interesting that following the announcement of this discovery, a Jesuit priest made the rounds on the talk shows defending this new science and advocating the various benefits that it could provide. It is interesting that Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Bavarian Illuminati, was a Jesuit, and it is also interesting that the Scottish Rite of Masonry originally had its origin within the Jesuit College of Clermont in France. Brandon, a large underground genetics laboratory, is thought to be located just outside of Dulce, a tiny town in the midst of the Chihuahua Apache Indian Reservation located about 95 miles northwest of Los Alamos and 100 miles east of the sinister-sounding Highway 666, the only stretch of highway in the United States with that designation, and the only highway that links the four states of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. Perhaps it may just be a pure coincidence that this highway, the fittingly named Highway 666, which originated in southeast Arizona and goes up north, cuts into northwestern New Mexico, right near the Four Corners area, an area that happens to have one of the most consistently concentrated UFO sighting reports in the country since around 1947. This entire Four Corners area, especially northwestern New Mexico and southwestern Colorado, even extending, for that matter, to the entire southern tip of the state, also has had some of the most concentrated reports of unexplained cattle mutilations in the nation during the late 70s and early 80s. Was something covertly taking place in those areas? Even though we did not locate the alleged underground genetics laboratory in Dulce when the Nippon television crew and I visited the area in late February of 1990, I had several opportunities to interview scores of local residents there that admitted that nightly appearances of mysterious lights, occasionally accompanied by unmarked black helicopters, darting over into and out of nearby Hercules Mesa and Hercules Mountains, were quite common during the late 70s and early 80s. Many of them even claimed to have spotted, on many occasions, military-type trucks and jeeps as well as government vans passing through Dulce and loitering around nearby mesas. Occasionally, even black limousines carrying what appeared to be CIA agent types were claimed to have been sighted loitering around the foothills of other nearby mesas. We must bear in mind that the Dulce area is only 95 miles northwest of Los Alamos. Los Alamos National Laboratory is one of the top United States research laboratories specializing in the study of the human genome. Also, it is a vital center of the government's STEA research and development programs. Just about 800 miles southeast of Los Alamos is Albuquerque, New Mexico's largest city and more significant. A city where Kirtland Air Force Base is located right next to the sensitive Manzano storage facility, a top-secret underground military facility where nuclear warheads are stored. Sandia Corporation, one of the nation's top-secret government contractors specializing in top military-industrial projects, is also located in Albuquerque. As far as advanced biotechnology is concerned, I have no doubt that the microchip implantation technology is being perfected, in which tiny microchips could be implanted in our circulatory systems, vital organs and tissues if need be for whatever purpose the future may require. It is my conclusion that a large-scale research has been completed by the government with possible assistance from outside sources within the last 20 years or so, utilizing tens of thousands of cattle in the Southwest to conduct this covert experiment. Only recently has science proven that cow hemoglobin could be substituted by utilizing a special purification system with human blood in situations of unforeseen national emergencies. Chapter 6. Cosmic Top Secrets in the Dulce Base. The September 10, 10th, 1990 issue of UFO Universe related to following up with the title heading William F. Hamilton 3, Anthology's Mystery Man to Reveal Cosmic Top Secrets. Until just recently, William F. Hamilton 3 managed to keep up a relatively low profile so that he can continue his work in private and without needles interruption from well-meaning and nevertheless prying eyes. Admittedly, his name is not known in every household, but the fact of the matter is that Bill is highly respected among his peers. Indeed, what he has to say is as important and vital as the words of flying his John Lear and former Navy intelligence officer William Cooper, who have gone on record regarding the alien conspiracy. In fact, much of what Hamilton maintains is consistent with the theory that there is a massive government cover of UFOs and alien visitations that reaches right up to the president's private office door, and that the United States military has made a secret pact with a group of aliens known as the Greys. They are on Earth, mutilating cattle and abducting humans for experimental purposes. Supposedly, the Greys have taken over several top-secret underground military facilities, and certain branches of the government are working hand-in-hand with these entities to bring about total domination of the world, while a second group of extraterrestrials is here trying to protect us. Of a highly controversial nature, many of Hamilton's statements may seem overly radical to even his closest associates, not to mention other investigators who refuse to even seriously consider the documentation he's able to present to bolster his case. About 10 years ago, a few scientists and engineers who worked for NASA and shared an interest in UFO abductions came together to form a group they called Project Visit, Real Internal Systems Investigative Team. They studied about 130 cases of UFO abductions with the goal of constructing a model of UFOs, their operation, and the entities of crew UFOs. They found UFOs have bright interior lighting. Abductees undergo a medical type examination with apparently highly sophisticated equipment. Burns are suffered by many abductees. Time loss from 20 minutes to 3 hours is common. Project Visit member Dr. Richard Ienzo described the crew members as 4 feet tall, hairless, gray in color, with no nose, a small mouth, and large slanted eyes. The gray humanoid is emotionless and can even inspire telepathy. The Greys have earned a reputation quite different than the Nordic blondes and other reported species. Most of the abductions are done by Greys, and more than one variation of Grey. The Greys do most of the biological intervening on abductees. Tans, whites, and blues, that is, grays of other skin colors, gray tan, gray white, gray blue, etc. Brandon have also been reported by abductees. I have personally had some sort of encounter with what they call the whites. They are small with extremely white skin and black, wrap-around eyes, Earth-made saucers. In April 1984, Lieutenant General George Bone, Vice Commander of the United States Air Force Systems Command, was killed while test flying a secret aircraft over the Groom Lake area, the top secret facility located about 100 miles north of Las Vegas, Nevada. This facility is designated Area 51. The Systems Command reputedly uses this facility to test fly-spying planes, such as the CBR-71 Blackbird or its successor, the Aurora. According to the February 1988 issue of Gung Ho magazine, which ran a feature article on Area 51, some of the craft being flown out of that test facility would make George Lucas proud. In the early 1980s, a radio technician working at Area 51 reported seeing a saucer on the ground. It was some 20 or 30 feet in diameter, he said, and when it flew, it moved silently through.
Has a rather ambitious goal of creating 2,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that studies in the document program. That's available on the All-Dom page. You can find it at alldom.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large multinational university. Campuses.
How are you?
Of course, where we are based. Also,
hey, it's me. I'm back.
Hey, Frosty, long time no see. How you living, pimp?
I'm good. I'm all right. Lots of shit happened since I last met you.
Okay, well,
I
tell
met a bunch of streamers. Yeah, I met a bunch of streamers on Twitch, but I'm banned on Twitch right now. But they're still friends of mine.
Why'd you get banned?
I said something about, I said white power or some shit. So I got banned.
Okay.
Like 1 year. 1
That'll,
year ban for saying white power.
that'll do it.
Too stupid. Yeah. So, yeah, I hope you're doing well. How have you been keeping? Look like you put on a little more weight.
Yeah, probably. I've been well. Just keeping the stream going the best I can, and doing my best to go viral on a platform known as Blue Sky. Do you know what Blue Sky is?
Yeah.
Excellent.
From next year, like, I'll have like no problem like supporting your Discord because I want to anyway. But I'll have my finances in complete control next year at around like March, April.
Oh, hope I'm viral by then, man.
Yeah.
What? How's your
What's happening right now?
How's your family?
You know, it's the same old shit. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know, like lots of stuff happened, and then I started to feel like I don't know how people like die and stuff. I might have died.
How did you die?
I don't know. It just happened. Like you go into like this weird other world, like a nether world or something, and suddenly like the death thing is. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like everything changes. Like the actual surroundings you live in outside. If you go outside, you notice that it's changed. Either it's like whatever kind of thing or system that ruled before, like it's just not there anymore, and it's part of your psyche, right? So
Okay.
it just disappears from there as well. It's kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, like it's like Norse people they call it like Hel. HEL, we just call it like netherworld or hell or whatever you want to call it.
And how do you think you died?
So I was yeah, you know how like I think it was kind of simple. You know how like you just like give your name away and then it becomes something else and shit. That's what happened on stream somehow. It's very complicated. But nothing else happened. There was no actual consequence to me dying. But it happened nonetheless. And I might have been like kind of overreacting to the situation, but that's essentially what happened. I don't know how to explain it. But I'm kind of pissed off that, like, you know, like the majority, the hard frontline majority of people are all fake. Kind of sucks doing that. I don't know if you believe that too, but it's like just like everyday regular people like turning into zombies. You know?
I get that.
Yeah. Like you think that it's just the bad people and stuff, and then you start to see how bad like regular people can become, and it's very unknowing. I mean, I know like leaders are part of playing everything. Like I think God ordains, especially the idea that He's glorified to us as well, and that returns the glory, some amount of pride to us.
Sephardim and Beit Mizrach and
So yeah, that's what's been going on.
Africa and Asia. So
I won't mention the streamers ever because they probably don't want to be mentioned. I don't know.
orientation, their place of origin, but Ashkenazi Jews.
Well, I'm glad to have you back, my friend.
Yes, I'm glad I'm back to the mothership because this is where I belong.
That's right, big dog.
No hoes or bitches, just rather to my rather to myself and my own wife. So that's how it goes.
There you go, Pimp. All right, well, Frosty, I'm going to take a nap. I'm glad you're back. I've thought about you. I care about you. I want the best for you. And if you need anything in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay, Pimp?
All right, buddy.
All right.
Don't worry about it. You take your nap.
Excellent.
Come around more.
Excellent. Please do. I've missed you.
I kind of, yeah, I missed you too as well. But I don't know, like, these streamers, they just want to have, like, stuff happen and shit. And sometimes I get too involved, you know, and I even came on cam and shit. But that's how it is. Just life. But they all have that one instinct. Everyone I meet who gets too close to me wants to take over the world and shit. I think that belongs to you, especially because you deserve it. But I don't know. Like anyone can like. It's kind of stupid, but I don't know. They have like this kind of god complex thing, but it's not actually a god complex. It's just like a very like humanitarian, benevolent kind of intention towards the world. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, so no one's safe. Like even people you meet online, like forget about it. Like I'm not meeting any of those people. I mean they're really nice and they're kind of honest and stuff, but whatever like freaking bleeds the rest of regular people is definitely doing something to them. Because you know, regular people nowadays, none of them are safe from anything around them, or just safe from like being kind of like curtailed by the world, you know?
Yeah.
Like they'll sort of like go their own way, and then they'll become like invisible to the public. That's the problem with the media, is that they have all these like assholes. It sucks.
Yes, it does. Alrighty, Pimp. Come back. Come back soon, my friend. I missed you. I'm glad you're here. Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Argues that no, they came from somewhat northern location. Many scholars associate the region of
and we are here to talk today about the Dulce Base.
that of
Everybody loves it.
Scythians, which is an ancient people in the region that we see today, the Central Asia, bordering on the Gulf.
Okay, so we went down a deeper rabbit hole
But each full cross offers another
Dulce Base.
horizon suggestion.
Just trying to like find some more information about it because I heard about it before. I never did a lot of research into it. Talk about it though, how scary this place was, and how there was a UFO hunters episode where they got called out to the desert because this guy found like remains of what he thought was like a human cow genetic hybrid.
Biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection with Jews other than describing a place where Jews would ultimately end up. That's a huge distinction. It's important to remember, as we shall see towards the end. Where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset, as opposed to
there was something I wanted to play for you first before we got
in reality,
Now, I know I heard from you in this, Julian, because I wanted to get your honest opinion
from a region
while
or
recording.
at least a culture.
It's this thing that they found, it's called the Aztec death whistle. And I don't know how recent the discovery of the whistles were. I don't think it was
Prior to that,
recent, but they finally figured out what it was. It wasn't just like a fancy little
one way
thing,
or another,
oiled sculpture. It actually had a purpose. So
of the Rhine
I'm going to
itself,
believe
there is one interesting passage in which Rashi himself, we'll talk about Rashi a little bit more later in this course,
think of it like the brown note.
uses the term Ashkenaz to
It's going to
refer
scare
to
the shit out of
but
you
it was
more
not the
than
most popular
scare the
designation for
just
the
make
Jews
people
until about
love
the
you.
12th century.
So I'm going to play this right now and give me your reaction.
These Jews came from an area of civilization that flourished from around the 10th to the 13th century. And then, as the reasons which we describe over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the great Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. The regions which we know today, Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western part of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion, particularly in the 19th century, that resulted in the great Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazim are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins in Germany, but because of the significant population that they enjoyed when you get closer to
I would love to see this.
then from this region, so this migration was primarily from
Oh my god, this was so good.
the
Just like
14th century
some seventh
onward,
grader like
you have
practicing really
another
hard, and he goes
migration
up to do his
of
death
these
whistle solo,
large
and
Ashkenazi
everyone
Jews
starts
moving
screaming.
to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western Europe, and a large number to North America. Something as 1.75 billion Jews moved from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time,
It was used for a day that had
North
rituals,
America, to the
but
United
then they
States of
also
America,
used it
specifically
in
in
like
years
Aztec
1501
warriors
to
would
1928.
basically have like a design
And that's
necklace,
really
and
where
then
the great bulk
like
of
think like
American
100 Aztec warriors running at you
Jews
with
later
this thing
Ashkenazi
screaming,
migration.
and all you see
So
is them
that's
with like skulls held up to
the
their
whole
face.
meaning of the word
Because, by the way, yeah, I
Ashkenaz in a
didn't mention
nutshell
that these whistles are
originates from
actually skull shaped.
a biblical
They're like little
designation
carved
of a
skulls.
people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to the Rhineland as a location. And the Jews who ended up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no like derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern Jews. We've talked about
So if you're wondering
what
what
is
that
Ashkenaz,
weird skip is, it's because
where
the
is Ashkenaz. Now we've got to
for
get
whatever reason the recording just fucking stopped. So
and
we're
specifically,
starting
I want to start
all
with
over again.
the
We lost a
Hazar
good
hypothesis, which is
5
rather
minutes talking or something like that. Luckily, I caught
for
it.
what the current
Yeah, right.
president would call a large,
So anyway,
but
we're gonna start right
nevertheless,
over.
it is
Dulce Peace
occupying
was
a
first
large
basically
amount of
talked
space
about
in
in
the
the
sun
UFO
sectors
community around the
and takes
1980s.
a lot of oxygen
But
out of
it
the
was first discovered by a man named
What
Paul
who are the
Benowitz,
Hazars?
who
Hazars are a fascinating
just
circuit
happened to be dumb
who
luck,
apparently had a
be
capital
living
on
right across the street from an Air Force base. I can't remember the year.
Teal, right in the top right section of the orange part of this map, the green part of the map. And they actually had a civilization which lasted for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations,
Barbed wire fence, and then,
famously
Air Force base. So you can see
called Cave and Reef, which formed kind of like the beginnings of the cultural patrimonies that were claimed by Ukraine, Belarus,
exactly, because, when a giant aliens walk
also a significant historical part of the conflict today. The Khazars were a nation tribe, like many of the region. But according to some interesting documents that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740.
So
The story of
Bill
them
Benowitz is just, just such an interesting guy.
and it is
He
not
was a
most
genius.
well
He had his
told
own
in the book that
military
very
instruments
little to do with
company that he
history
started and
and
ran by himself and was very successful. He was a pilot, a very accomplished pilot.
He was a pilot with Spain several hundred years
He
after
served
he
in
was
World War
right,
II.
and he wrote this famous
He really was American. But then when he started picking up
in the
transmissions coming
Kuzari,
from the base,
he describes the
he for some
legend
reason
of
didn't
the
think that it
version
was,
of the Khazar
secure military information that he was capturing.
who
He thought
was sort of
it was
faced
aliens.
with a difficult choice because
And when he
at
brought it
that
to the
time,
government, this is basically when his
Christianity
whole
was
world
expanding
shut
throughout
down.
Europe, and Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of North Africa, and then even upward into Europe as well, into Turkey, into the Balkans, and so on. And this Iran was troubled by this geopolitical situation, and also can be motivated, at least as the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find one true religion. So according to the legend, he brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, a representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. And they had this three-day debate, and ultimately, according to the legend, Islam converted to Christianity.
They reviewed everything,
Before we
and
discuss
then
the actual
they were like,
realities of the legend,
he's
to
capturing
understand how it was portrayed
sensitive
to the
government
Kuzari.
information, and he has
Rabbi
pictures
Yehuda Levi
of
lived at that
test
time
planes
in
that
Spain
we don't want the
before
Soviets to know
of
about.
its so-called
So
golden
they
era,
wanted to
which
clamp
was a
down on
period
him
of
really hard.
remarkable
They just didn't know how to do it
between
because, he was an American. He really, he brought it to them thinking
Jews
that
in
he was doing
particular
something in
enjoyed tremendous freedoms to express themselves
for
politically.
the
Many of them
government
held
themselves, the
high
national security.
office. There was Rabbi Marco Negrella, who
And then
was
it turns
actually
into them
general of a
deciding,
Muslim army
okay,
for
how are we going to
16
keep
years,
this guy
an
silent?
accomplished poet,
Okay, he
and
thinks
a
it's aliens.
communist
Keep
defeat,
it
all of
going.
these three things brought together in one particular individual. In many ways, a lot like Maimonides, who's also a product of the late golden era, although he would ultimately be a victim of the reactionary period when Muslims would come from North Africa and insist that all of this fraternizing of Jews was unacceptable, and that Maimonides' family would later flee and make their way over to Cairo, where he would continue on an illustrious career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, seeing the sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between King Iran and the three representatives of Asia who are states, and he used it essentially as a foil to relitigate that case and to make a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course results in King Iran's affirmative decision to accept Judaism, and by extension, Rabbi Yehuda Levi is intending to make this available to the broader reading public. A rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages, maybe audacious to write it even today, I think, in which he makes a clear polemic against Islam and Christianity in favor of Judaism. So there is a lot of philosophical reason why Rabbi Yehuda Levi used the story of the Kuzari as a conceit to clothe his larger polemic argument. So what about the actual history of the Khazars? So in reality, we know very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between the Spanish student named Hasta ibn Shakir, a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age of Spain, Judaism a foreign minister, essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations in Europe on behalf of Spanish kingdom, and he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish population all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say happened back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this region of Khazaria? So we sent out emissaries
the
to
fringes of
go
society.
to the far
It's not that
to Central Asia and to
they do
communicate
a
with them.
really good job or not
Unfortunately,
from the
they
fringes of
were not
society.
able to get
They
past
do a fantastic job doing their
for various
research, building
political
their
reasons
papers,
of the day.
and their days are
However,
spent
those emissaries of
18 hours a day going through the most
people who
boring
claim to have
government
been
papers
to
they could
Khazaria
possibly
and
find,
who promise
just
to
hoping that there is
communicate
a
with
small
him
mention
and
of
to exchange
a
letters.
censorship
And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes through the legend as we have it today. And for some particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the existence and reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second here, this is not direct contact with King Joseph. This is contact through third parties. Who knows? Maybe they made it all up. Maybe they are forgeries and so on. And so there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazar. We do know, however, from multiple data points that there were Jews who call themselves Khazarian. They show up in a few places, medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. There are various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers, and there's a lot of questions about the degree to which they are well associated with Jewish tradition, as we shall see. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window digits explains what that Cairo Geniza was. Just go a Jewish thought following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain. There is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called the Hebrew symbol, which is literally name, because it has the name of God on the pavement. So what that means in Jewish practice, until today, is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even something a little bit more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, as it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially. Typically, these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated from use for letters of practice, things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. You can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a Geniza, which means like a storehouse or a treasure place. And then at some point, when that Geniza is full, these documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents. It happened that the large Jewish community in Ishaq, also known as Cairo, south of modern-day Cairo, has this custom of not only following the laws with regards to Shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their Geniza. Thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the Geniza was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years, and there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types. Not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autograph copy of my mom's writings, things like that, but also, casual things, like they believe that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters even, so he discovered Arabic, which is essentially Arabic language written with Hebrew characters. They would take those everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's deals, all kinds of things. If it had Hebrew on it, you could release it. And included is this document that you see on your screen for you here. This is what we call a modern Hebrew alphabet, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector.
Watching the movie,
those of
you see the pictures that he took and is like, yeah, this is where the alien spacecraft crashed, and like this is its atomic fuselage, and it's like pointing, and all these like trails are circling, and arrows everywhere, and then you're just,
they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis of Israel. And they come door to door with this heptech. Nowadays it's usually laminated. And they say, from this particular cause, I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever, which we like to donate, and they submit something. That's exactly what this is. But it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of the local dignitaries include this document, which is written in apparently the Turkic style of the dunes. That
is just the
one official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazarian Jews. Lots of references to
there's nothing you can do for me longer after that
like that in the literature. In fact, the great historian William Kutzak opined that Kiev, which is pronounced today in the Kiev, was actually founded by Khazars, which is one last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Europe called the Chronicle of Baida
just saying, yeah, I knew there is UFOs. You're on the right path. It's like in Britain, it was Air Force intelligence. So if somebody who works the intelligence field is telling you something true, there's no choice you can take it. And there's a spook in his life, or he's actually telling you the truth because he wants you to know the truth. But I think Paul was just a little too trusting.
Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding. I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so, although the Mir essentially repeats the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist, because he has a representative of what will become Orthodox Christian Christianity, especially after the schism, a representative of what will become Western Catholic Christianity. And so he has two Christian flavors represented, as well as a Jew and a Muslim. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like dissension rather quickly. Judaism, however, although the Mir considers unlike the Muslims, who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified. The Jews sound pretty good. It came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. If you imagine if you left Eastern Europe, if you like,
I know, it's too easy just to go in there and spend $25 on sugar and then spend literally
but
least
They
millions
found
of
out
dollars
that
staging
no longer had their
fake
own state in the land of Israel.
crash landings,
Said,
and then finding real crash landings
and in
of
terms of
actual experimental
Christian
aircraft,
variations,
and
we
then
ultimately
having it
adopted what
potentially
was
expose
Orthodox
secret
Christianity
information coming out of this Air Force
right,
base.
and there was a mass baptism in 988, which begins the Christian period in Middle East onwards in Islamic region. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazari. Now, what's at the heart of this is this possible and argument to the astronauts.
I forgot
The first thing you have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazari. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Charles Scott, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story, meaning what a great story. It's so fascinating. Try that out, debate the whole thing from that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with
I think you've got those two confused, sir.
Like it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence of the connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? This is possibly just a royal conversion that was designed to sort of nullify would-be attackers from the south and from the west who would claim that it had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom. Respectively, both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. In Islam, it is the act of Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness. So there are space for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity. So it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had a pro forma conversion in order to maintain their geopolitical stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was only a conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety, like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Judaism, those kind of tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and having very little awareness of the trends that evolve in government think tank or private think tank. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go?
But then it turns out, like,
they seem to have disappeared from the
advise them on everything from like mining,
afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Townsend to say that the burden of truth rests on those
elections are going to go something like
that Khazari expanded or at least maintained its position. Because this is a civilization that lasted for 5 centuries, and then the Jewish
it's a quick read, but
they were ultimately conquered by the English, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquered the region, and there's basically don't appear on the real state.
It started in 79, and
Let's get to the actual Kazakh hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to resume the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews. And there's some political connections, especially one issue. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazi population. This is a hypothesis which can be immediately discarded.
For me, the thing is, like, these
primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazi overwhelmingly, like 97% of them in the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% of Hebraic and Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words, like that, but it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely divorced linguistic environment that's primarily associated with German. Crystal and Megan like to say that Yiddish is basically German with flesh. Anyway, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can trace changes. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. We have all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constituted the bulk of Ashkenazi Jews. And finally, what kind of put the end of the story to this debate with modern DNA research examples and scholars, including Professor Alan here, have shown that there's no Turkish elements in Ashkenazi Jews. That overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews are related to Western European origin. First getting the internet, and I was like, a little further. Now, let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, and that's actually kind of like dignified word for Joe Biden's phrase, malarkey, why should this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection on a genetic level to their biblical origins. In other words, the way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, some like to say, Jews. They're not actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. They're basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics. It says that, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say, no, they're actually Central Asian people who later claimed to be Jewish, but they don't have a claim to claim Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of ridiculous theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Goran Behar did some really excellent research in the region that gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at Y-chromosome, about 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. We don't know their names. I like to think of them as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely Northern Italy. And overwhelmingly, they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrach, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they live in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides is kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levites on the Y chromosome, because Levite status is the father, and therefore a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East through Italy, which makes a lot of sense with the traditional model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars of the first century, many of them, Josephus says, in tens of thousands were deported to the Italian peninsula, served as slaves. There was already a Jewish population before the revolt that was existing in Rome, for example. And then they made their way up to the peninsula by the time it gets to the earliest Ashkenazic settlements, which would be in the next lecture in the series. And from there, as we discussed, the DNA trail follows the same trail that I described before. Another route, which is labeled here with the number 5, the Canadian route, which was always thought as a possible route of migration of Ashkenazi Jews across the coast of North Africa, because we do have Jewish settlements that are here, of course, in Egypt, places like Alexandria, all the way over to Morocco, and Berber Jews, and so on, that perhaps they ended up constituting above Ashkenazi population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages of Sephardic Jews with Ashkenazim, as we discussed. So that's basically the story of how Ashkenazi Jews got to be called Ashkenazi and how they got to the Rhineland and then later to Eastern Europe and ultimately to I want to thank Dr. Kugel for inviting me to present this lecture, a series of lectures in the Ashkenazians, and I want to thank all of you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the second lecture. Thank you very much for participating.
Yeah, anyone who doesn't have 6 or 7 arms protruding out of their chest. Yeah, it's just like, well, I'm creative. Quite a bit of work on you. Don't think you're going to be able to survive on the south side, bro. Yeah. You're going to stay here. We're going to keep going. You have a good day.
Okay, in the last lecture, we looked at the origins of the Jews and Ashkenaz. And today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion by looking specifically at the social and economic foundations of that community. It is largely because of the attraction of the Rhineland with their unique social and economic foundations that we have, of course, all. So understanding these two topics are very much related, trying to understand why people actually migrate to that region. Civilization that was started there also attracted more Jews and created a nucleus that would ultimately Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the map that I showed in the last lecture, but this shows the development of Ashkenazi civilization in the center region there, which has sort of the cross hatching. The Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River, with the area of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. Also, Cologne, which is one of the oldest communities of the area. And then they would spread out, especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe. And you can see on the left and the right, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, this is a great map from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for the history of Ashkenazic Jews and definitely other Jewish civilizations. Arrows that overlay the map also give you an indication of the migration of these Ashkenazi Jews to the Rhine and 20th century in particular. Not quite as powerful as one I showed you, but still very important. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular. The Rhine River, but there are also several other very significant
Level 2 human staffing housing. So people willingly live there. Aliens that were willing to guard you,
attractions of these specific communities were the early establishment of cemeteries. It sounds kind of awkward. Why would you want to move to a place because they have a cemetery? But we should understand that the
aliens and humans would do a lot of their experiments. Level 4 is mind control experiments, more specifically. Like memories, rapes for I have something to blow your mind with at the end of this episode. Level 5 is alien housing, so that's where, you know when you hear the screams coming. Level 6 is also known, it's the genetic experiments lab, but it's also known as Nightmare Home. You'll have like humans that are like multiple times in a lot of these articles I was reading, they're calling them subhuman, which I felt unnecessary. You didn't need to call them that. They're already genetic experimentations. So just call them future garbage. So anyway, this future garbage, they would have like maybe half alien, or not just half alien, they might be human and like 4 or 5 different species of aliens mixed together. All of these things, it was just like, it was basically throwing darts at a board, and wherever these darts landed on is when they tried to combine the human being. Or it's like, how many labels should we give this human being? Throw a dart, lands on 15, give him 15 arms, see how it works for him. Other things that we're trying to do, those are genetic experiment, laboratories themselves, but no, it wasn't an unfortunate, so you don't get the chips out of it. You're thinking of a big steakhouse. Sir? No, I think that's on level 4 mind control, because I cannot stop eating buildings. But yeah, level 6 is where most of the is where all of the genetic experimentation goes on. It is apparently not great. But level 7 is also fun. It's called cryogenic storage. And I guess it would be, if you're deemed fit enough to last, list freeze your button and then keep your up for a while. What if they're saving you for more experiments, though?
It's a little bit like what they say in America. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So a lot of innovations that occurred in Ashkenaz is Jewish settlements. Very positive, beneficial types of innovations which would stand the Jews in good stead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they were not necessarily forced into something. So the same thing, by the way, about the Sephardic culture, which was very far away from Baghdad at this time, and could
basically, the Dulce Bees was started around
literary activity and so on. So part of the reason why we have innovation like the Rhino is just because it is on the delivery
and they did a lot of work digging down in there to the point where they found a bunch of natural caverns that were rehousing aliens that were living underground, separate from the aliens that were here working with us. So apparently Earth is just chock full of aliens that we have never been able to find. If it is this easy for just people like the hole in the ground, because there are stories that I was reading in these articles where, particularly underneath, like, the Church of Latter-day Saints, like their main tabernacle, I think that's what it's called, in Salt Lake City, people were just like trying to like do renovations under their like homes
groups and just fill it through the ground, and then they find like 6 or 7 like tall graves, like human laser beams. It's fucking frightening.
We'll get some sense of how the Jewish movement developed and changed over
No, the government came in and
that's the most
we sealed up the hole, and then I think they tore down the house and then moved the family away.
is the
So,
organization.
Yeah, we don't explain it. We usually go and do it.
The word derives, Hebrew, of course, it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually related to words which later developed into
see if the news believes you, because the news is so far entrenched in
they're all related to this idea of
government's pocket that, it doesn't matter if they're left wing or right wing, they're all wings as they were put up the same dragon. I'm like, wow.
Organization has created in a structure that is highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, dogamy in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on, and resisted the general dissipation of the community through assimilation.
There's two different, there's a couple ways it worked. One,
and allowed the Jews to survive in another somewhat hostile environment as well.
the species that lived here, and then when the earth was changing, from dinosaurs, they moved underground, and they used their superior intellect to travel the stars, and they left some of their people here to try and keep people on Earth and be like, hey, the stars, not us when they finally came back, they discovered that almost all of their people were destroyed, except for some very primitive people who lived underground, and these new
let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in a society,
and
the
they claim to
organization
have
of
dominion over the whole world.
primarily corporate. And what that means is, unlike today, where I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, immigrate to Budapest, and there, I'd have to get citizenship and so on. But otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if Budapestian is a word, maybe I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I could basically go there, and if I wanted to, I could completely jettison that was everything Yorkian about me, Canadian about me. I could theoretically learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language that's comparable to Hungarian, but let's say I could just go there and I could just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we can do in modernity, primarily because our government organize us primarily for basic individual citizenship. Here in the United States, I have a social security number, which is primarily linked to communication.
Genetic experimentation,
municipal and state and federal authorities. That's how they know if I pay my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They do not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified almost on a class-like basis.
Which is that's a very specific type.
This was primarily economic in nature. If you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman. The nobleman really belongs to this particular king, and so on. And this is like a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupied an unusual kind of box, as you should see later in this lecture, that they were organized collectively, and very rarely were demands put on Jews individually by outside groups, but were put on them collectively. And so therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves effectively, to have strong representation, to convey convey their needs
very detailed in those areas. I really do feel the guy was getting a little bit too much out of it.
How that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes. One of the ways in which the corporate nature of the society is expressed is through charters. A charter is essentially a type of document.
Those girls are screaming. I can't believe it.
Forged later on in medieval periods that describe the privileges of the Jewish community in a particular locale that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. These charters were essentially recreated that no one has to protect the rights of the because according to the charter that was signed 200 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. To a certain degree, they often became outmoded as social, economic, and religious development shifted, and some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had something removed by a new arrangement, and these things would happen over the course of the next 5 years. Basically, it's about the Jewish communities being established in the Rhineland. They typically were organized Jews as groups, like imagine big tour buses of Jews coming into a location, meeting with the local ruler, and putting in writing the kind of agreements that would pertain to their settlement in this region, protections and responsibilities as well. Not all equivalent to other tasks in that society, sometimes much more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews. But this was normal for medieval Jews, primarily because it was a corporate society which things were dealt with as part of collective organizations rather than dealt with as individuals as we would have in modern Western societies today. So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves with a charter to the local authorities to establish this organization called the Community. I'm sure you feel basically a breakdown of what a community would look like structure. Let's start from the top down and understand how this fits in. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like the Kehillah structure was brand new. There were definitely antecedents that we found in diaspora communities. Jews had already been living outside of the land of Israel, outside of sovereign territory for almost 1,000 years. And they had found ways to more or less establish themselves. But the confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, the central periphery issues, led them to develop and refine this particular structure in the medieval. So you would have at the top the people who are typically called the probate, horribly long arms and legs and like a bad stomach. Help me. God, I really wish I could be more scary than Jesus. The wealthier established male denizens as a locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the superior would have the responsibility of making all the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a whole. In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, it's basically exactly the same structure where this is the board of directors, the executive board. This is a group of people who are technically elected, but everybody should know they really should only go for certain people. Why is wealth such an important criteria? Gender, of course, is a criteria. by and large, hold leadership roles at this level. We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of the lecture. Gender will play a very big role, as we shall see.
They keep very strict security
level. We're dealing primarily with men. Now, why is
particularly the humans who work there, they allow security for themselves because they don't want to get turned into an experiment by accident, but they have, especially if they wander in the wrong areas or talk to aliens on a turn. You can't, when you're there, if you're working there, you can't talk to an alien in the hallways unless it's work talk only. No more talk.
Out here, where the good people are sitting not only because they were wealthier, but also because they were in exchange. Informal exchange, where
I chewed the liver out of a guy earlier, just to see what would happen. I need another guy. Can I give you the Cuban papers? And can you take that down to HR and get that for me?
They would establish one of their members to be the finance, who is essentially the president. I wonder if the president somehow is related to him. Finance literally means the provider. That person would act as the chief executive officer of the Tribula. He would essentially run the
computer banks.
They would also
it's a free speech zone, baby. You guys can giggle and laugh and talk as much as you want, but what the hell are you going to talk to directly? Great. We're they're just not going to look at you with like dead eyes and be like, I don't get it. What's
by interpreting the conflicts within the community in terms of cognitive law and rendering decisions and essentially supporting the adherence of Judaic responsibilities by the larger population. Now, this could again, but they're familiar to modern synagogue structure, because the board of directors will appoint a president and will also hire the rabbi. Now, these guys will hire there's always going to be a certain dynamic tension between the president of the synagogue and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns. They have overlapping concerns. And Jewish history was
but then again, aliens are no nonsense. They're not humor. They have no humor. I'm sure they do have humor. Just not
things and the rabbi or the beit din and always they have to find a way to negotiate the rabbi has the advantage theoretically of popular support because people go to the rabbi for rabbinic guidance and for assessments and so on.
Interesting. Apparently, the Greys have to equal
so the rabbi has kind of like popular
amniotic, protein soup that smells so disgusting. No evil, no human can stand it. Which is interesting. They can't eat regular food. All of their, again, Soviet experiments and slave experiments. They also have special protein grades. The only things that seem to be able to eat our food are the reptilians, which, apparently, not only do they eat like raw meat, they'll eat fruits and vegetables too, dude.
So there's always this kind of dynamic tension. Similarly, the Parnas, the idea, are
they'll eat pretty much anything that's nailed down.
Larger population.
There was one thing that I was talking about how the reptilians were, I guess, joking. I guess it's the best way to put it, how they had legends about some of their ancestors eating a whole flock of geese in one sitting. And then right after that sentence, the next sentence was, reptilians do not eat in front of other species. Probably because it's gross.
Now, both the Parnas and the rabbi have a staff of so-called gabayim. The literal term gabbai means collector. the modern synagogues, the rabbi has kind of like a shadow of their original goal. The modern Muslims, rabbi is like idols, and they're essentially properly that when they hand out honors, receive appropriate timing, decoration, and things like that. But in the medieval Geneva, the rabbi were essentially like the internal police force. They were ones who would issue summons to the court. They were people who would carry out the tax demands and make sure that those tax demands they were actually very powerful people employed by both the because it's a nightmare. Today's rabbi, respect the rabbi because he has a tremendous amount of authority.
Oh my God, can you believe what their Christmas grab bag is like?
The kehillah was self-sustaining. This entire structure,
where's the rest of it?
Multiple number of functions and features had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done by the Israelis, and they would require on a sliding scale that Jews who were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out the money to make sure that that taxation was fulfilled. If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the TVA year, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could, of course, appeal to the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal their tax assessment, but really there was no way out other than Christianity. In other words, leaving the Kehillah. Unlike modern-day societies where a Jew may choose the degree to which he or she wishes to affiliate with the large Jewish community, this was not at all possible in the Kehillah. Up until the 18th century, you were part of it, and you were a Jew, and you were expected to pay the taxes that the Jews left on you, or you left it entirely and there was no real secular Jewish identity.
The reptilians, their leaders seem to have a little bit more personality.
Today, for example,
it's the worker caste and the warrior caste that are absolutely
Jewish
nonsense.
Appeal or the Federation
Do your
mailing
work,
the
don't
only way to
fucking
get
talk
off
to me.
is basically
I ain't got
go through
time
the
for
FBI
this.
witness protection program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local Canaanites would kind of join together and form super municipalities in which they could live with one another.
And this Thompson Steele guy said that, because he was a security officer, that he
or more commonly
spent a lot of time securing human workers from aliens on like the sixth and fifth and sixth floors because
well, that other Jewish town
they just didn't understand the customs of aliens, so they had to basically rescue them, ransom them from the aliens, and then wipe their memories and walk away because they were useless.
Have some regional enforcement.
I think you're given like 15 seconds from capture to cage.
So,
before
what I'm
nothing
trying to
really bad
explain to you right
happens,
now
once
is
you hit the cage, it's experimentation time, bro.
Which was very effective in maintaining new standards, to a large degree religious norms, and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in the overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the Kehillah gave a tremendous amount to the community as a whole. And this was done primarily through these organizations called the Fevra, which I'll translate here as is basically, just like a synagogue, a community of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole. They would typically have a budget that was allotted to them from the taxes of the Kehillah, and so they would be allowed to perform these very valuable functions to
And then, okay, and I sent you something in the book ahead project. I didn't want to prove that. Oh, today that's got to be its own separate episode. But if you guys haven't heard the Plan Project,
society that was typically
read as much as you can, and then I guess come back to us and tell us how you feel about it, because it is actually really cool. It's supposedly written from like secret journals of these two what were they called? I guess scientists who were in the know. They wrote down everything they could, and then once one of the guys was discovered, he was killed, and then the other guy ran.
but also because it was one of
it was pretty nuts.
that because of the realize a whole to enforce the family. This was, there's a whole list of punishments that the dealer could impose on someone who refused to comply to the standards such as paying taxes or giving a debt or things like that, or even appearing before the court and summons. The last of which was typically refusal to bury them when they passed away. This was considered such a tremendous punishment upon Jews that typically if the Kaddish were to say, we have chosen that we will deny burial rights, then typically respond is, oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes, here I'll give my life back, whatever it is.
No, nothing's
So that was one of the most important federals.
I mean, these articles, if I printed them out, they'd probably be 10 pages long. They don't need to be that long, because all I'm asking is about don't say this. You don't need to tell me about the fact that you've been running from.
But you would also have, for example, the federal proposal dollars, which would be
South American country now, you speak country. I mean, tell me more about what the aliens
law have long discussions of various different types of cruelty, from temporary cruelty to ongoing cruelty, calculating exactly how much this was required to qualify for levels of cruelty and so on. And this had to be distributed in actual manner, so the federal to do this. Federal shots was typically associated with promoting education. Typically, Jews were overwhelmingly illiterate, particularly in comparison with the larger society, especially the lower classes. So, literacy was promoted for children, very heavily by the Torah, supported by the federal shots. Parents would also typically pay for tutors, especially in lower classes. But every child had some access to education and literacy, especially in the larger field. Support for poor rights, support for the bill through Berlin, support for Jews traveling from place to place, which is extremely important for the development of
if you assume that they are genetically modified aliens, super soldier, pepper spray them first, then get their information. It's just a safer bet if they're uninformed, get their information. And then turn out to be actual, like a real person. And you're not buying a drink.
New York. Separate to Hillen, which largely is more of a religious association, really designed to people to recite songs for the benefit of the community song. And I've just listed, 8 common subjects, but they're obviously
thank you for listening to Let's Make It Weird, and why don't you keep making it weird, alright? We're also going to we're gonna take out on my favorite sound in the world.
Higher levels of the feeling, which was dominated by men, the club life was dominated by women. There were certain gender-specific communities, like for example the Club of Kedusha, only men would be allowed to take care of male members of the community, and only women to see. Otherwise, many of these club lives were staffed then and now by women who constitute the backbone of the silent apparatus that continue to provide for the needs of women. They're essentially a well-designed support service network that through coercive methods
from someplace outside of Chicago, and at the end of it, it's like, imagine if I took this downtown Chicago, they would be
economic position within the society and to
allow
I'll see you later. Development of literacy, and of course,
The Tulsi Book by Brandon. Forward. have respect unto the brotherhood, for the dark places of the earth are full of the habitations of cruelty. Psalm 74:20. Small bullet what's going on near Dulce, New Mexico. Small bullet above top secret military industrial black projects. Small bullet headquarters for Bavarian-backed New World Order. Small bullet vanguard for alien infiltration and invasion.